On the day of Fu Xi's marriage, Jiangwan faced a difficult labor. In her final moments, she reflected upon her brief existence, feeling a mix of absurdity and ridicule. Her father was a treacherous minister, condemned to suffer the annihilation of his entire lineage after his schemes unraveled. Fu Xi, a prodigiously talented young chancellor, knelt in the imperial study for 3 days and nights, relinquishing his pride solely to ensure her safety. The Fu family had long been esteemed, and the daughter of a condemned traitor could not take on the role of the family matriarch. Carried in a small sedan chair, she, once Fu Xi's fiancée, was brought into the Fu household as a concubine. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in a blink. The oaths of eternal love seemed as fresh as the previous day, yet Fu Xi was set to marry another. As her life drew to a close, Jiangwan felt a profound regret. If given a second chance, she would choose to live for herself. A rumor circulated in the capital. On the day of the grand wedding, Fu Xi's hair turned white overnight. Eventually, Fu Xi resigned from his post. Later still, he vanished from the capital altogether. Chapter 1. Difficult labor. The chancellor was marrying, and the general was marrying off his daughter. The bridal procession moved forth, showering the streets with joyous sweets, enveloping the city in a jubilant atmosphere. The crackling sound of firecrackers faintly echoed to the deepest corners of the courtyard, distinctly reaching Jiangwan's ears. Enduring a difficult labor with considerable blood loss, she had long since lost the strength to speak. The metallic scent of blood overwhelmed her senses, mingling with sweat and tears, blurring her vision. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade, yet the raucous sounds of drums and gongs pulled her back. The firecracker sounds grew closer. The wedding party had returned. Jiangwan's awareness sharpened slightly as she recalled that it had been half a year since she last saw Fu Xi. Today marked his wedding day. She wondered how he appeared at this moment. Surely, he was as she imagined, riding a magnificent steed, adorned in bridal attire, his countenance exquisite and noble, captivating all who beheld him. Jiangwan's lips, pale and devoid of color, trembled slightly. Such scenes had been a part of her fantasies since their love was declared. Yet, tragically, she was not to be Fu Xi's bride. Today, he was marrying another. A painful and suffocating sensation surged from the depths of her heart as her heart condition flared up, more violently than ever before. Jiangwan felt as though death was imminent. Perhaps it was for the best. It would complete his journey. If not for her frail condition, Fu Xi would have taken a wife 2 years prior. She gritted her teeth, stifling any sounds of distress. She was acutely aware that many within this household wished for her demise. Even if she cried for help, no one would show her pity. Madame Jiang, it is not that we do not wish to summon a doctor, but the master has ordered that no one may step outside the courtyard today. The young lady was born without breath. Summoning a physician would be futile. It is better not to provoke the master. You may lose even this small courtyard. Today is the master's joyous wedding day. Blood cannot be seen. Tomorrow, we will report your labor complications to the master and the new mistress. If you are tired, you should rest. Sleeping will ease your suffering. Madame Jiang, we are merely following the orders of the matriarch and the master. If you do not pull through, do not seek revenge on us later. Listening to the voices of the servants, Jiangwan felt overwhelmed. She touched the lifeless infant beside her. So small, yet she had not even opened her eyes to behold this world before fading away silently. Not even a cry had escaped her lips. Jiangwan examined the infant's features, noting the striking resemblance to Fu Xi. Her brows, nose, and chin all mirrored his. In times past, Fu Xi would have cherished this child. Yet now, circumstances had changed irrevocably. Since learning of her pregnancy, Fu Xi had not shown himself. His actions had made it clear that he bore no anticipation for the child's arrival. Jiangwan grasped the baby's tiny hand. Perhaps for the child, this was the best outcome, sparing her from a future of cold indifference. Another wave of pain struck, her heart racing. Jiangwan felt like a fish out of water, gasping for breath. Her gaze fixed on the courtyard entrance. Fu Xi. Madame Jiang, the master will not come. The officiant's voice rang out, proclaiming the completion of the ceremony. At that moment, Jiangwan's hand fell limply to the side of the bed. A porcelain bracelet slipped from her frail wrist, shattering upon impact with the ground. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Within the crimson canopy, Jiangwan felt disoriented. Had she not died? What was happening now? Warm lips pressed against her, hot breath cascading over her neck and gradually moving to her earlobe. Jiangwan's heart raced. She forcefully pushed the person away. "What is it? Are you unwell?" It was Fu Si's voice, tinged with concern and anxiety. Such a tone had not graced her ears in a long time, leaving her momentarily stunned.
Fuchi?
The man, bracing himself against the bed to avoid his weight pressing down on her, brushed aside her damp hair. Observing her dazed expression, a smile curled at the corners of his lips. "You do not recognize me?" Fu Si's smile caused Jiangwan to question her perception. He had once loathed her, wanting to avoid her at all costs. How could he possibly smile at her now? As she scrutinized Fu Si, she noticed something amiss. After he had promised the matriarch to marry, they had engaged in a rivalry, during which she had bitten him, leaving a deep mark. Yet now, that mark had vanished. Upon further examination, Fu Si's demeanor was unmistakably different, imbued with warmth and affection, contrasting sharply with the icy demeanor he later adopted. And here she was, the one who should have perished, alive and well. Jiangwan quickly surveyed her surroundings. The canopy bed was draped in red silk. The furnishings outside were familiar. This was indeed the main room of the western courtyard. This was where she had first resided with Fu Si upon entering the Fu household. Later, as he prepared to marry, their relationship had grown tense, resulting in her relocation at the matriarch's behest, for only the legitimate wife could inhabit such quarters. At that time, Fu Si had not objected. Eventually, she and the child had perished in that cold courtyard. Jiangwan felt tears welling up. It seemed as though her life had indeed begun anew. Her body ached as though it were being torn apart. Various signs indicated that this was the second day of her re-entry into the Fu household. Seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Fu Si felt helpless. He quickly shifted positions, gathering her into his embrace. "I will not leave you again. Do not cry." Jiangwan could no longer contain her tears. There was joy, but also sorrow. Fu Si's brow furrowed, and he spoke gently. "I understand your heart is heavy. This is merely temporary. I shall plead with the emperor. I vow, my wife shall only be you." Jiangwan shook her head. No, he was not hers. As the daughter of a condemned minister, she ought to possess a modicum of self-awareness and refrain from desiring what was not rightfully hers. For those who cannot be retained, it may be best to let go early. Fu Si was aware of the wrongs he had committed against Jiangwan. She was the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor, yet now bore the title of a concubine. "I am sorry." Jiangwan continued to shake her head. Fu Si had not wronged her in any way. Her continued existence was due to his efforts. The subsequent events were a result of her inability to see the situation clearly, ensnaring herself in her own web of misfortune. She held no resentment towards Fu Si. Yet, she no longer wished to devote her heart to him. In this world, no one could graciously share their beloved with another. The treacherous, painstaking days of navigating such a relationship were ones she no longer wished to endure. Just having been reborn, Jiangwan's mind was in turmoil. In Fu Si's embrace, she longed to escape. As long as she could distance herself from all this chaos, she would be content, no matter where she went. Seeing her tears, Fu Si's heart ached with a multitude of pangs. Jiangwan had a heart condition. The physician had warned that she must avoid emotional upheaval, otherwise, the condition may worsen. In severe cases, it could lead to an abrupt demise. Fu Si tightened his embrace around Jiangwan, whispering softly, "Wan Wan, in this lifetime, I desire only you." In his previous life, he had uttered similar words. Yet, certain developments are entirely beyond one's control. Jiangwan had placed her trust once before, only to be transformed into a woman of bitterness and cruelty as a result. This time, she would not be deceived again. Chapter 3. Do not distance yourself from me. Jiangwan faced away from Fu Si, lost in her thoughts.
Fuchi observe their slender silhouette.
Feeling a rare sense of helplessness, a stark contrast to his usual composure. He was acutely aware of Jiangwan's inner turmoil, yet he was at a loss as to how to console her. His arms tightened around her waist, but she seemed oblivious. Unlike in her past life, when being embraced by Fu Si would fill her heart with boundless sweetness. Now, she felt a profound sense of confusion, uncertain of how to extricate herself from her current predicament. Remaining by Fu Si's side, she feared she might inevitably tread the same path as before, leading to a similarly tragic conclusion. Would that not render her rebirth a mere illusion? Yet, She was now Fu Si's concubine, a fact officially recorded by the authorities. Without resolving her identity, escape seemed impossible. The flood of chaotic thoughts overwhelmed Jiangwan, causing her considerable distress, her troubled breaths betraying her agitation. Fu Si pressed his lips to Jiangwan's porcelain cheek, attempting to soothe her and instill confidence and strength through his kiss. After enduring a long period of emotional distance in their previous life, their newfound intimacy left Jiangwan feeling unaccustomed. A warmth spread across her lips, intensifying as she struggled to suppress her trembling body. Closing her eyes, she evaded Fu Si's kiss, murmuring that she was tired and wished to sleep. With that, she adjusted her position, leaving Fu Si's embrace momentarily empty. He gazed at her, acutely aware of her resistance. Just the day before, she had assured him that as long as they were together, nothing else mattered.
What had caused the sudden change?
Fu Si felt a pang of regret. Had he not performed adequately, leading Jiangwan to this state of discontent? He lamented not having consulted the text beforehand. Observing her curled up in the corner, pressed against the wall, he felt another wave of pain surge within him. He firmly pulled her into his embrace, declaring that she should not distance herself from him again. Jiangwan squirmed slightly, expressing her discomfort. "You must adapt quickly," he insisted, reclining on the bed and inviting her to rest her head on his shoulder. Extending his long legs, he ensnared her completely. At last, Fu Si felt a sense of satisfaction in their closeness. "Do not be afraid, Wan," he reassured her. Jiangwan ceased her struggles, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, Fu Si truly loved her, yet he would later cease to do so. This was also a truth. His fingers, slightly calloused, glided over her waist as he gently massaged her, applying just the right amount of pressure. However, an unexpected memory surfaced in Jiangwan's mind, her painful days of pregnancy, when her back ached and her feet swelled to the point of immobility. During that time, she longed to see Fu Si, to receive his soothing words. Suddenly, as if doused with cold water, Jiangwan grasped Fu Si's hand, imploring him to remain still, for she wished to sleep. He complied, tightening his embrace around her.
"Sleep now."
Jiangwan murmured in agreement, her eyes remaining closed, not daring to meet Fu Si's gaze. Although neither had drifted into slumber, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Yet, a sense of unease gripped Fu Si's heart. Despite her physical presence in his arms, he felt an emotional distance that seemed insurmountable. It was as though the moment he loosened his grip, he would lose her entirely. Shadows of doubt clouded his mind. What was truly troubling Wan? Time slipped away, and they remained silent until the red candle burned down to its end. At dawn, a servant arrived from the matriarch's quarters. "Sir, the matriarch experienced a sudden illness last night and does not appear well. You must go see her." Jiangwan's heart sank. This was reminiscent of her previous life. As expected, upon hearing of the matriarch's distress, Fu Si sprang into action. "If it was a sudden illness last night, why are we only hearing of it now?" he asked, his voice heavy. The servant explained, "A new arrival was introduced to the household yesterday, and we were instructed not to disturb you and Lady Jiang." Fu Si turned to Jiangwan, saying, "I will check on the situation. You should rest a bit longer." "I will come with you," Jiangwan insisted, rising from her bed. In her past life, she had refrained from visiting, only to be reprimanded by the matriarch later for her lack of decorum and for taking advantage of Fu Si's affection. This time, she wanted to witness Fu Si's reaction upon hearing the news. Only then could she fully resign herself to her fate. Chapter 4. No more repeating the past with her body unclothed, Jiangwan reached for her undergarments on the beautiful couch. As she stepped down, her legs buckled, and she stumbled forward. Fu Si, quick to react, caught her effortlessly. "Does it hurt?" he inquired. "Not too much," she replied, her eyes scanning the bed, where remnants of the previous night lingered. One conspicuous mark of crimson caught his attention, intensifying the ache in his heart. "If you're unwell, do not trouble yourself with formalities," he urged. "I am fine," Jiangwan replied, feeling a tad embarrassed as she discreetly withdrew from Fu Si's embrace. "Please have someone bring water." She then settled in front of the dressing mirror, methodically combing her hair. If her memory served her right, the matriarch had been poisoned this time, her condition perilous. After the poison was neutralized, it had taken half a year for her to recover. As for the perpetrator, Jiangwan remained unaware. In her previous life, Fu Si had investigated thoroughly, yet no answers had surfaced. Through the copper mirror, she observed her own tall figure. The situation with the matriarch is urgent. Once you are ready, please head to the eastern courtyard. I will follow shortly, Jiangwan instructed.
Fuci responded with a non comitta lum.
Signaling to the maid outside to prepare water. In the ensuing silence, Fu Xi's gaze remained fixed on Jiangwan. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her. And as she combed her hair, her sleeve slipped down, revealing a delicate wrist adorned with a jade bracelet, an heirloom he had gifted her 3 years prior when they were betrothed. Everything had been arranged, and the wedding was merely a date away, but tragedy struck when his father was assassinated while secretly visiting the emperor. He had been in mourning, and their marriage was postponed until this year. Little did they know that the Grand Tutor had plotted to position Jiangwan as the crown princess and conspire against the emperor. When the plan unraveled, the Jiang family was left in ruin. Had it not been for Fu Xi's efforts to rescue his father, the emperor would not have spared Jiangwan. Their eyes met in the copper mirror, but Jiangwan was the first to lower her gaze.
A strange sensation stirred within Fuci.
He sensed that Jiangwan was avoiding him. After much contemplation, he could only attribute this to his failure to offer her a grand wedding, instead relegating her to a concubine status. Taking a couple of steps forward, he took the comb from her hand. "Let me," he offered. "You should prepare yourself. We cannot delay with the matriarch's affairs." "Very well," he said, hastily continuing. The chill of her hair slipped through his fingers, evoking an inexplicable displeasure within him. "Wan, have I done something wrong?" he finally asked, the question weighing heavily on his heart. "No," she replied. "Then why do you seem to be avoiding me?" he pressed, feeling a growing sense of urgency. "I'm not avoiding you. Please do not overthink it." Their words hung in the air, both momentarily taken aback. The response felt superficial, lacking in any substantial reason. Fu Xi sensed that Jiangwan was reluctant to engage in conversation with him. "Wan, I will strive to provide you with whatever you desire. Please do not be so distant with me." Jiangwan met his deep gaze, her expression steady. "I simply have not yet acclimated to married life, and with the matriarch falling ill so soon after my arrival, I feel unsettled. I will handle matters with my grandmother. Do not worry, no one dares to voice dissent against you." Jiangwan nodded affirmatively, seizing the comb from Fu Xi's grasp. "You should go attend to the matriarch. Any further delay may lead others to form opinions about me."
Fuci's expression darkened.
"Let anyone try. You are the prime minister, naturally. No one would dare speak ill of you in your presence. You are my wife, and likewise, no one would dare." Jiangwan remained silent. In her past life, she was intoxicated by the title of madam, forgetting her own worth, and foolishly aspired to share a lifetime with Fu Xi.
Fuci,
aware that prolonging the situation would lead others to misunderstand Jiangwan, leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Take your time, do not rush." With that, Fu Xi strode out of the inner chamber. Jiangwan wiped her forehead with a handkerchief, reminding herself not to repeat her past mistakes. Chapter 5. The proposal. After Fu Xi's departure, several maidservants entered to assist Jiangwan with her washing and grooming. The lead maid, named Xiaoyu, had previously advised Jiangwan to adopt a more open-minded approach and not to quarrel with Fu Xi, lest she drive him further away. At that time, Jiangwan dismissed her counsel and feigned illness regularly to keep Fu Xi by her side. Xiaoyu had no choice but to play along with her charades. However, too many lies breed suspicion in anyone. Eventually, Fu Xi grew weary of her and had her relocated from the western courtyard, replacing all her attendants, which meant Jiangwan never saw Xiaoyu again. She was unaware of how Fu Xi ultimately dealt with them. In this life, she resolved not to drag anyone down with her. "Madam, I am Xiaoyu, and I shall be responsible for your daily needs from now on." Jiangwan nodded and selected a hairpin from her jewelry box to gift Xiaoyu. "I shall rely on you henceforth." Xiaoyu, taken aback by the kindness, promptly knelt in gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, madam." "Rise," Jiangwan replied. After a respectful bow, Xiaoyu stood. The other maidservants looked on with envy. The hairpin was made of gold, exquisitely crafted, worth at least several dozen taels of silver. For these lower-ranking maids, it would take a lifetime of saving to afford such a treasure. Although Jiangwan was merely a concubine, her significance in the eyes of her master was substantial. Otherwise, she would not be residing in the main quarters. It seemed prudent to curry favor with her. One could never tell when fortune might smile upon them. Once her dressing was complete, Jiangwan exited the western courtyard with Xiaoyu. This path was one she had traversed countless times in her past life. every sight and sound echoing with familiar memories. Xiao Yu noticed Jiang Wan appeared quite at ease in the surroundings of the estate. Upon reflection, given that this lady had once been betrothed to their master, it was reasonable to assume she had visited the estate before. Xiao Yu's doubts dissipated. Upon reaching the eastern courtyard, Jiang Wan was intercepted by an older matron. Madame Jiang, the eastern courtyard is the residence of the matriarch. Uninvited guests are not permitted to enter without prior consent. Jiang Wan recognized this as an attempt to assert authority over her. In her past life, when the matriarch had recovered from her ailment, Jiang Wan had been similarly barred from entering. In contrast, when Yun Yanran visited the matriarch, she was respectfully ushered inside by the matriarch's attendant, who stated that she was family and could enter freely in the future. Comparing the two experiences, Jiang Wan felt a pang of imbalance in her heart, yet she remained calm. Please relay that I wish to see the matriarch, as I have heard she is unwell. Wait here, the matron replied arrogantly. In her previous life, Jiang Wan had felt humiliated and aggrieved by such treatment. Yet, if she refrained from visiting the eastern courtyard, the matriarch would criticize her for lacking decorum. Truly, it was said that to those one dislikes, everything appears off-putting. Now, having lived through these events once more, Jiang Wan no longer felt the sting of embarrassment. After all, she was merely a concubine and not a legitimate member of the Fu family. After what felt like an eternity, the matron returned. Madame Jiang, you may enter. Jiang Wan, who had always been frail, felt her legs weaken after standing for so long. The matron cast her a disdainful glance, as if to say that, unsurprisingly, a concubine would feign fragility to elicit sympathy. Xiao Yu, furious, wished to confront the matron but was silenced by Jiang Wan's gaze. As long as she did not cling to the Fu residence, the opinions of others would matter little. They were led to the matriarch's chamber. Upon entering, Jiang Wan saw the matriarch lying weakly in bed, her complexion pale with a hint of green, struggling for breath, which did not bode well. Fu Xi knelt beside the bed, his eyes red-rimmed. Upon noticing Jiang Wan's arrival, he abruptly averted his gaze and quietly ordered someone to fetch a cushion for her. Matriarch, I have come to pay my respects, Jiang Wan said as she knelt beside him. The matriarch's murky eyes shifted to Jiang Wan. I ask you, if I were to arrange a marriage for Sarah, would you have any objections? Grandmother, Fu Xi interjected hastily, Wan has just entered the household, and you wish to marry her off. What would others think? I am asking her, the matriarch replied. In her previous life, Jiang Wan had not attended on this day, yet Fu Xi had ultimately consented. Thus, her opinion had been inconsequential. Lowering her gaze, she replied, I leave the decision to you and the master. Fu Xi stared at her in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by her response. Wan, Jiang Wan turned to meet his gaze. I am but a wretched being. My continued existence is solely due to the Fu family's protection, and I am already content. Fu Xi's eyes blazed with a fury that seemed ready to spill over. At a loss for who to direct his frustration toward. In his anger, he struck the ground with his fist. The matriarch's attendant gasped, Master, your hands are precious. Do not harm yourself. The matriarch, filled with sorrow, exclaimed, Forcing you to marry is tantamount to taking your life? Fu Xi's expression was resolute. In this life, I desire only Wan. Do not pressure me. Pressure you? Do you believe I am pressuring you? The matriarch's agitation was palpable. The Fu family is dwindling. In your generation, you are our only heir. If you do not marry and your concubine is but a sickly one, are you intending to leave the Fu family without descendants? Fu Xi had grown under the matriarch's care. As a child afflicted with smallpox, when no one dared approach him, it was she who tended to him, administering medicine until he recovered. Their bond was profound. Now, witnessing the matriarch's illness, Fu Xi was deeply concerned. Yet, asking him to marry was an impossible request. In my heart, Wan is my wife, and there shall be no one else. The matriarch trembled, pointing a shaky finger at Fu Xi. For the sake of one Jiang Wan, you have already incurred the emperor's displeasure, and now you speak such words, disregarding your aunt and cousin's well-being? Fu Xi's aunt was a consort in the palace, and following the crown prince's deposition, his cousin, the fourth prince, became the prime candidate for the throne. Everyone sought to sever ties with Jiang Wan. Had Fu Xi not insisted, she would not even be able to take on the role of a concubine. With a thud, Fu Xi's forehead struck the ground. In this life, I require only Wan. The old matriarch's agitation intensified. You ungrateful descendant. How shall I face the ancestors of the Fu family? With that, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fu Xi was horrified and stumbled forward. Grandmother, quickly, summon the doctor. The matriarch, already weak, lamented, you refuse to marry. My hopes for survival are dashed. Very well. I shall descend to the underworld to apologize to the ancestors of the Fu family. Jiang Wan, observing this scene, suddenly conceived a troubling thought. A typical person, having been poisoned, would hasten to seek a cure. Why was the matriarch in no hurry, insisting on forcing Fu Xi to agree to marriage? Could it be that this was all part of the matriarch's scheme? Otherwise, how could Fu Xi not uncover the perpetrator? Having died once, Jiang Wan recalled the suffering she endured under the matriarch's guidance. Eventually, her child had suffocated and perished, and the matriarch's agents played a significant role in that tragedy. Jiang Wan recognized that her previous misfortunes were of her own making. However, she found it impossible to treat the matriarch with the same concern reserved for elders. She could only watch. She understood that Fu Xi was on the verge of acquiescing. The attendant wept, imploring, Master, please consent to the old matriarch's wishes. Prolonging this may lead to irreversible consequences. Dark red blood seeped continuously from the matriarch's lips. Fu Xi grasped her hand. Grandmother, let us treat your illness first. We can discuss other matters later. Dear brother Xi, you have left grandmother in unrest. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Fu Xi laboriously spoke. Grandmother, I promise you, I will agree to whoever you wish for me to marry. Jiang Wan's heart, caught in a tumultuous state, finally settled. She held no resentment towards Fu Xi. Even if this moment had not occurred, he would eventually wed. A suffocating sensation spread within her, and she discreetly exhaled. She still could not face the reality with composure. Leaving was her best choice. Upon hearing Fu Xi's words, the old lady's eyes brightened slightly. Was this true? Indeed. Brother Xi, do not deceive your grandmother. Fu Xi swallowed hard, assuring her he spoke no falsehood. The old matriarch repeatedly expressed her approval, as if suddenly filled with hope for survival, thus allowing the doctor to enter. Sir, please wait outside with Madame Jiang. Do not disturb the doctor, the servant suggested.
Fuci coldly declared.
You must ensure grandmother receives proper treatment. Chapter 6. Do not leave in the outer chamber. Fu Xi dismissed the servants. He attempted to take Jiang Wan's hand, but she evaded him. His outstretched hand froze midair, and Fu Xi's eyes dimmed instantly. A bitter pang filled his heart. Wan, I am sorry. I must go back on my promise to you. Jiang Wan averted her gaze, stating, there is no need for apologies. Your bond with the old lady is profound. Given the perilous circumstances earlier, had you refused, the consequences would have been dire. In moments like this, Fu Xi would rather Jiang Wan argue and express her discontent than remain emotionally detached, as though she were an outsider. He grasped her shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. Wan, if you feel unwell, you may express it. Express it? It's futile, she replied. In her previous life, that was precisely what she had done. Aside from becoming unrecognizable and losing a child, she gained nothing. Seeing her silent demeanor, Fu Xi's anxiety intensified. He tightened his grip on her shoulders. Wan, I have no other option. I understand, and thus I hold no resentment against you. Jiang Wan seated herself on a nearby chair, distancing herself from Fu Xi. Her mind raced. If she were to seize this moment to propose leaving the Fu residence, would Fu Xi agree? In an instant, she resolved to leave, regardless of his consent. Disregarding her appearance, Fu Xi squatted before Jiang Wan, holding her hand. Wan, what is it that you desire? Speak, and I shall comply. An apology felt utterly inadequate. Fu Xi wished to amend his transgressions through tangible actions. Jiang Wan refrained from placing Fu Xi in a difficult position, not uttering words about being his rightful wife. Deep down, she understood that even if Fu Xi agreed, fighting for her would lead to an inevitable demise for them both. The events of her past life rendered her unable to trust him again. Fu Xi bore the weight of his family's legacy, making it impossible for him to forsake everything for her. The moment she descended to the status of a trader's daughter, their connection became untenable. Rather than enduring mutual suffering, it would be better to part ways and grant each other a path to survival. Fu Xi would no longer be caught in a dilemma, and she could pursue the life she desired. Locking eyes with Fu Xi, Jiang Wan asked, You will comply with whatever I wish?
Fuci promptly nodded.
As long as you voice it, I shall agree to anything. I wish to leave the Fu residence. Fu Xi questioned his hearing. How could one possibly wish to depart from him? They had vowed to be together in this life. His grip on her hand trembled. I shall pretend I did not hear that. Jiang Wan witnessed his stubbornness for the first time, feeling a sense of helplessness. A gentleman's word is his bond. You know this. Wan, you are aware that I have never been a gentleman. Fu Xi, I genuinely wish to leave. I do not consent. You just said you would agree to whatever I desired. How can you go back on your words so soon? Is it because I must marry that you desire to leave? Jiang Wan had firmly decided to depart and did not wish for any future entanglements with Fu Xi. It was better to clarify everything at once. There is some truth to that, but the primary reason lies with me. Seeing Fu Xi about to speak, Jiang Wan interjected, what I am about to express is my heartfelt truth. If you do not listen now, I shall not speak again. Her expression was earnest. Fu Xi recalled her unusual demeanor and dared not interrupt her further, fearing her ire would drive her further away and that harboring such feelings might worsen her heartache. He squatted before Jiang Wan, delicately holding her slender wrist. Do not be angry. I shall listen to whatever you say. Jiang Wan took a deep breath and continued. From childhood, the Jiang family taught me how to be a proper wife. I once believed that being with you, being a concubine would suffice, but now I regret that choice. What is a concubine? You know all too well. In the eyes of outsiders, I am merely a plaything. Should I provoke the master's displeasure, I could easily be cast aside. Fu Xi shook his head. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner. In my heart, you are my wife. Jiang Wan suddenly laughed. Fu Xi, when did you become so naive? No one cares about your feelings, as long as I remain a concubine. Respect will elude me. Even if for your sake, others refrain from speaking ill of me, they will only do so behind my back.
Tears welled in Fu Xi's eyes.
Is it only by becoming a legitimate wife that you would relinquish thoughts of leaving? Jiang Wan shook her head. Even as a legitimate wife, many issues remain between us. I am weary and do not wish to be ensnared in these matters. What am I to do? Do you no longer want me? At that moment, Fu Xi appeared completely lost, far removed from the authoritative figure he was in the court.
Fu Xi.
Have you ever considered that watching you marry another may drive me to madness? I might become a woman you would scorn, one who resorts to cunning. Fu Xi could not respond. His mind was a whirlwind, torn between Jiang Wan and his grandmother. He wished not to disappoint either. Yet one thing was certain. He could not allow Jiang Wan to leave. Wan, do not mention leaving again. I shall not agree. Jiang Wan softened her tone and sincerely stated, I do not wish to live a life filled with deceit, nor do I want to compete with others for your affection. In the future, you will find a wife who pleases your entire family. If you desire, I shall not hinder you from having concubines. There is truly no need for us to be entangled. For the sake of our past bond, will you allow me to leave? Uncertain which words struck a nerve, Fu Xi's eyes filled with an emotion Jiang Wan could not decipher. He tightened his grip on her hand, resolutely declaring, as long as I draw breath, you shall forever remain by my side. Jiang Wan had initially intended to part ways with Fu Xi amicably, but seeing the madness in his expression, she realized this path was futile. She had to devise another plan. Wishing to say no more to Fu Xi, she stood to leave, only to be embraced by him. Where do you think you are going? Let go. Fu Xi's heart swelled with panic. Do not even think about leaving. I will never let you go. Fearing he might hear words he dreaded, Fu Xi denied her the chance to speak and summoned Chiyue. Take Madam back to the West Yard. She is not to leave. Fu Xi, are you insane? Yes, I am indeed unwell. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of leaving. I cannot foresee what I might do. Jiang Wan was infuriated. He would not allow her to leave and sought to confine her. Did he only find joy if she clung to him, wholeheartedly devoted, competing for his affection, only to be cast aside later? Madam, let us depart. With no further words to share with Fu Xi, Jiang Wan turned away, without a glance back. Behind her, Fu Xi's expression remained cold. He could agree to many things, but allowing Jiang Wan to leave was simply out of the question. Chapter 7. Planning the route due to the old lady's grave illness, Fu Xi refrained from attending court and remained at the East Yard. His absence afforded Jiang Wan the opportunity to devise a plan for her escape. The matriarch's coercion rendered Fu Xi's marriage inevitable. Jiang Wan was determined to leave the Fu residence. Should he refuse, her only recourse would be to escape. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Wan began to plot her route. Fu Xi held considerable influence in the capital, and she aimed to distance herself as much as possible, preferably to a place where they would never cross paths again. Following the trajectory of her past life, Fu Xi and Yun Yanran would inevitably develop feelings over time, and he would certainly forget her. As for her, living a quiet and unremarkable life would be a blessing. With the Jiang family in ruins, Jiang Wan found herself without a single coin to her name. Fortunately, Fu Xi had been generous, granting her 10,000 taels of silver and a plethora of gold and silver hairpins upon her arrival at the manor. With wealth, many issues could be easily resolved. It was late into the night when Fu Xi finally returned from the eastern courtyard. His first inquiry was directed towards the maid on night duty. Had the lady retired? The maid hesitated for a moment before realizing the lady in question was concubine Jiang, and nodded, confirming that she had indeed gone to rest as soon as night fell. The title of concubine pierced Fu Xi's ears painfully, yet he was powerless to change it. He was forbidden from making Wan his legitimate wife by the Emperor's decree. In the Emperor's eyes, the Crown Prince's rebellion could not have occurred without the instigation of the Grand Tutor. As the Grand Tutor's only daughter, Jiang Wan should consider herself fortunate to have retained her life. Fu Xi pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering how he might appease everyone involved. The urgency that had propelled him back to the western courtyard moments ago now seemed to root him to the spot. He was at a loss on how to face Jiang Wan, if he were to place himself in her shoes. The thought of her marrying another man would drive him mad. He might even resort to violence against that man. Yet now, he expected her to accept his marriage, which felt unbearably cruel. As he calmed his tumultuous thoughts, Fu Xi realized the depth of his insecurity. No wonder Wan wished to leave him. It was not her fault, and yet he had lost his temper and restricted her movements. The maid on her knees cautiously stole glances at Fu Xi's expression, perplexed by his sudden change of demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been concerned about concubine Jiang, and now he stood there lost in thought. Having not slept the previous night and preoccupied with thoughts of escape, Jiang Wan fell asleep as soon as her head met the pillow. In her dreams, she found herself back in the desolate little courtyard, witnessing her own lifeless body lying silently on the bed. Shortly thereafter, a group burst in, led by Fu Xi, who was clad in a groom's attire, clearly having rushed over, his breath uneven. "My lord, you haven't yet unveiled your bride," someone reminded him. "Get away." Fu Xi's eyes were stormy with emotion. Jiang Wan was bewildered. What business did he have here on such a joyous occasion? Before she could comprehend, she felt the sudden heat of a large brazier against her back. Reacting instinctively, she gasped and awakened. Fu Xi held her tightly as she struggled, murmuring softly, "It's me." During her pregnancy, Jiang Wan had lived alone, often waking in the middle of the night due to her fragile mental state. Now, having just been reborn, her demeanor seemed to revert to that troubled period. She pushed against Fu Xi's chest, warding off his closeness. Ever since she had mentioned her desire to leave, Fu Xi had been plagued with unease, often distracted even in the presence of the matriarch. Only when he held her close could he find solace. Burying his face in her neck, he murmured, "I told you, do not stray too far from me. You're too hot." "I don't like it," Jiang Wan responded. Fu Xi suddenly released her, stating he needed to take a bath before departing for the bathing chamber. Jiang Wan's feelings were complex. She recognized that Fu Xi was genuinely devoted to her. Perhaps if she refrained from clashing with Yun Yanran, she could lead a stable life. After all, it was customary for men to have multiple wives, was it not? Had there been no mutual affection or solemn vows exchanged, she might have accepted this reality. Having experienced it once, she knew she could not tolerate the presence of other women in Fu Xi's life. To avoid his influence, she had to sever ties decisively. Emerging from the steam of his bath, Fu Xi spoke with an implicit meaning, "Not too hot anymore." "I'm feeling unwell," Jiang Wan replied, resisting him since the previous night. Fu Xi, unsure how to proceed, acquiesced. "Tonight, I will not touch you." In his embrace, Jiang Wan found it difficult to relax. Despite her overwhelming fatigue, sleep eluded her. Fu Xi was filled with bitterness, pondering how they had grown so estranged in merely a day. Like a parent soothing a child, he gently patted her back. "It's late. You should sleep." In their past life, they would have been embroiled in conflict by now. In the subsequent 2 years, such tender moments were scarce, often occurring only in the heat of passion. Jiang Wan mused whether all men were this way, yearning to be cherished while simultaneously fearing jealousy. Now that she remained silent, Fu Xi seemed to care for her even more deeply. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps she could follow the path of her past life, fostering his disdain while seeking an opportunity to escape. A dual approach would surely be more prudent. Jiangwan deliberately inquired of Fu Xi, "Should I move out?" Fu Xi stiffened, his mind consumed with a singular thought. Wanwan truly wished to leave him. Angered and overwhelmed, he forcefully pinned her beneath him, declaring, "You are mine. Where do you think you're going?" This pattern had repeated in their previous life. Each time a disagreement arose, he resorted to such tactics to evade accountability. Reflecting on those moments, Jiangwan felt their past selves had been utterly foolish. Kicking Fu Xi in frustration, she exclaimed, "You are to take a wife. This is the Lady S residence. Shouldn't I move out?" The furious man's anger deflated instantly. He embraced Jiangwan, his irritation giving way to concern and guilt. In a muffled tone, he insisted, "You need not move. You will continue to reside here." "Others will say I lack propriety," she retorted. "Who dares to say such things?" he challenged, feeling a surge of anger once more. Did he truly need the approval of others to dote upon the woman he adored? "You shall remain here, and I will see who dares to speak ill of you." Jiangwan remained silent. When Yun Yanran arrived at the manor, even if Fu Xi objected, the matriarch would ensure her relocation. This time, she would not hinder Fu Xi's engagement with Yun Yanran. Given the matriarch's urgency, it was likely that within a few months, the matter would be settled. Noticing her continued silence, Fu Xi felt a pang of sympathy. He was not entirely ignorant of the dynamics within the inner courtyard. The matchmaker his grandmother had chosen had not even set foot in the door, yet she had already posed a significant threat to Jiangwan's well-being. If she could not even secure her living arrangements, what else could she hope to hold on to? Moreover, if he were to marry a legitimate wife, Jiangwan would inevitably have to pay her respects, bowing and kneeling before others, perhaps even facing humiliation. The mere thought of such scenarios intensified Fu Xi's discomfort.
Contemplating,
he resolved that once his grandmother regained her health, he would postpone the engagement. Let the world view him as unfilial. In comparison to Jiangwan, such matters seemed trivial. If he could not provide her with the status of a legitimate wife, then he would cherish her as the only woman in his life. Chapter 8. Who doesn't he have 3 wives and 4 concubines? As Jiangwan had anticipated, the old matriarch was indeed impatient. Even before her health had improved, she dispatched someone to propose a match. The intended bride was none other than Yun Yanran, just as in her previous life. The daughter of a general stationed at the border, Yun Yanran had grown up in the wild, her personality vibrant and spirited. Both she and Jiangwan were 18 this year, yet their temperaments were entirely dissimilar. 3 years prior, when Yun Yanran returned to the capital with her father for a palace banquet, she fell deeply in love with Fu Xi at first sight. Few were aware of the mutual affection between Fu Xi and Jiangwan, but it was common knowledge throughout the capital that Yun Yanran harbored feelings for Fu Xi. Despite knowing Fu Xi was already betrothed, she boldly declared she would never marry in this lifetime, drawing both ridicule and admiration from others. Some mocked her audacity, while others praised her candor, contrasting sharply with the affected daughters of other noble families in the capital. It was said that the matriarch had met Yun Yanran while offering incense. In broad daylight, a heinous act was committed against a child, and it was Yun Yanran who bravely intervened to subdue the assailant. The elderly matriarch admired Yun Yanran's courage and, noticing her cheerful disposition, felt that she was a perfect match for her grandson. However, at that time, due to Fu Xi's engagement, the matriarch could only harbor her regrets in silence. Now that the opportunity to bring her favored granddaughter-in-law into the household had finally arisen, the matriarch was naturally very invested in the matter. Jiangwan accompanied Fu Xi to the east courtyard to pay respects. In her presence, the matriarch broached the subject of the marriage proposal. "You and Yanran are no longer young. She has devoted so many years to you. It would be wise to marry her into the family soon." Fu Xi immediately sought out Jiangwan. "What do you want to see her for? Marrying is your affair. Can she dictate your choices?" Upon seeing Jiangwan, the matriarch's mood soured. A frail figure, devoid of spirit, certainly did not possess the qualities of a capable mistress. Look at other families. Any man with a modicum of dignity does not take a concubine before marrying.
Fu Xi's expression darkened.
"Grandmother, Wanwan is different from others. She is meant to be my wife." The old lady was frustrated. "You once desired her as your wife, and your parents foolishly consented. Now your father is gone, and your mother is off in a temple. leaving me to worry about your marriage. Sire, I am not trying to make things difficult for you. If you still wish to secure your future, you must not lean towards her. What about your aunt and cousin? Do you intend to ruin everyone before you are satisfied?
Fuchi remained steadfast.
Since the emperor has pardoned Wanwan, he will not pursue her further. You are truly foolish. The matriarch erupted in a fit of coughs. Fu Xi hastily assisted her. Grandmother, please rest. We can discuss the proposal once you are well. The matriarch snorted. You grew up before me. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Sire, if you do not address the proposal today, I will refuse to take my medicine.
Vens trobedati fuciesse temples.
He had resolved to postpone the marriage and had shared his intentions with Jiangwan. If he acquiesced to his grandmother's demands now, would it not be another deceit against Jiangwan? Jiangwan remained silent. Being criticized by the matriarch was not a new experience. In the past, she would feel hurt and seek to please the matriarch, begrudging Yanran's unwavering support. Now, however, she had come to terms with it. As for Fu Xi's claims of delaying the marriage, she dismissed them entirely. As long as he valued familial ties, the matriarch had ample means to manipulate him. Grandmother, please take your medicine. Let us converse amicably. Do not jest with your health. Will you listen if I speak nicely? The nurse chimed in, my lady. The matriarch coughed up blood again last night. The doctor said it will take a year and a half to purge the residual toxins from her body. She cannot forego her medicine. Fu Xi, for the first time in his life, felt the weight of difficulty. Grandmother, please take your medicine. Do you agree? Fu Xi swallowed hard and nodded. Yet, the matriarch was not easily deceived. How can I trust you are not harboring ulterior motives? Send someone to propose first. I will take my medicine once the matter is settled. Proposing requires preparation. No need for you to prepare. I have already found a matchmaker.
Fuchi fell silent.
The matriarch declared, consider it your tacit agreement. She signaled to the nurse, who immediately set about arrangements. With only the three of them in the room, the matriarch looked at Jiangwan. Yanran is a good girl. She grew up outside and knows nothing of the inner household's ways. Once she enters the family, you must treat her with respect. If she dares to rely on Sire's affection and shows disrespect to the mistress, the Fu family will not tolerate it. Jiangwan nodded in acquiescence. With herself still present, the matriarch reprimanded Jiangwan in such a manner. If Fu Xi truly married, how would Jiangwan survive in this household? Fu Xi stood and took Jiangwan's hand. Grandmother, your health is poor. I will ensure Wanwan does not trouble you in the future. You must focus on recuperating and not jest with such matters. The more you press, the less effective it may become. With that, he led Jiangwan away, not looking back. Sir, regardless of the matriarch's calls, Fu Xi did not turn. His last words, though directed at the matriarch, struck Jiangwan like a resounding slap. She had also wielded her health to manipulate Fu Xi before. Observing the old lady's current state, Jiangwan felt a painful reflection of her own past. Truly, it was a repulsive sight. Upon returning to the west courtyard, Fu Xi eagerly sought to explain himself to Jiangwan. Wanwan, grant me a little more time. I will resolve this matter. The matriarch's people had already gone to propose. And it would not be long before everyone knew of his impending marriage to Yun Yanran. How do you intend to resolve this? Will you cancel the engagement afterward? Or marry her first and then divorce? Without hesitation, Fu Xi replied, I will not marry her. Jiangwan understood. It meant he would indeed call off the engagement. If the young lady from the Yun family could not tolerate it and resorted to threats, what would he do then? Yun Yanran was no ordinary girl. She had the support of the general's household. Even if Fu Xi wielded power, he could not act recklessly. Once the matchmaker entered the Yun family, the matter would not be easily resolved. Jiangwan finally asked Fu Xi, would you rather see me humiliated, bowing before others, than let me go? Her words unleashed a torrent of suppressed anger within Fu Xi. He retorted, what family in the capital does not have concubines? Who is like you, so quick to threaten to leave? The moment those words left his lips, he regretted them, especially upon seeing Jiangwan's face drain of color. Wanwan, I spoke in haste. Do not take it to heart.
Jiang van brash dazi de fuciesse outstretched hand.
She had long understood that even without competing, her fate with Fu Xi would not end well. This conversation starkly revealed that despite their current affection, in a few years, Fu Xi would still be surrounded by other women. She must not hold on to foolish dreams, nor allow herself to fall into the same trap again. Chapter 9. Do not fear. I am here. Perhaps the mental strain was too great. Jiangwan's chronic illness flared up. This sickness lasted a full 5 days, causing her to lose considerable weight, transforming her once round face into a slender oval. Her complexion was devoid of color, as if any minor ailment could take her away. Fu Xi was consumed with regret over his careless words, wishing he could turn back time to slap himself in the face. Overwhelmed with guilt, Fu Xi spent every day beside her sickbed, personally administering medicine and tending to her needs, even bringing his official duties into the bedroom. The household buzzed with gossip about how fortunate Jiang Yinyang was, a daughter of a trader, yet receiving such devoted care from the master. Had her family not fallen from grace, she might have become uncontrollable. This illness led Jiangwan to gain clarity about many matters.
For Fuqi,
A man could take multiple wives, but she could not accept such a reality. Having witnessed her mother and concubines battling fiercely, even to the point of bloodshed, the thought of enduring such a life for decades terrified her. In the Fu household, Fu Xi's affection was her only support. If love dissipated, what fate awaited her? She had already experienced that in her past life. What she and Fu Xi sought was fundamentally different. With the Jiang family gone, she no longer needed to consider familial interests and had no reason to remain tied to Fu Xi. The fleeting nature of romantic relationships made self-love a priority. Having come to this realization, Jiangwan grew indifferent to maintaining appearances with Fu Xi. Rather than placing her hopes in him, she must seek alternatives, perhaps through the matriarch, or through Yun Yanran. They should be more than willing to assist her in her departure. Watching her grow increasingly aloof day by day, Fu Xi felt a sense of unease in his heart. He could only carefully coax her, presenting her with luxurious garments, exquisite jewelry, and even personally crafting a white jade hairpin for her. Jiangwan did not refuse these gifts, yet she also displayed no signs of delight, merely instructing someone to properly store them away. With no other recourse, Fu Xi clung to her even more tightly. After enduring several days of his incessant presence, Jiangwan could no longer tolerate his constant hovering. "Can you handle your affairs in the study?" They both resided in the west courtyard, and Fu Xi's study was just a turn away. However, he feared that if they were apart for too long, Jiangwan would grow even more distant. Thus, he remained steadfastly by her side, much to her annoyance. Setting aside his official documents, Fu Xi approached the couch, speaking to Jiangwan in a gentle tone. "You haven't left the residence in several days. The weather is delightful today. How about we take a boat ride? I don't wish to go. The Tianxiang restaurant has introduced new dishes. Shall we try them? I have no appetite." Despite being consistently rejected, Fu Xi felt immense joy at simply having Jiangwan converse with him. "Then let us visit the Liuguang Pavilion for some music." Jiangwan frowned. "Are you not tired of this?"
Fuqi felt aggrieved.
He had vowed never to wed Yun Yanran, and he believed that their current circumstances were merely temporary. Why, then, could Jiangwan not trust him? Not daring to express his frustration, he could only digest his emotions in solitude before shamelessly lingering around her once more. At that moment, seeing Jiangwan with her eyes closed, seemingly wishing to avoid his presence, Fu Xi clenched his jaw. With a firm embrace, he swept her off the couch and planted a kiss on her cheek. Startled, Jiangwan exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "I am taking you out to have some fun." "Go away. If you want to go, then go by yourself. I want you to accompany me."
A smile graced Fuqi's lips.
As long as she no longer treated him with icy indifference, he could endure a few scoldings. The perceptive servant girl, Qiu, quickly helped Jiangwan into her shoes. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, Fu Xi carried Jiangwan out of the residence. A carriage awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing them emerge, the coachman promptly set up the step. This prompted Jiangwan to suspect that Fu Xi had planned this all along, determined to take her out regardless of her objections. It was not until they boarded the carriage that Fu Xi set Jiangwan down. Before she could even exhale in relief, he had pulled her into his lap. Jiangwan was infuriated. "There was never this much trouble in my past life. Are you sick?" Observing her cheeks flush with anger, Fu Xi found her exceedingly animated. He chuckled softly, teasing her further. Jiangwan could not fathom his madness. If he was ill, he ought to consult a doctor.
Fuqi laughed heartily,
his chest vibrating with mirth. He grasped Jiangwan's hand, pressing kisses to it. "In the future, we shall venture out more often. If you grow weary of the capital and find it dull, I will take you to other places." Jiangwan remained unmoved. There was an insurmountable distance between them. Such words were mere empty promises, intended to placate her. Whoever believed them would be a fool. Embracing Jiangwan, Fu Xi could palpably feel her frailty. Her waist, which could barely be encompassed by his hand, felt so delicate that he feared even a gentle squeeze might cause her harm. The desire to nourish Jiangwan back to health surged within him. Thus, they first proceeded to Tianxiang restaurant. As Fu Xi alighted from the carriage, he drew the attention of all. He was a paragon of beauty in the capital, possessing both intellect and a high-ranking position at a young age, garnering admiration and affection from many. What brings Lord Fu here? Could he be seeking Yun Yanran? I just saw her, and her brothers were also present. Yun Yanran is indeed fortunate to be engaged to Lord Fu. Had I known that such persistence bore fruit, I would have made my affections known publicly. Such actions are only for the shameless. I could never stoop so low. Upon witnessing Fu Xi reach out to assist Jiang Wan from the carriage, the whispers ceased abruptly. The scandal surrounding the Jiang family's rebellion was already common knowledge, and those well-informed understood that Jiang Wan had entered the Fu household as a concubine. A woman, once married, was expected to remain in the inner chambers. Seeing Jiang Wan now, many were taken aback. How could a mere concubine dare to appear in public? Some remarked scornfully that those lacking integrity deserved such a fate, as Jiang Wan, raised in luxury, shamelessly assumed the role of a concubine. If it were her, she would have long since taken her own life. As these words were spoken, a chilling gaze fell upon them. Meeting Fu Xi's eyes, the gossipers immediately lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak further. Fu Xi was uncertain whether Jiang Wan had overheard, but he signaled to the accompanying guards to investigate the backgrounds of those individuals. Engaging in slander would come at a cost. Subsequently, he led Jiang Wan into Tianxiang restaurant. Although Jiang Wan had not heard the whispers, she could discern the furtive glances from those around her. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Fu Xi held on tighter. Do not be afraid. I am here. Chapter 10. If she is the lady, then what am I? Upon encountering Fu Xi, the innkeeper came forth personally to greet them. Lord Fu, the private room is ready. Please follow me. Jiang Wan did not wish to be led by Fu Xi, having grown up in the capital. She was well aware that with the fall of the Jiang family, others would undoubtedly gossip. If she were to concern herself with the opinions of outsiders, she would not have survived this long. She did not require Fu Xi to shield her. She simply needed to leave the capital to escape this turmoil. The more she sought to retract her hand, the tighter Fu Xi's grip became, as if they were engaged in a contest of wills, ultimately forcing her fingers to intertwine with his. Onlookers were left in stunned silence. Was this truly the aloof and noble Lord Fu? How could he openly hold a woman's hand in front of so many? People have a tendency to be cruel, often targeting the vulnerable. While they dared not voice their discontent towards Fu Xi, they could only scorn Jiang Wan within their hearts. Observing her delicate demeanor, they concluded that she could not possibly be the refined daughter of a noble family. She appeared more like a beguiling enchantress. No wonder she was relegated to the status of a concubine. This was but the consequence of her flawed character. A truly principled noblewoman would have stood by her family in times of crisis. To survive at the cost of dignity was to invite ridicule. Women are generally more perceptive to emotional nuances than men. Moreover, as the subject of the gossip, Jiang Wan could easily sense the unsaid meanings behind those glances. Initially, she had indeed wished to share her fate with her family. Yet now that she had survived, she would not so easily succumb to death. Tianxiang restaurant boasted 5 stories, with increasingly expansive views as one ascended. Considering Jiang Wan's frail health, Fu Xi had reserved a private room on the 3rd floor.
Lord Fu.
Here is the new menu from our establishment. Please have a look. For the lady, the innkeeper added perceptively, placing the menu before Jiang Wan. Please, madam. Jiang Wan did not glance at it, merely skimming through the list of signature dishes. The innkeeper acknowledged her, then turned to Fu Xi as the lady requested. I will ensure the latest dishes are prepared. Understood, please wait a moment. The innkeeper withdrew. Jiang Wan did not wish to quarrel with Fu Xi in front of others, as she did not want to lose face. Now that they were alone in the private room, the cold atmosphere returned. Her gaze was fixed on the lake outside the window, and regardless of what Fu Xi said, she offered no response, leading one to suspect that she was not truly listening. This unpredictable demeanor left Fu Xi feeling insecure. Did Wan still wish to leave? With that thought, a tumultuous wave surged in his heart. Having been together, he would not let go. He reached out, forcibly turning Jiang Wan's face to meet his gaze. We shall eat first, then go for a boat ride. Do not look outside for now. Jiang Wan mocked him. Lord Fu, Do you control everything? Must you dictate even what I look at? In the past, when we were together, your eyes held only me. Jiangwan's expression was indifferent. You yourself have said that was in the past. I will not marry Yun Yanran. In this lifetime, you are my sole desire. Do not sulk with me any longer. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room was violently kicked open.
What do you mean by this, Fu Xi?
If you do not wish to marry my sister, why have you sent a matchmaker to propose? The engagement has already been established. Yet you claim you will not marry Yanran.
Jest desa jest.
A group of 4 entered, led by Yun Yanran and her 3 brothers. Yun Yanran's face was pale, a stark contrast to the vibrant person Jiangwan remembered. Had it not been for their last encounter in a previous life, where Yun Yanran fell from the loft and the Yun family blamed her, even demanding her life, perhaps Jiangwan would have felt sympathy for her.
But now,
her heart was tranquil. She merely perceived this as a farce. Yun Yanran had the support of her family, while she herself had nothing. How could she harbor a benevolent heart for others? When gods clash, it is often the innocents who suffer. Her ability to preserve herself was already a stroke of fortune. Perhaps fearing to frighten her, Fu Xi immediately stepped beside Jiangwan, shielding her. Jiangwan noticed the grim expressions of the Yun family, their eyes filled with a desire to rend her apart. The one who had kicked the door was Yunda.
Emanatinha blutirstiora.
Fu Xi, if you do not provide us with an explanation today, this matter will not end here.
Fu Chi's expression darkened.
Who permitted you to enter?
Get out.
General Yun, with his impressive military achievements, held a rank comparable to the 3 dukes. With such a father, the Yun family's children could walk unimpeded in the capital. Yunda, raised in the military, had a fiery temperament and could not abide those who went back on their word. Fu Xi, do not think that just because you are a chancellor, you can bully others. You are in the wrong, and I am not afraid to escalate this matter before His Majesty. Fu Xi's gaze towards the Yun family grew colder. Over the years, Yun Yanran had pursued him with great fanfare, causing him considerable trouble. Were it not for Wanwan's trust in him, he might have lost her to another during his 3 years of mourning. At that time, the Yun family had not asserted that Yun Yanran was in the wrong. If it were anyone else, Fu Xi might have felt remorse for his inconsistency and sought to make amends. Yet, he felt not a shred of guilt for Yun Yanran, who, fully aware of his engagement, still approached him and attempted to ingratiate herself with the matriarch. Now, as the matriarch pressured him to marry, Yun Yanran bore some responsibility for it. It was merely a matter of reciprocity. The Yun family had no grounds to criticize him. With a cold laugh, he said, "Then go complain to His Majesty. Do not linger here and ruin my wife's appetite." The title of wife brought Yun Yanran to tears. Pointing at Jiangwan, she exclaimed, "I am your fiancé. If she is your wife, then what am I? When you spread rumors about me, you should have anticipated this outcome. In my presence, you are worth less than a mere finger of Wanwan." In front of outsiders, Fu Xi was often harsh, leading many women in the capital to admire him but hesitate to approach. Yun Yanran was the first to pursue him so boldly. In the past, Fu Xi regarded her as inconsequential, but now he used the coldest words to ridicule her. Yun Yanran, the cherished jewel of her family, who had always gotten her way, had never endured such humiliation. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes reflecting disappointment and pain as she looked at Fu Xi. The 3 Yun brothers could not bear to watch their sister being wronged. Yunda and Yun San clenched their fists, ready to strike Fu Xi, but were restrained by Yun Air. "Let go. I must teach him a lesson today, so he understands that the Yun family is not to be trifled with. Eldest brother. He is a court official. If you strike him, both you and 3rd brother will face trouble. Damn it. Are we to just watch as Yanran is bullied?
Yun glänzt at Jiangwan.
This debt will be settled in due time. We should leave now to avoid becoming a laughingstock." At that moment, others on the same floor began to observe. Yun Yanran was reluctant to leave, wanting to ascertain Fu Xi's true feelings. They were already engaged, and she had eagerly awaited marrying him, only to find he intended to call off the engagement. "Yanran, we should leave." "I will not go. Be obedient. This engagement cannot be annulled at his whim. Whatever my sister desires, we shall fulfill." If Fu Xi wishes to break the engagement, he must consider whether the Yun family will agree. They could escalate the matter before His Majesty and see who would suffer the greater loss. Chapter 11. Wanwan. I miss you. Once the Yun family departed, Jiangwan lost all appetite for her meal. She wished to leave, but Fu Xi would not permit it. He instructed the manager to change the private room, and the waiter brought in a full table of dishes. After the door to the room was closed, Fu Xi sat beside Jiang Wan, personally serving her. He placed the carefully deboned fish in her bowl, saying solicitously, "The fish is very fresh today. Do try some." Since leaving was not an option, Jiang Wan did not resist her body's cravings. She picked up her chopsticks to select other dishes, deliberately avoiding those Fu Xi had served her. Her clear attempt to draw a line between them left Fu Xi both exasperated and helpless. He was at a loss as to how to reconcile their relationship. Wrapping an arm around Jiang Wan's waist, he pleaded, "Wan, do not be so cold towards me." As he sensed her inclination to speak of leaving, Fu Xi abruptly grasped her chin. "Do not even think about leaving." A kiss, imbued with the scent of pine, surged forward, leaving no room for Jiang Wan to breathe. She was taken aback by Fu Xi's sudden fervor. Her chopsticks fell to the ground as she pushed against his shoulder, only to be met with his relentless advance. He seized both of her wrists with one hand while the other gently lifted her, causing her skirt to flutter in the air as she fell into his embrace. Having refrained from intimacy during her recent illness, Fu Xi now found himself unable to resist the allure of her soft lips, his heart racing with desire. His hand around Jiang Wan's waist tightened, as if attempting to meld her into his very being. Wan, I miss you," Fu Xi murmured, his gaze filled with infatuation. The grip on her hand loosening. Smack. A resounding slap echoed in the room. Fu Xi's face turned away, the force of Jiang Wan's strike evident. "You shameless."
Rabingi sorechik, fuchimereli smiled.
Was that satisfying? If not, I can endure a few more. He grasped Jiang Wan's hand, preparing to strike himself. Fu Xi had lost his mind, but Jiang Wan had no intention of indulging him. Rising to leave, she found herself trapped by Fu Xi, unable to escape. The man's eyes sparkled with mirth. Wan, you still care for me. Do not flatter yourself." Jiang Wan's eyes held no tenderness, creating a stark contrast to Fu Xi's fervor. The more aloof she appeared, the more determined Fu Xi was to hold on to her. He embraced her tightly, using a small spoon to bring food to her lips. When she refused to eat, he resorted to threats. "Do you wish for me to employ other methods?" "You are despicable." "I am rather eager to try." Jiang Wan almost lost her mind. Had Fu Xi ever been this unhinged before? "Eat," he commanded, his gaze dangerous. With the disparity in strength between them, and Jiang Wan feeling weak, she succumbed to the threat. Fu Xi fed her a bite, and she reciprocated with another. He was well aware of her favorite dishes, meticulously pushing aside those she did not like, ensuring only her favorites remained. Seated on Fu Xi's lap, Jiang Wan felt uncomfortable, especially as a certain part of him pressed closely against her. Having shared countless intimate moments in a past life, Jiang Wan was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Sensing Fu Xi's change, she dared not move, wanting only to finish her meal and leave quickly. With soft jade and warmth in his embrace, Fu Xi too felt a profound discomfort. At 23, he had only just begun to explore intimacy, and before he could savor the experience, his little ancestor had forbidden him from touching her. In the prime of youthful vigor, with the beloved woman in his embrace, how could he not be consumed by desire? Alas, the setting was not appropriate. As he fed her, Fu Xi's heart raced with agitation. Jiang Wan observed him from the corner of her eye, wary of any sudden mischief he might conjure.
Fuchi, glancing downward, noted Erunease.
And his emotions became quite intricate. That night, she had been compliant, only softly sobbing against his neck when discomfort struck. Yet after a single night's sleep, she seemed to have forgotten him entirely. Considering her unhappiness in the residence and the relentless pressure from the matriarch, Fu Xi pondered whether to procure a new dwelling. This would allow Jiang Wan to move out, thus freeing her from the matriarch's grasp. Once all matters were resolved, he would bring her back home. While lost in thought, he continued to feed Jiang Wan with deftness. "I'm full," she declared. Jiang Wan swatted his hand away. "I haven't eaten." Jiang Wan had never encountered such shamelessness. "What does it matter to me if you haven't eaten?" He retorted, "I wish to hold you. It enhances my appetite." A smile danced at the corners of Fu Xi's mouth. Although Jiang Wan still wore a glum expression, they were alone in that moment. Setting aside the myriad of chaotic thoughts, he relished the feeling of the present. Jiang Wan could not bear to see him so pleased. "Are you not worried that the Yin family will seek retribution?" "Not at all," he replied. Jiang Wan pressed on. "Are you not afraid this will reach the matriarch's ears?"
How will you appease her then?
Fu Xi paused, his smile dimming slightly. These matters I shall resolve. Do not fret. Jiangwan replied, the matriarch will not harm you. It is I who will bear the brunt. Fu Xi, I even suspect you brought me out here to flaunt, perhaps to put me in danger. Fu Xi gritted his teeth. His duties kept him occupied. If not for his concern for her, he would not have taken her out for a respite. Is this how you perceive me? Is it not? She countered. After today, I shall likely become the talk of the capital.
Fuchi parsed his lips in silence.
Jiangwan smirked lightly. Since I have become a concubine, I ought to be humble. How I behave in the confines of the household is my own affair. But to parade before others tarnishes my reputation. Wan, do not speak of yourself so harshly. Jiangwan deliberately provoked him, since she was unhappy. He should not expect to feel joy either. After all, he had refused to let her go. Regardless of your feelings, you are betrothed to Yun Yanran. She will be the future matriarch of the Fu family. If you choose to save face for me, the Yun family may not retaliate against you. But I cannot be so certain. If they target me, what will you do then? Fu Xi frowned. You are my woman. It is my duty to protect you. Jiangwan felt a laugh bubbling up. In her past life, when the Yun family targeted her, Fu Xi had suspected her of being the true culprit behind Yun Yanran's fall. He believed her to be cunning and thought that feigning illness was no longer effective. Thus, it was not impossible for him to directly confront Yun Yanran. Consequently, he sought to send her far away, forbidding her ever to return to the capital.
Now,
reflecting on it, leaving the capital had been the wisest choice. Perhaps the child would not have perished. The rights and wrongs of those past events had become blurred. Jiangwan did not harbor hatred for Fu Xi. Rather, she could no longer trust him. She had no desire to be with him. Softening her tone, she said, some matters cannot be resolved merely by your will. I am alone, and do not wish to be entangled in these affairs. Wan, you still do not believe in me. Life is fraught with helplessness for everyone. I do not wish to be the one abandoned when the moment arises.
Impossible.
Fu Xi replied with conviction. You are my life. How could I ever abandon you? Jiangwan chose not to argue further. With no expectations, there would be no disappointment. Without disappointment, resentment would not arise. Jiangwan believed she had conveyed all that needed to be said to Fu Xi, hoping he would no longer cling to her.
Now,
the Fu and Yun families were already bound by a marriage contract. The more Fu Xi treated her well, the more he would push her towards an irreversible fate. The matriarch would not tolerate her, and troubles would undoubtedly arise from the Yun family. After today, her time was limited. Chapter 12. You shameless. The matriarch had long harbored disdain for Jiangwan. Upon learning of the incident at Tianxiangzhai, she flew into a furious rage. The future matriarch had yet to enter the household and was already humiliated. What audacity! Bring her to the east courtyard. Let her experience the family's discipline. Today she shall learn what it means to know her place. The matron implored, Madam, the master is in residence today. Punishing Jiang Yinyang now will only cause him distress. Perhaps it would be better to address this later. The matriarch's expression darkened. She is merely a concubine. Must I consult the calendar to deal with her? That is not my meaning. I fear this may create discord between you and the master. You have stated she is just a concubine. If so, why stir up trouble and risk harmony? If she were an ordinary concubine, that would be one thing. But once Yanran enters the household, she can bear children, ensuring the Fu family's legacy. Yet look, Ci Gur has been manipulated by her, daring to defy openly. The matriarch, still weak in health, became even more breathless with anger. The matron supported her, continuously soothing her. The master is still on your side, otherwise
he would not have agreed to the marriage.
As long as Miss Yanran does not retract her agreement, this union will not falter. The matriarch sighed. Ci Gur is too cold in temperament. He should marry a lively and virtuous wife to bring warmth to the home. Yanran's family is respectable, and they are well matched. Why is he so oblivious to his good fortune? He is still young. In a few years, he will understand your good intentions. The matriarch merely wished to hasten the wedding date and conclude the matter swiftly for her peace of mind. With a huff, she thought Jiangwan was truly a calamity. To protect her, Ci Gur had even angered the emperor. Had it not been for his aunt's intercession, would a mere beating suffice to resolve it? The more she thought, the angrier she became. Tomorrow, once Ci Gur attends court, bring Jiangwan to me. The matron nodded but questioned whether punishment was too severe. Jiang Yinyang's health is frail. A single lash might take her life. Jiang Wan's delicate constitution was one reason the matriarch found her detestable. She appeared ill and brought ill fortune. How could she possibly bear children in the future? Such a woman, regardless of her beauty, would be worthless. No one would want her as a concubine. Only Si Gur was foolish enough to have been ensnared by her charm. With a derisive snort, the matriarch observed, "Let us see how she performs. If she behaves, she will kneel for 2 hours, but if she remains unrepentant, only the family's discipline will suffice. After all, there are national laws and family rules. If we do not punish her, how can we explain it to the Yun family? Once Yanran enters the household, there may be lingering grievances that could hinder her relationship with Si Gur." The matron ceased her attempts to dissuade the matriarch. Jiang Yinyang's fate would depend on her own fortune. Jiang Wan initially thought returning to the residence would mean facing the matriarch's wrath, as it had in her previous life. When Fu Si first postponed their wedding, the old lady had summoned her to kneel for 2 hours. This time, Jiang Wan resolved that if the old lady demanded she listen to her scolding, she would find an excuse to evade it. Traditionally, in a month, the autumn hunt would commence, and Fu Si would surely accompany them for half a month. As long as he was absent from the residence, she had ample means to escape. With no desire to curry favor with the matriarch, Jiang Wan naturally would not seek to face punishment. That night, Fu Si insisted on sharing a bed with Jiang Wan. No matter how much she kicked him, he refused to leave. "I have slept on a soft couch for over 10 days. If I do not return, the autumn moon and the others will surely grow suspicious." Jiang Wan was indifferent to such matters. She did not wish to engage in intimacy with Fu Si, as sharing a bed was too perilous. The child, intertwined with their fates, had suffered enough. Jiang Wan did not want to bring another into this world to suffer. Kicking Fu Si again, she demanded, "Will you leave or not?" "I will not." As the cold lingered, Fu Si felt he might go mad. It said that couples argue at the head of the bed but reconcile by the foot. Let him leave. That is impossible. Jiang Wan sat up. "Where to?" Without uttering a word, she stepped over Fu Si. He assumed she was headed to the bath, so he leisurely lay on the bed awaiting her return. After a long while, she still had not come back. Fu Si rose and exited the inner room, summoning the maid on night duty. "Go check on the madam." The maid, looking conflicted, pointed towards the side room. "The concubine is in there." Fu Si's expression darkened. Sharing a bed was not enough. Now, they had to share rooms as well. He strode into the side room and lifted the person on the bed.
"Put me down."
Jiang Wan protested, striking his back. Fu Si furrowed his brow, giving her a light slap on the backside.
"Behave."
The maid, watching in shock, thought to herself, is this really the aloof Master Fu? How could he act so frivolously? Witnessing the two enter the inner room, she promptly stepped forward to close the door. With Fu Si pinning her down, Jiang Wan felt a tension in her mind. "I don't feel well. You should go." "Where do you feel unwell?" Fu Si, on the edge of danger, loosened Jiang Wan's clothing. "Let me check." Jiang Wan pressed her clothing closed. "If you wish, you may send 2 maids to have their faces made up."
Fuciciacol din disbelief.
"You are truly generous. Do not forget that you are my woman." A kiss came crashing down. Jiang Wan used all her strength to push and kick him, but it was futile. Ultimately, Fu Si grasped her feet in his hands and pressed a kiss upon them. Jiang Wan, sensitive to ticklishness, felt as if something surged within her body, a delightful and numbing sensation. She cried out in surprise, kicking Fu Si in the face. "How shameless. I can be even more shameless. Care to try?" "Get lost." "All right, let's roll together." Having experienced this once, Fu Si knew how to please Jiang Wan. Trembling, she despised her own weakness. Tears streamed down her face, only to be kissed away by Fu Si. He withdrew slightly, saying, "I will stop, do not cry." He attempted to wipe her tears with his fingertips, but they would not dry. Fu Si felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. Was it truly so painful to be intimate with him? Had she forgotten all the affections of the past? Shaking hands, he helped Jiang Wan dress. "Do not cry. If you disagree in the future, I will never touch you again." Jiang Wan wept sorrowfully, hating herself for being unable to break free from Fu Si's influence even after starting anew. How utterly pathetic. Chapter 13. Absolutely not. Fu Si held Jiang Wan through the night, without sleep. It was not until someone outside called, "Sir, it is time to rise for court," that he cautiously released her. Seeing she had not yet awakened, he specially instructed Chiu Yu and the others not to disturb the madam's rest. "When she wakes, Remind her to have her meal, prepare bird's nest soup by noon, and let the kitchen prepare a few light snacks for her, not too sweet. The weather today is pleasant. Allow the madam to take a stroll in the garden instead of staying cooped up indoors. Ignore the people from the east courtyard. If anything arises, I will handle it upon my return. With autumn hunting approaching, Fu Xi would be very busy in the coming days. Uncertain when he would return to the mansion, he meticulously detailed everything he could think of. Finally, he said, "Do not let the madam leave the residence. If she finds it dreary, have the steward invite a troupe to entertain her."
Yes.
Chiu Yu bowed. Sir is truly kind to the concubine. A man from an ordinary family would hardly be so attentive to his lawful wife. If only the concubine came from a better family, she would undoubtedly be the head matriarch. How many would envy her then? After Fu Xi finished washing and changed into court attire, he made one last visit to the inner room. Sitting by the bed, he gazed at Jiang Wan's sleeping face. After an unknown period, he noticed her eyelids flutter. Fu Xi smiled. She was still pretending to sleep. Leaning down, he pressed his lips to her soft mouth, gently kissing that delicate pearl of a lip. He was utterly captivated. Noticing Jiang Wan's brows furrowed, he quickly withdrew. "I must go to court now. I will return to accompany you after my matters are settled. Stay at home obediently. Do not go to the east courtyard to pay respects. And do not think of sneaking away, or you might suffer." After the threat, he sensed a change in Jiang Wan's breath, her eyelashes trembling violently. Fu Xi smirked, pretending not to notice her feigned slumber. He planted another kiss on her forehead. It was only when someone outside reminded him that court time was nearing that he reluctantly departed. As soon as he left, Jiang Wan sat up. "Chiu Yu, madam, do you have any instructions? Prepare water. I wish to bathe."
Yes.
She disdainfully wiped the spot where Fu Xi had kissed her. This man was becoming increasingly unreasonable. Jiang Wan could only hope the days passed swiftly. The sooner autumn hunting arrived, the sooner she would be free from his torment. No sooner had Fu Xi exited the residence than news of the west courtyard reached the matriarch. Last night, the master requested water twice and awoke late this morning, prompting 2 reminders before he finally left. The old lady's face darkened. "What a seductress! She has been ensnaring my son with her charms day in and day out. At this rate, he might jeopardize his career and forget about marrying and having children." The nursemaid had not anticipated the master would behave so recklessly. No matter how much he dotes on a concubine, he cannot neglect his duties. If this were to spread, he would be the subject of ridicule. Lady Jiang is truly reckless. Her health is poor, yet she shows no restraint, dragging the master down with her. It is no wonder the matriarch has always disapproved of her. Though they thought as they might, the nursemaid consoled. Once the new mistress enters the residence, everything will be fine. The master will naturally spend less time in Lady Jiang's courtyard, and their feelings will fade. The matriarch replied. "It seems Yanran is soon to enter the household. That is why she is anxious, employing such underhanded tactics to win my son's heart." Having lived a lifetime in the grand residence, the elderly had seen it all. The nursemaid had accompanied the matriarch in managing the old master's concubines, many of whom were skilled in seduction. Those tactics would surely leave even courtesans in the dust. The Jiang family had many concubines in the past. Although Lady Jiang was a legitimate daughter, she could not be entirely ignorant of certain matters while living in the inner courtyard. She must have learned quite a bit from her surroundings. As long as she was shameless enough to lower herself to please the master with her looks and figure, no man could escape her grasp. The nursemaid asked, "What do you wish to do? We can no longer allow them to run rampant." The old lady's tone was cold. "First, we must punish her, and when my son is away from the residence, we will find an opportunity to sell her off." The nursemaid gasped. If the master were to find out, it would be disastrous. Selling off Lady Jiang would be a true thunderclap compared to merely applying the family rules. The nursemaid felt that if this were to happen, the master would surely cause an uproar. "Do you think I am unaware of what you are thinking? Once the matter is settled, it will be too late for my son to protest. This is absolutely unacceptable. If you truly dislike Lady Jiang, just send her away. How could you expect my son to forget her so easily? I suspect it won't be long before he finds her again." The maid still felt uneasy. Better to end the pain quickly than to suffer long. That is the true solution. Without her purity, could my son still take her back? Perhaps due to age or having watched Fu Xi grow up, the nursemaid felt this approach was too extreme. But she was just a servant. What right did she have to speak up? The matriarch raised her hand to summon Jiangwan. Yes, I will go at once. Just after Jiangwan finished breakfast, someone from the matriarch's side arrived. Lady Jiang, you offended the future mistress yesterday. The matriarch requests your presence in the east courtyard to receive instruction. Please come with us. Jiangwan thought to herself, the inevitable has come. Casting a glance at Xiaoyu, the clever girl stepped forward to respond. Nursemaid, the madam is unwell today, and the master has instructed that she not leave the house. The nursemaid's expression darkened. This was sheer arrogance born from favor. This is the courtyard of the Fu family. Has the old matriarch's authority become ineffective? The servants dare not defy the master's orders. Such a declaration of unwillingness to comply reflects a complete disregard for the eastern courtyard. Chuyue lowered her head, remaining silent. After all, the master had previously decreed that the concubines need not attend to the eastern courtyard. They were merely acting upon orders. The matron was infuriated. It is said that maids reflect their masters, and this girl, Chuyue, dares to argue back, relying solely on the influence of concubine Jiang. Her gaze fell upon Jiangwan, asking, "What is your opinion on this matter, concubine Jiang? Since it was the master's directive, I have no recourse." Matron, what do you think of this approach? Once the master returns to the residence, I shall inquire about his thoughts, and, once he consents, I shall then go to the old matriarch to receive her admonishment. The matron was at a loss, gritting her teeth and muttering 3 affirmatives. Concubine Jiang has now disregarded even the old matriarch. Should any trouble arise in the future, do not seek the matriarch's assistance. After saying this, she stormed off in anger. This remark served as a wake-up call for Jiangwan, as the old matriarch had always held a disfavor towards her. Once Fu Xi attended the autumn hunt, troubles may arise for her within the residence. At this time in her previous life, she had quarreled with Fu Xi, fearing that he might interact with Yun Yanran during the hunt. Thus, she shamelessly followed him. Jiangwan was uncertain about what might transpire if she remained in the residence this time. Various thoughts flooded her mind. With Fu Xi absent, her chances of escape increased. Yet she was uncertain if the matriarch would suddenly turn against her. Conversely, if she accompanied Fu Xi to the autumn hunt, while her chances of fleeing would diminish, the presence of numerous people might afford her some time. In that moment, Jiangwan found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 14. Do you not realize your error? With a crash, the old matriarch, in a fit of rage, hurled the medicinal bowl she was holding. The floor was left in disarray. Instantly, the maids and matrons fell to their knees. How outrageous! Do not think that with Cige's protection, she can act with impunity. Go, bring her here, directly. This time, the matron did not go personally, but dispatched several maids. They were to employ diplomacy first, and if concubine Jiang did not cooperate, they need not be courteous. After sending them off, she prepared another bowl of medicine for the old matriarch. Do not neglect your health. This poison is quite severe, and you must take your medicine diligently. If I do not deal with her, my efforts against this poison will be in vain. As Jiangwan had surmised, the old matriarch had administered the poison herself. Knowing Jiangwan's standing in Fu Xi's heart, she believed that only by applying severe measures would he relent regarding marriage. In this generation of the Fu family, there was but one heir. The old matriarch felt urgency. Coincidentally, she encountered a granddaughter-in-law who pleased her in every way, prompting her resolve to give them a push. The matron cautioned, "You must not speak of this again. Be wary of eavesdroppers." The old matriarch nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her words. Cige despises being deceived. Should he discover this matter, the consequences would be dire. Have someone inform the Yun family to expedite the arrangements. Once the autumn hunt concludes, let them wed. Delaying further may lead to complications with his health. The individuals from the eastern courtyard came and went. Jiangwan realized that her absence was no longer tenable. The leading matron was the same one who had been disrespectful to Jiangwan previously. Concubine Jiang, will you walk on your own, or shall we take action? Jiangwan set down her brush and replied, "Lead the way." Chuyue was immensely anxious, sensing the old matriarch's intent to punish the concubine. If anything befalls the concubine, the residents of the western courtyard would surely suffer the consequences. In the vast Fu residence, besides Fu Xi, the old matriarch was the only true authority. At this moment, the old matriarch had issued a stern order and sent so many people, clearly unwilling to relent. All they could do was hope for the master's swift return. Upon entering the eastern courtyard, Jiang found the old matriarch reclining on the couch, adorned with a headpiece, her complexion appearing somewhat better, perhaps due to her age. Her recovery was slow, and she lacked the strength to rise from her bed. Upon seeing Jiang, the old matriarch commanded, "Kneel." Since the old matriarch insisted on summoning her to the eastern courtyard, it was evident that punishment was inevitable. Jiang, however, was capable of yielding when necessary and knelt down. As she did, Yue followed suit, silently praying for the master's early return. "Do you know why I have called you here?" The tone of Jiang was reverent as she replied, "I am but a foolish concubine. I humbly request your guidance." Old matriarch. I see you refuse to acknowledge your error. If that is the case, kneel for half an hour and reflect on your mistakes. Jiang was not surprised. The old matriarch was determined to punish her. Even if she eloquently defended herself, it would be futile. She remained quietly kneeling, neither begging for mercy nor providing explanations. The old matriarch's anger grew as she observed Jiang, particularly after half an hour. Sweat beaded on Jiang's forehead. Yet she still did not bow to acknowledge her fault. The old matriarch's ire only intensified. Such pretentiousness. "I suspect you are scheming to gain sympathy from Siaigo." Her murky gaze shifted. Once Siaigo returned, he would surely vent his frustration on her. Therefore, it would be better to thoroughly discipline Jiang now, teaching her the proper conduct of a concubine. In the future, she would see if she dared to provoke Yanran again or drag Siaigo into an indulgent life. Her knees ached, to the point where her entire legs felt numb, yet Jiang maintained her upright posture. The matron softly reminded the old matriarch, "If this continues, the master may return. Do you not recognize your fault?" The old matriarch's intent was clear to Jiang, just as she had discussed with Fu Xi, regardless of the situation. Whenever displeasure arose, she would be the one to bear the punishment. Jiang's heart felt icy. In such a place, what had she truly cherished in her previous life? I beseeched the old matriarch for guidance. The old matriarch had never intended to let Jiang off easily. If she admitted her mistake, it could be used to her advantage. Punishment was warranted, and it would provide an explanation to Siaigo. Initially, she merely intended to deliver a couple of lashes to instill a lesson, but now the old matriarch altered her decision. At least 5 lashes. Let us see if her resolve remains unyielding. Bring forth the family law. Yue was terrified, repeatedly prostrating herself, pleading for the old matriarch to show mercy. Given the concubine's frail health, there are laws of the nation and rules of the family. Once you entered the Fu family, you must abide by our customs. The old matriarch showed no signs of compassion. You should have been punished in the ancestral hall, before our ancestors, but your actions are too disgraceful, tainting their ears. Thus, you shall be punished here. Jiang almost laughed. She had no right to enter the Fu family's ancestral hall. As a mere concubine, there was no need for a specific day or place to punish her. The whip sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Excruciating pain erupted across her back, her already frigid heart freezing further in that moment, leaving no room for warmth. What was the merit of being a concubine? It bore no difference from being a servant. Others wished to strike, and so they did. Do not strike again. That was already the 5th lash. The concubine may perish. Yue lunged forward, attempting to intercept a lash, but was pulled away by a nearby matron, preventing her from getting closer. She could only continue to bow, pleading for the old matriarch's mercy. Half reclining on the couch, the old matriarch had her eyes half closed, her expression unchanged. The more resolute Jiang became, the more determined the old matriarch was to break her spirit. If she did not subdue her now, once Yanran entered the residence, she would surely be bullied. As Jiang witnessed yet another lash land upon her, the old matriarch coldly stated, "Since you have chosen to be a concubine, you must recognize your place. Yanran is the wife I have meticulously chosen for Siaigo. Your humiliation towards her warrants your expulsion from the Fu family, or even your sale. The fact that you are still here enjoying comforts is due to the Fu family's mercy. From this day forth, you shall voluntarily vacate the western courtyard. Should you dare to lead Siaigo astray again, next time it will not be merely a matter of a few lashes." The scent of blood permeated the air, accompanied by a dull pain in her heart. Jiang was on the brink of fainting. Within the same household, she once again realized the fragility of life. In the eyes of the Fu family, she was nothing. Her death would merely signify the absence of an idol eater. Chapter 15. A bad premonition after the court session. The fourth prince invited Yunda and Fu Xi to Tangxiang's for a drink. The Fu family was the fourth prince's maternal family, and he wholeheartedly supported this union. Upon learning of the discord between Fu Xi and the Yun brothers, he specifically arranged this gathering, hoping to mend their rift over a cup of wine. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Xi declined. I have matters to attend to. Cousin, you do not intend to return home, do you? Fu Xi did not conceal his intentions. I simply wish to return briefly to see Wanwan before attending to other affairs. The fourth prince shook his head repeatedly. No wonder grandmother is busy arranging your marriage. Look at you, so completely engrossed in Jiangwan. Do you see anyone else? The mention of marriage proposals agitated Fu Xi. Having a betrothal with another woman left him feeling insecure in his words and actions before Wanwan. Frowning in irritation, he warned, if you wish to prattle on, I shall take my leave. The fourth prince raised a hand to stop him. Cousin, have you considered that it is precisely because you value Jiangwan so highly that grandmother targets her? Fu Xi understood the reasoning well. But now that Jiangwan was alone and vulnerable, how could he bear to distance himself from her? Most importantly, he felt incapable of doing so. The woman he cherished was right there within reach, and if he were to feign indifference, it would not only trouble him but also hurt Wanwan. He could not bear the thought of her misunderstanding his feelings. At that moment, Fu Xi only wished to reconcile with Jiangwan, putting all other matters aside. I must return. Wait, I have not finished speaking. The fourth prince cast a glance at Yunda, who was waiting not far away, and whispered, You will have to marry sooner or later. It would be wiser to align with grandmother's wishes, if she is in good spirits. Jiangwan's life in the household will be more bearable. Who says I must marry?
Fuci retorted.
Do you expect me to spend my life with Jiangwan? Is that not a possibility? The fourth prince's expression was complex. If they were merely ordinary people, it would indeed be feasible to live devotedly to one woman. However, the fierce struggles of the court demanded strategic alliances. One could not afford to overlook such necessities. Unless he were to retire to a life of leisure, he would have to consider these matters. Father and mother have recently reconciled quite a bit. For the sake of my mother, do not provoke the Yun family just yet. His Majesty holds genuine feelings for my aunt. Do not overthink it. The fourth prince sighed. Am I still a child of 3? The emperor may have feelings for the empress, but who knows how much sincerity lies beneath that facade. Fu Xi scanned the surroundings, wishing to avoid unnecessary chatter. The fourth prince made a gesture to silence himself. In any case, Jiangwan is within the household. She is not going anywhere. Do me a favor and accompany me to Tangxiang's. Annoyed by his cousin's insistence and considering the emperor's current favor towards General Yun, Fu Xi reluctantly agreed to go to Tangxiang's. Though Yunda was also unwilling, he could only comply with the fourth prince's invitation. Thinking of his sister's unwavering determination to marry Fu Xi, as they exited the palace, they encountered the steward waiting for them. Sir, you must return to the residence at once. The old lady has summoned Madame Jiang to the eastern courtyard for a reprimand. Upon hearing this, Fu Xi could no longer entertain any other thoughts and immediately set off for home. Fu Xi, are you planning to play tricks again? Yunda scolded, blocking his path. Your concubine is truly remarkable. A mere breeze sends you into a frenzy. If Yanren enters your household, she might find herself in a perilous position. The fourth prince interjected. Hearing a few reprimands will not cost you anything, cousin. Do not be too hasty. How could Fu Xi not be anxious? Jiangwan was already at odds with him. Hearing a reprimand would surely make her feel worse. She was already in poor health. What if grandmother's words were harsh enough to provoke her condition? Jiangwan had just recovered. He dared not imagine the consequences of her falling ill again. Pushing past Yunda, he ordered the servants to unload the carriage and rode back to the residence. Yunda was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Fu Xi, a civil official, would also be a skilled horseman. By the time he regained his composure, Fu Xi had already galloped away. Your Highness, it is not that I do not respect you. But you see, Minister Fu is entirely focused on his little concubine, neglecting this marriage proposal altogether. I suggest you withdraw. Our Yanran is simply not suited for him. My cousin once had a betrothal with Jiangwan and now feels pity for her plight, thus he is more attentive. Do not take offense, young General Yun. Is this merely attentiveness? It is evident he cherishes her dearly, fearing she might break if held too tightly, or melt if placed in his mouth. The fourth prince chuckled. This precisely indicates that my cousin is a man of deep feelings and loyalty. In the future, your sister will certainly enjoy equal treatment. Yunda, straightforward and earnest, was somewhat swayed by the fourth prince's words. He had heard a bit about Fu Xi and his concubine. If he were to abandon Jiangwan now, it would indeed seem somewhat unfeeling. Noticing Yunda's wavering resolve, the fourth prince urged, "Come on, let us drink without him. We can swing by the residence and summon your second and third brothers." Very well. Fu Xi rode back to the residence, handed the reins to the gatekeeper, and hastened towards the eastern courtyard. The matron stationed at the courtyard gate widened her eyes upon seeing Fu Xi, clearly surprised by his return at this hour. She quickly bowed in greeting. Seeing the terrified expressions on the maids and matrons, Fu Xi's heart sank. "The old lady, the master has returned." As soon as the maid announced, Fu Xi rushed inside. The scene before him was enough to make his heart shatter.
Wan.
Chapter 16. I shall not live alone. Jiangwan did not wish to die. She had not yet left the Fu family, nor had she begun her new life. Upon hearing Fu Xi's voice, her spirit momentarily eased, and she fainted. The figure before him was battered and bloodied, and as Fu Xi's legs weakened, he fell to his knees beside Jiangwan. His eyes brimmed with tears as he longed to embrace her, but feared his clumsiness might cause her pain.
Wan.
The person pressed against the bench lay with closed eyes, unresponsive. Jiangwan, already frail and sickly, had become ashen, her breath faint. Fu Xi trembled as he reached toward her nose. There was still a breath. His Wanwan was still alive. They say a man seldom sheds tears, but at that moment, Fu Xi could no longer contain his emotions. Hot tears fell. He bellowed at the servants, "Why haven't you summoned a physician? Something has happened to Wanwan. I demand your lives." At that moment, no one dared to obstruct him. Chuyue wiped her tears and hurried to fetch the physician. The old lady's heart raced. Why had he returned at this hour? She exchanged glances with the matron, both losing their earlier confidence. Fu Xi carefully lifted Jiangwan from the bench. Noticing her bitten lip and the sweat-soaked hair clinging to her forehead, she looked both wretched and weakened. The tension in his mind snapped completely. He laid Jiangwan on a nearby soft couch and knelt before the old lady. "Grandmother, I always believed you merely disliked Wanwan, thinking that distancing her would bring peace to us all. I never imagined that after just 2 hours of my absence, you would subject her to such torment. In the past, I thought of you as my dear grandmother, believing that as long as you were content, Wanwan could endure a little suffering. It seems I have underestimated the situation. You do not merely dislike her. You detest her, loathe her. Even when she is not before you, you seek ways to torment her, even to the point of wishing for her life. This time, I have failed to protect Wanwan. I cannot confront you nor express my apologies to her. I can only bear the same grievances she has suffered." The old lady, in a panic, exclaimed, "What do you mean? You would quarrel with your grandmother over a concubine?" The word concubine pierced Fu Xi's heart with an unbearable pain. She became a concubine out of necessity, merely a wretched soul. Please do not make it difficult for her. Furthermore, in my grandson's heart, Wanwan is his wife. The old matriarch, infuriated, declared, "I should have struck her dead earlier, to spare you from being bewitched and remaining obstinately ignorant." Witnessing his grandmother's aggressive demeanor, Fu Xi felt an even greater sorrow. "Wanwan has never harmed you, nor has she done anything to wrong you. Why must you target her so? She has bewitched you, distracted you from your duties, and caused Yan Ran to suffer. That is her fault. In another household, mere lashes would not suffice. She could very well be killed."
Disappointment filled Fu Xi's eyes.
If his grandmother dared to beat Wanwan now, would she not also dare to kill her later? "Grandmother, I do not wish for you to accept Wanwan, but I want you to understand this. For every lash Wanwan endures, I will endure the same. If she is lost, I shall not live on alone." With that, a cold, piercing gaze fell upon the one holding the whip, commanding in a deep voice, "Strike. Do as you did to Wanwan." Fu Xi was resolute in experiencing the suffering that Jiangwan had endured firsthand. No one dared to disobey his command. When the first lash struck, Fu Xi did not flinch. Tears streamed down the old matriarch's face. "Seer, must you truly wound your grandmother's heart?"
Fu Xi remained silent,
enduring a total of 10 lashes. Finally, he bowed his head to the old matriarch and said, "10 lashes shall not take my life. But if Wanwan does not survive, I will not live on, and I mean it. For a woman, are you willing to sacrifice everything? Only with Wanwan's presence does everything I do hold meaning. Grandmother, do not push me."
Rising, Fu Xi embraced Jiang Van and departed.
She must have disliked the east courtyard. He vowed never to let her return. The old matriarch had anticipated a confrontation upon Fu Si's return home, but never expected him to endure 10 lashes himself. This unfilial grandson, does he not understand that the pain inflicted upon him also pierces this old woman's heart? The master is in good health. Do not worry too much, someone said. Did you not hear him? He wishes to share life and death with that sickly woman. The nurse attempted to console her. The master is merely trying to frighten you. Who would act so foolishly? Even knowing Fu Si was merely intimidating them, the old matriarch dared not act recklessly. As long as this calamity remains, I will have no face to meet the ancestors of the Fu family in the afterlife. There is plenty of time ahead. You must remain patient. Having witnessed her grandson go mad for a woman, the old matriarch could hardly maintain her composure. Resolute, she decided that during the autumn hunt, Jiangwan must be dealt with. By then, once the dust had settled, Fu Si's protests would be in vain. The doctor was tending to Jiangwan's wounds while Fu Si remained vigilantly at her side. Gazing at her mangled back, he felt that the 10 lashes he received were far too few. Master, Zhang Yinyang is inherently frail, and now with such grave injuries. Ensure the wounds do not come into contact with water. Should she show signs of fever, quickly cool her down. Fu Si noted every instruction, fearing that in an emergency, the doctor might not arrive in time. He had someone remain in the west courtyard during this period. Master, your own wounds also require attention. Xiao Yu had already tended to the wounds on Fu Si's body. Without a moment's rest, he returned to Jiangwan's side. Seeing that she had yet to awaken, he instructed Xiao Yu to remain close and not leave her side before stepping outside to tend to his own injuries. Fu Si had previously endured a beating in the palace to protect Jiangwan. Now, he had suffered another round of lashes. For some time, both Jiangwan and the old matriarch had been ill, preventing Fu Si from resting properly. Even a man of iron could not withstand such strain. The servants attending to him noticed the pallor on his face. After treating his wounds, Fu Si called Xiao Yu to him and recounted the events that had transpired. Learning that individuals from the east courtyard had come twice, and that their attitude towards Jiangwan had been quite poor, Fu Si was furious. What use is there in keeping such unruly servants? He summoned the steward. Those who have disrespected the lady today shall receive 20 lashes each, and all shall be sold off. As for the old matriarch, do not concern yourself with her. Simply state that it is my command.
Yes.
While it is not wrong for each to serve their master, in this household, anyone who dares to bully Wan under the protection of their status shall not escape unscathed. The old matriarch believed this matter would pass, without consequence. However, she was taken aback when, after taking her medicine and preparing to rest, the steward arrived to carry out Fu Si's orders. The courtyard erupted in chaos as the servants cried out in despair. We were merely following orders. What wrong have we done? Please, old matriarch, save us. Old matriarch, please save us. 20 lashes would be fatal for grown men. How could these older and weaker individuals endure such punishment? Most importantly, who would dare to take in those sold off by a prominent family? Where would they go from here? Please, old matriarch, save us. These individuals were all the old matriarch's trusted aides. Some had served her since their youth. By selling them off, Fu Si aimed to cut off one of the old matriarch's arms. Within the entire capital, no other family's descendants would dare extend their hands into the courtyard of their elders. This was all in retaliation for a concubine. He has truly gone mad for Jiangwan. The nurse was in a state of panic. Among those being sold was her granddaughter, a first-class maid. The old matriarch had promised that when the new lady entered the household, she would allow Jiao Jiao to serve Fu Si as a concubine and bear him children.
Now,
sold off, it was uncertain whether she would survive, let alone become a concubine. With a thud, the nurse knelt beside the old matriarch's bed. What are you doing? The nurse's eyes brimmed with tears. Jiao Jiao has been raised by you. She is only 15 this year. You must save her. The old matriarch's brow twitched. Selling off a few servants was inconsequential, but causing a commotion at this critical juncture could undermine her authority in the family. Having lived a lifetime, the old matriarch could not believe that a mere concubine could upend her position. No one in the east courtyard is to be harmed. Bring Seer here. The old matriarch's voice echoed from within the room, yet the steward, having already received Fu Si's orders, pretended not to hear. Swiftly, he directed the guards to seize the group of maids and matrons, numbering 20 in total. Even those who had been rude to Jiangwan upon her first arrival in the east courtyard were taken away. The cries gradually faded into the distance. The old matriarch trembled with rage. Did you see that? As soon as Jiangwan arrived, she turned the household upside down. If this continues, I fear I shall be diminished in her presence. At this moment, the nurse, too, harbored a deep hatred for Jiangwan. Had she known this would happen, she would not have spoken up for Jiangwan. It would have been better to let the old matriarch strike her dead. To have bewitched the master to this extent. How is she any different from a vixen? Old matriarch, I wish to personally plead with the master. Given our years of master-servant friendship, surely he will show mercy? After all, she had served the old matriarch her entire life. She did not wish to alienate her. Jiao Jiao will come to no harm. If need be, I shall pay some silver. The nurse nodded repeatedly. With your word, I shall be at ease. Chapter 17. Knowing and deliberate offense. Fu Xi was already in a foul mood at such a moment. To plead for those who harmed Jiangwan was akin to throwing fuel on a fire. The nurse continued to bow her head. Jiao Jiao has just reached maturity. She has not yet married or borne children. I implore the master to show mercy and spare her. Fu Xi snorted coldly. My Wanwan is also young. Why does no one show her compassion? It is the old matriarch's order. We, the servants, must comply. Is this what the old matriarch commanded? To flaunt power before Wanwan? This pack of bullies, unable to see their own status, are lucky to remain unscathed. My family has shown mercy. The nurse was at a loss for words, continually bowing her head and pleading for mercy. Fu Xi felt no softness in his heart. If he did not mete out punishment today, tomorrow someone would dare to act with impunity. Those he would not even touch with a finger, these vile servants boldly bullied. On what grounds do they presume to do so? Since you seek to take credit, be prepared to bear the consequences. In light of your years of service to my grandmother, I shall refrain from holding it against you. However, I do hope you will remember to show my dear Wanwan the respect she deserves in the future. My grandmother understands that further pleading is futile. Bowing deeply, I rose to depart. Having dealt with the people in the east courtyard, Fu Xi finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, the realization that the mastermind was his own grandmother washed over him like a wave of helplessness. He could not seek justice for Wanwan. Would she be angry? Would she consider leaving again?
Fuji felt increasingly uneasy.
My lord, the concubine has awakened, came Chu Yue's delighted voice from within the inner chamber. Fu Xi composed himself and hurried inside. He saw Jiangwan frowning, gently holding her hand. Wanwan, where do you feel discomfort? It hurts. Her back was injured severely, forcing Jiangwan to lie flat. Every part of her body felt stiff and uncomfortable beyond measure. Fearing she might inadvertently graze her wound,
Fuji pressed gently on her shoulder.
Don't move. The medicine has been applied to your back and must not be disturbed. Jiangwan complied, feeling too weak to engage in conversation. She closed her eyes, seeking rest. Wanwan, I am sorry for causing you pain again. I have arranged for a residence outside. Once your health improves, we shall move there. Fearing she might misunderstand, Fu Xi quickly added, I will move with you. It signifies establishing our own household, not casting you aside.
Zhang Van found Fuji's intentions perplexing.
Do you intend to sever ties with the matriarch? Not at all. Then what is the purpose of all this commotion? Do you believe the matriarch is insufficiently antagonistic towards me? That is not my intention. So you wish for the entire capital to point fingers at me, labeling me a disruptor, and to sow discord between you and the matriarch? Fu Xi shook his head. I merely wish to protect you. Once we establish our own household, you shall be the sole mistress, free from the scrutiny of others. This approach merely treats the symptoms, not the root problems. What good is it to stir up such turmoil? Jiangwan's desires were clear to Fu Xi, yet he could not allow her to leave. Enduring such severe injuries, Jiangwan did not quarrel with Fu Xi nor express her grievances. Fu Xi felt a tumult of emotions, sensing the growing chasm between them. Wanwan, you may scold me or strike me, but please do not keep your feelings bottled up inside. Jiangwan had little to say to Fu Xi. In her past life, she and her child's lives were a debt owed to Fu Xi's act of saving her. The lashes she received today were a repayment for the punishment he endured on her behalf. From this day forth, they owed each other nothing. Chapter 18. No vulnerabilities. Jiangwan had no desire to engage in meaningless arguments with Fu Xi. She turned her head away, unwilling to even glance at him. Fu Xi felt a profound sense of loss, understanding that Jiangwan had never been in the wrong. From her father's choice to conspire with the deposed prince to her current situation as his concubine, she had been pushed along without any choices of her own. For women, the world was inherently harsh. Now, even a stable living environment eluded her, leaving Fu Xi consumed by guilt. Was it truly as the fourth prince suggested, that the more he treated Wanwan well, the more his grandmother disapproved? Yet, if he did not treat her well, would his grandmother not become even more reckless in her harm towards her? And what of those vile servants who took advantage of others? Would they not bully Wanwan further? Fu Xi found himself in a dilemma, feeling trapped by every decision. He reached out to touch Jiang Wan's nape. "What would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something for you." Jiang Wan, drained of energy, awoke briefly only to wish for sleep again. Hearing Fu Xi's voice irked her. "If you cannot remain silent, I will leave at once. This is the matriarch's command."
Fucifaro disbrau.
"No one aside from you can reside in the west courtyard." Jiang Wan's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Do you truly believe that?" "It is my sincere belief." Belief and reality are two different matters. Fu Xi had long recognized that Jiang Wan was unlike other women. She was a woman of conviction.
Now.
Rendered speechless by her words, he carefully grasped her hand, seeking closeness in this manner. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, surrendering to the depths of slumber. Maintaining one position for too long grew uncomfortable, and unconsciously, she shifted her direction. Seeing her sleep soundly, Fu Xi finally dared to gaze upon her without restraint. She appeared frail, bearing the marks of great suffering. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, her once rosy lips now devoid of color. Fu Xi felt a deep ache within, yet found no means to alleviate it. He simply continued to watch Jiang Wan, lost in thought. After the fourth prince and the three brothers of the Yun family finished their banquet, they stopped by the Fu residence to visit the matriarch. Noticing the gloomy atmosphere within the house and the servants' fearful silence, they grew suspicious. "Grandmother, what troubles you? Did you not recover well a few days ago? Why does it seem more severe today?" The matriarch sighed. "It is all due to your cousin." The fourth prince understood. It must pertain to Jiang Wan. For who else could it be? "Your cousin used to leave early and return late, focus solely on his duties. Ever since Jiang Wan entered the household, he rushes home at every opportunity." "What nonsense is this?" The fourth prince reassured her. "She is merely a concubine. She cannot cause too much disturbance. If your cousin desires her, let him be. Once the novelty wears off, you can deal with Jiang Wan, and your cousin will no longer protect her. Your relationship with him will remain unaffected." The matriarch wished to follow this course, but she feared the gamble. What if her grandson fell deeper into absurdity? If that were to happen, it would be too late to remedy the situation. It is often said that family scandals should not be aired in public. Even before her own grandson, the matriarch was reluctant to say too much. After few complaints, she decided to rest. "Grandmother, please rest. I will seek out my cousin." Go on, go on. That useless boy is likely in the west courtyard, entertaining someone." The fourth prince thought to himself, "What a spectacle this has become. Has my cousin been back for over an hour and still is entertaining someone? Then please rest well. I will return when I have the chance." Personally tucking the matriarch in, the fourth prince instructed someone to convey his message to the west courtyard before following the steward to the front courtyard. Along the way, as he learned the ins and outs of the situation, the fourth prince's heart was heavy with worry. Jiang Wan was undoubtedly his cousin's Achilles heel. If someone were to exploit her, they would have him at their mercy. His greatest reliance was on his cousin. Would Jiang Wan jeopardize his prospects? The more he pondered, the heavier his heart felt. Those in elevated positions must not have vulnerabilities, as it is perilous. No wonder his grandmother was so anxious. Today, his cousin could declare his willingness to share life and death with Jiang Wan. Tomorrow, he might forsake everything for her. At that point, he would effectively lose his strongest support. How could he compete with others then? Realizing this, not only did the matriarch wish to resolve the issue with Jiang Wan, but even the fourth prince considered it necessary. She was but a woman. How could she compare to a promising future? Noting the fourth prince's arrival, Fu Xi remained in the west courtyard, sending someone away instead. This only reinforced the fourth prince's belief in the matriarch's concerns. Jiang Wan was indeed a calamity. When Jiang Wan awoke again, the sun had already begun to set. Fu Xi was not in the room, and only Yue remained by her side. "My lord's subordinates came to report on official matters. Fearing it might disturb you, my lord has gone to the front courtyard." Jiang Wan remembered that Yue had taken a lash for her. "You should rest well for the next few days until your wounds heal." and then you may return to serve me." Feeling cared for by her master, Chuyue was deeply touched. "I am well. One lash is nothing. You suffered an undeserved misfortune today. Take a few days to recuperate." After a moment of hesitation, Chuyue added, "My lord also received 10 lashes." At that moment, Jiangwan had already lost consciousness and was unaware of what Fu Xi had done upon his return. After a moment of hesitation, she merely instructed the servants to be more attentive. Qiuyu sensed that her master still cared for the elder. Engaging in quarrels with the elder would yield no benefits for her master. In her quest to vindicate you, the elder had dealt with the maids and instructed our people in the west courtyard not to allow anyone else in. Such events had never transpired in her previous life. Due to her rebirth, certain things had changed, while others continued along their original paths. In light of this, Jiangwan harbored no desire to attempt once more. Life is singular, and there is no need to wager so heavily. "I am hungry," she declared. Qiuyu quickly replied, "The small kitchen is preparing soup for you. I will serve you a bowl first, and then I shall have something else. Let someone else handle it, you should rest." Qiuyu wanted to insist that she was fine, but faced with those unassailable eyes, she dared not object. "I shall arrange it at once." Alone in her inner chamber, Jiangwan gently moved her shoulders. She was unsure what medicine had been applied, but her back no longer throbbed painfully. Instead, it felt pleasantly cool. Lying flat for too long inevitably caused some discomfort in her chest. She cautiously turned onto her side, finding immediate relief. Her spirits lifted, and clarity returned to her mind. Today's events made Jiangwan acutely aware that the matriarch would not grant her a path to safety. This signified that she could not collaborate with the matriarch and Yun Yanran. Should the latter wish to eradicate her, she might not have the opportunity to resist.
Now,
She had but one course to pursue: to join Fu Xi in attending the autumn hunt. In 10 to 15 days, she would seek an excuse to return early. Fu Xi could not leave prematurely. As long as he was not by her side, everything would be manageable. Jiangwan pondered whether she should treat Fu Xi with more kindness during this time to lower his guard. Chapter 19. The day was set for after the autumn hunt. Upon hearing of the matriarch's serious illness, Yun Yanran brought supplies to visit her. Having received an invitation in advance, the matriarch had sent a matron to wait at the gate early in the morning. Respectfully, she ushered Yun Yanran into the east courtyard. Sitting beside the matriarch's couch, the two held hands and exchanged pleasantries for a while. "I had intended to visit you a few days ago, but hesitated, fearing it might be inconvenient. Yesterday, upon learning of your worsening condition, I could no longer remain seated. I hurried here this morning, hoping not to disturb your rest." The matriarch rarely smiled, but today she did. What disturbance could there be? Your presence alone is a remedy for your grandmother's ailments. Your daily visits would surely lift her spirits and hasten her recovery. Yun Yanran playfully responded, "If you do not find me bothersome, I shall come every day henceforth." How could your grandmother find you bothersome? If only you could enter the household sooner, it would bring her even greater joy. The household would be lively again. A blush crept across Yun Yanran's cheeks. "My parents say to heed your arrangements. The date is set for after the autumn hunt." The matriarch was overjoyed. As long as the Yun family did not initiate a withdrawal from the engagement, this union was assured. It is said that good things come with trials. Yanran is a radiant child, vivacious and charming, not a frail being to be compared with. Fu Gur could not possibly remain indifferent to her. In time, they would share a harmonious marriage and be blessed with children. The union of the Fu and Yun families would be a formidable alliance, a path to prosperity. The matriarch patted Yun Yanran's hand, saying, "Once you enter the household, I shall entrust you with the management of affairs. You will bear the responsibility from then on." Yun Yanran's heart brimmed with joy. With the matriarch's support, she was confident that one day Fu Xi would be by her side. Provided she created opportunities for them to interact, she was certain she could win his heart. As for Jiangwan, her engagement to Fu Xi was now null. She was merely a concubine in the household. The man was unmarried, and the woman unwed. Yun Yanran felt no guilt towards her. Rather, it was Jiangwan. Entering the Fu family as the daughter of a condemned minister, did she not fear dragging Fu Xi into disgrace? Such self-centeredness hardly merited Fu Xi's undivided affection. Temporarily setting Jiangwan aside, Yun Yanran instructed her maid to present the gift she had prepared. "This millennium ginseng was personally sought by me beyond the borders. I present it to you, hoping for your swift recovery and a long life." Ginseng is said to possess spiritual qualities, and it is rare for one to encounter it. Your ability to find such a treasure indicates you are a blessed child. Once you enter the household, it shall surely flourish anew. Although Yun Yanran was typically lively, she now felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Please, do not tease me further. Very well, I shall refrain from teasing. I shall await your arrival in the household. And you shall present me with a chubby great-grandchild. Yun Yanran's face grew even redder, and she playfully protested, "Grandmother." Being a woman of experience, the matriarch felt satisfied watching Yun Yanran cherish Fu Xi, unlike Jiang Wan, who constantly sought his affection. It was indeed vexing to witness. The two enjoyed a lively conversation, and the matriarch even invited Yun Yanran to share a meal. Ultimately, feeling weary, she urged her to visit often before allowing her to depart. Upon exiting the east courtyard, Yun Yanran remarked, "There is no need for you to see me off, matron. The elder requires company. You should remain by her side." "That cannot be. The matriarch has instructed me to ensure you board your carriage." Yun Yanran smiled. "I wish to see Lord Fu in the front courtyard." The matron suddenly enlightened. "Then, I shall not accompany you." With that, she sent a maid to guide Yun Yanran and returned to the matriarch's side. Typically, it is frowned upon for the bride and groom to meet before marriage. However, having grown up beyond the borders, Yun Yanran paid little heed to such formalities. As long as they did not engage in improper conduct, what was there to fear? The steward had been watching for Yun Yanran's movements. Upon hearing she was heading to the front courtyard, he immediately abandoned his duties to intercept her. Last night, concubine Zhang had a fever, and the master was in a terrible temper. The doctor was called repeatedly, and ultimately even the imperial physician was summoned. It was only in the late hours that the situation stabilized. The master has official business, and people come to report matters frequently. No men are allowed in the rear courtyard. The master moved her to the front courtyard for convenience. If Miss Yun goes there now, the master is sure to be angered. The steward hurried to the front courtyard but arrived too late. Yun Yanran had already sent someone to announce her presence. The master said that no idle people are permitted in the front courtyard, a servant replied. The steward quickly approached Yun Yanran, explaining, "The front courtyard is where the master conducts his official business. He dislikes interruptions. Miss Yun may notify the master in advance for future visits. It would be best to return today." Just as he finished speaking, he saw Chiu Yu and others entering the front courtyard, arms laden with women's garments. Yun Yanran's good mood began to wane. "Steward, what is the meaning of this? Were we not told that idle people cannot enter?" The steward replied, "Concubine Jiang is a member of the Fu family. She certainly does not count as an idle person. Yun Yanran, having been doted upon her entire life, would not tolerate any indignity. I am Fu Xi's fiancé. Is it truly appropriate for you to obstruct me so? You mentioned you are his fiancé. Once you enter the household, with the master's approval, no one will dare to stop you." Furious, Yun Yanran recalled hearing that Jiang Wan had been punished by the matriarch. She had thought that the woman would not cause trouble for a while, yet here she was, appearing in the front courtyard. The Fu family's rear courtyard was vast enough to accommodate her. Why must she come to such an important place? Was she trying to flaunt how much Fu Xi cared for her? Yun Yanran sensed she had guessed correctly. It was said that women in the capital were cunning and enjoyed rivalry. She was now experiencing it firsthand. Even after being punished, Jiang Wan did not forget to play the victim, undoubtedly mastering the art of a concubine. How shameful for someone who had once been the legitimate daughter of the Fu family. Clenching her fingers, Yun Yanran took a deep breath. She reminded herself that this was the Fu family, and she could not afford to lose her temper. Angering Fu Xi would be a grave error. "I heard that concubine Jiang is unwell. Since I am here, I wish to see her. The concubine requires rest and cannot receive guests." The mere mention of a guest caused Yun Yanran to feel utterly despondent. She is the rightful fiancée of Fu Xi. Yet she finds herself compelled to humbly plead to see Jiang Wan. This is no position of a concubine. She is treated like a revered ancestor. "We shall leave." Tears well up in her eyes. Her only fault is her affection for Fu Xi. Why must she be treated with such disdain? Chapter 20. Cooling down, Fu Xi was wholly devoted to Jiang Wan, and Yun Yanran's arrival did not perturb him. After attending to official matters, he returned to the chamber to check on Jiang Wan. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her in a gentle glow, her skin luminescent and delicate. Fu Xi couldn't help but ponder if, upon the slightest touch, she might shatter. He brushed aside her scattered hair, his lips grazing her skin. leaving a series of barely there kisses on her forehead, eyes, nose, cheeks, and lips. Every inch received his tender affection. Only by feeling her warmth did Fu Xi find solace. A maid entered to assist Jiang Wan with her medicine, halting in her tracks at the sight before her. With half an hour past noon, Fu Xi gently requested, Wan, it is time for your medicine. Jiang Wan, feeling dizzy, opened her eyes and reached for the bowl, but Fu Xi deftly evaded her grasp. I shall feed you, he insisted. Jiang Wan, reluctant to take the bitter concoction with a small spoon, complained, could you not dawdle? It is quite bitter. In her presence. Fu Xi bore her reprimands with a smile, recalling how his careless words had recently caused her to fall ill. Some mistakes are only to be made once. He carefully propped her up, steering clear of her wounds, allowing her to lean against him. He then brought the bowl to her lips. Observing her furrowed brow remain untroubled as she drank the medicine in one go filled Fu Xi with unease. Throughout her life, she had consumed countless bitter potions. And since entering the Fu household, this had not ceased. He regretted not caring for her better. After the medicine, Fu Xi offered her candied fruits for sweetness to counteract the bitterness. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes, expressing her distaste for sweets and her need to abstain after taking medicine. Fu Xi awkwardly returned the sweets to their dish. He embraced Jiang Wan and moved her to a sunlit spot, recalling the doctor's advice to allow her some sun exposure. Protective of her delicate complexion, he shielded her from the sun with his body. The warm rays lulled Jiang Wan into drowsiness. Once more, Fu Xi held her, not daring to stir. She had experienced a fever the previous night, and though he thought she had stabilized, a sudden high fever struck again at noon. Fu Xi, sensing something amiss, commanded the maid to summon the doctor immediately. The doctor arrived promptly. After examination, he reported, Lady Jiang is in a high fever and unresponsive. We have exhausted most cooling methods from last night. We must resort to bloodletting.
Fu's expression turned grave.
How much blood must be drawn? The doctor assured him that it would be a minimal amount. Jiang Wan's body burned with fever. If not addressed swiftly, her life could be at risk.
Fuci did not delay.
Proceed as you advise. With his consent, the doctor readied his instruments. As Jiang Wan's finger was pricked, Fu Xi's brow furrowed deeply. The tension in the air was palpable, causing the doctor's hands to tremble. Fu Xi, displeased, warned, if you cannot manage, find someone else. I can do this, the doctor assured, steadying himself to extract a few drops of blood. This minor injury paled in comparison to the suffering Jiang Wan endured, yet Fu Xi's heart ached for her. Had it not been for his recklessness, his grandmother would not have found a reason to harm her. Overwhelmed with guilt, he longed to treat Jiang Wan with even greater care. The bloodletting proved effective. Coupled with the medicine's efficacy, Jiang Wan's fever gradually subsided. Fu Xi remained by her side, neglecting visits to the eastern courtyard. He instructed the steward to keep a close eye on the old matriarch's condition, ensuring her needs were met. Though the matriarch often chastised Fu Xi for his perceived ingratitude, she could do little to sway him, leaving him free to act as he wished. After half a month, Jiang Wan's condition stabilized. Fu Xi spared no expense in providing her with the finest medicines, and the healing process for her back was nearly complete. As long as she continued to recuperate properly, there would be no cause for concern. Chapter 21. A lifetime trapped in the inner chamber with the autumn hunt approaching. Fu Xi dared not leave Jiang Wan in the residence for fear the matriarch would seek to trouble her. If he were unable to return in time, who would protect her? Therefore, he proposed taking her along. Jiang Wan, keen to go, remarked, I cannot ride or shoot. It would be pointless for me to join. Let it be a simple outing. The journey is long. The carriage has a soft couch for you to rest, Fu Xi replied. Sensing her lack of enthusiasm, he added, you have been cooped up at home for too long. It's not good for your health. This opportunity is rare. Let us go together. Jiang Wan's expression remained indifferent. Trapped in the confines of the inner chamber for a lifetime, was this not the fate of women? Fu Xi felt a pang of sympathy, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. From now on, you can go out whenever you wish. Just remember to take guards with you. Jiang Wan nonchalantly acknowledged him with a soft pushing him away. She said, do not disturb me while I arrange the flowers. Seeing her moment of leisure, Fu Xi smiled. Come to the autumn hunt with me. The scenery in the mountains is splendid. Have you ever seen a family take a concubine to such an event? Will your peers not disapprove? What will the family think? Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. Fu Xi was determined to take her along, otherwise, he would be restless. Jiang Wan ceased her protests, kneeling behind the desk to continue arranging the flowers before her. Clad in simple garb, her long hair loosely tied with a ribbon, and her face free of cosmetics, she appeared effortlessly beautiful, captivating all who beheld her. Fu Xi gazed at her every motion, unable to tear his eyes away. Once Jiang Wan finished her floral arrangement, he once more wrapped his arms around her waist. Indeed, you bloom like a wildflower. Words alone are insufficient. Do not be so forward. He captured her hand that sought to swat him away, pressing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. While Jiang Wan wished to maintain a peaceful rapport with Fu Xi to ease his vigilance, it did not imply she desired to engage in flirtation. Withdrawing her hand forcefully, she inquired, "Do you have no official duties today?" "How could I not?" During this period, Fu Xi was exceedingly busy. The more time he spent with Jiang Wan during the day, the longer he worked at night. He often returned to his chamber in the early hours, by which time Jiang Wan was already asleep. Finding opportunities to converse with her was increasingly challenging. If he did not dedicate more time to her during the day, Fu Xi feared they would grow distant. Resigned to the fact that he was utterly at her mercy, Fu Xi decided to attend to his work first. He would ensure she enjoyed her time at the autumn hunt. Everything would eventually settle. Enduring Jiang Wan's disapproving gaze, Fu Xi stole a kiss upon her forehead, instructing the servants to care for her well before contentedly departing. Several young maids blushed, heads bowed. Since the concubine's arrival, their master had transformed entirely. Previously, he had been aloof and disinterested, but now he yearned to be near her at every moment. To receive the undivided affection of a man was indeed a stroke of fortune for the concubine. Jiang Wan exhaled deeply, reminding herself to endure. All would come to an end. "Concubine, it is time to apply the medicine."
Yes.
She cherished her body, fully aware of its worth. Everyone possesses a desire for beauty. She did not wish for scars to mar her back. Perhaps out of guilt, Fu Xi had spared no expense in procuring various scar ointments, which proved effective. She began to shed her garments. Reclining on the couch, Qiuyu diligently applied the medicine. After careful nurturing, the mottled whip marks on her back had faded significantly, though a few deeper scars might take a year and a half to completely disappear. With meticulous attention, Qiuyu ensured not a single corner was overlooked. The aunt was beautiful and possessed an admirable figure. It would be a shame for such scars to mar her appearance. Fu Xi left early and returned late each day, making it rare for Jiang Wan to catch a glimpse of him. This afforded her a brief respite from the chaos. It was said that Yun Yanran visited the old matriarch frequently, and the two seemed to get along splendidly. Rumors also circulated that Fu Xi and Yun Yanran's wedding date had been set shortly after the autumn hunt. Jiang Wan felt neither resentment nor jealousy. These events had transpired in a previous life, where she had been filled with apprehension and unwillingness, sacrificing her dignity and self-respect to prevent Fu Xi from marrying. Though this struggle lasted 2 years, it ultimately did not alter the fact that Fu Xi and Yun Yanran would become husband and wife. In this life, without her interference, everything unfolded ahead of schedule. Jiang Wan was uncertain how Fu Xi would act. She had little concern. Even the most passionate love could eventually fade. They were ill-suited to one another, and there was no need to force a bond. Chapter 22. Setting off for the autumn hunt. The autumn hunt arrived as scheduled. A grand procession departed from the capital, heading towards the royal hunting grounds 200 miles away. To accommodate the women, the pace of the journey was leisurely, taking approximately 3 days to reach their destination. The carriage rocked gently, as Fu Xi had specially arranged for the wheels to be modified before their departure, rendering the journey comfortable. With little to occupy her time, Jiang Wan leaned against the soft couch, engrossed in her book. Once Fu Xi had completed his duties, he returned to the carriage, snatched the book from her hands, and admonished her against reading in the carriage for the sake of her eyesight. He lifted a corner of the curtain to allow her a view of the scenery outside. Jiang Wan did not oppose him. Her gaze drifted to the endless mountains in the distance, vibrant forests sprawling before her. Gradually, her spirits lifted. Since her rebirth, moments of relaxation had been rare. Before she could even smile, Fu Xi squeezed onto the couch beside her and embraced her. Annoyed, Jiang Wan attempted to push him away. "Let go. Not a chance. Can you please refrain from acting foolishly in broad daylight?" Fu Xi replied with a chuckle. "Is it acceptable at night then?" His tone carried an unmistakable hint of anticipation. Jiang Wan shot him a glare. "You are a chancellor. Can you not maintain some decorum? What do those trivial matters matter in comparison to you?" Knowing his shamelessness, Jiangwan straightened herself and leaned towards the window to admire the view, ignoring Fu Xi. He followed closely, burying his face in her earlobe and neck.
Fuchi.
Are you not tired of this? The man's arms tightened around her. You wouldn't want to leave, would you? Jiangwan's expression shifted nervously, but she quickly regained her composure. Will you allow me to leave?
No.
Then what is the point of asking? If you don't agree, where can I go? A concubine could be reported to the authorities and brought back, which was why Jiangwan had initially sought a dignified separation from Fu Xi upon her rebirth. If not for a lack of options, would she have chosen to retreat in disgrace? She touched the white jade bracelet on her wrist, reassured that with such possessions, her survival was not a concern. The only matter requiring careful consideration was how to protect herself while away from home. Noticing Jiangwan lost in thought,
Fuchi gently nibbled at earlobe.
You are resisting me. During their most affectionate moments, she had always blushed but never resisted him. This made Fu Xi question whether Jiangwan still wished to leave, that she did not envision a future with him. Jiangwan sighed bitterly. I can't go anywhere. Am I even allowed to express my anger? Observing her demeanor, Fu Xi dismissed his earlier chaotic thoughts. As long as you do not leave me, you can express your anger as you please. One should not take a man's words too literally. They revel in a woman's jealousy, but dislike excessive fussiness. Otherwise, it merely appeared as unreasonable contention. Please let go. Just a kiss, nothing more. Fu Xi felt unfortunate. It had taken so long to reach this moment of intimacy. Holding his sweet and delicate beloved, he was inevitably stirred. Yet he had promised himself to refrain from any further actions unless she consented. He sighed softly, resting his chin on Jiangwan's shoulder. At this rate, you will drive me to distraction. Sensing his unusual demeanor, Jiangwan remained still, though her tongue was sharp. If you wish to seek another, I will not stop you. Would you truly not intervene? As you said in the capital, who does not have multiple wives? It is merely a matter of time. Since it cannot be changed, one should accept reality and not burden oneself or others. Fu Xi wanted to slap himself for uttering such words in the past. Now, Jiangwan used them to silence him, effectively turning the tables on him, deliberately seeking trouble. Why pursue others when he could have her close at hand? He turned Jiangwan towards him and kissed her lips, denying her the chance to respond, eager to see how she would react further. Yun Yanran and her brothers rode past, inadvertently glimpsing the scene inside the carriage through the fallen curtain. How could they engage in such brazen conduct in broad daylight? A rush of blood drained from her face, her heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a knife, aching to the point of tears. Fu Xi was shamelessly parading Jiangwan at the autumn hunt, showing no regard for the Yun family's reputation. Did he not care whether she, as his fiancée, would be ridiculed? It was one thing to be seen together, but to be openly affectionate in daylight was utterly disrespectful. Yun Yanran felt a fierce urge to intervene, as she was the one betrothed to Fu Xi. Yanran, what is wrong? Did you not wish to invite the Fu family to ride and enjoy the scenery together? Fearing the situation might escalate and bring embarrassment to her family, Yun Yanran forced a smile. Second brother, third brother, I no longer wish to ride. Let us return to the carriage for a rest. Why not? Just a moment ago, you were eager to ride. Third brother was baffled. Yun Yanran gazed out the window, resolute in her decision not to ride. Very well, we shall return. Yet she refused to turn back, maintaining the same pace as the procession, moving slowly forward. Third brother exchanged a glance with second brother, his eyes questioning. What is the matter with our younger sister? Second brother observed the Fu family's carriage. Fu Xi's concubine was inside. In other families, the men and women would travel separately. Yet they were an exception. Fu Xi claimed it was for the sake of caring for Jiangwan, but he had just seen the curtain lifted, only for it to drop again in a matter of moments. All men understood one another. What might transpire between a lone man and woman in such close quarters? Otherwise, how could Yanran possibly react this way? Second brother tugged the reins, steering closer to the Fu family's carriage. Lord Fu, the weather is splendid today, and the scenery along the way is beautiful. Why not ride together? Fu Xi, lost in his reverie, was interrupted at a most inopportune moment. A flash of irritation crossed his eyes. He released Jiangwan and adjusted her clothing. Do you wish to ride?
No.
All right, then rest for a while. The procession will halt for a break in an hour. You can get down. No, I wish to watch you sleep. Second brother, perceptive, overheard their exchange. He had expected Jiangwan to be submissive and eager to please Fu Xi, but reality differed from his expectations. His expression grew serious. If Fu Xi valued Jiangwan so highly, would Yanran not find herself overshadowed by a concubine once she entered the Fu household? Yun Yanran watched as her second brother personally invited Fu Xi, yet he still did not dismount. Her heart ached intensely. She was confident she could warm the stone that was Fu Xi, but between them lay Jiangwan. Without resolving the issues with Jiangwan, all her efforts will be in vain. Fu Xi will not recognize her merits, nor will he accept her affections. Chapter 23. The calm before the storm. Throughout the journey, Fu Xi took great care of Jiangwan. When the group paused to rest, many observed his attentiveness as he busily served her, offering tea and water with utmost diligence. To attain such a level of favor as a concubine is truly unprecedented. In contrast, Fu Xi displayed a stark indifference towards his future in-laws, neglecting to engage with the Yun family, let alone care for his fiancée, Yun Yanran. This blatant disregard infuriated the Yun family. Lady Yun advised her daughter to reconsider the engagement, suggesting that Fu Xi was unreliable and would inevitably favor a concubine over a wife. Despite Yun Yanran's long-awaited opportunity to betroth herself to Fu Xi, she was determined not to let it slip away. Mother, with the Yun family as my support, no matter how he may indulge in concubines, Jiangwan cannot surpass me. Lady Yun shook her head repeatedly. You do not understand the hardships faced by the primary wife in such households. Mother, this isn't about trust. Your father and I simply do not wish for you to endure a life of hardship. How could marrying someone I love be a hardship? Yun Yanran retorted. If I cannot marry Fu Xi, I shall remain single for life. Lady Yun, exasperated, poked her daughter's forehead. Are you trying to drive your father and me to despair? Rest assured, I have the Yun family's backing. Fu Xi would not dare treat me poorly, and if I ever feel wronged, do not come running to us for sympathy. Having reached the age of 18, Yun Yanran had turned down numerous suitors, her heart solely hanging on Fu Xi, rendering her family helpless. Although they could confront Fu Xi, they recognized their daughter's affection for him and feared that excessive action might harm their familial bond. As the third brother of the Yun family remarked, at this rate, will we just watch our sister suffer? The second brother scoffed, of course not. Do you have a plan?
Tell me.
Just wait, you will see. The second brother had always been the strategist, and his words reassured the third brother. They resolved not to let Fu Xi and Jiangwan off easily, lest their sister's suffering be in vain. During this outing, Jiangwan was accompanied only by her maid, Qiuyu. Seizing the moment when Fu Xi was engaged in conversation with the favored concubine and the fourth prince, Jiangwan took a bath. After her bath, Qiuyu applied scar cream to her skin, but just as they were halfway through, Fu Xi returned. Jiangwan, quick to react, pulled the blanket over herself, asking, "Why didn't you announce your presence before entering? I was returning to my own tent. Why should I announce myself?"
Fuchi approached calmly.
Taking the ointment from Qiuyu and stepping outside. "Yes, my lord." Qiuyu lowered her head, quickly retreating.
Get out.
Jiangwan insisted, rolling over in the blanket. This is my territory. Where else would I go? As Fu Xi drew nearer, Jiangwan raised her foot to block him. Can you not have some modesty? Fu Xi had long abandoned any sense of modesty. Grasping her ankle, he said, I am merely here to apply the ointment. Nothing more. I do not need your help. You cannot do it yourself. Jiangwan, clad only in the blanket, panicked and threw a nearby cup at Fu Xi. The cup struck his forehead with a thud before falling onto the bed, unbroken, while a red mark appeared on Fu Xi's brow. They both stood stunned. Fu Xi had always known of Jiangwan's aversion to him, but never to this extreme. Genuine reactions in moments of anger reveal the truth. She had completely rejected him. His first instinct was fear. Had he become insignificant in her heart? His second reaction was defiance. She must not reject him. Jiangwan was his woman. Their union sanctioned by official documents, rendering their actions legitimate. He placed the cup back on the bed as if nothing had occurred, wrapping an arm around Jiangwan's shoulder while he gently pulled the blanket away. Be good, and let me apply the ointment, or you will be left with scars. At that moment, Fu Xi appeared eerily calm. Jiangwan could not decipher his emotions, her heart racing uncontrollably. For the first time, she felt a chilling fear of Fu Xi. The only thought in her mind was to escape him. Quickly, holding her half in his embrace, Fu Xi earnestly applied the ointment, seemingly cautious not to hurt her, blowing softly as he worked. Jiangwan shuddered, goosebumps rising on her skin.
Sensing her tremors, Fuchi ese anger surged.
He had been more than accommodating, prioritizing her feelings. Why did she treat him this way? Though turmoil raged within him, his expression remained placid as he finished applying the ointment and even helped her dress. You should rest tonight instead of attending the bonfire party, given your health. It would be best for you to stay here. After covering her with the blanket, he departed with purpose. Jiangwan sighed in relief, her clenched fingers finally relaxing. In her past life, she had attended such gatherings only to face ridicule and scorn. If she chose not to go, then so be it.
Yet,
Recalling Fu Si's earlier demeanor, unease settled within her. She feared it was merely the calm before the storm. Chapter 24. Making a wedding dress for another, Jiangwan refrained from attending the evening banquet. From a distance, the sounds of music and laughter echoed, faintly reaching her tent. Madam, the Lord has sent some food. You should eat a little before resting. In such crowded circumstances, Jiangwan remained vigilant.
who sent it?
It is a servant from the fourth prince's side. Jiangwan's only connection to the fourth prince was through Fu Si. They are cousins sharing a close bond. On this hunting trip, Fu Si did not bring along the servant, who typically attends to his needs, making it reasonable for the fourth prince to command his presence. You need not stay here. Go and have something to eat. After days of travel, you must be weary, he suggested. The maidservants of affluent families are often more pampered than the young ladies of common households. Although Chiou felt fatigued, she remained mindful of her duties. I will wait until my aunt has finished her meal and rested before I partake, she replied. Jiangwan did not press further, sitting upright behind the table and sampling each dish. Ultimately, her appetite waned, and she set her chopsticks down. The lively atmosphere outside starkly contrasted with the stillness within the tent. Chiou assumed Jiangwan was saddened by her inability to attend the bonfire party. Wanting to offer comfort, yet fearing overstepping her bounds, she could only assist Jiangwan in freshening up before departing. The flickering oil lamp cast a dim glow as darkness enveloped the sky. Lying on the couch, Jiangwan found herself unable to sleep.
Observing fuciese de minor.
She surmised he must be harboring considerable frustration. For her safety, Jiangwan resolved to expedite her plans, seizing the opportunity to discuss returning to the capital. Since he had chosen to remain aloof, she suspected he would not hinder her departure. With a plan forming in her mind, Jiangwan aimed to rest, knowing she would need her strength to face what lay ahead. As she drifted off, a wave of heat surged through her body, overwhelming her.
Moments latte.
She experienced an unsettling reaction. Alarmed by the suddenness of it, Jiangwan quickly sat up.
Chiou?
No response. Calling again, Chiou? Still, silence met her. The drawbacks of having only one maid became apparent. Jiangwan realized Chiou had likely gone to attend to other matters. Barefoot, she rose from the couch and sipped some tepid tea. The discomfort only intensified, and she could no longer afford to wait. Presenting herself in her current state would be utterly inappropriate, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disgrace. Remaining composed, she endured the mounting discomfort and trembled as she donned her garments. She could not appear before others and had to find a way to summon Fu Si and Chiou back. Her reason burned within her as she extinguished the oil lamp. The flame leapt up, consuming the carpet. Since Fu Si's arrival at the bonfire party, his expression had remained tense, his thoughts consumed by Jiangwan. He longed to return to her side or invite her to join the festivities. Yet he also wished to teach her a lesson, to demonstrate that she was not indispensable to him. Frustration brewed within him, prompting him to down another glass of wine. Yun Yanran had spent a considerable time preparing herself mentally before approaching Fu Si. Master Fu, the atmosphere is delightful today. May I invite you for a drink?
Fuci regarded her intently.
Just as Yun Yanran feared another rejection, he raised his glass and drank it in one go. Overcome with joy, Yun Yanran felt elated. Fu Si had finally acknowledged her. The Yun brothers exchanged glances. Brother, the matter should be fine, right? Undetected, untraceable, one remarked. Why not eliminate the threat entirely? The other questioned. Do you wish for the Fu to remember her forever? Certainly not, the second brother hastily replied. Then it is settled. Concealing his amusement behind the act of drinking, the elder brother thought it unfortunate that Jiangwan lacked awareness, having dared to compete with the Yun family's daughter for affection. She must be prepared for retribution. Frustration simmered within Fu Si as he allowed Yun Yanran to sit beside him. Hadn't she always sought to push him toward others?
So, be it.
With a radiant smile, Yun Yanran looked at Fu Si. Master Fu, shall we form a team for tomorrow's hunting competition? Very well. A series of delightful surprises followed, leaving Yun Yanran dizzy with happiness. She could not fathom why Fu Si's demeanor had shifted so dramatically, nor did she wish to delve into the reasons. As long as Fu Si was willing to spend time with her, she believed that one day she would completely replace Jiangwan in his heart. "What is that?" someone called out, glancing toward the camp. "Is there a fire? Isn't that Master Fu's tent?" Fu Si's hand, holding the wine cup, froze. He told himself he must have misheard, yet his body involuntarily turned. Thick smoke billowed upward, flames erupting. Wanwan is still inside. The cup fell from Fu Si's grasp as he rushed toward the tent. Whether it was panic or the effects of alcohol, the world spun around him, and his legs trembled. The concubine beside the emperor anxiously commanded, "Quickly, extinguish the fire. We must ensure no one is harmed." On the first day out, such an incident occurred, and the emperor's face darkened. "What are the guards doing? Each one will receive 20 lashes." The Yun brothers exchanged worried glances, uncertain if Jiangwan was involved. If she were, it seemed they had placed their father and elder brother in jeopardy. Fu Si was consumed by regret. Why had he quarreled with Wanwan? Why had he left her alone in the tent? Wanwan. Thick smoke filled the tent, and Fu Si, disregarding everything, attempted to rush inside, but was halted by arriving guards. "Sir, you cannot enter. Let me through. Wanwan is still inside. I must save her. Allow us to go in and bring her out safely," they insisted. As they spoke, other guards arrived with water.
Fuci, frantic.
Still attempted to enter. "Sir, the mistress is unharmed," Chiu Yu's voice intervened, stopping Fu Si in his tracks. "Where is Wanwan?" "She is in the carriage. You should go check on her," Chiu Yu urged, anxious. In the mountains, with swarms of mosquitoes, seeing another maidservant gathering mugwort nearby, she thought her mistress, having just rested, would not require her assistance, so she had followed. To her shock, upon returning, she found the tent ablaze. Originally, she intended to extinguish the fire, but her mistress insisted that only by doing so could they summon the master back. Noticing her mistress's unusual state, she had taken her to the carriage. Fu Si hurried to the carriage, finding Jiangwan's cheeks flushed, clad only in a thin garment, her condition clearly alarming. He tenderly embraced her. "Wanwan." At the sight of Fu Si, Jiangwan felt a wave of relief wash over her, her remaining lucidity crumbling. As she instinctively clung to him, Fu Si could not feel joy. Her state indicated she had been poisoned. His eyes glinted with fury. Who dared to harm Wanwan under his watch? As people gathered round, Fu Si became determined to keep Jiangwan's condition a secret. "I will handle the situation outside and summon a doctor. For now, let Chiu Yu stay with you." Jiangwan, losing her grip on reason, refused to let him go. Fu Si's heart ached for her. Shielding Jiangwan with his body, he lifted the carriage curtain. "My wife is unwell. The fire has been contained. Please return to your festivities. I shall take my leave." It was known that Jiangwan was frail. They assumed the earlier commotion had frightened her. Given that she was unharmed and no other tents had been burned, the guests exchanged polite remarks before departing. Yun Yanran, reluctant to leave, was forcibly taken away by the Yun brothers, seething with rage at having played the role of a mere pawn.
Chapter 25. Schemes fucigraspt Jiangwan essereste sens.
"Are you injured?" Jiangwan could not articulate a response, merely shaking her head helplessly. Two conflicting thoughts battled in Fu Si's mind. One suggested this was an opportune moment to break the ice with his beloved, while the other warned that taking advantage of her vulnerability was dishonorable. Once Jiangwan regained consciousness, there might still be opportunities to mend their relationship. The sensation of Jiangwan's soft touch against his throat shattered Fu Si's restraint. Cradling her face, he kissed her deeply. Time passed unknowingly, and as Jiangwan dissatisfiedly scratched at him, Fu Si swiftly removed the soft fur coat from the couch and spread it over a spacious area. The moon rose in the east and set in the west. Fu Si was unaware of the specific drug Jiangwan had taken. The fact that she clung to him once more was a testament to the potency of the drug. Not to mention the potential consequences had she encountered someone else in such a state. Her body could hardly withstand such turmoil. Anger surged within him. When he uncovered the mastermind behind this, he would not show mercy. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Fu Si resolved to summon a physician. "Do not move." Jiangwan's eyes brimmed with displeasure, accompanied by other emotions, but devoid of romantic feelings. Fu Si was momentarily taken aback. After an entire night of effort, had she merely regarded him as a tool? Breathless, He felt as though Jiangwan might eventually drive him to his demise. Grasping her waist, he spoke gently. I shall assist you. He repositioned himself. As dawn broke, Jiangwan finally succumbed to slumber. Fu Xi brushed the sweat-dampened hair from her face and kissed her repeatedly. His gaze fell upon her body, marred with marks, and he hurriedly wrapped her in a blanket. Fu Xi descended from the carriage. From a distance, Yue hastened over, awaiting his command. What transpired last night? Yue had pondered throughout the night, the only plausible explanation being that something had been mixed into the food. She did not dare to speculate recklessly, but recounted the events from beginning to end. What Yue could conceive, Fu Xi could naturally deduce. He had indeed sent someone to deliver food to Jiangwan, initially intending to do so himself, but hesitated out of pride, never expecting it to nearly culminate in disaster. Fu Xi's expression darkened ominously. Which families sent people to gather mugwort? Several households nearby had participated. Fu Xi began to form a clearer picture. Fetching water to cleanse his wife's body.
Yes.
Once Yue returned with water, he instructed her to watch over Jiangwan while he personally sought the imperial physician. As he passed by the site of the previous night's fire, a new tent had already been erected nearby. His gaze briefly swept toward the Yun family's direction. Aside from them, Fu Xi could not fathom who might be so intent on targeting Jiangwan. This matter required thorough investigation. If it indeed bore their fingerprints, he would not hesitate to return the favor in kind. Fu Xi carried Jiangwan back to the newly erected tent. The physician examined her pulse closely, declaring that the drug was foul and exceedingly harmful to her health. I shall prescribe a remedy. 3 days of decoction will suffice.
Fu Qi inquired.
Will last night's incident affect my wife, given her heart condition? Regardless of whether she had a heart ailment, intimacy must be moderated.
Fu Qi felt a momentary embarrassment.
Under such circumstances, moderation was hardly something Jiangwan would permit. After sending off the physician, he instructed Yue to prepare the medicine while he lay down beside Jiangwan, accompanying her in sleep. Perhaps due to the strain of the previous night, Jiangwan slept deeply, allowing Fu Xi to hold her without reservations. He had initially believed that by being beside her, she would be safe, yet he had not anticipated that someone would exploit the situation. Wan, let us not engage in cold wars in the future. He had lost his temper with her for the first time, provoking her heart condition. The second time, he had subjected her to such a harrowing experience. A third occurrence would be intolerable. Their relationship was already precarious. Should it happen again, it might truly become irreparable. Fu Xi dared not contemplate what life would be like without Jiangwan. He resolved silently that regardless of how she treated him in the future, he would not lose his temper, nor would he abandon her in unfamiliar territory. Fu Xi held a position of responsibility and could not remain by Jiangwan's side indefinitely. After lying down for an hour, he rose. Concerned for Jiangwan, he arranged for a team of guards to watch over the tent, ensuring he could be informed of any emergencies. Upon exiting the tent, he encountered the fourth prince. Cousin, father is quite angry. Brace yourself for reprimand. Indeed. Fu Xi's expression remained unchanged as he proceeded to the emperor's tent. Inside, the emperor and the empress dowager occupied the high seats.
Fu Qi bowed respectfully.
I pay my respects to your majesty, empress dowager. The emperor's gaze was profound. Is the Jiang lady settled? Thanks to your majesty, Wan is unharmed. The emperor snorted coldly, causing such a commotion. Do you not feel ashamed? You have tarnished my reputation. The empress dowager interjected diplomatically. Your majesty. Ci is typically prudent in his actions. Last night's incident was unavoidable. The one you ought to reprimand is the instigator behind the scenes. The emperor had labored for half a year, looking forward to a relaxing hunting trip, only to have it marred by such disgrace on the very first day, which incensed him greatly. He commanded Fu Xi sternly, you shall investigate this matter. If you fail to uncover the truth, you shall face punishment. This subject obeys. Even without the emperor's command, Fu Xi intended to unravel the situation. He could not allow certain individuals to believe that Wan could be manipulated at their whim. The Empress Dowager, Fu Xi's aunt, had endured the pangs of love in her youth and was the only one to support Fu Xi and Jiangwan's relationship.
I see
the shadows under your eyes. It seems you did not rest well last night. You should refrain from participating in today's hunting competition and focus on recuperating while attending to the matters entrusted by the emperor. Seeing that the emperor did not object,
Fu Qi bowed in gratitude.
Since the incident involving the Grand Tutor and the deposed Crown Prince, the Emperor's opinion of Jiang had notably improved. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager's influence, this matter would not have been so lightly overlooked. You may leave now, the Emperor waved dismissively. Fu Xi bowed and turned to depart. The Emperor grasped the Empress Dowager's hand. Xi's regard for the Jiang family is not a good omen. The Empress Dowager smiled weakly. I have known you since childhood, and for the sake of a greater cause, you had to marry the former Empress. I have suffered in silence, wishing not to see Xi follow in my footsteps, drifting further from his beloved. The former Empress was the mother of the deposed Crown Prince, her family wielding significant influence, producing numerous talents. Such powerful in-laws were akin to a death knell for those in power. Consequently, the year the Emperor ascended the throne, the Empress passed away, leaving the position vacant. In a world where many men were fickle, especially those who held dominion, the Empress Dowager feigned ignorance to the Emperor's implications. Today marked the first time she expressed her grievances. The Emperor, aware of his shortcomings toward the Empress Dowager, tightened his grip on her hand. Finally, he declared, "When the old year gives way to the new, I shall declare you Empress." At her age, the title of Empress was no longer of great significance to the Empress Dowager. She only wished to secure a future for her child and clan. There were many vying for that position in the harem, and she did not wish to become the target of scorn at such a critical juncture. Above all, she did not want the Fu family to become the next external faction that the Emperor would turn against. I do not wish to be Empress. The Emperor pressed his lips together. Why? Becoming Empress comes with many constraints. I simply wish to remain by your side, enjoying ease and simplicity. The Emperor let out a hearty laugh. So be it. When you wish to be Empress, I shall present you with the Phoenix Seal. Chapter 26. Father will beat us to death upon learning of the Emperor's order for Fu Xi to thoroughly investigate the fire incident. The Yun brothers felt a sense of dread. Although the drugging had been orchestrated through the fourth prince, the traces left behind were undeniable, and it was likely that they would be implicated. Should the investigation proceed deeply, it could very well lead back to them. Their father held military power, and the Emperor was already wary of him. If it were discovered that they were behind this, not only would Fu Xi seek revenge, but the Emperor would undoubtedly exploit the opportunity. At that point, the Yun family would be in peril.
Yun was vexed.
He had initially believed that this incident would tarnish Jiang Wan's reputation and that she would be the first to face the Emperor's wrath. Unexpectedly, it had now prompted Fu Xi to conduct a strict investigation, seemingly not intending to hold Jiang Wan accountable. Brother, if this matter comes to light, will we attract great trouble? Not just trouble, we may even lose our father's military power. It was common knowledge that the Emperor had no intention of allowing their father to return to the border. Moreover, their younger sister was wholly devoted to Fu Xi, unwilling to leave the capital, making their father's situation even more precarious. To preserve everything belonging to the Yun family is indeed a daunting challenge. Second brother, what should we do now? We can only be honest with our father and elder brother and prepare in advance. Yun San patted his backside, saying, Father will surely punish us. With their father's assistance in concealing some matters, perhaps they would evade the consequences. As Yun San predicted, upon learning about the brothers' misdeeds, General Yun was furious and intended to punish them. Yun Yanran interceded, saying, Father, my brothers acted foolishly out of concern for me. Thankfully, no one was harmed, so please do not blame them. Concern? What concern? General Yun retorted. You are well aware of the situation with Fu Xi and the daughter of the Jiang family. There is a proper sequence to events. Do you think that abandoning the daughter of the Jiang family is something to celebrate? Yun San protested. If he cannot let go of the Jiang family, why propose to us? Yun Yanran lowered her head, avoiding her father's gaze. Father, are we not discussing my brother's actions? Why bring this up? General Yun, frustrated, exclaimed, if it weren't for the previous incidents, would these two rascals have acted so foolishly? With the situation already at hand, what could he do but find a way to resolve it? Pointing at his kneeling sons, he warned, just wait until we return home. I will deal with you then. The two brothers exhaled in relief, believing that with their father's protection, they would face no severe consequences. Thank you, father, they exclaimed, only to be halted by Madame Yun's stern gaze. Your father may let you off lightly to avoid causing a scene, but as your mother, I cannot let you go unpunished. This was the first time the Yun brothers witnessed their mother's serious demeanor. They obediently knelt, appearing attentive to her reprimand. Mother, please punish us, they pleaded. However, Madame Yun's anger only intensified. Your father and I have taught you to cherish your sister, not to act immorally. Yun Yanran interjected. Mother, you're being too harsh. Be quiet. The family has spoiled you too much, allowing you to behave recklessly and without understanding. Throughout her life, apart from interactions with Fu Xi, Yun Yanran had never faced such humiliation. Her eyes turned red, tears welling up. Turning her face away, she ceased to engage. Madame Yun glanced at her daughter and fixed her sharp gaze on her two sons. You, grown men, have stooped to such despicable acts. If things went as you desired, would Jiangwan not be drowned in spit? Mother, we merely wanted to teach her a lesson. What right do you have to teach her a lesson for her misdeeds? Yun San argued. Yanran will be the mistress of the Fu family. Shouldn't we first deal with Jiangwan? Madame Yun was infuriated, her chest heaving. Yanran, do you share this belief? Yun Yanran remained silent, her meaning clear. Madame Yun slammed the table, declaring, if you are troubled by Fu Xi's concubine, then do not marry him. This engagement is null. Before even entering the Fu household, you resort to such underhanded tactics. What a disgrace. Yun Yanran retorted. This is merely being prudent. My brother's only wish for my future safety. What is wrong with that? The fault lies in your cowardice to act openly, attempting to ruin Jiang Wan's reputation through vile means. As a woman herself, Madame Yun understood the importance of reputation all too well. Your father and I have lived honorably, without illegitimate children, and yet you have taken it upon yourselves to act on your own. How appalling. Seeing his wife genuinely angered, General Yun attempted to comfort her. Let us discuss this at home. If others hear of this, it will be disastrous. Madame Yun muttered. If not for the fear of the Emperor's wrath, I would have delivered a proper beating to teach you not to resort to such dirty tactics. Let us not resort to beatings. Perhaps a punishment of kneeling is sufficient? Mother, there is a hunting competition today. If we do not attend, it will invite scandal. Is that cowardice disguised as bravado? Yun San lowered his head, refraining from further protest. If the public learned of their foolish actions, not only would the Yun family suffer, but no one would want to marry their sons. Madame Yun pressed her forehead. Get out. Return later for your punishment. The three siblings hesitated briefly before departing the main tent. Yun Yanran's eyes were red, and she took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her grievances. Second brother. Third brother, I am sorry. Yun reassured her. This is our doing. You were unaware, so why apologize? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have taken such risks. Yun patted her head. You are our sister. Who would dare obstruct your path? As your brothers, we shall always protect you. His gaze darkened, regretting not having taken more decisive action. Perhaps he should have been ruthless and eliminated the threat entirely. Once Jiangwan was out of the picture, Fu Xi's affections would shift back to Yanran. Chapter 27. Agreeing to allow Jiangwan to return to the capital early, Yun Yanran still lingered on Fu Xi's promise from the previous night. Spotting him conversing with the fourth prince, she chose to wait nearby, neither too close to intrude, nor too far to lose sight of him. The two Yun brothers,
Feeling guilty, temporarily avoided Fuchi.
Seeing his sister determined to speak with Fu Xi, they decided to leave first. The fourth prince regarded the situation with amusement. These two are rather interesting. They might prove useful later. Cousin, yesterday you accepted Miss Yun's feelings. Now she seeks you out. Do not treat her coldly. Fu Xi replied tersely. When did I accept her feelings? You were drinking and laughing with her last night. Everyone saw it. Mentioning the previous night made Fu Xi feel regret. He knew that acknowledging another woman would jeopardize his relationship with Wan. How could he have entertained such foolish thoughts? His heart was filled with remorse and fear, fearful that Jiangwan would discover his actions and become even angrier. Their discord began when he decided to marry. He had never shown Yun Yanran kindness, and Jiangwan had yet to forgive him. If she learned of last night's incident, she would likely be utterly disappointed in him. Keep your mouth shut. Do not say what should not be said. The fourth prince shook his head. Why are you so concerned about a mere concubine? Fu Xi lowered his gaze. Do not refer to her in such a manner. Once the marriage issue with the Yun family was resolved, he would find a way to make Jiangwan his legitimate wife. He could not allow her to live her life in shame. Realizing that excessive talk could provoke Fu Xi's disdain, the fourth prince chose to remain silent. Cousin, I shall take my leave. Today, I aim to excel and please father and mother. Very well. As the fourth prince departed, Yun Yanran hastened to approach Fu Xi. Sir, you promised to team up with me for the hunting competition yesterday. Shall we set off now? Fu Xi scoffed. You cannot possibly believe that, can you? Yun Yanran's smile faltered as she murmured, but you promised me. Oh, I have changed my mind.
Fuchi displayed no remorse, turning away indifferently.
Being toyed with in such a manner caused Yun Yanran's eyes to well up once more. Their relationship seemed to be progressing well. Yet why did Jiangwan's troubles pull his heart away? Is it true that men are easily swayed by displays of vulnerability? If her brothers had not acted as they did, would the outcome have been different? Fu Xi had been busy outside all morning. Upon returning and seeing Jiangwan still asleep, he removed his outer garments and lay beside her. The moment he embraced her, Jiangwan awoke. She had merely been pretending to sleep, unsure of how to face Fu Xi after the events of the previous night. The circumstances had left her quite troubled. Fu Xi buried his face in her neck, inhaling softly, always feeling that the person in his arms was both fragrant and soft. No matter how he held her, he never felt satisfied. His actions grew increasingly bold. When his chest covered hers, Jiangwan could no longer pretend to be asleep. Why didn't you go hunting? In his previous life, he had gone hunting because, at the bonfire party, she had misspoken and Fu Xi had promised to team up with Yun Yanran. At that time, she was alone in the tent, crying for an entire day. When Fu Xi returned, he found her eyes swollen like steamed buns and tried to cheer her up with the white fox he had caught. Thus, they reconciled once more. This cycle continued until their feelings truly faded. Fu Xi's breath became somewhat erratic as he patiently explained to Jiangwan that the events of the previous night needed to be clarified. The participants in this hunt were all of high status. What difference would it make if they found out? Fu Xi, displeased, bit her. You don't trust me. Jiangwan pressed her lips together. I want to return to the capital first. Fu Xi tightened his grip around her. The journey back is long. I'm worried. Jiangwan was determined to leave. Prolonging the matter would only add to their troubles and might lead to unforeseen complications. Do you need me to experience yesterday's events again before you will be at ease? Fu Xi quickly clarified. That is not what I meant. The emperor has set a date for this hunting trip. I cannot leave early, which is why I'm concerned about you. Jiangwan replied coldly. Your presence may not necessarily be useful. Fu Xi felt guilty. The previous day's incident could have been avoided had he been more thorough, thus preventing Jiangwan from suffering. I want to let it happen again. Jiangwan doubted she had heard correctly. Fu Xi was actually being petulant with her. Displeased, she pushed him away slightly. Fu Xi, undeterred, leaned in again. I truly want to let it happen again. Jiangwan adjusted her mindset and said, You cannot always be by my side. There are many people here, and it is easy for others to take advantage of the situation. It would be better to return to the capital first. At least there won't be so many people trying to harm me. Noticing Fu Xi still had concerns, Jiangwan suggested enticingly, if you're worried, you could assign more guards to me. Fu Xi's worry was not solely about that issue. Didn't you prepare a new residence for grandmother? I'll stay outside for a while. It was evident that Jiangwan genuinely did not wish to remain. Moreover, her words held some truth. This hunt was organized by the royal family. He couldn't just leave, and if unexpected circumstances arose, he needed to be available. If he allowed someone to exploit a gap, the consequences would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Xi said, As long as you don't think about leaving me, I agree to let you return to the capital first. Jiangwan kicked him. Are you annoying? At that moment, she was charming and adorable, the distance between them dissipating significantly, stirring Fu Xi's heart. In a soft, coaxing tone, he said, You need to take your medicine for the next 3 days. Only after you finish your medicine can you leave. Jiangwan's eyes sparkled. Really? Indeed. The thought of her leaving meant he would not see her for more than half a month made Fu Xi feel reluctant even before their separation. He held her close, kissing her repeatedly. Jiangwan grasped the bed sheet tightly, gradually suppressing the urge to push him away. She thought just treated as being bitten by a dog. Noticing her lack of resistance to his closeness, Fu Xi felt elated. It seemed Jiangwan had dismissed the thought of leaving him. His vigilance regarding her early return to the capital eased a bit. Interlocking their fingers, he said, Wan, I truly love you. Jiangwan was momentarily stunned. Then her gaze regained clarity. After their tender moments, Fu Xi felt satisfied. It's time to get up for a meal. Have Chiu draw me some water. Fu Xi relished being commanded by her. The more she relied on him, the more secure he felt. He swiftly got up to instruct Chiu to draw water and also prepare food. As Jiangwan got out of bed, her legs felt weak. An indescribable ache throbbed in certain areas. Had Fu Xi not returned in time to catch her, she might have collapsed completely. What do you want to do? I can help you. Jiang Wan felt embarrassed. She remembered she was the one who had taken the initiative. Unable to vent her anger on Fu Xi, she could only sulkily kick her embroidered shoe. Fu Xi couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be angry. A good rest for 2 days should make your legs feel better. Shut up.
Oh. Fuchi indeed fell silent.
He bent down to grasp Jiang Wan's slender, fair ankle, helping her put on her shoes. Chapter 28. As long as you are not by his side after lunch, Fu Xi suggested taking Jiang Wan for a walk. It was a rare outing, and since she would return to the capital in a couple of days, it would be a pity not to enjoy the scenery. Jiang Wan was reluctant to move, feeling disinterested. She could see the scenery anywhere. Fu Xi was determined to take her out. I'll carry you. Aren't you embarrassed? Fu Xi was both amused and annoyed, pinching her cheek. What is embarrassing about carrying my own woman? In broad daylight. It's a disgrace. I never realized you were so conservative before. Jiang Wan shot him a meaningful glance. So you misjudged me.
Fuchi chuckled. Itese fine.
We have a lifetime to understand each other. Unable to resist Fu Xi's persistent coaxing, Jiang Wan finally agreed to go out with him. Those skilled in horseback riding and archery had all gone to participate in the hunting competition, leaving the rest to enjoy the scenery in groups. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, everyone was taken aback. The events of the previous night were no secret. Regardless of who it fell upon, they had no face to come out. Jiang Wan was truly shameless. Due to Fu Xi's authority, no one dared to speak ill of Jiang Wan to her face. However, they also did not invite them to join their excursions. Mixing with concubines, would they still want to marry? Perhaps because Fu Xi had agreed to let her return to the capital early, Jiang Wan felt cheerful, completely ignoring the sidelong glances directed at her. Seeing Jiang Wan relaxed, Fu Xi also refrained from spoiling her mood at that moment. There's a waterfall ahead. Shall we go take a look?
Jiang Wan nodded. Sure.
Fu Xi firmly held her hand. From now on, when you speak to me, don't be so curt. Do you enjoy listening to nonsense? As long as it's you speaking, I love to hear it. There were many people watching from behind. Jiang Wan wanted to break free but found his grip tightening. The two of them left the crowd's sight like this. Phew, that was almost suffocating. How can Jiang Wan still have the face to come out after such a commotion last night? She had willingly fallen from grace to become Fu De Ren's concubine. What was there to be embarrassed about? Jiang Tai Fu had always been proud, looking down on others. If he knew his daughter had become a concubine, he would probably never rest in peace. Who is Jiang Tai Fu? Just a traitor. As the saying goes, a bad bamboo cannot produce good shoots. Jiang Wan must also have a black heart. One wonders what kind of potion she fed Fu De Ren to earn his favor. Men fall for this. My father's most favored concubine was just like Jiang Wan, delicate and weak, always falling ill every few days. My father couldn't bear it. Who knows if it was real illness or feigned? Such a wretched trick. Don't mention Jiang Wan. Be careful of Fu De Ren's retribution later. Last time someone gossiped at Tianxiangjai, Fu De Ren heard it, and their father was punished the next day. Those who spoke ill fell silent. Fu De Ren was favored by the emperor, and with Fu Guifei maneuvering in the palace, anyone with a bit of sense would avoid provoking Fu De Ren. Let us go. Let South find another place to play. We can't see the waterfall today. We can come back tomorrow. The group headed in the opposite direction. Even from a distance, Jiang Wan could hear the sound of water. Compared to the square and enclosed residence, the outdoors was far more comforting. Standing at a high point, she could see a distant courtyard. Following her gaze, Fu Xi remarked, that is where the deposed crown prince is imprisoned. Logically, the crown prince could have been executed on the spot for rebellion, but the emperor spared his life. He was only confined here, and without the emperor's edict, he would never be allowed to leave. As for the surrounding members of the royal family, none could escape the fate of annihilation. Recalling the days of bloodshed from months ago, Jiang Wan's heart had long since grown numb from pain. Her father chose to conspire against the crown prince, leading to their current predicament. Who should she blame? The victor takes all. She could blame no one. Retracting her gaze, she picked up a flat stone and sat down on the ground. Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, she gazed into the distance.
Fuchi sat busy there.
His eyes fixed intently on Jiang Wan. For some reason, even though she was right beside him, he felt an insurmountable distance between them. Fu Xi wanted to suggest that perhaps they should not return to the capital just yet, waiting until the autumn hunt concluded to go home together. Yet, fearing that his words might irritate Jiang Wan, He kept his thoughts to himself. He sighed, feeling this indecisiveness was unlike his usual demeanor. The autumn sun was not overly harsh, casting a comfortable warmth. Jiang Wan felt drowsy. Fu Xi gently enveloped her in his arms, urging her to sleep if she felt tired. I don't need your embrace, Jiang Wan said, her sleepiness dissipating somewhat. Why are you always so touchy? I want to hold you, Fu Xi replied, having trained in martial arts, effectively trapping Jiang Wan in his embrace. Just sleep peacefully. If you stir too much, I cannot guarantee my actions. Jiang Wan blushed at his words, indignantly asking, Are you a beast? Fu Xi smirked, If you tease me again, I may not hold back. Bah! Shameless. Who would want to tease you? The inherent flaws of men stirred Fu Xi's interest further. However, recalling the doctor's advice to exercise restraint, and considering their location was inappropriate, he suppressed his impulses. Gently patting Jiang Wan's back, he reassured her, Sleep well, and I won't disturb you. Having encountered many people throughout her life, Jiang Wan found Fu Xi's shamelessness unparalleled. A sense of humiliation spread from deep within her. If she were not a concubine but his legitimate wife, would he still think of such matters indiscriminately? It was false to say she was not hurt from lacking the respect she deserved. No wonder many could not accept being a concubine. Such psychological torment would inevitably drive one mad. A fleeting glimmer of resolve crossed her eyes. If she could not escape this cage, she would rather die. Jiang Wan closed her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion. Fu Xi noticed nothing amiss, believing his threat had worked. In the vigor of youth, he was no saint, unable to maintain complete composure. Yet, he would not shamelessly engage in intimate acts with Jiang Wan in the wilderness. It was merely a means to frighten her. He stroked her head, finding this method quite effective. Fu Xi decided that he would employ this tactic whenever she disobeyed him in the future. Jiang Wan's thoughts were chaotic, and sleep eluded her. After what felt like an eternity, she sensed Fu Xi lifting her. After walking for a while, he laid her down on the grass, placing a piece of clothing under her head that bore the faint scent of his cologne. Sleep well. I'll catch some fish and grill them for you, he said. But Jiang Wan did not respond. As long as he was not beside her, he could do as he pleased. Chapter 29. A fondness for intelligent women. Fu Xi truly managed to catch some fish and was eager to grill them for Jiang Wan. Knowing protest would be futile, Jiang Wan followed his lead. Both hailed from affluent families and had been pampered since childhood, so the act of cooking was somewhat daunting for them. Observing the charred fish, Fu Xi felt embarrassed, yet it brought a smile to Jiang Wan's face. Fu Xi, you must learn properly. In case of unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to fend for yourself. The ability to elicit a smile from her made Fu Xi feel his blunders were worth it. I will certainly learn well. Next time, I will bring you out and grill for you again. Jiang Wan's throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, and her eyes grew slightly misty. Fearing Fu Xi would notice her unusual demeanor, she averted her gaze. With no grilled fish to eat, they extinguished the fire and retraced their steps back to the camp. Upon their return, Fu Xi's subordinate reported, My lord, the matter has been investigated. Since it concerned Jiang Wan, Fu Xi did not allow her to withdraw. Who is the mastermind behind this? It is the second and third sons of the Yun family. Both Fu Xi and Jiang Wan were not surprised by this revelation. He waved his hand, dismissing the subordinate. Gripping Jiang Wan's hand, he assured her, I will definitely seek justice for you. Rest assured. The methods employed by the Yun brothers were too insidious. Fu Xi's intention to seek justice earned Jiang Wan's gratitude. However, she reminded him, General Yun holds military power. Even His Majesty must tread carefully around him. Do not lose your composure on my behalf. Fu Xi interpreted Jiang Wan's concern as affection. His usually deep-set eyes sparkled momentarily. I am aware. You need not worry. Suppressing his rising anger, Fu Xi thought that those who dared to use such tactics against Jiang Wan deserved far worse than mere death. Since he could not take their lives, he would return their cruelty in kind. To avoid sullying Jiang Wan's ears, he refrained from detailing his plans. Jiang Wan did not inquire further. Stay here obediently. I will step out for a moment, he instructed. Jiang Wan nodded, taking out a book to pass the time. While he longed to remain with her a while longer, Fu Xi could not afford to wait, eager to ensure those who harmed Jiang Wan were punished. Without lingering, he changed into lighter clothing and departed. After Fu Xi left, the autumn moon brought in food. Auntie, you should eat something first. You will need to take medicine later. Jiang Wan set aside her book and instructed, In a couple of days, we will return to the capital early. Be sure to organize our belongings when you have the chance. Yes. The items they brought on this trip were mostly Jiangwan's. Fu Xi, concerned about her comfort, had packed 2 large boxes of clothing alone, along with other miscellaneous items. It would take considerable time to sort through everything. Meanwhile, Fu Xi, leading a group, rode forth to find the second and third sons of the Yun family. The brothers sensed trouble, but with their father backing them up, they felt emboldened. Yun San blustered, "Fu Darren, speak quickly. Do not delay our hunting." Fu Xi had no time for their banter. He signaled for his guards to step forward. "Young masters, please dismount." There were others partnered with the Yun brothers. Seeing the situation now, and recalling the events of the previous day, they understood all too well. The disdain in their gazes increased. As sons of a noble family, how could they engage in such despicable acts? It was no different from the actions of a rogue. They say that a gentleman does not engage in conflict with women. Yet these men could stoop so low as to harm a vulnerable woman, truly reaching the apex of treachery. It was best to keep such people at a distance. "Brother Yun, it appears Fu Darren is here for a significant matter concerning you too, so we will take our leave." They quickly mounted and departed. The faces of the Yun brothers turned ashen. They were not fools and could sense the contempt from others. With their father wielding military power, they were accustomed to being courted in both the capital and the borderlands. This treatment was a first for them. Yun Air mentally noted those who had just left. A bunch of fair-weather friends, unworthy of alliances. Reluctant to dismount, Yun Sen tugged at the reins, asking, "Fu Darren, what is the meaning of this?" Fu Xi's expression remained indifferent. "Take them." As soon as he spoke, the Yun brothers were apprehended. They were forced to ingest an unknown substance.
Fuchi.
"What have you made us swallow?" "A mere reciprocation of courtesy. You should be quite familiar with it." The two were horrified, their bodies convulsing as they fought to expel the contents of their stomachs. Unfortunately, the substance had already been ingested, and there was no way to expel it now. "Fu Xi, are you declaring war against the Yun family?" "Why not?" Fu Xi, mounted on his steed, glared at the brothers with a murderous intensity. "You should be grateful for having a good father, and even more so that I am not as vile as you. Otherwise, this substance would not have been wasted on you." Fu Xi ordered the Yun brothers released but cleared an area of 100 meters to avoid any collateral damage and to maintain the excitement of the hunt. Previously, he had heard tales of Fu Xi being formidable. The Yun brothers were now experiencing this firsthand. The potency of that medicine is well understood by Yun Air. He urged Yun San to mount and said, "Let us return to the camp first." Fu Xi, with a hint of indifference, remarked, "Did I grant you permission to leave?" He observed them leisurely, orchestrating his own play, believing he was doing them a favor. "Fu Xi, have you lost your mind?" Yun San exclaimed, less composed than Yun Air. "Yun Yanran is betrothed to you. Must you make things difficult for us?" The mention of this only intensified Fu Xi's resolve to not let them off easily. He was well aware of how Yun Yanran had ingratiated herself with the matriarch. These siblings were indeed cut from the same cloth. They would stop at nothing to obtain what they desired, even donning the mantle of righteous bravery while doing so. This was far more nauseating than the actions of true scoundrels. Despite the brothers' pleas, Fu Xi remained unmoved. After what felt like an eternity, when they could no longer endure, Fu Xi finally allowed them to return to the camp, instructing, "Follow them closely, and do not harm any innocent bystanders." "Understood." After lingering for a while, Fu Xi returned to the camp. Upon entering the emperor's grand tent, he knelt and apologized. "You scoundrel. I merely instructed you to uncover the truth. Did I permit you to use extrajudicial measures? Your Majesty, the 2 young masters of the Yin family have used foul drugs to harm others. I have traced it back to them, and in a bid to eliminate evidence, they ingested the remaining tainted substance themselves." The emperor paused, exasperatedly gesturing at Fu Xi.
"You?"
"Indeed. Do you take others for fools? Every word I speak is the truth. Since the matter has been clarified, I shall summon the general to inquire how he raised such wayward children. It would be better for him to retire from military service to properly educate them and steer them back onto the right path. Your wisdom is unmatched, Your Majesty." At this moment, the emperor wished to avoid him, waving his hand dismissively. "You may leave."
Fuchi departed swiftly, is the minor unabashed.
As though everything unfolded precisely as he had described. The emperor sighed, "Concubine, you see, this fellow is becoming increasingly reckless in his actions, all for the sake of Jiang." Concubine Fu smiled. "I believe he acts in your interest, Your Majesty."
"Oh."
What makes you say that? The Yun brothers are bound to suffer great humiliation this time. How will General Yun face others afterward? Surely, he will come to you to lament, and at that time, you can graciously offer him a favor, allowing him to return home to rest and educate his children. And, if he does not lament, then he shall be punished to return home and oversee the upbringing of his children, preventing further calamities. The emperor laughed heartily. Ah, concubine, you understand me well. Concubine Fu maintained her smile. Having accompanied you for decades, I have absorbed enough wisdom. It would be foolish not to learn a thing or two. The emperor felt a surge of contentment. He had little patience for foolish women, and among his harem, only concubine Fu did not hide her cleverness from him. The others, while claiming that the inner court should not meddle in politics, were all too concerned with the affairs of a court. A vague image flickered in his mind, that of the most astute woman he had ever encountered. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts as relics of the past, preferring not to dwell on them. Chapter 30. Reciprocity. When the Yun brothers returned to the camp, they were in a daze. In plain view of the public, they tore at their clothes, appearing deranged and quite alarming. Many womenfolk remained in the camp, too frightened to step outside due to their antics. From a distance, Jiangwan heard the cacophony of gasps and felt a stirring curiosity to see what was happening. As she stepped out of the main tent, she was met by Fu Xi, who insisted she return. Do not look at them, they are filthy. I merely wish to catch a glimpse. Absolutely not. Outside, chaos reigned. Upon hearing the report from her maid, Lady Yun was so startled that her teacup shattered in her hand. Where are they? Bring them back at once. The maid stammered. They are outside. The young masters are disheveled, and the maids dare not approach. Lady Yun hastily stood up and went outside. The sight of her sons, disheveled and with dazed expressions, was terrifying. Quickly, fetch the physician. The maids have already gone, but the emperor is unwell, and all the physicians are attending to him. Lady Yun's heart sank. The emperor seemed intent on escalating the situation to exert control over the general. Just then, General Yun and Yunda returned, and together they managed to bring Yun Air and Yun San back to their tent. Water. Quickly bring me water. Am I to perish? The wails echoed relentlessly. And General Yun, furious, exclaimed, That's what you get. You thoughtlessly provoked Fu Xi, and now you must reap the bitter fruit of your actions. General Yun had previously attempted to negotiate with Fu Xi, believing the matter would end there. To his dismay, Fu Xi showed no mercy, leading to such a scandal that the Yun family's reputation was utterly tarnished. General, let us not dwell on them. We must find a physician, urged a subordinate. Did you not hear? The emperor is unwell. Who among us dares to compete with him for a physician at this time? Seeing her children in such a state, Lady Yun wept. Must we simply watch them suffer? Such vile drugs cause immense harm. If they are injured gravely, their lives will be ruined. General Yun felt powerless. It is too late to seek a doctor outside. Bring water and let them soak. After issuing his orders, General Yun added, Madam, you should step outside for now. Though reluctant, Lady Yun understood the necessity. She could only wait outside, her heart heavy with worry. Nearby families sent servants to inquire about the situation, and observing the brothers' furtive demeanor, Lady Yun felt a mix of anger and frustration. After today, her sons' reputations were utterly ruined. A chill swept over Lady Yun as she cursed herself for failing to discipline her children, allowing them to act recklessly, leading to such a calamity. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she could not help but shed tears. Mother, how are my brothers? She heard a voice ask. I heard Lord Fu just went to see them. It should not be serious. Upon hearing the name Lord Fu, Lady Yun could not contain her anger and struck Yun Yanran across the face. Yun Yanran, in disbelief, exclaimed, Mother, why did you hit me? You chose to provoke Fu Xi, and now your brothers are suffering because of you. Are you pleased with this outcome? Yun Yanran felt wronged. I did not send them to do anything wrong. Why must you place the blame on me? Seeing her obstinacy, Lady Yun was filled with despair. From now on, we shall not concern ourselves with your affairs. Whether you marry Fu Xi or not, whether you fare well or poorly, it is no longer our concern. Yun Yanran stared at her mother, bewildered by her words. Go back to your tent, and do not create more chaos here. Very well, I shall leave. Yun Yanran sniffed, stifling her resentment as she departed. Why was it that her brothers acted without consulting her, yet when trouble arose, the blame fell upon her? The more she pondered, the more heartbroken she felt, In her parents' eyes, sons held far more weight than daughters. Buckets of cold water were brought in. Initially, they provided some relief, but soon they proved ineffective. General Yun gritted his teeth and suggested, "Madam, shall we not find some innocent maidens for them?" Lady Yun wept. All those who came hunting are of reputable families. This was an opportunity to seek potential daughters-in-law. If we proceed with this, how will they ever marry? At this juncture, survival took precedence. From the very start, her sons' reputations had been ruined. No matter what actions were taken henceforth, this fact could not be altered. Lady Yun took a deep breath and addressed the young maidens brought along, who wishes to serve the young masters. Afterwards, I shall elevate you to concubines. The Yun family had strict teachings, forbidding their sons from taking concubines. Yet now, Lady Yun found herself with no other recourse. She could not allow their innocence to be lost in vain. Life was hard for women. If the Yun family did not provide them with a secure place, how would they survive in the future? The Yun family's influence was considerable. Even being a secondary wife could entice many. Not to mention, Lady Yun herself promised to elevate them to concubines. Such overwhelming riches and honor. Who would refuse? Immediately, two maidens stepped forward. The servant expressed her willingness to serve the second and third young masters. Madame Yun repeatedly affirmed this, stating that from now on, they would be considered half-masters in the Yun household. While the issues concerning the two brothers were temporarily resolved, General Yun still had to seek forgiveness from the emperor. Setting aside the matter of framing Jiangwan from yesterday, even today's breach of decorum in front of the public carried severe consequences. Madam, I leave this matter to you, he said. Anticipating the challenges her husband would soon face, Madame Yun felt tears welling up. General, if things become too difficult, perhaps you should surrender your military command. Nothing is more important than staying alive. I am well aware of what must be done. He instructed Yunda to take good care of the family and to avoid any further trouble before striding away. Once the situation was under control, other families would dare to move about again. In the eyes of the public, Jiangwan had sunk into the mire, no longer seen as part of their class, rendering her no longer a source of amusement. Instead, it was the Yun family, having suffered such a scandal, that would find it difficult to show their faces in public again. As for Yun Yanran, her loose tongue had spared no one's dignity, and she would surely face the repercussions in the future. Chapter 31. Let us reconcile. The emperor kept General Yun in his tent for an entire night, managing to reclaim the military authority from him without a single soldier being lost. To appease the Yun family, he promoted Yun Da to the rank of third-grade general, allowing him to remain in the capital and no longer return to the frontier. The foundation of the Yun family lay beyond the borders, and this move by the emperor was akin to flaying them alive. After such a grievous blow, it would be difficult for the Yun family to regain their former glory. The brutal nature of power transitions was well known. The two Yun brothers had anticipated punishment following their failure. They also considered that the emperor might use their military authority against them. However, they did not expect the emperor to take Fu Si's word at face value and punish the Yun family so severely. With their father's military power stripped away and ordered to remain idle at home, never to return to the frontier, the punishment felt excessively harsh. The atmosphere in the Yun household was dismal. Even if Yun Yanran attempted to evade responsibility, she was acutely aware that the root of the problem lay with her. To restore the dignity of the Yun family, she resolved to negotiate with Fu Si. Seizing a moment when her family was distracted, she quietly made her way to the tent where Fu Si and Jiangwan were. Unsurprisingly, she was blocked by Qiu Yu. Miss Yun, you must allow me to announce your presence. You may enter only upon the gentleman's consent. At that moment, Yun Yanran had no time to ponder other matters. Please inform Lord Fu that I wish to propose a transaction that would benefit Aunt Jiang. Qiu Yu nodded and turned to relay the message. Upon hearing Yun Yanran's name, Fu Si felt a wave of annoyance. However, her mention of Jiangwan piqued his interest. Let her in. Yes. Qiu Yu exited, saying, Miss Yun, please enter. Finally granted an audience with Fu Si, Yun Yanran found little joy in the moment. In his heart, Jiangwan remained paramount. Whenever Jiangwan was mentioned, he disregarded everything else. The path of affection for Fu Si was fraught with challenges. Yet she had loved only him throughout her life and was reluctant to relinquish her feelings. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into Fu Si's tent. Upon entering, she beheld Jiangwan kneeling and painting, while Fu Si sat nearby sipping tea. Perhaps dissatisfied with something, Fu Xi leaned forward, grasping Jiang Wan's hand from behind. Let us include the two of us in the painting. Jiang Wan frowned, attempting to release her brush, but Fu Xi held her hand firmly, preventing her from doing so. With his other arm encircling her waist, he swiftly captured their likeness on the canvas. Satisfied with the result, Fu Xi pressed a kiss to Jiang Wan's cheek, exclaiming, Wan's artistic skill is unparalleled. There was a third person in the tent, and Jiang Wan was not as shameless as Fu Xi. Should I take my leave? No need. Fearing Jiang Wan's disapproval, Fu Xi released her. Observing their intimate interaction, Yun Yanran's heart felt as if it had been struck repeatedly. Was Jiang Wan truly that extraordinary? So much so that Fu Xi seemed oblivious to anyone else's existence? Thoughts of surrender began to surface within her. Yet a voice urged her not to give up. If their bond were indeed unbreakable, how could Fu Xi have shared wine with her? How could he agree to hunt alongside her? In an instant, Yun Yanran regained her resolve. If she tried just a bit harder, surely Fu Xi's gaze would linger upon her. Lord Fu, could you possibly approach His Majesty on behalf of my father and brother?
Fu Cs de Minor remained indifferent.
Why should I intercede on their behalf? If you assist me, once we return to the capital, I will petition the matriarch to ensure Jiang Wan becomes your legitimate wife. Fu Xi tapped his fingers against the table, his expression skeptical. On what grounds do you believe the matriarch would heed your request? As long as I persist in my appeals, the matriarch will eventually acquiesce. Fu Xi's expression grew complex. He had previously implored his grandmother for favors, seeking little more than for her to treat Jiang Wan with kindness. Even such a modest request had been denied. Now Yun Yanran suggested she could influence his grandmother's decisions, persuading her to accept Jiang Wan as a legitimate wife. Fu Xi began to doubt himself, questioning whether his failures as a grandson had rendered his words less significant than those of an outsider in his grandmother's eyes.
Fuchi remained silent,
leaving Yun Yanran unable to decipher his true thoughts. Desperation led her to turn her attention to Jiang Wan. Aunt Jiang, surely you do not wish to remain a concubine.
Do you?
This was a novel situation that had not occurred in her previous life. Jiang Wan smiled and replied, What difference is there between a legitimate wife and a concubine? I would rather continue as a concubine, as it lightens the burden. All I need is to serve my lord well. The term serve caused Fu Xi's lips to twitch. Who was truly serving whom? Typically, he could barely touch Jiang Wan without her refusal, making his situation more pitiful than anyone else's. Yun Yanran assumed Jiang Wan was proud and would care deeply about appearances. She was taken aback to find Jiang Wan rejecting the notion of being a legitimate wife. Anxiously, she exclaimed, How can a legitimate wife and a concubine be the same? Aside from the official wife, a legitimate wife is still a mistress. A concubine is merely a mistress aside from the official wife. Society does not recognize legitimate wives. Nor can we deceive ourselves. In aristocratic families, no one had a legitimate wife. Similarly, no one would commit the foolish act of allowing a favored concubine to undermine the official wife. Jiang Wan understood her fate. Even if Fu Xi loved her now and placed her above all else, it would not alter her destiny. Only by breaking free from this cage could she hope to truly attain a new life. Yun Yanran found it impossible to reason with Jiang Wan. Frustration and anger welled within her. Did she truly have to become the official wife before Jiang Wan would relent? Aunt Jiang, my brother did not intend to offend you. They were merely concerned for me and momentarily acted foolishly. Could you find it in your heart to forgive them? Jiang Wan replied with a smile. I cannot. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yun Yanran pressed. Is it only if they relinquish the position of the official wife that you would be pleased?
Fuchi's displeasure was evident.
The position of the official wife was always intended for Jiang Wan, so on what basis could it be seen as a concession? Miss Yun, your brother's behavior is unjust. Your attempt to plead for them indicates you cannot discern right from wrong. Such a person is unworthy of being the matriarch of my Fu family. Upon our return to the capital, I will inform my grandmother, and arrangements will be made to annul your engagement. You need not concern yourself with the matter of relinquishing positions. Yun Yanran felt as if struck by lightning. You intend to break off our engagement? Jiang Wan is mine. The way you have humiliated her reveals your malicious intent. No one should dare to ally with such a family. To be dismissed and labeled as malicious was too much for Yun Yanran. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, Fu Xi, if you do not wish to help, you may say so directly. There is no need to bully me so.
Fuchi raised an eyebrow.
Knowing I would not assist you, you still came here, seeking humiliation. What wrong have I committed in allowing you to fulfill your own desires? Yun Yanran, unwilling to lose face before Jiangwan, departed in tears without lingering. Fu Xi observed Jiangwan's expression several times, stating, Wan, I will not marry her. Once we return to the capital, this engagement will be nullified. Jiangwan nodded and resumed her painting. The matriarch was resolute in her desire to see him wed. This engagement would not be easily cast aside. Having heard such reassurances countless times, Jiangwan had grown numb to the words. In the previous life, he had already collided with the southern wall. There was no need to do so again in this life. Fu Xi sighed as he embraced Jiangwan from behind. You are returning to the capital soon. Could you not spare a moment to accompany me? Am I not keeping you company now? Jiangwan replied. Yet, Fu Xi yearned for more than mere presence. This impending separation meant they would be apart for over half a month. He pressed a kiss against Jiangwan's neck, his intentions unmistakable. Jiangwan evaded him, insisting, Stop it, I want to finish my painting. While her resistance was not overt, Fu Xi felt an unsettling discontent within. His eyes narrowed. Was it possible that having a child together would firmly tether her heart to his? As the thought crossed his mind, he found it difficult to suppress. The happiness of raising a child with his beloved was a joy Fu Xi could scarcely envision. He snatched the brush from Jiangwan's hand, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Placing her on the low couch, she said, I'm not feeling well today.
Fuci dismisse delle scuse.
With a domineering grip. He intertwined their fingers. Wan, let us reconcile, just as we used to. Chapter 32. Seek treatment for illness as the moment of parting drew near. Fu Xi could not bear to be separated from Jiangwan for even a moment. Even in sleep, he held her tightly. Perhaps the tension of the past days had taken its toll, for he fell into a dream. In this dream, he donned a resplendent red wedding attire, appearing as a groom. A lengthy procession wound its way around the city before returning to the Fu residence. Amid the celebratory shouts of the matchmaker, he kicked the palanquin door, and a hand emerged from within. He grasped it, yet even in this dream, his subconscious whispered that this hand was not Jiangwan's. It bore no white jade bracelet, and the fingers lacked the slender elegance that characterized Jiangwan. Fu Xi found himself at a loss. Unable to voice his thoughts or move, merely following another version of himself as he wed someone else. Panic surged within him. Where had Wan gone? Why was the bride not her? He cried out internally, that person is not Wan. This union cannot happen. No matter his efforts, he remained unnoticed. When the officiant proclaimed the marriage complete, Fu Xi's heart sank into despair. If Wan were to discover he had married another, she would surely leave him, never to forgive him in this lifetime. A throng of people ushered him and the bride into the bridal chamber. Fu Xi watched as they entered the west courtyard, a place where he and Wan once resided. The garden was ablaze with canna lilies, flowers he had planted for her before she entered the Fu family. What was happening? Fu Xi felt dizzy. Everything felt utterly wrong. In the bridal chamber, he lifted the bride's veil, revealing Yun Yanran, who gazed at him shyly. Fu Xi overheard them mention Jiangwan. It has been long since we last saw Aunt Jiang. I wonder how her health is, if her heart condition has recurred. She is always feigning illness. Do not concern yourself with her. Fu Xi could hardly believe the words that escaped his lips. No. This was not him. They merely resembled each other. This woman was certainly not Jiangwan. I have prepared gifts for Aunt Jiang. On this joyous day, let her share in the happiness. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned someone to fetch Aunt Jiang. Fear gripped Fu Xi. Wan was still in the mansion, yet he was to marry another. This was akin to plunging a knife into her heart. Time passed, and in his mounting agitation, the servant returned, trembling as they knelt before him. Aunt. His expression darkened. What now? Is this another act of feigned illness, or a tantrum? The servant shook his head. Aunt Jiang is in labor today. She has passed. In an instant, Fu Xi felt as though he had been stabbed. The pain was excruciating. He desperately told himself that it was all a dream, that it was fabricated. All he wished was to awaken. He swayed, gritting his teeth. How could they be so callous as to jest about such matters? Fine. I shall go see what trick she is playing. This torment had no end. Fu Xi remained trapped, compelled to follow deeper into the estate. The place was remote and chilling, so much so that Fu Xi was unaware of its existence within the mansion. The old wooden door creaked ajar, and upon entering the courtyard, a damp, moldy scent assailed his senses. Fu Xi glared furiously at the individual responsible for placing Wanwan in such a wretched location. It was utterly cruel. He longed to take immediate action against them, but he could not even free himself from his restraints, let alone do anything else. He hesitated before the main door, hand outstretched to push it open several times, only to withdraw each time. Inside, two maids were conversing. "Doesn't it feel cold in this room? With two corpses lying on the bed, how could it not be cold?"
Bang.
The door was kicked open. Ignoring the gossiping maids, he strode toward the bed. At last, Fu Xi laid eyes on Jiangwan. She appeared emaciated, her complexion ghastly pale, her eyes tightly shut, lying silently there, so utterly unlike the Jiangwan in his memory. Beside her was a tiny infant, its body a shade of purple, unclean and unsightly. The tiny fists were clenched, much like Jiangwan's, neither opening its eyes nor drawing breath. Fu Xi was driven mad with the desire to hold Jiangwan, yet he found himself unable to do so. His hands passed through her form repeatedly. His Wanwan was perfectly fine. She had not been pregnant. How could there be complications in childbirth? The dream was too agonizing. He wished to awaken from it. He stood silently beside the bed, gazing at the two figures. Suddenly, he reached out to poke the baby's face. Startled, he withdrew his hand as if burned. "Is this the child you bore for me? She resembles me, yet her mouth and face are like yours. How could she have come out before term? Did your emotional state today affect her? I have written a name for her. A thick stack of paper. When will you choose one?" Other children cry, "Yet why does ours not? Even if she is mute, it matters not. The Fu family's daughter will face no scorn." He grasped Jiangwan's hand, which felt like mere bones, shocking to behold. "Have you not been eating properly? Or has she drained all your nourishment? Last time we met, you still had some flesh on you. I heard childbirth is terrifying. Why did you not send someone to the front courtyard to deliver the news? Had I known you would go into labor today, I would not have left home. What happened to the bracelet I gifted you? No matter, I shall bring you a new one tomorrow." The figure on the bed remained motionless. He continued to ramble, his expression serene, yet his eyes grew increasingly red. Soon, they were on the verge of spilling tears. "I did not intend to neglect you these past 6 months. I was away on business and only returned a few days ago. I thought if you apologized to Yanran, that matter would pass. As long as you remain compliant and refrain from scheming, the Fu family could guarantee you a lifetime of peace. But now I realize you hold grudges. You are likely still angry with the Yun family, still angry with me. If you choose not to apologize, so be it, as long as you are happy." In a fit of rage, Fu Xi hurled a punch at him. "To hell with apologies. What are the Yun family to bully Wanwan?" In her dreams, Jiangwan was struck awake, angrily kicking Fu Xi. "If you are ill, seek treatment." At last, Fu Xi awakened from the dream. The oil lamp flickered. He could see Jiangwan clearly. Her face was full, not emaciated to the bone. In that moment, he felt disoriented, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. His hand slipped beneath her clothing, grasping her slender waist. She was warm.
Fuci inexplicably shed tears.
"Wanwan, please do not leave me." Chapter 33. Fu Xi's change of heart. Jiangwan remained unaware of Fu Xi's turmoil and made no inquiries. She turned over and quickly fell back into a deep slumber. Fu Xi held her close, the echoes of his dream replaying in his mind, his heart filled with trepidation. He was unaware of the reasons behind such a dream. Yet one truth remained certain. No one could ever take the place of Wanwan in his heart. He would never treat her as the figure in his dreams had. With a deep breath, he felt relieved that it was merely a dream. As his hand rested on Jiangwan's abdomen, Fu Xi thought of that little infant, his fingers trembling involuntarily. If the price of having a child was losing Jiangwan, he would rather forego fatherhood for a lifetime. While the person beside him slept soundly, Fu Xi found himself wide awake. He leaned closer to Jiangwan, finding solace in the sound of her breathing. The vividness of the dream left his heart aching. He had tasted the agony of losing Jiangwan in that dream, a burden he could not bear. He held her tightly, resolved to lose everything but her. After a night of nightmares, Fu Xi wavered in his decision, refusing to let Jiangwan return to the capital. Upon reflection, the journey back to the capital is too perilous. Should anything happen along the way, I might not reach you in time. Therefore, it would be best for you to wait a while longer. Let us return together in half a month. Jiangwan was anxious. "Fu Xi, are you ill?" I have already packed my belongings, and now you wish to go back on your word? Isn't this a cruel jest? Her things were already loaded onto the carriage, ready for departure. Yet, within the span of a breakfast, Fu Xi changed his mind. Jiangwan regretted not having left sooner, having listened to his nonsensical words. Fu Xi understood that being indecisive was not ideal, but he simply could not bear to be apart from Jiangwan. Only with her by his side could he avoid the madness of constant worry. Lowering his stance, he spoke softly, "I do not wish to be separated from you."
You promise me.
"I am now retracting my promise," Fu Xi replied shamelessly, devoid of any sense of guilt. Jiangwan turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "Back to the capital." Fu Xi swiftly caught up with her, gripping her arm. "I disagree." Jiangwan replied coolly. "Do you think the Yun family's humiliation is not enough? Do you wish for me to remain here as a topic for others to gossip about? That is not my intention." "Then, what is your intention?" Jiangwan's face reflected visible anger, causing Fu Xi to loosen his grip. Feeling helpless, he admitted, "I merely wish to be with you." With tears brimming in her eyes, Jiangwan retorted, "Your notion of being together only subjects me to scorn. You do not care about my feelings." Fu Xi's hand fell to his side. Noticing Jiangwan's rising anger, he began to reconsider his reactions, realizing they had been excessive. After all, it was merely a dream. Dreams and reality are opposites and should not be conflated. Suppressing his unease, he asked, "Will you wait for me to return home in the capital?" With tears still in her eyes, Jiangwan shot him a glare. "Where else can I go if not to the capital?" Fu Xi pondered, knowing that Wanwan had never left the capital. Even in that dream, she remained. If that was a portent for him, as long as he did not entangle himself with the Yun family, he could surely alter the outcome. With this thought, Fu Xi felt a measure of relief. He reached out to pat Jiangwan's head. "Do not be angry. I consent to your return home." Jiangwan's heart, previously heavy, lightened somewhat. His thoughts were unpredictable. Who could tell what he might decide next? As expected, the very next moment Fu Xi asked, "Can you truly not stay to accompany me?" Jiangwan's heart raced, nearly driven to madness by Fu Xi's indecision. "I am unhappy here, and it will only delay your affairs. I do not wish to burden myself or you." As long as Jiangwan showed concern for him, even with trivial words,
Fuji felt joy.
If staying here made her unhappy, then returning to the capital was the best course. Her happiness was all that mattered. Personally escorting her to the carriage, Fu Xi cautioned, "Be safe on the road. Avoid venturing into secluded areas alone. I have arranged for your protection, and there are others watching over you. You may rest assured." Jiangwan nodded. "You should leave quickly, or else you will become the subject of ridicule."
Fuji hesitated.
"I will watch you go." Jiangwan managed to smile, devoid of any resentment, as if the previous discord had vanished. "Take care of yourself. I am leaving." Fu Xi smiled gently. "Wanwan, wait for me to return home." Jiangwan replied softly, lowering the curtain of the carriage. The carriage gradually distanced itself. Until it disappeared from sight, Fu Xi remained reluctant to part ways. The unease in his heart resurfaced, and after several deep breaths, he felt a slight alleviation. He reminded himself not to be overly suspicious, as it would only upset Wanwan. Turning back to the camp, he had pressing matters to address. Since the matriarch opposed the annulment of their engagement, he would seek assistance from the emperor. Marriages between high-ranking officials are a significant taboo. The emperor had previously refrained from expressing his stance, likely intending to use him to keep the Yun family constrained within the capital. Now that the Yun family had lost their military power, their influence remained, and the emperor would not allow any unforeseen incidents. The annulment of this engagement would surely be approved by the emperor. Seated in the carriage, the royal hunting grounds faded into the distance, allowing Jiangwan to finally relax. Fu Xi was too unpredictable, and she genuinely feared his sudden change of heart. Due to her frail health, this was Jiangwan's first journey away from home. In unfamiliar territory, escape would be difficult. She worried it might alert her pursuers. She planned to return to the capital and then travel south by water, going as far as possible, vowing never to return. "Madam, it will take us 3 days to reach the capital. Please rest well. Otherwise, your health will not withstand it." Jiangwan nodded. "You have worked hard these past few days. You should rest first." Jiangwan's early return to the capital was not a secret. The Yun brothers were furious at the loss of face, harboring resentment towards Jiangwan and Fu Xi. "Second brother, must we simply swallow our pride?" "Of course not. But now is not the right time. We will discuss it upon our return to the capital." The fourth prince also had his designs. Everyone was aware of the conflict between the Yun family and Jiangwan. Should anything happen to her now, the first to be suspected would undoubtedly be the Yun family. Your Highness, this is a risky move. It may offend Lord Fu, warned one of his advisors. The fourth prince was resolute. Jiangwan must be eliminated. Her existence brought no benefit and could potentially invite endless trouble. It was better to act decisively and avoid future complications. As for his cousin, regardless of their blood ties, his status as a prince ensured that even if the truth came to light, no one could hold him accountable. Aware that Fu Xi had dispatched protectors for Jiangwan, the fourth prince sent his most capable assassins, determined to eradicate the threat in one fell swoop. Half a month was sufficient to erase many traces. By the time they returned to the capital, if his cousin discovered Jiangwan was missing, it would be too late. Chapter 34. Objects of suspicion. To safeguard the Emperor's security, the royal hunting grounds were patrolled at intervals by guards. Once outside the patrol range, Jiangwan believed that even if Fu Xi were to change his mind, he would not be able to catch up with them immediately. She thought she could finally relax. However, unexpectedly, they were ambushed before they had gone far. The sound of clashing swords rang clearly in her ears. This was Jiangwan's first encounter with such a situation, and her immediate suspicion fell upon the Yun family. She was powerless and had only a conflict of interest with them. In her past life, Yun Yanran had fallen from the loft, and they had placed the blame squarely upon her, calling for her punishment. This time, without the prior cause of the fall, the Yun brothers had suffered Fu Xi's wrath, and harboring resentment was entirely possible. However, thinking of Fu Xi, Jiangwan's suspicions of the Yun family faded slightly. At this critical juncture, they would surely not act recklessly. The true instigator could be Fu Xi's enemies or perhaps even his allies. Several suspicious individuals flashed through Jiangwan's mind. Could it be the favored concubine Fu or the fourth prince? Perhaps they, like the matriarch, regarded her as a nuisance. Taking advantage of this journey to resolve her predicament would ensure a future free from worries. The more she contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Her hands unconsciously clenched her clothing. She merely wished to be an ordinary person, to live a life of tranquility, yet why was it so difficult? Qiu Yu was filled with trepidation, her voice trembling as she tried to comfort Jiangwan. Do not fear, my lady. The master has arranged for protectors, each skilled in martial arts. We shall surely turn danger into safety. Jiangwan forced a bitter smile, realizing that she had ultimately brought trouble upon Qiu Yu. Whether in this life or the last, Qiu Yu had never fared well while following her. Not comprehending her meaning, Qiu Yu simply stated, as a servant of the Fu family, it is my duty to protect my mistress. If today is our last day, to die alongside you would not be in vain. Jiangwan exhaled deeply to steady her emotions. You are right. We will surely overcome this peril. She lifted the curtain of the carriage to assess the situation outside. There was only one assassin, yet his strength surpassed that of the guards. Their numerical advantage was of no use. Although Jiangwan had never trained in martial arts, she understood how challenging it was to cultivate a master. Doubts regarding the Fu concubine and the fourth prince had begun to dominate her thoughts. The assassin showed no urgency in dispatching Jiangwan. Rather, it appeared he intended to eliminate everyone present. Watching the guards fall one by one, Jiangwan felt a profound sorrow. Her disdain for the Fu family reached its zenith. They could not act against Fu Xi, but they were willing to harm innocents. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the lead guard shouted, "Turn back, return to the hunting grounds." The startled coachman seemed to regain his senses, hastily pulling the reins to redirect the carriage. The vehicle jolted a few times, and Jiangwan quickly grasped the wall of the carriage, steadying Qiu Yu. Be careful. My lady, you must take care of yourself. Do not worry about me. The carriage sped forward. The guards were still entangled with the assassin, but everyone understood that their endurance would not last much longer. Perhaps in the next moment, the assassin would catch up to them. What shall we do now, my lady? Qiu Yu, only slightly older than Jiangwan, was truly frightened. Jiangwan fought to remain calm. The immediate priority was to safeguard the lives of those around her. Only by using herself as bait could she grant everyone a chance of survival. I recall that you can ride? Qiu Yu nervously replied, yes. Jiangwan instructed, you must ride back to the hunting grounds and inform the master, urging him to bring reinforcements. No, I cannot leave you. Jiangwan reassured her, this is not abandonment. You are saving me. The guards are occupied with the assassin, and you alone can break through. My lady, I will take you with me. Jiang Wan shook her head. You must go alone. Since the assassin is after me, if you ride away together, they will immediately pursue us. We are both untrained in combat, and it would be even more perilous. Jiang Wan spoke sternly. We can still hold out for a while. You must deliver the message. Qiu Yu wiped her tears. My lady, I will surely deliver the news. You must wait for the master to rescue you. Good. Jiang Wan tapped on the carriage wall, signaling the coachman to slow down and giving a few instructions. The coachman whistled, and a horse came galloping. Qiu Yu successfully mounted. My lady, you must protect yourself. With that, she pulled the reins firmly, and the horse bolted away. Seeing her attempt to signal for help, the assassin indeed grew anxious. No longer wishing to linger, he charged towards the carriage where Jiang Wan was, intending first to eliminate his target before dealing with the rest. A flash of light passed, and the coachman fell silently. The out-of-control carriage crashed wildly along the mountain path, eventually plunging into the forest. The sounds of collision echoed ceaselessly, and Jiang Wan struggled to maintain her balance, her body already bruised and battered. With no time to ponder, she focused intently on discerning the direction. Ultimately, she concluded that at the end of this path lay a precipice. If this continued, she would either be caught by the assassin or plummet off the cliff. In either scenario, death awaited her. Rather than wait passively for her fate, Jiang Wan preferred to make an effort. If she could not evade death in the end, at least she would have tried, and that would be enough. Bracing herself against the carriage wall, she slowly made her way to the door. Not far away, there was a slope covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. Jiang Wan held her breath, honing her focus, and without hesitation, leaped down at the opportune moment. The sound of the carriage advancing masked the noise of her landing. The decades of accumulated leaves were sufficient to conceal her. Utilizing the cover of the dry branches and foliage, she evaded the relentless pursuit of the assassin. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, quiet enough for her to hear her own heartbeat. Lying still, she dared not make a sound, fearing that the assassin might discover the carriage was empty and return with a vengeance. In this moment of life and death, despite having faced death once before, Jiang Wan found it impossible to remain calm. She did not wish to die. She yearned to live fully. The distant horse emitted a painful whinny that reverberated throughout the forest. Jiang Wan's body trembled slightly. She sensed that the assassin would soon turn back to seek her out. Time began to crawl. After an indeterminate interval, sounds began to emerge around her. The crunching of dead branches and leaves underfoot filled the air. Jiang Wan's heart raced, and she even lightened her breathing. The leaves atop her were brushed aside, and her heart sank. Princess Consort, long time no see. Chapter 35. Searching for clues, the title Princess Consort jolted Jiang Wan awake. She was caught off guard by the mocking gaze of Yu Wenyan. The disheveled Jiang Wan was a first-time sight for him, and he found it quite amusing. Hadn't he been imprisoned? Why was he here? Jiang Wan voiced her thoughts. What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here? Yu Wenyan retorted, his demeanor nonchalant, as though he were merely out for a leisurely stroll. Jiang Wan was at a loss for words, feeling stifled by his presence. This man was known for his capricious temperament, capable of killing without a second thought. She had heard whispers of his reputation. As for the title of Princess Consort, that was merely a transaction between her father and him. Jiang Wan felt as though Yu Wenyan was relishing her misfortune. Fearing that a careless word might provoke his ire, she chose silence. Yu Wenyan casually crouched down, picking up a twig to brush away the leaves from Jiang Wan's head. Indifferently, he asked, "Where is Fu Xi? How did you end up wandering about alone?" Jiang Wan remained silent. Yu Wenyan scrutinized her, chuckling lightly. "You're not still participating in the hunting competition, are you? It seems he doesn't care much for you." Jiang Wan wanted to assert that it was none of his business, but just then the assassin approached, following the sound. She attempted to rise and flee, but having maintained the same position for too long, her legs had gone numb, and she collapsed back down. Yu Wenyan offered her a steadying hand. "What are you running from? Pathetic. You want to die, but I still want to live. Who said I wanted to die?" The assassin's pupils constricted momentarily upon spotting Yu Wenyan. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to eliminate him as well, considering him a potential threat to be eradicated. Yu Wenyan took the initiative, luring the assassin away from Jiang Wan, moving 5 meters away. Before Yu Wenyan was stripped of his title as prince, he had been surrounded by skilled protectors. Now, facing the assassin alone, Jiang Wan couldn't help but feel anxious for him. The assassin dispatched by the fourth prince was already an elite, yet Yu Wenyan managed to handle himself with apparent ease. After several exchanges, a sharp blade sliced through the air, producing a piercing clang. It struck the assassin's heart. As if unable to comprehend his defeat at Yu Wenyan's hands, the assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground. Blood dripped from the cold blade, disappearing into the earth. Yu Wenyan maintained his composure, wiping the sword clean on the assassin's clothing. Jiang Wan silently observed everything, unsure of her feelings. Should she send you back to the hunting grounds? The immediate danger had passed, yet the carriage was gone, and the surrounding area was dense mountain terrain, making it impossible for her to reach the nearest town on foot. If she returned to Fu Xi's side now, leaving him again might not be so effortless. Noticing her hesitation, Yu Wenyan remarked, "I've heard that Fu Xi has only granted you the position of a concubine. You must have longed to escape. Haven to you? What does that have to do with you?" Yu Wenyan shook his head. "Nothing." Before Jiang Wan could gather her thoughts, Yu Wenyan suddenly crouched before her.
Get on.
Jiang Wan's face turned pale with fear. Despite being stripped of his title as crown prince, his royal identity remained intact. She instinctively took a step back. "I can walk by myself. There are tigers in this mountain. Do you wish to feed the beasts? Or do you want Fu Xi to find you?" Jiang Wan did not wish to return to Fu Xi's side, yet she was equally apprehensive about Yu Wenyan, who could ascertain his true intentions for saving her. Observing her inner turmoil, Yu Wenyan provided no time for contemplation. He covered the assassin's body with dry leaves and twigs before lifting Jiang Wan onto his back. Startled, she attempted to jump down. "If you don't cooperate, I'll toss you into a pile of corpses." Jiang Wan thought. Indeed, the rumors were true. Yu Wenyan was a demon. Sensing her cessation of struggle, Yu Wenyan smirked, freeing one hand to guide Jiang Wan's arms around his neck. With a swift motion, he removed her jade bracelet, breaking it in half and carelessly discarding it on a side path. "My silver. Pathetic. I'll compensate you with a new one." Jiang Wan wanted to retort that he was now a crippled prince, a prisoner, and had no grounds to mock her. Yet, recalling his merciless demeanor when killing, she dared not voice her thoughts. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Preserving one's life is paramount. Yu Wenyan adjusted her position on his back and swiftly vanished into the forest. Upon receiving news of Jiang Wan's assassination attempt, Fu Xi nearly lost his sanity. He rode hastily to the scene, only to find a ground strewn with corpses and blood. Fu Xi admonished himself to remain calm. Wan was still waiting for him. If he lost his composure, Wan would be in peril. Following the trail of the carriage, he ventured into the woods. He discovered the carriage, but found no trace of Jiang Wan. The veins on Fu Xi's forehead bulged, as if countless needles were pricking his brain. His head throbbed, and his heart ached. Every part of him felt bruised. The surviving guards had arrived first and conducted a search of the vicinity. "My lord, we found the assassin's body, but Jiang Yangzi is missing."
Fuchi growled. Continue searching.
"Even if we have to turn this mountain upside down, we must find her."
Yes.
Fu Xi brought a contingent of men and initiated a thorough search. "Bring the body here." At his command, the assassin's corpse was lifted. Signs of a struggle were evident nearby, and the assassin had been slain by a single sword strike, indicating that there was a third party present, aside from Jiang Wan. Fu Xi reassured himself that this meant Wan was still alive. It was only a matter of time before they found her. However, the fourth prince who accompanied him froze upon seeing the assassin's body. He had harbored a glimmer of hope, but now could no longer deny the reality. How could it be so difficult to kill a frail Jiang Wan? The loss of a capable assistant weighed heavily on the fourth prince's heart. Yet he could not show it. "Cousin, let me help you investigate. Anyone who dares commit murder in the royal hunting grounds shall not go unpunished." Fu Xi's eyes glimmered with intensity. "I will investigate myself. Whoever harmed Wan will face my wrath." His fist struck the tree trunk with force, breaking the skin on his knuckles. As if oblivious to the pain, Fu Xi diligently pursued leads. Wan was waiting for him. After such an ordeal, she must be terrified. He needed to find her quickly. Reaching a slope, he noticed the dry leaves had been disturbed, with an impression left behind. Judging by the shape, it appeared to be Jiang Wan's. Fu Xi was unaware of how frightened she had been, and guilt flooded his heart. He should never have allowed her to return to the capital early. No, since he had brought her out, if she had suffered here and wished to return, he should accompany her back. The more he thought about it, the more he felt guilty. Wanwan had a heart condition. Any fright could easily trigger it. Time was of the essence. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the shattered jade bracelet. Fu Xi hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve it. Was this a token left by Wanwan? Instantly revitalized, Fu Xi rallied a team and directed them toward the direction where he found the bracelet. Left behind, the fourth prince raised his hand, summoning his men. Dispose of the bodies. With the scene still intact, the fourth prince carefully examined it, confirming that no clues had been left behind, before shifting his focus to other matters. Who had sabotaged his plans? Chapter 36. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. Fu Xi searched the entire mountain but found no trace of Jiangwan. Aside from the scene of the incident and the broken bracelet, no further clues surfaced. Fu Xi could no longer remain calm. He teetered on the brink of collapse. As if madness could seize him at any moment. Expand the search area. We must find her. The fourth prince was equally eager to discover who had harmed his valuable subordinate. Cousin, I still have manpower available. I can lend them to you. We will surely retrieve Jiangwan. Fu Xi had no time for anything else. He was solely focused on finding Jiangwan. Once she returned, he would never allow her out of his sight again. The search continued late into the night, yet Jiangwan remained unfound. The surrounding mountains were vast, and if the assailants had taken Jiangwan away, it would be difficult to locate her again. Fu Xi deployed another team to join the search for Jiangwan. The commotion was considerable, and everyone knew that Fu Xi's concubine had been abducted, her whereabouts unknown. The Yun family, apart from Yun Yanran, could hardly find any joy. Given Fu Xi's deep concern for Jiangwan, he might suspect them of involvement. Once he realized, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Yun family. Having already suffered considerable losses, any retaliation from Fu Xi would further complicate their situation. Madame Yun suggested, "Let us send our people out as well. If we can find Jiangwan, our concerns will be alleviated." General Yun felt uneasy. "We cannot interfere, otherwise, Fu Xi may think we are hiding her and deliberately trying to frame him." Upon careful consideration, this reasoning held merit. Madame Yun turned to Yun Er and Yun San. "You truly had no part in this?" "Honestly, no, mother. Why don't you trust us?" "It's because you lack discretion in your actions."
Yun Er protested.
"This person clearly intends to frame us, using the Yun family to divert attention. Such malice is truly insidious. Who could be behind this?" In that moment, no one had any leads. Yun Yanran remarked, "The so-called noble women in the capital thrive on intrigue. Perhaps Jiangwan offended someone in the past, and they are now seizing the opportunity for revenge." Madame Yun detected a glimmer of glee in her eyes. She once turned back until she hits a wall. Let her be. As the saying goes, a woman who stays too long becomes an enemy. Some lessons can only be learned through personal experience. As time passed,
Fu Xi's anxiety only intensified.
He feared he might never find Jiangwan again. He could not afford to give up. In this world, Wanwan had no one to rely on but him. She was surely waiting for his arrival. A fire burned within him, and Fu Xi wondered how much longer he could remain composed. "My lord, we have searched the nearby mountains and found no traces of carriages or horses. Should we expand the search area?" Fu Xi's expression grew grave. The surrounding area was a labyrinth of mountains, and traversing it on foot was no simple task. Especially not with Wanwan in tow. They must still be nearby. Perhaps they are hiding. Recall the people from a distance and search the vicinity. Not a single concealed corner, like caves, should be overlooked. Yes. The terrain of the nearby mountains flashed rapidly through Fu Xi's mind. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. There is still one place left to search. Jiangwan did not anticipate that Yuan Yen would evade the imperial guards and bring her back to the courtyard. If discovered, both you and I would face death. Yuan Yen appeared indifferent, stating that death would be acceptable. Jiangwan took a deep breath. How could she forget that this man had no fear of death? Otherwise, he would not have dared to conspire against the throne. Yuan Yen reclined on the couch, looking at Jiangwan with amusement. "Aren't you going to sleep?" Jiangwan's eyelids twitched. "I am not tired. Those with poor health should rest more." Jiangwan was on the verge of madness, inwardly cursing, "You know my health is poor, yet you brought me to this perilous place. Anyone else would find it impossible to sleep under such circumstances." She sat expressionlessly on a wooden chair, her body tense, constantly alert to any movement outside. "The fact that I could bring you in merely indicates their incompetence and inadequate guarding. This is their fault, so do not be overly anxious." Jiang Wan had never interacted with Yu Wenyan before. In their few encounters, they had merely exchanged formalities. Today, she realized just how difficult he was to deal with. His audacity surpassed even that of Fu Xi. Your Highness, when may I depart? It is dark outside, and not safe. Once dawn breaks, could your Highness kindly escort me out of the courtyard? Yu Wenyan closed his eyes. What? Do you wish to seek Fu Xi? This is my own affair. Unrelated to your Highness. Is this the attitude you should have towards your savior? Jiang Wan did not know how to respond and could only remain silent. Yu Wenyan opened his eyes. You're not holding a grudge against me, are you? What would I resent you for? Resenting me for conspiring with the Grand Tutor. Jiang Wan understood her father better than anyone else. Power is the most beguiling force in the world. Her father yearned to elevate her to the position of crown princess, hoping she would bear a successor of the Jiang lineage. Aligning with Yu Wenyan in rebellion was her father's own choice. The victors and the vanquished are determined by one's own decisions. With the annihilation of the 9 clans, do you not harbor resentment? Jiang Wan appeared bewildered. Who should I hate? The glory of the Jiang family was bestowed by her father. Its destruction was also due to him. Within the family, some were innocent, while others brought ruin upon themselves. Who could she possibly hate? The amusement on Yu Wenyan's face faded somewhat. Since you display such insight, I shall send you away tomorrow. And if I am in a good mood, I might even escort you to the nearest city. Your Highness, a gentleman's word is as good as a bond. Though I am not a gentleman, I do not intend to make things difficult for a young lady like you. Jiang Wan relaxed, her lips curving into a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Yu Wenyan acknowledged her with an gesturing towards the items on the table, ensuring you do not starve on my territory. Jiang Wan's smile faded once more. Silently, she took a piece of osmanthus cake. The craftsmanship was not exquisite, yet perhaps due to hunger, it tasted like a delicacy. Yu Wenyan lay back, extinguishing the light. He was unaccustomed to sleeping with illumination. Outside the courtyard, guards were stationed, with only a few maids responsible for attending to Yu Wenyan's needs. Jiang Wan was unaware of how Yu Wenyan managed to slip past them. She had no idea what his purpose was in going outside. At present, she wished to focus solely on her own well-being. Blowing out the oil lamp, she finished the piece of osmanthus cake in darkness. Her body was already fatigued, yet Jiang Wan felt no inclination to sleep. Quietly, she sat in the chair for an hour. Yu Wenyan appeared to have fallen into a deep slumber, his breathing steady. As Jiang Wan's mind relaxed, drowsiness began to creep in. Resting her chin on her hand, she dozed off. Chapter 37. I still do not wish to die. Jiang Wan, in a state of drowsiness, emitted soft breaths. The person on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. The room was shrouded in darkness, with hands unable to discern anything. Yu Wenyan sat up. The night did not hinder his vision as he silently approached Jiang Wan's side. His gaze lingered on her forehead for quite some time. The originally bruised area had swollen. Taking out an ointment, he intended to apply it to her, but feared disturbing her. Ultimately, he placed the ointment on a nearby table. Perhaps uncomfortable from sleeping while seated, Jiang Wan's delicate brows furrowed, looking pitiful enough to evoke a sense of guilt in Yu Wenyan. Just as he was about to carry her to the couch, a sudden commotion arose outside. They arrived swiftly. Without further hesitation, he horizontally lifted Jiang Wan. Stay silent, there are people outside. Jiang Wan assumed it was the Imperial Guards on patrol, stifling a gasp and daring not to breathe. Seeing her like this, Yu Wenyan laughed, saying she was timid like a cat. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Wan replied, Your Highness, I still do not wish to die. Yu Wenyan made a non-committal sound, carrying her to the couch, covering her with a blanket, and then joining her on the bed. Falling into an unfamiliar embrace, Jiang Wan's entire body stiffened, her breathing becoming erratic. A knock sounded at the door. Your Highness, the family of Lord Fu has been kidnapped by villains and has vanished. We have come to search. If we disturb you, please forgive us. Yu Wenyan remarked, It truly is the tiger falling into the plains, being bullied by dogs. The Prime Minister has quite the authority. A cool male voice came from outside, unintentionally offending. Please bear with us, Your Highness. Upon hearing Fu Xi's voice, Jiang Wan instinctively moved. Compared to the anxiety of remaining beside Yu Wenyan, perhaps Fu Xi was more trustworthy. As if sensing her thoughts, Yu Wenyan gripped her waist with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. He whispered in her ear, Tell me, if Fu Xi were to see you on my bed, what do you think he would do? Jiang Wan ceased her struggles. Based on her understanding of Fu Xi, he would likely do something reckless. At that point, finding an opportunity to escape would not be so easy. Furthermore, being associated with a deposed crown prince might provoke the emperor's ire. Jiang Wan found herself in a dilemma, feeling as though she had fallen into Yu Wenyan's trap. From the moment he brought her back to the courtyard, she had lost her means of retreat. I have promised to send you away tomorrow. Consider it my obligation to the Grand Tutor. Your Highness, do not deceive me. I do not deceive. Fu Xi stood in the courtyard, watching as the men he brought thoroughly searched the rooms of the courtyard. In the end, only the main room where the deposed crown prince resided remained. My lord, we have searched every other area and found no suspicious traces. Fu Xi's gaze darkened as he looked at the door. With a slight lift of his lips, he commanded, "Search." On one side was the deposed crown prince, on the other was the rising prime minister. Everyone knew how to choose. Your Highness, pardon my intrusion. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open. At the same moment, Yu Wenyan turned, shielding Jiang Wan behind him. The searching party glanced around but found nothing unusual. Fu Xi entered the room, his gaze meticulously scanning the surroundings before finally settling on the bed. The footsteps grew closer, and Jiang Wan's heart raced. Please, Your Highness, rise. Yu Wenyan sternly rebuked Fu Xi. You have quite the audacity to treat me as a thief. I am simply anxious to find someone. I hope Your Highness can be understanding. Though I have lost my position as Crown Prince, do not forget that I am still of the Yuan family. I have not forgotten. You only need to cooperate with the search. The two locked eyes, neither willing to yield. The atmosphere was thick with tension, beads of sweat forming on Jiang Wan's forehead. She truly did not anticipate that Fu Xi would go to such lengths to find her. Regardless, Yu Wenyan was a prince. He might still have a chance for redemption in the future. The fact that the emperor had neither executed him nor appointed a new crown prince hinted at some underlying possibilities. Jiang Wan's heart was a tumult of emotions. It was evident that their relationship was destined for an unfavorable outcome. Why could he not simply let go? Yu Wenyan remained unmoved, while Fu Xi's patience waned with every step he took toward the bed. He was perplexed by an inexplicable feeling, sensing that Wan was near. It is often said that the most perilous places can also be the safest, and the only locations Fu Xi could conceive for hiding someone were the camp and the villa. The absence of any movements at the camp indicated that no leads had been discovered. Thus, only the villa remained. Today, having offended the royal family, he was determined to turn the villa upside down. Yu Wenyan maintained a calm demeanor, asking Fu to run if he was truly intent on making things difficult for him. Pressured by circumstances, the prince requested understanding. He raised his hand, preparing to lift the bed curtains that seemed to hang in suspense. Suddenly, those outside knelt and proclaimed, "Long live the emperor!" Fu Xi halted, retreating to the courtyard. Your subject greets the emperor. The emperor regarded Fu Xi with disdain, questioning the need for such a commotion over a concubine. He hoped she would remain lost forever, otherwise, he would have no choice but to execute her. As the ruler, his words were law, and with his current fury, no one doubted their veracity. Fu Xi's fingers curled in resignation. It was his oversight, and he requested the emperor's punishment. Since you acknowledge your error, take your leave with your men. I have matters to discuss with my son. Fu Xi cast a final glance, suppressing his unwillingness, and bowed. Your subject takes his leave. Upon exiting the villa, Fu Xi instructed his subordinates to keep watch, reporting any unusual activity immediately. Yes, my lord. Night had fallen, and the sounds of nocturnal creatures echoed through the mountains. The thin clouds obscured the moon, making Fu Xi's path unclear. If Wan was not here, could he still find her? What would he do if he could not retrieve her? Waves of men he sent out returned empty-handed, leaving Fu Xi both anxious and perplexed. His only hope now rested with the deposed crown prince. If he truly had hidden her, monitoring the villa would surely lead to Wan's recovery.
Fuchi steeled himself.
He must personally investigate the identity of the assassin. To harm Wan was to endanger his own life, and he would not let anyone escape unscathed. Yu Wenyan rose, pulling Jiang Wan from the covers, instructing her to rest easy. Your Majesty, I will manage. Yu Wenyan calmly exited, leaving the room engulfed in darkness. Jiang Wan exhaled deeply. Knowing Fu Xi's temperament, he would not relent until he achieved his goal. Perhaps, even now, he had dispatched someone to surveil the villa. She wondered if Yu Wenyan had a way to leave this place undetected. Overwhelmed by her worries, she sighed. The unfamiliar, crisp scent of the blanket made her uneasy, prompting her to pull it down slightly. With others in the courtyard, she dared not rise, fearful that any sound would attract attention. She remained motionless, lying on the bed. Midnight, typically a time of deep slumber, found Jiangwan wide awake. Only by completely escaping this place and its inhabitants could she hope for a restful sleep. Chapter 38. Stop making excuses for yourself. The eunuchs dismissed irrelevant personnel, leaving only the emperor and Yu Wenyan in the courtyard. The father and son stood face to face, their identical eyes reflecting the same icy indifference. Silence enveloped them, yet the scent of gunpowder hung thick in the air. The emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observing his former crown prince, recognizing traces of the man he once knew. Time had passed. It had been over a decade since that person departed, and it was no wonder her visage had grown increasingly indistinct. The emperor could not help but wonder if, in another decade, he would forget his deceased wife entirely. Yet, curiously, while he forgot her, he could vividly recall their time at the crown prince's residence. Initially, it was mere pretense, but eventually, he had genuinely fallen for her. It was during that period that Yu Wenyan was born. Even now, he remembered the sensation of holding his child for the first time, a tiny bundle, soft and fragile, crying incessantly in his arms. He felt immense joy as he personally named the child, pouring his heart into fatherhood, providing a love far surpassing that given to others. He even taught Yu Wenyan to read and write. However, matters following his ascension were beyond his control. He had merely wished to eradicate the influence of the maternal family, never intending for the empress to perish. Yet, she had ultimately succumbed to despair. Perhaps out of guilt, he became increasingly attentive to the son, bestowing upon him the title of crown prince and offering him the best of everything. As a child, Yu Wenyan relied heavily on him, though he changed as he matured. A ruler's compassion is often a liability. As long as no major upheaval occurred, that was sufficient. With this mindset, the emperor had largely turned a blind eye to Yu Wenyan's affairs. He never expected that his son would commit such treasonous acts. Were it not for the Grand Tutor's last-minute betrayal, it might have come to fruition. The thought of those opportunistic sycophants enraged the emperor. If they could betray the crown prince, they would just as easily betray him, the emperor. Better to eliminate them entirely than to allow them to remain a threat. As he fumed, he pondered when his son had begun to harbor thoughts of patricide. Reflecting on the past, he gazed up at the moon, asking, "Do you understand your mistakes?" Yu Wenyan, unrepentant, wore a defiant expression. "For my mother, for the loyal and righteous, what is wrong with seeking vengeance?" The emperor's lips tightened into a straight line. As the crown prince, if you lack even the fundamental art of discernment, it proves you are an inadequate heir. Yu Wenyan scoffed. "Stop making excuses for yourself. Balancing the court through the harm of loyal subjects is a despicable tactic employed by the incompetent. The emperor's authority is not to be violated." His face clouded with frost. Swiftly eliminating the threat of the maternal family was the wisest decision he ever made. "I am preemptively removing your obstacles. Do you not comprehend my intentions?" Yu Wenyan only found it more amusing. "Everything you do is for yourself, your beloved, and her child. Do not place the blame on me." The emperor, furious, retorted, "It seems you still do not grasp where your error lies. Your indecisiveness is unworthy of great responsibility." "That is better than being heartless," Yu Wenyan shot back. "My mother has been gone for over a decade, yet I have not seen your beloved clamoring to become empress. Is she afraid of following in my mother's footsteps? Whoever becomes empress must see their maternal family perish. She is quite astute." The emperor's fingers trembled slightly. "As you wish. Upon returning to the palace, I shall elevate the favored concubine to empress and designate the fourth prince as the crown prince. And you will no longer be of my royal family." Previously, after the failed rebellion, the emperor had not demoted Yu Wenyan to commoner status. His current fury, however, indicated the lethal impact of his words. Yu Wenyan remained unfazed. "The common people thank the emperor for sparing my life." "Ingrate," the emperor scoffed, turning to leave. Jiangwan wished to escape their conversation, but as their voices rose, it became impossible to ignore. Her fate was now entwined with Yu Wenyan. Should he encounter peril, she would surely suffer as well. Once the emperor departed, she finally rose from her bed. In the courtyard, the cool moonlight illuminated Yu Wenyan. The tall figure cast a long shadow, and Jiangwan sensed a hint of desolation emanating from him. He seemed different from her previous perceptions. Was there more to the rebellion than met the eye? Yu Wenyan turned, meeting Jiangwan's contemplative gaze. What are you sneaking around for? Jiang Wan's face flushed crimson. She never imagined she would be associated with the term sneaky. Fearing being seen, she stepped back a few paces and whispered, I wasn't eavesdropping. Yu Wenyan snorted. If you weren't eavesdropping, why do you seem so nervous? Jiang Wan cleared her throat lightly, remarking that their voices were too loud. Are you blaming me? She asked. With a forced smile, she added, I wouldn't dare. Yu Wenyan strolled over casually, picked up the ointment on the table, and hastily applied it to avoid marring his appearance. In front of Fu Xi, Jiang Wan could express her anger, but before Yu Wenyan, she felt too intimidated. She took the ointment and, in the dim light, smeared it on her forehead. Noticing a spot left untouched, Yu Wenyan stepped in to assist her, his calloused fingertips brushing her skin, causing Jiang Wan to widen her eyes in surprise. She quickly recoiled. Your Highness, I can manage on my own. Did you not hear? I am no longer of the royal family. You need not address me as your Highness anymore. Jiang Wan remained silent. Yu Wenyan continued. My mother's surname is Gu. From now on, you may call me Gu Yan. Observing her persistent silence, he gently pinched her face, asking, Did you hear me? Jiang Wan disliked being touched by others, especially since she and Yu Wenyan were not familiar with one another. With a frown, she replied, There are distinctions between men and women. Yu Wenyan awkwardly withdrew his hand. Do not overthink, I mean no offense. I am not overthinking, rest assured. After applying the ointment, a silence enveloped them. In the stillness of the night, they could only hear each other's breathing. This atmosphere made Jiang Wan quite uncomfortable, even restless, as she longed for dawn to break, so she could leave. Are you afraid of me? He inquired. No. Then, why are you nervous? You have misunderstood. Yu Wenyan teased her, a man and a woman alone. And you are supposed to be my princess. It seems inappropriate not to engage in some activity, given the current atmosphere. Your Highness. Jiang Wan felt anger rising within her. His erratic behavior was perplexing. A gentle touch grazed her head. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Before she could calm her emotions, he added, Jiang Wan, let us escape together. Chapter 39. Compensation. Fu Xi returned to the camp, increasingly convinced that Yu Wenyan's reaction was peculiar. According to Yu Wenyan's usual demeanor, anyone who dared to offend him would likely face his wrath immediately. Yet, he had merely watched coldly as his guards searched, uttering a few nonchalant remarks. On the table, remnants of pastries lay scattered alongside a jar of ointment. Fu Xi narrowed his eyes. He was uncertain whether Wan was truly in the other courtyard. But having identified a discrepancy, he felt compelled to investigate thoroughly. He rose abruptly, ordering, Prepare the horses. I will go check personally. Before reaching the other courtyard, he noticed flames soaring into the sky, accompanied by a thick plume of smoke. All the anomalies coalesced, leading Fu Xi to disbelieve that Jiang Wan's disappearance had no connection to Yu Wenyan. He galloped swiftly toward the other courtyard. Due to the terrain, Fu Xi spotted someone riding away from the courtyard, vanishing into the woods. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, he discerned two figures on the horse. The petite silhouette unmistakably belonged to Wan. Clenching his teeth, Fu Xi thought, How dare Yu Wenyan hide my Wan? He yanked the reins and gave chase. Concerned that Jiang Wan might struggle with the jostling, Yu Wenyan slowed his pace once they were far enough from the courtyard. Are you all right? He asked. Jiang Wan shook her head. I'm fine. Glancing back, she remarked, You burned down the other courtyard. Are you not afraid of the emperor's punishment? Yu Wenyan smirked. So, we are now fugitives. Are you afraid? In his eyes, Jiang Wan saw a glimmer of excitement. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she engaged in such rebellious conduct, filling her heart with exhilaration. Unable to contain her laughter, she declared, I have silver, for now. I'll hire you as my guard. Yu Wenyan feigned shock. Exchanging jewelry for silver? That would hardly suffice. Jiang Wan reminded him, You still owe me silver. When did that happen? He asked. For the bracelet, she replied. Yu Wenyan laughed heartily, his chest shaking with mirth. With one hand on the reins, he wrapped his other arm around Jiang Wan to prevent her from falling. He produced a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket. This should cover your bracelet, right? Jiang Wan tilted her head, scrutinizing him. He must have intended to leave the other courtyard all along, she thought. How else could he be so well prepared? He stuffed the banknotes into her embrace, adding, If there's any left over, you can manage my household finances. I refuse. Find someone else for that task. I do not trust anyone else. Are you not afraid I might abscond with the money? Not at all, Yu Wenyan replied with a smile. I have nothing else to do right now, but to keep watch over you. Although she knew he had no ulterior motives, Jiangwan still felt uneasy. She tucked the banknotes into her clothing, planning to address their separation when the moment was right. Yu Wenyan lowered his gaze, intending to tease her further, when suddenly he caught the sound of approaching hoofbeats. The galloping grew rapid, closing in on them. There was only one rider. A thought crossed Yu Wenyan's mind. Is it Fu Xi? Familiar with the nearby mountains like no one else, he immediately changed direction, gripping the reins tightly to secure Jiangwan in his arms. Jiangwan sensed the shift in atmosphere. To stabilize herself, she leaned back against Yu Wenyan. At that moment, the eastern sky began to lighten, the darkness gradually dissipating. Fu Xi spotted Yu Wenyan's figure, along with a fluttering skirt in the wind. Wan. Jiangwan's heart raced to her throat. She had thought the approaching rider was an enemy, but realized it was Fu Xi. Are you going to leave with him?
Yu Wenyan asked.
Jiangwan shook her head. She did not wish to return to the Fu family, nor did she want to continue entangling herself with Fu Xi. A smirk played on Yu Wenyan's lips as he glanced back at Fu Xi, his eyes glinting with provocation.
Fuci completely ignored Yu Wenyan.
Believing Jiangwan was being coerced, concerned she might be frightened, he called out Wan. Do not be afraid. I will take you home. He urged his horse forward, quickening his pace. As the distance closed, Fu Xi noticed Yu Wenyan ride onto a wooden bridge, an ominous premonition swelling within him. In the depths of the mountains, he had not anticipated encountering such a location. He sharply whipped his horse, urging it to run faster. Just as they reached the end of the bridge, Yu Wenyan drew his sword, severing the ropes as the horse left the bridge.
Fuci horse neighed loudly,
rearing up as it was forced to halt at the bridge's edge. Yu Wenyan turned his horse around, addressing Fu Xi. Without my consent, you brought my princess into the Fu residence. I shall not hold it against you for now, but from this day forth, we part ways. Fu Xi's hands gripped the reins tightly, his muscles tense. Wan and I are already betrothed. How can you claim her as your princess? Yu Wenyan replied with a smile, I care not. After all, the Grand Tutor himself declared that Wan is to be wed to me. Suppressing his murderous rage, Fu Xi asked, what do you want? Just do not harm Wan, and I will give you anything. Yu Wenyan looked at him with a mocking smile. You do not believe that Wan would covet the position of concubine you offer, do you?
Fuci's expression stiffened.
In the capital, no noblewoman wished to be a concubine. Wan was no exception. This matter is between Wan and me. You need not concern yourself. Yu Wenyan countered. You have forcefully taken my wife. This is my affair. Fu Xi's frustration boiled over. I will repeat myself. Let Wan go, and today's events will be forgotten. I can even help conceal your whereabouts. Yu Wenyan urged Jiangwan to meet Fu Xi's gaze, asking her, do you wish to return with him? Jiangwan was uncertain of Yu Wenyan's intentions, assuming he was merely trying to provoke Fu Xi. Wan, come home with me. Fu Xi implored, gazing at her with hope. They had shared so much love, overcoming countless obstacles together. How could she not want to return with him? He refused to believe Yu Wenyan's one-sided claims. Jiangwan spoke slowly. I will not return with you. Do not seek me out again. From now on, let's each find our own peace, as if we have never crossed paths. Fu Xi stared at her in disbelief. Did you not promise me you would wait for me in the capital? Seeing his pitiful expression, Jiangwan felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, she dared not gamble any longer. That was all a deception. Ever since I left the Fu residence, I have not contemplated returning.
Fuci hurriedly replied.
I understand that you harbor no affection for grandmother, nor for the Fu household. It matters not. We can relocate. In our new abode, it will be just you and me. You shall be the mistress there, and no one will trouble you again. Jiangwan shook her head. The issues between us extend far beyond that. I am weary and no longer wish to engage with you. I am grateful for your previous act of saving my life, but I truly cannot be with you any longer. Fu Xi gazed intently at Jiangwan, tears cascading down his handsome face. Wan, come back home with me. I promise to heed your wishes and will not allow anyone to harm you again. I will not return. Take care of yourself. Wan, do not leave me. Jiangwan gently nudged Yu Wenyan, signaling him to leave swiftly. Seeing the tears welling in her eyes, Yu Wenyan felt a lump in his throat, heavy with sorrow. Farewell, Master Fu, perhaps forever. The figure across the cliff mounted his horse and departed. Fu Xi's heart shattered as he cried, Wan, come back. The figure continued to fade into the distance, never glancing back. Fu Xi stumbled off his horse, shouting, "Wan Wan, don't go." In Chapter 40, A Hail of Herons, the valley echoed with Fu Xi's cries, but the one he longed for did not turn back. Realizing that it might be impossible to see Jiang Wan again in this lifetime, a sharp pain pierced Fu Xi's heart. Overcome with anguish, he unexpectedly coughed up blood. Blood and tears mingled as he murmured Jiang Wan's name, laughing and weeping in despair. He had been wrong. From the very beginning, Wan Wan should have been his wife. He was willing to forsake his future for her. Why had he allowed her to be a concubine? Why had he succumbed to grandmother's threats and promised to take another as his wife? She too was of noble birth, having never known hardship. Yet upon entering the Fu family, she was punished to kneel and subjected to cruelty. Fu Xi despaired, thinking how could Wan Wan possibly cherish such a place? And how could she ever wish to return? She would never come back. She no longer wanted him. In the throes of overwhelming emotion, he expelled another mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, Fu Xi struggled to mount his horse, determined to retrieve Wan Wan. As long as she returned home with him, he would forsake everything else, dedicating his life solely to her. Suppressing the surging pain, Fu Xi tugged on the reins and took a detour towards the opposite cliff, following the trail left by his horse. When the sun fully rose, Fu Xi halted at a fork in the mountain path. The ground bore no trace of her anymore. Staring blankly at the split in the road, he pondered which path would lead him back to Wan Wan. Fatigued and mentally overwhelmed, Fu Xi felt a piercing headache. Without warning, he fell from his horse. The horse whinnied and circled around him, nudging him with its nose. The man on the ground remained oblivious, lost in unconsciousness. Jiang Wan emerged from behind a large tree, brushing her fingers against Fu Xi's forehead, which was burning with fever. With a cloth in hand, Yuan Yen timely offered her a water flask. She placed the damp cloth on Fu Xi's head. Observing his disheveled state reminded her of her own last moments in her previous life. Was anyone coming to find him? Yes, within a short while someone would arrive. Shall we depart then? Yuan Yen asked her. You won't look back this time, will you? No, I want tea. She moved him to the shade of the tree and sprinkled some powder to ward off snakes and beasts. Yuan warned, if I turn back, I shall cast you into the mountain and leave you. Fu Xi once again relived Jiang Wan's harrowing ordeal of childbirth in a nightmare. The dream was chaotic. At times, Jiang Wan was in labor, crying out his name. At other moments, the child was born lifeless, and Jiang Wan begged the onlookers to summon a doctor. Yet they claimed to be under his orders, forbidding anyone from leaving the courtyard. Ultimately, everything returned to stillness, with Jiang Wan and the child transformed into cold corpses. Fu Xi could only watch helplessly. After what felt like an eternity, he finally arrived, standing by the bedside and uttering countless words. Since he had not returned to the new chamber, Yuan Yen had come looking for him. Upon seeing the breathless forms of mother and child, her eyes brimmed with delight. Fu Xi's subconscious told him that it was all a dream. Like an outsider, he watched the scene with an expressionless face. As Yuan Yen reached to touch the infant, he lost control. He forcefully swatted her hand away, stained with rouge. Do not touch them. Husband, I merely wish to check if the child still breathes. Perhaps there is still hope.
Leave.
Get out of here. Husband, today is our wedding day. If you are not present, how shall I face others in the future? He laughed maniacally, murmuring, I am only Wan Wan's husband. She does not wish for me to marry another, and I must heed her words, otherwise, she will be angry again. Yuan Yenran's voice rose sharply. Fu Xi, the person who wed you is me, not Jiang Wan, and she is already dead. She will no longer be angry with you. The mention of death silenced the frenzied man. Husband, let us return to the west courtyard. We can bury Jiang, my dear, and the child tomorrow, allowing them to rest in peace. Yuan Yen attempted to approach him but found her throat grasped tightly. They are merely asleep. If you dare speak nonsense again, I shall take your life.
Fuci coldly observed Yuan Yen struggle.
It was merely a case of dogs fighting dogs. If he truly cared for Wan Wan, how could he have settled her in such a cold, damp place? How could he have allowed a servant to bully her? How could he marry another and permit them to reside in the west courtyard, which was rightfully Wan Wan's domain, filled with their countless memories? Were it not for his inability to voice his thoughts, Fu Xi longed to exclaim, cease the pretense. Your false affections are nauseating. Turning his gaze away, Fu Xi fixed his eyes on Jiang Wan. He was not the same person. The ruckus of their newlywed life roused the old matriarch. Supported by the hand of her maid, she entered the room. Do not delay. Let go of Yanran. She is your wife. Are you willing to become a beast that kills his wife for the sake of a mere Jiangwan? In that instant, he lost strength, like a child. He pitifully said, Grandmother, Wanwan is gone, and the child is gone. Jiangwan had always been frail. If she was lost, then so be it. As for the child, you and Yanran can have as many as you desire in the future. There is no need to cling to this one. A profound silence enveloped the air. There will be no more. Fu Xi saw him take up brush and ink, writing a divorce decree. We shall have no further relations. Yun Yanran wept bitterly, while the matriarch nearly faltered in anger. For the sake of a dead person, are you willing to forsake everything? Yes, I am willing. I do not consent to your divorce. Then let her stay in the residence to care for you. Grandmother, I know you harbor no fondness for Wanwan, nor for this child. I shall take them away, and will not return. Lifting Jiangwan and the child, the lightness finally brought tears to his eyes. The matriarch seemed not to grasp his intentions. By the time she comprehended, he had already left the room. She staggered after him, calling Where are you going? Come back. He did not answer, but held tightly to the two he cherished, leaving with unwavering resolve. Fu Xi opened his eyes, staring at the canopy above. This was the west courtyard, their room. Upon seeing Fu Xi awake, the matriarch was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, You have been unconscious for half a month. Heaven be praised, you have finally awakened. Fu Xi's gaze swept across the room. There was his grandmother, the doctor, and serving attendants, yet not a trace of Jiangwan. Have you found Wanwan? The matriarch's expression darkened. Grandmother heard from your cousin that Jiangwan left with the Fei Kaozu. Truly, she is no better than a traitor, a hill of herons indeed. Fu Xi began to cough. The matriarch hurriedly said, Jiangwan has run off with someone else. You should cease your longing for her. First, focus on regaining your health, then wed Yanran to bring some joy, and thereafter, all will be well. As he gazed at the matriarch, Fu Xi's mind wandered back to the harrowing visions of his dreams. Wanwan and their child perished before the matriarch without eliciting even a frown from her. This stark indifference revealed the extent of her coldness towards Wanwan. It was absurd for him to hope for her acceptance of Wanwan. The thought made Fu Xi chuckle bitterly. The matriarch felt a chill in her heart, sensing her grandson's troubled state of mind. Dear Xi, you bear the weight of the Fu family's honor and disgrace. Do not ruin yourself over one woman. Fu Xi stared into the bronze mirror by the bedside, surrounded by countless belongings of Jiangwan. Even the bedding he lay upon still carried her familiar fragrance. Everything around him served as a reminder of her existence in his life. But now she was gone. Grandmother, I will not marry Yanran. If you insist on this course of action, then cast me out of the Fu family. I shall no longer be a part of it. With that, Fu Xi, suppressing his discomfort, rose determinedly. He intended to seek out Wanwan. If she wished to remain away from the capital, then he would not return either. Wherever she was, that would be his home. Chapter 41. A twofold resolution. During Fu Xi's unconscious state, Yanran visited him daily, fearing his health might not improve in time for their marriage. They had not yet called off the engagement, and the wedding date loomed closer. Yanran eagerly anticipated the moment when everything would settle, ensuring Fu Xi would have no opportunity to retract his commitment. If he remained in a comatose state until the wedding day, she would arrive at the Fu residence in a bridal sedan chair herself, despite the potential ridicule. Marrying Fu Xi was of utmost importance, rendering her dignity inconsequential. On this particular day, Yanran, as usual, came to visit Fu Xi. With the matriarch's instructions and the preparations for the wedding underway, the household treated Yanran with utmost courtesy. She traversed the path to the west courtyard unimpeded and felt elated upon hearing that Fu Xi had awakened. Quickening her pace, she encountered Fu Xi, pallid and unsteady. Where are you headed, Sir Fu? She inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. A flush of color returned to Fu Xi's face, fueled by indignation. Who allowed you to enter? The servants lowered their heads, afraid to speak. The matriarch followed, saying, It was I who invited Yanran. If you have grievances, direct them at this old woman. Fu Xi asked, Grandmother, are you truly intent on forcing me? Seeing his haggard appearance, the matriarch felt a pang of sympathy. You will eventually need a wife. You are the last hope of the Fu lineage. We cannot allow our family to become extinct. Fu Xi had once contemplated having Jiangwan bear him a child, believing it would bind her to him. However, after dreaming of her perilous childbirth, he dismissed the notion entirely. The Fu family had already dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. If it were to end, so be it. Life and death are but flickering flames. He had no desire to ponder matters of legacy when he was so unhappy in life. Grandmother, if you wish to bring ruin upon everyone, you may proceed with your stubbornness. The matriarch was incensed, having acted solely for the benefit of the Fu family, only to receive such a response from her grandson.
Chi.
You truly wound your grandmother's heart. Fu Xi retorted, you are the one forcing me. Had you not sent someone to call off the engagement, I would have done so myself. He summoned someone to escort Yanran out, forbidding her from ever stepping foot in the Fu household again. Any who defy this order and allow her entry shall face dire consequences. The Fu family does not require disobedient individuals. Yanran, taken aback by Jiangwan's departure, realized Fu Xi would not accept her. She had sacrificed 3 years for him, becoming the subject of ridicule as an unmarried woman. If he were to cancel the engagement, what future would she have in the capital? Did he desire her death to be satisfied? Taking a step forward, she pleaded, Sir Fu, I do not wish to break our engagement. Grant me a chance. After spending time together, you will see that I am the one most suited for you. Miss Jiang, will you leave on your own accord, or shall we assist you? Sir Fu, take action. 2 matrons flanked Yanran, urging her to depart. The repeated humiliation was intolerable. Even a statue made of clay would crack under such pressure. Yanran pondered what faults she possessed that warranted such disdain from Fu Xi.
Sir Fu.
Do you truly wish to break our engagement? Indeed. Very well, but do not come to regret your decision. Fu Xi coldly regarded Yanran as she was escorted out, wholly ignoring her words. The matriarch, ultimately caring for her grandson, observed his aversion towards Yanran and realized that peace could never be achieved in their household. She yearned for a thriving Fu family, harmonious and united. Since Xi did not favor Yanran, she would seek a more suitable match for him, one that resembled Jiangwan. Believing he would not resist such a choice, grandmother consents to your disengagement. She continued, you may forego marrying Yanran, but you cannot remain unmarried for life. The capital teems with noble ladies. I shall find you another once you regain your health. Fu Xi chuckled bitterly, realizing that he had harbored false hopes. His grandmother did not comprehend his true desires.
No.
The matriarch understood his heart perfectly, deliberately denying him his wishes. Without further words, he stepped outside. Jiangwan had been gone for so long. If he did not hasten to arrange for her search, finding her would become increasingly difficult. He speculated that, given her temperament, she would likely head south towards a quaint town, seeking a peaceful life away from the capital. He needed to notify the local authorities along the way, instructing them to report immediately upon discovering her whereabouts. The matriarch called after him, urging him to return and rest. Fu Xi quickened his pace, leaving the west courtyard behind. The matriarch pondered aloud, have I been too harsh on Jiangwan? The maid replied, you acted for the young master's benefit. Jiangwan's family had fallen. She had been but a concubine. If the matriarch did not trouble her and instead provided her with a stable life in the household, perhaps in a few years, Xi would come to his senses. The matriarch murmured to herself, he is in a state of turmoil. Making things difficult for Jiangwan is simply making it harder for him. I have miscalculated. A mere abandoned concubine could be managed with time. The matriarch could not fathom why she had been so harsh on Jiangwan previously. Sighing, she conceded, let us proceed with the annulment. I have given Yanran her chance. But she has not proven herself worthy. One could not force a grandson to abandon his family for an outsider. The matriarch now hoped to locate Jiangwan swiftly. Once she returned, Fu Xi would likely return to normalcy. Other matters could be addressed later. As Fu Xi searched for Jiangwan, the 4th prince's men were also on the hunt. Yu and Yen had engaged with his shadow guards, uncertain whether they had discovered anything. Should he expose the situation, the 4th prince would surely find himself at odds with his cousin. Moreover, given the emperor's disposition, he had not entirely lost faith in Yu and Yen. Once he located Jiangwan, he would deal with her, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. Jiangwan had planned to leave Fu Xi and head south to find a secluded town for a quiet existence, but instead, she was deceived by Yu and Yen into heading in the opposite direction. He spoke of oases in the north, deserts, grasslands, and snow-capped mountains. The scenery was breathtaking and the culture distinctly different from the Central Plains. Having never ventured beyond the capital, Jiang Wan was captivated by Yu Wenyan's vivid descriptions and set forth on the northern route. She reasoned that, given the sparsely populated northern regions, they would likely go unrecognized. She intended to explore for a year or so, hoping that by the time she returned, Fu Xi would have given up searching for her. By then, traveling south would be far safer. Though the northern path had relay stations, Yu Wenyan had burned down the guest house, and the emperor's men were searching for him everywhere. Unable to stay at a relay station, they would have to purchase 2 carriages instead. During the day, they traveled, and at night, they would rest within the confines of the carriage. The journey had been arduous, yet Jiang Wan found everything to be a source of intrigue. The hardships she faced seemed trivial in comparison. In Chapter 42, titled On the Pirate Ship, Jiang Wan, whose health was fragile, had her pace deliberately slowed by her guardian, Yu Wenyan, who cared for her well-being. Upon reaching the frontier, they procured a simpler carriage, allowing for a swifter journey. After 2 months of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. As the carriage came to a halt, the curtain was lifted, revealing Yu Wenyan peering inside. What do you think? Is it as you imagined? Jiang Wan had already glimpsed the breathtaking scenery through the window. The vast skies and expansive lands were infinitely more beautiful than the capital. She raised her chin defiantly, reminding him that he was the one who brought her to this remote place, and if she was unsatisfied, he would bear the responsibility. Yu Wenyan's eyes twinkled with amusement, noting her newfound boldness. You are merely my guard now. I have paid for your services. Mind your manners. Previously, when Jiang Wan had attempted to part ways, he had followed her persistently for 2 days, refusing to leave. He even intervened to fend off ruffians and offered to be her protector for a mere 2 taels of silver a month. Despite knowing the trouble that followed Yu Wenyan, Jiang Wan agreed, feeling safer with him than with any unknown entity. She felt quite audacious for hiring a former prince as her bodyguard, but she intended to replace him once she found a more suitable protector. What are you looking at? Do you wish to discard me once you have no further use for me? Jiang Wan, caught in her thoughts, shook her head. No, please don't misunderstand. I have paid for your services. It would be foolish to throw that away. Yu Wenyan teased her, mentioning wolves in the grasslands, suggesting she could easily leave him behind if she was unafraid. Having inexplicably become a fugitive alongside him, and now in such a desolate area, she feared being abandoned, which would leave her helpless. Jiang Wan felt as though she had boarded a pirate ship. Clearing his throat, Yu Wenyan said, I won't jest with you any longer. Step down from the carriage. He held the curtain aside, and without a step, Jiang Wan lifted her skirts and jumped down. Yu Wenyan praised her. Well done. When traveling, one must not be overly concerned with trivialities. Before them lay an endless expanse of grassland, dotted with the yurts of herders and flocks of cattle and sheep. A winding stream meandered through the landscape, which Yu Wenyan claimed flowed from distant snow-capped mountains. He promised to take Jiang Wan horseback riding to see the mountains on a day blessed with fine weather. The wind carried the scents of earth and grass, a stark contrast to the confines of the capital, where she would have never laid eyes on such beauty if she remained trapped in a square courtyard. Withering away amid schemes and deceit, Jiang Wan exhaled, settling onto the ground, relieved both in body and spirit. Yu Wenyan sat beside her, offering her provisions. I will go rent a yurt from the herders. Tonight, you won't have to sleep in the carriage. You can enjoy a warm meal. Influenced by Yu Wenyan, Jiang Wan had grown less particular. She accepted the flatbread silently, watching him eat, which made her chuckle. What are you laughing at? Is there something on my face? She replied, I merely did not expect the exalted prince to enjoy flatbread. Realizing her faux pas, she fell silent, chiding herself for touching on such a sensitive subject. Yu Wenyan gently tapped her forehead. Am I such a petty person?
Jiang Wan laughed softly. No.
Yu Wenyan was nothing like the moody, ruthless prince she had envisioned. Over the past period, apart from the occasional harsh words, he had proven himself capable in various aspects, ensuring her comfort and safety. Despite his noble upbringing, his survival skills were remarkably adept. Intrigued, Jiang Wan inquired, You seem to adapt well to wandering life. With a proud expression, Yu Wenyan replied, A clever mind can thrive anywhere. Jiang Wan, amused, countered, You are quite impressive, managing to be both a prince and resilient in adversity. Mind your words. I possess ample wealth. I am far from destitute. Jiang Wan couldn't help but laugh until tears brimmed to her eyes. Observing her glistening gaze, Yu Wenyan swallowed hard, silently biting into his flatbread. After their meal, They continued on foot towards the herders' yurts, having traded a bag of sugar and a piece of cloth for what they needed. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Fu Xi was frantically searching for Jiang Wan, deploying countless people to no avail. He pondered every possible location, even personally venturing out in search, yet found no trace of her. Lost and without leads, Fu Xi was engulfed in confusion, questioning where he might find Wan Wan. Alongside the confusion was a deep-seated fear. Initially, he feared Jiang Wan would not return home, unwilling to reconcile with him. Now, he was terrified he might never see her again. Life without her was truly unbearable. Wan Wan, where are you? I miss you dearly. In Chapter 43, adding fuel to the fire, Fu Xi continued his search for Jiang Wan, neglecting matters of the court. The emperor, already in a foul mood, found Fu Xi's behavior to be aggravating. Upon hearing he had returned to the capital, the emperor summoned him to the palace. The matriarch, fearing for her grandson's well-being, watched Fu Xi leave and promptly sent word to concubine Fu. She lamented, "Had I known he would be so unhinged without Jiang Wan, I should have treated her better. If it weren't for that whip, he wouldn't have taken her hunting. Had he not gone outside, he wouldn't have encountered the former crown prince, and none of this would have transpired." Witnessing Fu Xi's madness for Jiang Wan, neglecting his future, the matriarch realized that as long as her grandson was well, providing Jiang Wan with sustenance was a small price to pay. If he truly disliked her, he could simply avoid her presence entirely within the vast confines of the Fu residence, ensuring they would never meet. The outcome was far from her expectations, and she now understood the feeling of regret. Gazing towards the palace, she hoped the emperor would take into account the Fu family's loyalty to the crown and not punish her grandson. In the imperial study, the emperor sat behind his desk, while Fu Xi knelt upright on the floor. This scene was eerily familiar, reminiscent of when he had knelt there pleading for the emperor to pardon Jiang Wan. "I will forever remember your great kindness, your majesty." Fu Xi's back was straight, though his face lacked color. His deep-set eyes were bloodshot. Since Jiang Wan's departure, he had not slept well. Each time he closed his eyes, he would relive the torment of her labor, blurring the lines between dream and reality, questioning if he was truly the same person who had mistreated her. This realization filled him with dread, leading him to fear sleep. Often, he lay awake until dawn, continuing his search for Jiang Wan. The longer he failed to find her, the more his mind spiraled into chaos. At times, he even wondered if Wan Wan had truly perished during childbirth. Each time this thought arose, he dismissed it. Wan Wan was safe. She had promised to wait for him in the capital. Their separation was only temporary. Once she calmed down, they would surely reconcile. As dreams and reality intertwined, Fu Xi drifted through his days in a haze, feeling as though he were merely a shell of himself. Apart from seeking out Jiang Wan, it seemed that nothing else could capture his attention. Due to the considerable toll on his body, after merely kneeling for the duration of an incense stick, beads of perspiration began to form on Fu Xi's forehead. The emperor regarded Fu Xi with a cold indifference. This was the aide he had chosen for the crown prince. Neglecting all for a woman, he had reduced himself to a state that was neither human nor ghost, a truly absurd situation. The emperor's fury intensified at the thought of Jiang Wan leaving with Yuan Yan. It appeared that this Jiang clan member was destined to bring chaos to the realm. The harm she had already inflicted on Fu Xi was insufficient, and now her influence had extended to Yuan Yan. Such audacity! With a scoff, the emperor decided it was time to eliminate this source of trouble. Fu Xi, I have entrusted you with a heavy responsibility, granting you power above thousands. Yet you indulge in romantic entanglements, neglecting your duties. Can you truly justify my earnest efforts? I am ashamed to have betrayed your majesty's trust. I request your punishment, came the perfunctory reply, which only deepened the emperor's frown, stoking his ire further. Do you think I would refrain from punishing you?
I dare not presume, Fucci replied.
I see you are quite daring. In my lifetime, I have never encountered a high official who dared to leave the capital without authorization for over a month. Do you hold me in such low regard? The emperor's rage reached a boiling point as he abruptly hurled the document in his hand at Fu Xi. Look at this. These are all the documents that have implicated you. First, you inexplicably canceled the engagement with the Yun family, slapping their faces. And then you silently absented yourself from court. Each incident warrants a dismissal, or even your execution. Fu Xi remained unperturbed, even displaying a hint of relief. Your Majesty, I am aware of my inadequacies and feel unworthy of your trust. Thus, I hereby resign from my position. The emperor was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this request. I have yet to punish you, and you preemptively resign. Do you harbor grievances against me?
Fucibod, stating.
This is a personal issue and has no bearing on your majesty. Are you certain you wish to resign and let the Fu family's century-old legacy crumble? I am certain. Very well, the emperor clenched his fists. I shall grant your wish. Thank you, your majesty. Fu Si's heart soared with joy. He was free of burdens and could confidently seek out Wan Wan. If it took a year to find her, he would wait 2. If 2 years were insufficient, he would endure 3. No matter how vast the world, there would come a day when he would reunite with her. And at that moment, they would never part again. Upon receiving a letter from her mother, consort Fu rushed to the imperial study. With only Ci Ge as the pillar of the Fu family, angering the emperor could lead them down a path of ruin. Having navigated the depths of the palace for years, consort Fu had witnessed the tragic fates of many. A woman without family support faced immense hardships. The Fu family had long upheld their integrity, wielding considerable power, yet they lacked offspring. Fewer people meant easier control, which was one reason the emperor trusted the Fu family. Consort Fu wished to avoid drawing excessive attention, but she also did not want the family to decline. Maintaining the status quo was paramount. As she hurried to the imperial study, a eunuch in attendance whispered to the emperor that Fu De Ren intended to resign, and the emperor had consented. Consort Fu was taken aback. With only Ci Ge in office, his departure from the court would undoubtedly invite others to encroach upon his influence. Without his support, what would become of her son? Anxiety washed over her. She understood why her nephew sought to resign. It was merely to pursue Jiangwan. In her distress, a twinge of envy arose within her. She envied Jiangwan for receiving unwavering love from her childhood companion, unlike herself, who had become a sacrificial pawn in a game of power. The urgency that once consumed her began to wane. Her steps slowed as she arrived at the imperial study. Having dismissed the thought of persuading the emperor to revoke his decree, it was futile. Should her son ascend to the throne, he too would likely fall prey to the same suspicion that plagued emperors before him. What then would become of the Fu family?
Chijie.
So young yet already holding a first-rank position, had long drawn scrutiny from the court. It would be wiser to withdraw now, avoiding the storm, allowing him the freedom to seek Jiangwan. Should Jiangwan return to the capital with him, he would surely not settle for mediocrity for the sake of their future descendants. Perhaps there would be a day when he could reclaim his position in court. Your Majesty, the bond between Ci Ge and the Jiang family is evident. Rather than keep an empty shell, let him pursue Jiangwan, she urged. The emperor retorted. An inconsequential matter, begone. I take my leave. With a lightened heart, Fu Ci stepped out of the palace, his pace noticeably brisker. He would first return home to gather some of Wanwan's favorite trinkets, and then set off to find her that very night. The sooner he found her, the sooner he could apologize. Delaying further could risk cooling her affections, and rekindling them would be a daunting task. Chapter 44. Shoulders unburdened. Hands untethered, Fu Ci returned to the manor in full form, but just as the matriarch sighed in relief, news of his unauthorized resignation reached her. Initially shocked, her astonishment quickly morphed into fury. While others clamored for advancement, he had recklessly discarded the position of chancellor. Generations of toil lay in ruins. The matriarch struggled to catch her breath, nearly fainting. The Fu family is doomed. How can I face our ancestors after my demise? What of my aunt and cousin? What will become of future generations of the Fu family? The more she spoke, the more sorrowful she became, tears streaming from her clouded eyes. Is it only by ruining the Fu family that Ci Ge finds happiness? The old matron's attendant stood beside her, wiping her tears. Do not fret just yet. Let us summon the gentleman for clarification. There may be a misunderstanding. Recent events had deepened the matriarch's understanding of Fu Ci. There is no misunderstanding. He has likely long desired to resign, seeking the freedom to pursue Jiangwan.
Impossible.
You are still in the capital. How could he abandon you for the Jiang family? As the words left her lips, the attendant's confidence faltered. Even if Fu Ci truly sought Jiangwan, as long as she remained in the capital, he would surely return home every month or so. The conversation had begun with his resignation, but now, with the attendant's consolation, the matriarch felt even more despondent. Ci Ge had lost his position. It seemed that in the future, even meeting him would be a challenge. The matriarch lamented. How has it come to this? The attendant remained silent. Having harbored deep resentment for Jiangwan, Wishing for her eternal absence, she now found herself aligned with the matriarch's desire to see Jiangwan returned. The first reason was sympathy for Fu Xi's suffering, the second was a wish to preserve the Fu family's legacy. The diligent maidservants of noble families enjoyed far more prestige than those from common households. Having served the Fu family for generations, they had fought hard to attain their current status. Should the Fu family fall, their fortunes would similarly dwindle. Once again, dark clouds loomed over the Fu residence. The servants tread with caution, speaking in hushed tones, fearful that a single misstep would lead to punishment. In the west courtyard, Fu Xi gathered the jade pendant and comb that Jiangwan often played with, along with 2 sets of clothes for himself, preparing to depart. He instructed Qiu, who stood guard at the entrance, to preserve the lady's belongings, ensuring they remained undamaged. Yes, Qiu replied, kneeling. Sir, you must bring the lady back. I will.
Fuci promised.
This time, he had no notion of when he would return. As he walked through the garden, his footsteps veered toward the east courtyard. Approaching the main residence, he overheard the matriarchs weeping. Fu Xi paused, then steeled himself to enter. Grandmother. She stood, illuminated from behind, her figure frail and her face, shrouded in shadow, appeared gaunt. Seeing his haggard appearance, the matriarch's heart ached. Once again, he appeared dressed for a journey, anxiously inquiring, Brother Xi, where are you headed? Grandmother. I must go find Wanwan. I do not know when I shall return. I will instruct the steward to take good care of you. And I will also have my cousin visit you often to keep you company. You must take care of yourself. I must leave. The old matriarch's tears flowed freely. In such a vast world, where do you intend to search for her? It would be wiser to send out more hands while you wait for news in the capital. I owe it to Wanwan. I must seek her out personally. The outside world is fraught with peril. Jiangwan's health is frail, and her beauty is such that Fu Xi could scarcely bear to think of the dangers she might encounter. Only by finding her can Fu Xi find peace. Must you truly do this? He nodded, reassured by the presence of those caring for her within the estate. The matriarch knew her attempts to dissuade him were futile. One misstep leads to another. She had once believed that resolving matters with Jiangwan would bring about a resolution, but seeing her grandson's demeanor, she was grateful she had not made a final decision. If Jiangwan were to perish, Fu Xi might not survive either. The old matriarch felt a profound sorrow, but was powerless to intervene. The Fu family had so little bloodline left. Sending him out to find Jiangwan was certainly better than allowing him to remain in the estate, tormented by despair. With a wave of her hand, she acquiesced. Go.
Go.
Fu Xi bowed solemnly. It is my unfilial behavior. Grandmother, please take care of yourself. The matriarch's tears surged even more. From a young age, Fu Xi had been dutiful, never defying her except in matters of marriage. He merely cherished Jiangwan. What harm would it be to indulge him once?
Brother Xi.
Regardless of where you go, remember to write home, so I may know you are safe.
Fuci nodded.
Instructing the nurse to look after the matriarch and to contact the 4th prince or send word to the esteemed concubine in the palace if any issues arose. Having arranged everything, Fu Xi departed without a backward glance. The old matriarch was assisted by the nurse as she slowly walked to the door. The new year would arrive in a few months. Would Brother Xi return by then? Her cloudy eyes scanned the expanse of the house. It was so vast. And soon she would be alone. As the city gates closed, Fu Xi rode through the long street, leaving the capital behind. He intended to venture south once more, to search every possible place where Wanwan might have gone. On the city tower, Yunda caught sight of Fu Xi's departing figure. Initially, he had harbored criticisms of Fu Xi and Jiangwan, believing they did not hold Yanran in high regard. However, after his 2 younger brothers had caused trouble, he felt he could no longer reproach Fu Xi and Jiangwan. He had heard that Fu Xi had even relinquished his official position for Jiangwan, and Yunda felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Fortunately, Yanran had not yet entered the Fu family, otherwise, the days ahead would have been difficult. Lost in thought, he recalled Jiangwan, the delicate young lady who could neither shoulder burdens nor carry heavy loads, wondering how long she could survive in the outside world.
He hoped she would be found by Fu Xi.
In the wilds, Jiangwan experienced a freedom she had never known before. Perhaps due to her uplifted spirits, her mental state had markedly improved. Even her heart ailment had not flared up. Moreover, she had learned to ride. Though she could not gallop across the plains, she could still walk slowly. Yuan Yan had bought her 2 little lambs, which she herded daily to graze on grass and drink from the stream, often lying on the grass to watch the clouds and feel the breeze. Without the intrigues and deceptions of court life, Jiangwan felt she could live on the prairie forever. As the sun dipped low, she nudged Yuan Yen. I am hungry. After cooking for half a month straight, Yuan Yen was on the verge of collapse and cast her a reproachful glance. You're not hungry. Chapter 45. Like a bolt from the blue, Jiangwan had never learned to cook. After a single lesson, she had burned her hand, and Yuan Yen forbade her from undertaking such tasks. Now, with her gazing at him earnestly, Yuan Yen reluctantly rose to grill lamb chops for her. He had taken her in. He could not let her go hungry. With the weather growing colder, he knew Jiangwan would not withstand the harshness of the wilds for much longer. He resolved to take her away in another half-month. Jiangwan sat nearby, waiting for her meal. A matron from a shepherd's family spoke in halting Central Plains dialect. Your brother is quite good. Indeed, he is. Jiangwan nodded. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yuan Yen had publicly claimed Jiangwan as a sister. The shepherd family was simple and had no doubts about them. As the person involved, Jiangwan felt somewhat dazed, as if everything around her were unreal. The fearsome demon that everyone dreaded was actually preparing meals for her. No one would believe it if she told them. Curiously, she leaned closer to Yuan Yen. You're not an imposter, are you? Or possessed? The distinct fragrance of a woman wafted toward him, and Yuan Yen instinctively held his breath to suppress his racing heart. Turning away to distance himself from Jiangwan, he remarked, why are you so close? Do you wish to take advantage of me? Jiangwan's expression stiffened, and she retorted, if you are afraid, you can leave. Jiangwan, are you turning against me? You were the one who came close. Yuan Yen gritted his teeth. Are you implying I am a clingy pest? I never said that. You implied it. He gazed at Jiangwan, as if she had committed an unforgivable offense. Yuan Yen became agitated, and Jiangwan had to smooth things over. What I meant is, you are quite enthusiastic and enjoy helping others, knowing I face difficulties alone outside. Hence your initiative to assist me. If it had been anyone else lying to him, Yuan Yen would have long since silenced them. Yet, with Jiangwan, he felt an unexpected pleasure. A hint of sweetness blossomed in his heart, and he raised his chin. Since I am so good, you ought to cherish me. Jiangwan felt a strange sensation arise within her, averting her gaze and avoiding Yuan Yan's eyes. Just cook your meal properly. Yuan Yan, in a good mood, did not dwell on her insolence. Salt. Isn't it by your side? Yuan Yan replied, exasperated. Can I even order you around? Of course, Jiangwan said, holding out the salt jar to him. Please take it. Yuan Yan wore a proud expression. You have some awareness. Taking the salt jar, he added, now, don't disturb me while I work. Jiangwan had grown accustomed to his capriciousness. Just as she entered the tent, she had not yet settled when Yuan Yan called her outside again. I told you to play aside, not sit and wait for your meal. Jiangwan, expressionless, exited and sat on the grass not far from Yuan Yan. This time, he finally refrained from nitpicking. The lamb chops sizzled over the charcoal, releasing a delightful aroma. Jiangwan, already hungry, felt her appetite sharpen. Silently washing her hands, she prepared for the meal. Seemingly sharing a connection, Yuan Yan took out a dagger, cutting off a small piece of the grilled lamb and offering it to Jiangwan. Try it, see if the salt is sufficient. Jiangwan smiled, praising. Everything you make is delicious. This grilled lamb must be no exception, full of flavor and appealing to the eye. Yuan Yan smirked. Shouldn't I receive some silver as a reward? Aren't you the one who isn't lacking in silver? Why are you still concerned about my meager possessions? Not lacking in silver is my own matter, but failing to compensate me for my deserved reward is your fault. Jiangwan, one cannot be so heartless. Jiangwan, wishing him to ensure her safety while also being concerned about her basic needs, felt that 2 taels of silver was indeed rather unfair. Very well. I shall give you 5 taels. Yuan Yan scrutinized her. In 2 years, when I have spent your silver, how will you repay me? Jiangwan had long since sold all her jewelry, converting it into 200 taels of silver. For an ordinary family, 5 taels would cover a year's expenses. And if managed wisely, Jiangwan would never have to worry about money for a lifetime. However, hiring Yuan Yan was an entirely different matter. Living off one's means was not an option. Jiangwan was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and needlework, but in this place, those talents seemed of little use. It appears that returning to the Central Plains is the only way for her to earn a living independently. Noticing Jiangwan lost in thought, even neglecting the lamb chops, Yuan Yen felt vexed and broached the subject. Hurry up and eat.
Oh.
Regaining her focus, Jiangwan took a small bite of the lamb chop. It was undeniably tender and devoid of any gamey taste, yet inexplicably, upon tasting it, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Yuan Yen was startled by her reaction and quickly took the lamb chop from her hand. Anxiously, he inquired, "Is it not to your liking?" Jiangwan wished to assure him otherwise, but her stomach churned again. Yuan Yen gently patted her back, pondering if she might be unaccustomed to the local environment. After a while, once Jiangwan felt a bit better, Yuan Yen wrapped her in a felt blanket and summoned the matriarch of the herders to watch over her. He needed to fetch a doctor, a journey that would require traveling 100 miles, and the sky was nearly darkening. Jiangwan felt uneasy. "I am fine. There is no need to summon a doctor." Jiangwan's health was precarious, and Yuan Yen regretted bringing her to such a place. Should an emergency arise, it would be a dire situation indeed. He resolved to leave the grasslands as soon as her health improved. "Just rest. I shall return shortly. Really, I am fine. Do not worry." The matriarch could not fully understand their conversation, but she had witnessed Jiangwan's earlier reaction. Pointing to Jiangwan's abdomen, she spoke with a thick accent. "You are with child." Jiangwan's expression changed sharply. Upon reflection, she realized it had been nearly 3 months since her last menstrual cycle. Moreover, her earlier reaction was unmistakably indicative of early pregnancy symptoms. Jiangwan felt as if struck by lightning. In her previous life, she had not conceived at this time. Given her poor health, the doctor had long warned her that childbirth would be significantly more challenging for her than for others. In her past life, she had secretly consumed numerous restorative tonics, only to conceive 2 years later. Why was this time different? Jiangwan's mind was in turmoil. She had always believed that her menstruation was delayed due to the stress of her recent hardships and the change in her living conditions. Little did she know, she was pregnant. There was no joy in her heart, only fear. Had she escaped Fu Xi, yet was she still doomed to face the fate of dying in childbirth? Simultaneously, she loathed herself for being careless, for failing to remember to take contraceptive measures. Tears fell unexpectedly. She did not desire Fu Xi's child at all. Chapter 46. Perhaps it is best not to come. After a considerable time, Yuan Yen finally grasped the meaning of the situation. His mind felt blank. And for the first time, he experienced a sense of helplessness. Once his awareness returned, he decided to first escort the matriarch home. He stood outside the felt tent for a long while before finally lifting the curtain to enter. Jiangwan was kneeling on the thick cashmere blanket, lost in thought, completely unaware of his arrival. Yuan Yen paced a few steps and asked, "Do you wish to return to the capital?" Jiangwan was puzzled. Why would we return to the capital? Yuan Yen's gaze fell upon her abdomen, and his throat felt constricted, as if blocked by a wad of cotton. With great difficulty, he uttered, "You are pregnant. The child cannot be without a father. Although Fu Xi is not ideal, he should be able to protect both you and the child." Jiangwan had no intention of carrying this child to term. If she faced complications during childbirth, even if the child survived, a life without parents would be fraught with hardship. Moreover, even if she managed to navigate through the ordeal safely, would the child wish to endure a life of hiding and uncertainty alongside her? Her health was already fragile, and she feared she might become a burden to the child. A child should not come into this world to suffer. Jiangwan believed her circumstances were not suitable for raising a child, especially since she could not provide a stable living environment. With her gaze lowered, her slender fingers fidgeting with the blanket beneath her, she hesitantly requested, "Could you help me procure some medicine tomorrow?" Yuan Yen nodded. "Of course. You must take care of yourself. Once your health is restored, I will escort you back to the capital." Upon saying this, he felt a pang of sorrow. However, Jiangwan was already with child, observing her demeanor. He sensed her lingering feelings for Fu Xi, and he could not force her to stay. That would be unfair to both her and the child. Jiangwan stammered, "That is not what I meant." Yuan Yen appeared perplexed. "Then what do you mean?" I do not wish to have this child." Yuan Yen fell silent for a moment. "I cannot agree to that." Jiangwan retorted angrily, "If you do not help, I can seek assistance elsewhere." "What right do you have to disagree? A pregnant woman's emotions should not be overly agitated." Yuan Yen spoke gently. "Miscarriage can be detrimental to one's health. Carrying a child and giving birth both take a toll on the body. That is not the same," Jiangwan countered. "How is it not the same?" Yuan Yen could not provide an answer and cautiously asked Jiangwan, "Is it that you do not wish to return to Fu Xi? Hence your desire to rid yourself of this child?" Regardless of whether there is a child, I will not return. You have not forgotten Fu Xi. I am not forgetful. How could I forget? Yu Wenyan rephrased his question. Do you still have feelings for him? Jiangwan shook her head. I no longer have feelings for him. To love someone should bring joy when one is with them. Since my rebirth, I have wished to distance myself from Fu Xi ever further. The thrill of infatuation has long since faded. Receiving a clear answer, Yu Wenyan felt a weight lift from his heart. Sitting across from Jiangwan, his expression became somewhat awkward. Finally, he blushed and stammered, If you are afraid the child will grow up without a father, then I could sacrifice myself to be the father of your child. Jiangwan was taken aback by Yu Wenyan's declaration.
What do you mean by that?
Yu Wenyan's face flushed, and with rising indignation, he retorted, What? Do you look down on me? Jiangwan felt a sudden chill, her mind too occupied to think of Fu Xi. You are a prince, noble and esteemed. I am merely a fugitive concubine of the Fu family, unworthy of you. Where did the notion of a prince come from? Yu Wenyan extended his arm and gently tapped her forehead. I am but a humble guard now. You are more than worthy of me. Jiangwan pursed her lips. Do not jest with me. During their time together, Jiangwan increasingly felt that Yu Wenyan was not as he had been portrayed. The plot to rebel may have deeper implications than one might assume. It was common knowledge that the prince was unconventional, and those who followed him were often seen as scheming ministers. There had been instances where officials publicly condemned the prince's faction as a den of snakes and rats. More than once, petitions had been submitted to dethrone the prince and execute or exile his faction to desolate lands. What are you thinking? Can you hear me? Jiangwan averted her gaze. I will not keep the child. Yu Wenyan had witnessed many women in his youth resorting to miscarriage to vie for favor, often leading to fatal consequences or lifelong ailments. Given Jiangwan's frail constitution, he could not bear to imagine such a fate befalling her. He threatened, If you do not keep the child, I will inform Fu Xi. Jiangwan's face flushed with anger. Are you out of your mind? The child is mine. Whether or not I wish to carry it is none of your concern. You brought me to the frontier. There is not even a decent doctor here. Have you considered the risks of miscarriage? What shall we do then? Jiangwan's child was nearly 3 months along. If they returned to the Central Plains to resolve the matter, the risks would be exponentially greater. Jiangwan's expression was resolute. Life and death are fated. Yu Wenyan gritted his teeth. What a fatalistic attitude. He rose and paced a few steps, then asked Jiangwan again. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Jiangwan nodded. Yes, I am certain. Yu Wenyan felt inexplicably wronged. You simply do not want me to be the father of your child, so you are deliberately refusing to have it. Jiangwan had initially felt fear and sadness. However, with Yu Wenyan's meddling, she found herself both amused and exasperated. Who would voluntarily offer to be another's father? What harm could there be in gaining a child? Jiangwan was at a loss for words, merely stating, a child should come into this world to experience beauty. If not, it is better not to come at all. Is that so? Indeed. Perhaps the child is not afraid of hardship. No one is truly unafraid of hardship. Such sentiments merely serve as self-comfort. Yu Wenyan stared blankly at Jiangwan's abdomen, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Since this is your choice, I shall respect your decision. Jiangwan sighed in relief and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Yu Wenyan brought her some food, opting for tasteless flatbreads to avoid the chance of her vomiting again. Before stepping outside, Jiangwan was left unaware of his whereabouts or the source of his melancholy. Absent-mindedly chewing on the flatbread while her thoughts drifted to the remarkable figure of Empress Gu and the loyal descendants of the Gu family, all of whom had perished overnight due to the emperor's suspicions. Her hand trembled slightly as she held the flatbread. Jiangwan couldn't help but think that Yu Wenyan had likely never been enamored with power. He neither desired to be the crown prince nor the emperor. His indifference towards his reputation and his deliberate association with those harboring treacherous intentions suggested his true aim was not to seize the throne but to avenge the Gu family and the empress. The emperor, perhaps, was merely playing into his hand, seeking to eliminate those with ulterior motives under the guise of righteousness. In this grand game of chess, many, like herself, were scarcely worthy of being considered pieces. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jiangwan recalled her own family. Her mother was stringent, demanding perfection from her to ensure the subjugation of the concubines within their household. In her quest for favor, her mother often had her feign illness in order to summon their father to their side. Initially, it worked, but as time progressed, it became ineffective. Seeing her fail to thrive, and later giving birth to a son, she was deemed utterly useless in her mother's eyes. She placed a hand on her abdomen, bitterly reflecting that she could offer nothing to her child. Perhaps it was better if the child never came. Chapter 47. I am innocent. Jiang Wan spent a sleepless night. Just as dawn broke, Yu Wenyan returned and inquired once more, "Are you certain you do not want the child?"
"No," she replied,
cautiously glancing at his expression. She noted his lack of opposition this time. Jiang Wan chided herself for her naivety. After all, he was not the child's father. What use was his objection? Perhaps in this desolate place, the only person she could rely on was Yu Wenyan, which is why his opinion mattered so much to her. She remained resolute in her decision not to keep the child, but Yu Wenyan hesitated to give her any medication. He entrusted Jiang Wan's care to a relative and hurried back to the inner regions, taking 3 days to procure a physician. Upon learning of Jiang Wan's heart condition, the doctor was reluctant to prescribe any medicine, stating, "If complications arise from the medication, I cannot bear that responsibility." Previously, Yu Wenyan had only contemplated the risks of excessive bleeding and potential aftereffects. Now, hearing the doctor, he felt uneasy, suspecting that a miscarriage was a dire misstep. Should they not rather keep the child? Jiang Wan took a deep breath, asserting, "Whatever problems arise, I shall bear the consequences." Yu Wenyan was at a loss for how to persuade her to keep the child, his countenance darkening. The doctor glanced at Yu Wenyan, sensing his formidable presence. Given that the physician's wife was facing a miscarriage, the atmosphere grew even more foreboding. The physician, wary of potential repercussions, thought it wise to tread carefully. Since he had brought along pregnancy-preserving medicine, it was likely that he wished for the child to remain. After a moment's reflection, he admitted, "I am merely a junior doctor, accustomed to treating common ailments. I have never encountered such a case. If something goes awry, it would tarnish my reputation." With the doctor lamenting potential mishaps and disavowing responsibility, Yu Wenyan felt increasingly anxious. This place lacked competent physicians and quality remedies. What would he do if complications ensued? Finally, he firmly declared, "We shall not proceed with the termination. This child shall remain." Generously, he offered the doctor a gleaming gold coin, instructing him to find his way back. Occasionally, doctors from the inner regions would visit the grasslands to treat the herdsmen, and the doctor accepted the gold with a smile. Leaving behind 2 doses of pregnancy-preserving medicine and a prescription before hastily departing, Jiang Wan stared in disbelief at the scene before her. What kind of doctor behaved like this? "Yu Wenyan," she exclaimed. Yu Wenyan rubbed his nose, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "If something happens to you, I cannot shoulder the responsibility. Otherwise,
"I shall inform Fuchi."
Jiang Wan had already prepared herself for the loss of her child. The past few days had been torturous. She could hardly eat or sleep, believing that today would finally bring closure, only to have Yu Wenyan disrupt everything, causing tears to stream down her face. She even suspected that he was acting out of spite, making her suffer due to the grievances between her father and himself. "What right do you have to make decisions for me? I do not want this child. I do not wish to remain entangled with Fu Xi. Why must you torment me so?" Yu Wenyan handed her a handkerchief, stating, "The child is innocent. I too am innocent." Yu Wenyan pursed his lips, suddenly unable to meet her gaze. Had the Grand Tutor not intervened in his rivalry with that individual, the Jiang family would not have met such a fate. And now, she might have become Fu Xi's legitimate wife. As a legitimate wife, she would likely have no desire to escape. It was common knowledge that Fu Xi and Jiang Wan were deeply in love. Their union would surely lead to happiness and fulfillment. Jiang Wan would have no reason to fear childbirth, nor would she shed so many tears. The more he contemplated this, the heavier his heart grew. How could he have once voiced his intention to be a father to Jiang Wan's child? The predicament she faced was partly of his own making. What right did he have? "Go fetch the doctor back," he commanded. But he has already left. He gently wiped the tears from Jiang Wan's face, assuring her, "Once you recover, we shall return." "Why should I heed your arrangements?" Yu Wenyan replied softly, "Do not disregard your own health. The conditions here are harsh. And whether it be a miscarriage or childbirth, the risks are considerable. As the old saying goes, giving birth is akin to traversing the gates of hell." Had Jiang Wan been in good health, Yu Wenyan might have allowed her to have her way. Yet now, he could not shake his apprehension. Only by returning to the Central Plains and finding several doctors to care for her would his heart feel somewhat at ease. Jiang Wan, unwilling to converse with Yu Wenyan, lay down on the felt blanket, turning inward as tears continued to flow silently. Yu Wenyan leaned down and gently poked her shoulder, urging, "Do not cry. I will cry as I please. What business is it of yours? Regardless of what happens from now on, I will bear the burden for you. Do not be afraid. I do not require your assistance. Consider it an opportunity for me to make amends, will you? Leave me be. I do not wish to speak with you." Yu Wenyan remained unfazed. "I shall prepare something for you to eat. What would you like?" Jiangwan turned to glare at him. "What do you think I want to eat?" Her expression, filled with indignation, seemed as if she wished to drain his blood and consume his flesh. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Wenyan wiped her tears, proclaiming, "I shall catch some fish and prepare grilled fish for you." The grasslands were home to streams teeming with wild fish. Although the locals did not relish them, Jiangwan found their flavor delightful, capable of devouring an entire fish by herself.
En occasion.
She would ask Yu Wenyan to catch some for her when craving struck. "I do not want any. You will eat regardless." Jiangwan felt tears welling up again. Is there anyone who bullies like this? Yu Wenyan, unafraid of death, was nevertheless fearful of Jiangwan's tears. Softening his tone, he urged, "Do not cry. If you are upset, feel free to stab me a few times." "You are insane." Jiangwan rolled over and ignored him again. Yu Wenyan observed her for several moments, seeing her mood stabilize significantly. He draped a blanket over her before stepping outside with the medicine. His relative had been waiting outside, gesturing toward the felt tent. "Sister? She is well. Thank you, aunt. May I borrow a jar? I need to prepare medicine for Wanwan." The relative understood and returned to her own felt tent.
Fetching caseremi chiar.
After cleaning it, she handed it over to Yu Wenyan. Noticing the curiosity in his eyes, Yu Wenyan opened his mouth and began to weave a tale. "My brother-in-law is no longer with us, and Wanwan's health is deteriorating. The doctor has advised her against staying home, as it may lead to further complications. Therefore, I took her out for a stroll." Not anticipating the unfortunate events that would unfold, the elder matriarch understood and remarked, "Sister, you are fortunate. Though your husband is gone, you still have a child to keep you company, to whom you can entrust your affections." The matriarch perceived this as a blessing. The felt tent offers no sound insulation, and Jiangwan overheard their conversation. Is she truly fortunate? Perhaps so, for otherwise, she would not be granted a second chance at life. Placing her hand on her lower abdomen and closing her eyes, Jiangwan could still recall the visage of the child from her previous life. Could this child be hers? Does she not yearn for a second opportunity to explore this world? If not, why would she arrive prematurely? Jiangwan's heart softened. Perhaps she should keep this child. This time, she would not let her thoughts of Fu Xi trouble her, but instead focus on nurturing the fetus, hoping for a different outcome. Chapter 48. Fu Xi journeyed south, searching every place where Jiangwan might be, yet her whereabouts remained elusive. Each time he approached with hope, he was met with disappointment. This was their final chance. Fu Xi dared not let his guard down, mustering his emotions before hastening to the next location. As the year drew to a close, Fu Xi did not return to the capital. He rode through the biting cold winds to a small town on the southern frontier. If she was not there, it would only affirm that his initial direction was misguided. Perhaps she had sought refuge in a more secluded village, or had not ventured south at all. Amidst the festive atmosphere of the new year, the town bustled with life. Cloaked in frost, Fu Xi led his horse through the throng, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of Jiangwan. Last year, during the Lantern Festival, they had wandered the capital together, and on that night, he held her hand. The sensation lingered in his memory. "Where are you, Wanwan?" The merriment around him felt foreign, as the joyous crowd did not include the one he sought. The myriad of lights did not shine for him. Like a specter, he entered an inn. Inside the lobby, he encountered fellow travelers, rugged and imposing, likely part of a northern merchant caravan. They filled 2 tables, currently engaged in their meal. "Brother, we've delayed this journey too long. By the time we return to the frontier, it will be spring. Missing the new year means our goods will not sell easily. What can we do?" The patron insists that his wife, who is with child, craves southern sour fruit snacks. Although we've taken longer than expected, he has generously offered 100 taels. Enough for us for a year. Why must we traverse 1,000 miles for a mere sour fruit snack? Couldn't it be bought in the capital? This is the place of origin, where the authentic snacks are made. It's curious, with so much wealth, why not choose a picturesque place to live instead of the grasslands? He might be a fugitive from the court, hiding in such a desolate area. Mind your own business, as long as we make money. The rest is none of our concern. Unintentionally overhearing their conversation, Fu Xi's heart stirred. Wanwan would not willingly go to such places, but with Yuan Yen by her side. That was another story. Before the Yun family, the Gu family wielded power at the northern frontier. Yuan Yen held significant feelings for the Gu family, making it entirely plausible that he would take Wanwan to the northern borders. After months of searching, a glimmer of hope emerged.
Fuchi felt exhilarated.
He stepped forward, eager to inquire about the appearance of the patron they spoke of. The caravan leader eyed him warily, recognizing him as a trained fighter. Would he attempt to rob them? His hand discreetly moved to his sword sheath, his gaze scrutinizing and warning. Realizing his own fervor, Fu Xi suppressed his excitement. He clenched his fists, reminding himself to remain calm and not to alarm them. Producing a small piece of silver, he tossed it to the waiter, requesting a room. In this small town, a single tael was sufficient for the finest accommodations. What can I get for you, esteemed guest? The waiter promptly guided him upstairs. Would you like water and meals delivered?
Fuchi nodded. Yes, please.
Very well, esteemed guest, please wait. As the waiter hurried off to fetch food and water, Fu Xi found himself alone in the room. He allowed his emotions to surface, a rare smile breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. If Wanwan had indeed gone to the grasslands with this merchant caravan, he would surely find them. However, after the initial joy, doubts crept in upon recalling their words. The lady is with child, thus she craves sour fruit snacks. For a fleeting moment, Fu Xi felt lost. Was this indeed Wanwan? Or had she already become involved with Yuan Yen? This thought pierced his heart with anguish. He simultaneously hoped the lady they referred to as Jiang Wan, yet dreaded the notion that she carried Yuan Yen's child. With a firm grip, he shattered the cup in his hand, blood pooling in his palm, momentarily clearing his mind. Before Jiang Wan's departure, they had been intimate. At that time, he envisioned having children with her, their passions unrestrained. Perhaps that child truly belonged to him. He clung to this thought, allowing the pain in his heart to gradually dissipate. The anxiety of searching for Jiang Wan had already consumed him. Now, it intensified. A secret joy blossomed within him, soon overshadowed by fear.
Wanwan could not bear children.
Doing so could cost her life. Fu Xi's emotions oscillated, soaring to the heights of elation before plummeting to despair. Despite the uncertainty of his suspicions, he subconsciously believed that Yuan Yen had taken Jiang Wan to the grasslands. She was pregnant with his child. Calculating the days, she would soon give birth in 3 to 4 months. If he found Wanwan in time, he would insist she terminate the pregnancy. He would not allow anything that could endanger her life. Lost in thought, he slammed his fist onto the table. The waiter, standing at the door, trembled at the sight of the agitated guest. Would he be met with violence if he entered?
Fuchi composed himself.
Oh yes, right away. The waiter, balancing a tray in one hand and hot water in the other, set down the items and hastily departed. Fu Xi paid little attention, quickly attending to his personal grooming. He ran his fingers over his face, roughened by the elements. Would Wanwan find him unappealing? Yet, the thought crossed his mind that her tender heart might soften upon seeing his weathered visage. Fu Xi recognized the selfishness of this thought, but he would do anything to win Jiang Wan back. Listening intently to the commotion downstairs, he learned that the caravan intended to depart the following morning. After finishing his meal, Fu Xi reclined on the bed, closing his eyes to restore his energy. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged absence of clues. For while his body felt fatigued, his mind remained alert. His beloved woman, bearing his child, was enduring hardships outside. The more he pondered, the more he felt like a monster. Having brought Wanwan into his home, he should have honored his vows to her, to cherish her alone for a lifetime. Instead, he had promised his grandmother to marry another and had even taken steps to engage with Yun Yanran. A wave of remorse washed over Fu Xi. He was a scoundrel. And no wonder Wanwan wished to leave him. He pressed his temples, resolving that when he found Wanwan, he would sincerely apologize and strive to atone for his transgressions. They would surely return to their former selves. Chapter 49. Fixating on the caravan exhausted to the core, Fu Xi gradually slipped into a shallow sleep. Remarkably, he found himself dreamless. This was the first uninterrupted rest Fu Xi had experienced since Jiang Wan's departure. The following day, before dawn had broken, a commotion arose from downstairs, causing the slumbering individual to suddenly awaken. Fu Xi stood by the window, observing the scene. Members of the merchant caravan were counting their goods. while the leader was instructing the attendants to prepare provisions and water. Seizing the opportunity to freshen up, Fu Xi descended the stairs and mounted his horse, departing the inn ahead of the others. The caravan leader felt a slight sense of relief. This young man was shifty, and perhaps he truly had an interest in their wares. Eat quickly. We will set off once you have finished. Yes, brother. The anticipation of returning home filled everyone with joy as they soon satisfied their hunger and left the inn. Fu Xi waited at the edge of the town until the caravan was a distance away before he followed. Those who traveled far and wide possessed keen senses. Upon sensing they were being pursued, the caravan leader felt uneasy. The south was not their territory, and they dared not act recklessly. He ordered everyone to quicken their pace. Thus, amid this game of cat and mouse, they reached the border after a month. During the journey northward, Fu Xi had already sent word to his associates to investigate discreetly. At this moment, he was in no rush as the caravan remained at the border. He waited patiently for their customers to arrive to collect their goods while anticipating news from his own men. Once back in their territory, the caravan members shed their apprehensions. They gathered their forces to deal with those who had been tailing them. However, upon arriving at the inn, they found no trace of anyone. Brother, could it be that no one was following us and you were mistaken? I've been navigating the world since I was just over 10. My experience far surpasses your years. There is no chance of error. That lad is likely frightened and has gone into hiding. But why did he follow us? He neither robbed us nor sought friendship. It is his intentions that trouble me. The person has fled, and we are on our own ground. Nothing will happen. You need not worry, brother. That rascal runs fast. The group departed, grumbling. In an inconspicuous courtyard in the town, Fu Xi's men reported back on their recent investigations. My lord, we have discreetly looked into matters and discovered that a doctor in town occasionally travels to the grasslands to treat herders. We showed him a portrait of the lady, and he indeed recognized her. I have ascertained the location. It would take 2 days of swift riding to reach where the lady resides. Upon receiving this precise information, Fu Xi was filled with exhilaration. Bring him here. I wish to inquire personally. Yes. Fu Xi stood in the courtyard, gazing towards the grasslands. If he wished, he could set off immediately to find Jiang Wan. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, despite knowing the person he sought was not far away, he suddenly felt a surge of trepidation. He feared Jiang Wan might not wish to see him, worried about her cold words, and even more so, that she might have already united with Yuan Yen. Having weathered countless storms in his life, it was only Jiang Wan who evoked such feelings of vulnerability in him. As he stared into the distance, his gaze deepened with concern. Even if Jiang Wan was with Yuan Yen, he would find a way to reclaim her. The doctor was soon brought forth. Trembling, he looked at Fu Xi, uncertain of why a noble sought him. Tell me about their situation. The doctor, having seen the portrait, understood who they referred to. For months ago, a young master came to me, asking for medicine to induce a miscarriage for his wife. At that time, she was already 3 months pregnant, and the risk was significant, especially since she had a heart condition. If calculated accordingly, the child must have been conceived during the autumn hunt. The child's father is indeed him. Before the doctor could finish, Fu Xi's fists clenched tightly. What a scheming Yuan Yen! Not only did he take Jiang Wan away, but he also sought to secretly terminate the child she bore. Should anything happen to Jiang Wan, even if Yuan Yen were a prince, he would pay with his life. As Fu Xi's expression darkened further, the doctor's legs trembled. Gathering his courage, he replied, I was concerned that administering the medicine could lead to further complications. So I did not provide the miscarriage drug. Later, that young master came several times for medicine to stabilize the pregnancy. It seems the child must have been retained.
Fucese Angel Flair Daniel.
Carrying a child is no simple matter. How can Jiang Wan's body endure? How is the lady's condition? When I treated her, her mood was quite poor, and it appeared she was reluctant to keep the child, while that young master seemed intent on preserving it. Fu Xi felt as if struck by lightning. His mind descended into chaos. How could Jiang Wan possibly not want their child? In her dreams, she endured great pain to conceive. Why, once awakened from that dream, does everything appear so different? Jiang Wan had not gone to great lengths to remain by his side. She even wished to terminate their child. A familiar headache returned, as if countless needles were stabbing at his temples, rendering it difficult for him to even stand. Noticing his distress, his subordinates quickly fetched a chair. My lord, please sit for a moment. Fu Xi took a seat, gripping the armrests tightly. the veins on his hands bulging, yet he could not quell the tumultuous waves within his heart. He could not believe that Jiangwan would be so callous. If she no longer wanted the child, it indicated her desire to sever ties with the past entirely. Could he still win her back? The more he thought, the more intense his headache became, and his complexion darkened. The doctor silently cursed his misfortune. Having sailed smoothly through life, how had he encountered such calamity in recent months? Cautiously, he inquired, "My lord, would you like me to administer acupuncture?" Fu Xi raised his hand, dismissing him. Upon hearing this, the doctor promptly turned and left. He could not bear to remain in such a place any longer. Once the doctor had departed, Fu Xi commanded, "Keep a close watch on the caravan. As soon as Yu Wenyan appears, detain him." Yes. Initially, he intended to rest before seeking Jiangwan in the grasslands. However, after merely a quarter of an hour,
Fuci grew restless.
He needed to find Jiangwan. He wished to see her and their child with his own eyes. In another 2 or 3 months, the child would be born. This time, with him by her side, Jiangwan would surely be safe. His subordinates looked on with concern. "My lord, you are not well. It would be prudent to rest a day before seeking the lady." "I am fine." Just as Fu Xi was about to mount his horse, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed. Unsurprisingly, he once again experienced the nightmare of Jiangwan's death. This time, the dream stretched infinitely. He saw another version of himself burying Jiangwan and their child atop a green mountain. In the mountains, there was a temple where he would guard Jiangwan and their child, diligently reciting scriptures and practicing, hoping for a favorable outcome in their next life together. Thus, 10 years passed, and he remained by the graveside of Jiangwan and their child, unable to rise. They had finally been reunited. Chapter 50. Preventive Measures. The fourth prince feigned sending people to assist Fu Xi in searching for Jiangwan, while secretly issuing orders to eliminate Yu Wenyan and Jiangwan on sight. For months, 2 factions had coordinated and exchanged information, leading Fu Xi's men to remain unsuspecting of the fourth prince's involvement. Upon learning that Yu Wenyan and Jiangwan were in the grasslands, these individuals raced to the destination, determined to resolve matters before Fu Xi arrived. According to the original plan, once Jiangwan's pregnancy was secure, Yu Wenyan would take her away from the grasslands. However, Jiangwan fell ill for a time, causing delays. When she recovered, snow blanketed the grasslands, making travel inconvenient. With various circumstances converging, they were compelled to remain in the grasslands and reassess their plans come spring. 7 months pregnant, Jiangwan's belly had grown considerably. Yu Wenyan, accustomed to being served, had no knowledge of how to care for a pregnant woman. Consequently, he spent a significant amount of gold to hire a matron from a herding family to look after her. Watching her belly swell day by day, Jiangwan began to panic, fearing a repeat of past tragedies. The present was blissful, and she had no desire to perish. Noticing her unease, Yu Wenyan remained by her side each day, completely forgetting about the matter of acquiring goods. Before retiring for the night, Yu Wenyan once again offered to massage Jiangwan's feet. Despite having experienced this several times previously, Jiangwan still found it difficult to accept. After all, he was a prince. If word got out that he was massaging her legs, she would lose her head multiple times over. As Jiangwan attempted to withdraw her foot, Yu Wenyan firmly grasped her ankle. "Do not move," he commanded. "I am not uncomfortable. It is unnecessary." "Nonsense," he countered. "We are taking precautions. This will prevent swelling and relax your muscles, thereby averting any cramps during the night." Yu Wenyan proceeded with utmost seriousness. The dim candlelight cast a warm glow upon him, creating a shadow that danced on the ground. Jiangwan gazed at his silhouette, memories flooding back to her days in the Fu household, where she had endured her pregnancy. That little courtyard was bitterly cold, the air thick with mildew. Whenever her legs cramped at night, there was no one to offer her relief. She could only cradle her belly in silence. Eventually, her feet swelled to the size of dumplings, rendering even her embroidered shoes unwearable. She had instructed the servants to procure a few new pairs, but they informed her that the household's provisions were strictly rationed. Only upon the orders of Fu Xi or the matriarch could her requests be granted. Until the day of her demise, she had never received a pair of fitting embroidered shoes. Reflecting back, Jiangwan could hardly fathom how she had endured that period. She also did not understand why she had clung so stubbornly to the Fu family. For the sake of a man, she had sacrificed her own life and that of her child. Now, under Yu Wenyan's meticulous care, her heart felt both heavy and bittersweet. It turned out that one could navigate pregnancy without suffering. Yu Wenyan sat on the thick carpet, focused on massaging Jiang Wan's delicate feet. Finding her toes to be excessively beautiful, rosy, plump, and charming, almost tempting enough to bite. The thought startled him. He was aware of his own shortcomings, yet never expected his thoughts to sink to such depths. His face gradually flushed, warmth radiating through him. His palms felt hot, making Jiang Wan wish to retract her feet once more. "Are you not pleased with my service?" he said gruffly. Jiang Wan cleared her throat, suggesting it was late and they should rest. Though it was a perfectly reasonable statement, the unspoken feelings made Yu Wenyan's face redden further. A fire ignited within him, growing more fervent by the moment. Sensing his discomfort, Jiang Wan sat upright. "You are not coming down with a chill, are you? Your face is so flushed." With that, her delicate hand rested upon his forehead. "You are burning up. You must have a fever." Yu Wenyan, feeling guilty, feigned calmness. "It is merely warmth." The snow outside had yet to melt, and Jiang Wan was bundled in a thick coat, leaving her perplexed about the source of his heat, which seemed to make him sweat. "Are you truly all right?"
Absolutely fine.
He helped Jiang Wan recline once more. Leaning in, Yu Wenyan inquired, "Is your back sore? Should I gently knead it for you?" "No need." The proximity allowed Jiang Wan to catch his distinctive, refreshing scent. Feeling slightly uneasy, she shifted away, her cheeks blushing softly. Under the dim light, Yu Wenyan's restlessness intensified. His gaze fell upon her gently pursed lips, drawn closer by an inexplicable urge. In Yu Wenyan's eyes, Jiang Wan saw a flicker of familiarity. Her heart raced, as if it were a lively rabbit trapped within her chest. Just a fingertip apart. As Yu Wenyan was about to draw near to that alluring pink, Jiang Wan suddenly let out a soft sound. The slight disturbance snapped Yu Wenyan back to reality. He pulled back slightly, anxiety lacing his voice. "What is wrong?" "The baby kicked me." Yu Wenyan chuckled. "What a little rascal. Perhaps it is craving a good thrashing." Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed deeper. She replayed the moment in her mind. If the child had not been so unruly, would they have? She quickly reined in her thoughts. The prospect of a relationship with Yu Wenyan was impossible. His complicated lineage suggested he would never lead an ordinary life. Given the previous events that led to the Jiang family's downfall, if she were to associate with Yu Wenyan, her ancestors would surely rise from their graves to chastise her. Jiang Wan understood that her father's choices had led to that calamity. Yet, every time she contemplated accepting Yu Wenyan, memories of that bloody day haunted her. Neither had committed any wrongs, yet they could not be together without burdensome memories. Yu Wenyan was oblivious to her thoughts as his warm hand tenderly rested upon her belly, soothing the child within, urging it to sleep soundly and not stay up late, lest it be born resembling an old man. Hearing his voice, the baby inside Jiang Wan became even more lively, kicking energetically against Yu Wenyan's palm. "It seems the child quite likes me," Yu Wenyan declared, gazing into his sparkling eyes. Jiang Wan felt her heart soften. "If you talk to her every day, she will recognize your voice." "Really?" "Indeed." Yu Wenyan, struck by a sudden thought, mused. "Then when she is born, she will be fond of me." "She probably will," Jiang Wan replied. Yu Wenyan's smile widened. "Then I shall converse with her often. So she will not be afraid of me, making it easier for me to care for her." Jiang Wan's throat tightened with emotion, and her eyes glistened momentarily. In her previous life, no one had loved her child except for herself. Now, with the addition of Yu Wenyan's affection, she hoped for a peaceful future. Once the child settled down, Yu Wenyan withdrew his hand, tucking the blanket securely around Jiang Wan. "It is time for sleep. It is quite late." Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, concealing the moisture in her eyes from Yu Wenyan. "You should rest as well." "Very well." Yu Wenyan spread out a blanket near the entrance of the wool tent and lay down fully clothed. The candlelight extinguished, and a different atmosphere enveloped the air. Chapter 51. Well done. The sound of hooves echoed eerily in the stillness of the night. Nearby creatures were startled, producing a chorus of noises. In the darkness, Yu Wenyan abruptly sat up, swiftly moving to Jiang Wan's side. He gently patted her shoulder. "Wan, wake up." In her later stages of pregnancy, Jiang Wan's sleep was light. She awoke the moment he spoke. Half opening her eyes, she groggily inquired, "What is it?" Still in a daze, she found a dagger pressed into her hand. Yu Wenyan spoke in his usual tone. "Someone is approaching. We cannot discern if they are friend or foe. Do you remember what I taught you?" The cold blade of the dagger stirred Jiang Wan from her stupor, and she nodded, becoming more alert. There was no time for further discussion. Yu Wenyan stroked her head. I will divert their attention. Do not be afraid. After several months of perilous encounters with Yu Wenyan, Jiang Wan had grown far braver than before. While her hearing was not as acute as Yu Wenyan's, the fact that he had detected a disturbance indicated that their visitors were close. She was unsure if they were coming for them. The family next door, the Demu family, was also nearby, and regardless of the situation, Jiang Wan did not wish to involve others. Yu Wenyan drawing them away was the best option. Concerned for him but without alternatives, she urged, be careful. If anything unexpected occurs, use the methods I taught you to protect yourself. If all else fails, stall for time. I understand. Noticing Jiang Wan's calm demeanor, Yu Wenyan affectionately patted her head before decisively exiting the wool tent. The vast grassland offered no cover, but Yu Wenyan's keen eyes spotted a group of riders approaching. Counting them carefully, he estimated there were about 10. Feeling somewhat reassured, he considered this number inconsequential, merely a minor inconvenience. To prevent them from encroaching on the tent, Yu Wenyan resolved to confront them directly. As the sound of hooves faded into the distance, Jiang Wan's heart raced. She was aware of Yu Wenyan's strength, yet her worry was inescapable. After spending so much time together, she could not ignore his well-being. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed outside the tent. Jiang Wan cradled her belly, cautiously making her way to the entrance. Gripping her dagger tightly, she repeatedly recalled the techniques Yu Wenyan had taught her. Outnumbered and outmatched, she knew she must seize victory in a moment of surprise, lest she find herself in peril. Shadows flickered behind the curtain, and her breath nearly caught in her throat.
Wan.
Hearing her grandmother's voice, Jiang Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her and hurriedly lifted the curtain. Grandmother, what brings you here? The elder gestured toward the agitated flock of sheep nearby and spoke in a swift Central Plains dialect. There's been some commotion. Scanning the surroundings and not spotting Yu Wenyan, her grandmother's expression turned grave. You must return home with me. Jiang Wan felt a swell of emotion but was reluctant to trouble her grandmother's family. My brother has gone to handle the situation. You need not worry about me. Please go back and rest. You cannot be alone. It is dangerous. I am not afraid. The adjacent yurt stirred to life, and Jiang Wan heard her grandmother's sons shouting, while the once restless sheep gradually quieted, occasionally bleating softly. Not sensing any anomaly, her brothers retreated to their yurt to sleep. Jiang Wan urged her grandmother to return. My brother should be back soon. Truly, you need not worry about me. You have a child. You cannot stay alone. Her grandmother had encountered Central Plains people before, but they often looked down upon the nomads. Only this pair of siblings treated her with kindness, occasionally bringing gifts from within the borders. During such times, her grandmother felt it necessary to remain by Jiang Wan's side. With her belly so large, any mishap could prove disastrous. The simplicity of their bond was deeply moving, especially after spending so long in the capital, where deceit reigned supreme. Such uncalculated affection felt all the more precious. Jiang Wan discreetly concealed her dagger, guiding her grandmother to sit on a stool. The elder waved her off, insisting she sit instead, allowing Jiang Wan to rest. Gently stroking Jiang Wan's reddened hands, she spoke while gesturing, I will fetch you some warm water to soothe your hands. Such concern only heightened Jiang Wan's fears that she and Yu Wenyan might endanger these kind-hearted souls. She fervently prayed for Yu Wenyan's safety, hoping he would resolve the current troubles without harm. Once this ordeal passed, they would leave the grasslands, ensuring no further threats to her grandmother's family. Just as her grandmother had poured warm water for Jiang Wan, the curtain was thrust open once more. A severely injured figure in black fixed his gaze upon Jiang Wan, a menacing aura radiating from him. Her grandmother gasped in shock, wanting to call her sons, but the black-clad man's gaze petrified her, leaving her voice caught in her throat. Jiang Wan stood, concealing the dagger behind her back, calmly meeting the man's eyes. If you have come for me, do not harm the innocent. The figure snorted coldly. You have no room for negotiation. With that, he lunged toward her grandmother with lethal intent. The threat was palpable. Jiang Wan pushed her grandmother to the ground, narrowly avoiding the man's sword. Surprised that her strike had missed, the black-clad man hesitated, and then, recovering, accelerated his assault on Jiang Wan. Perhaps due to his injuries, his movements were not as swift. Jiang Wan focused intently on the man's vital point, and as his sword came within an arm's reach, she swiftly crouched down. With all her strength, she plunged the dagger into his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, she twisted the blade and pulled it out decisively. Blood sprang across her face, warm and sickening. The dagger clattered to the ground as Jiangwan bent over, retching. The events unfolded too swiftly. Within mere breaths, she had danced with death, and her grandmother could no longer suppress her cries, calling for help while patting Jiangwan's back. If not for you, I would not have survived today. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was Jiangwan's first experience with such violence. Though fear did not grip her heart, her body reacted uncontrollably. The metallic scent of blood invaded her senses, and her stomach churned violently, leading to uncontrollable retching. Eventually, she felt bile rising. The discomfort directly affected her child, causing painful contractions. Her legs grew weak, unable to support her weight, and she collapsed to her knees. The curtain was lifted once again, and a chilling wind surged in. Jiangwan fell into the embrace of the cold air, but the familiar scent enveloped her, granting her immense comfort. She clung to Yu Wenyan's neck, tears streaming down her face. Uncertain of the reason for her tears, she wished for nothing more than to rely wholeheartedly on Yu Wenyan. He gently patted her back, praising her. Well done. You protected yourself and our child. You should be smiling. Chapter 52. Crossing boundaries. Yu Wenyan's brothers remained unperturbed. With over 1,000 sheep at home, they were no strangers to the occasional robbery. Such a scene was not enough to frighten them. After consulting Yu Wenyan, they swiftly dealt with the black-clad intruder. Her grandmother assisted in cleaning the floor until she could no longer help, then took her leave. Yu Wenyan cupped Jiangwan's face, asking gently, "Are you frightened?" Jiangwan shook her head. Noticing the remnants of blood on her face, Yu Wenyan took a cloth and carefully wiped it away. He remained silent, just quietly accompanying her, which was more than enough for Jiangwan. After what felt like an eternity, her limbs regained strength, and the pain in her belly subsided. Once her mood stabilized, Jiangwan knelt on the blanket, cradling her belly and creating distance between herself and Yu Wenyan. "Are you hurt?" "I am fine." His response to her concern filled Yu Wenyan with an inexplicable joy. In a moment of impulse, he leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of her mouth. Realizing what he had done, he glanced nervously at Jiangwan, anxious she might be upset. Jiangwan lowered her gaze, her mind torn between conflicting thoughts. She was at a loss as to how to dispel the barriers between them. Observing her hesitation, Yu Wenyan felt satisfied as long as she did not voice a rejection. "With 2 hours until dawn, perhaps we should rest for a while," Jiangwan suggested. "Let us leave tomorrow. Will your body handle it?"
I will be fine.
"Resting in the carriage will suffice. We can take our time, even at a slow pace. We will reach the borders in 10 to 15 days. At 7 months pregnant, she still had a way to go before giving birth. Now was the optimal time to depart. Yu Wenyan replied, "I will defer to your wishes. Let us rest for now." Indeed, as she would still require Yu Wenyan's care, Jiangwan wished not to overexert him. "You should rest as well." Yu Wenyan glanced at the damp ground by the entrance and lamented, "I have nowhere to sleep." Jiangwan replied, "Then do not sleep." Yu Wenyan chuckled, drawing a line in the blanket, declaring, "I will sleep beside you, but will not cross the boundary." Jiangwan recognized his gradual dismantling of her defenses, but felt powerless to resist. Turning her body inward, she warned, "If you cross the line, there will be consequences." "What sort of punishment?" he inquired playfully. "Kneeling on a washboard?" Jiangwan laughed, amused by him, unable to fathom how a prince of noble birth could possess such absurd notions. "If you wish to kneel, I can accommodate that." With a relaxed demeanor, Yu Wenyan lay on his side, watching Jiangwan's profile. Sensing her emotions returning to normal, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Sleep now. The days ahead will likely be exhausting. Indeed. With limited energy, Jiangwan succumbed to slumber, lulled by the whispers of the grassland winds. As she drifted off, she sensed a difficulty in breathing, unaware that Yu Wenyan was secretly kissing her, unwilling to part from her flower-like lips. Fearing exposure, he scarcely dared to breathe. With every ounce of strength, he suppressed the urge to delve deeper. Noticing her brow furrow, Yu Wenyan immediately withdrew, returning to his designated position and feigning deep slumber. Jiangwan turned over to face him, observing his orderly repose. Her already hazy consciousness succumbed once more to sleep. Yu Wenyan's chest rose and fell, his eyes barely open, locking onto Jiangwan's serene visage. The guilt-ridden motion drew a silent laugh from him. He realized that he was destined to fall under Jiangwan's spell. His gaze drifted downward, resting on her rounded abdomen. He was aware of whose child she bore. If Fu Xi were to discover this, he pondered. What would his reaction be? Yu Wenyan would never relinquish Jiangwan to Fu Xi. He would cherish her child as if it were his own. He understood that Jiangwan wished to avoid returning to the capital, yet if they did not, they would forever be hunted, regardless of where they went. Yu Wenyan was loath to see Jiangwan and the child live in hiding. Perhaps only by ascending to that exalted position could he ensure her a life free from worry. Yu Wenyan was uncertain whether Jiangwan would agree to return to the capital with him. If she were unwilling, he would seek a safe haven for her and the child until all threats were resolved. Listening to Jiangwan's gentle breaths, he gradually drifted into slumber. With the one he cherished beside him, his body seemed to possess a will of its own, inching closer to the beloved warmth. As dawn broke, Jiangwan awoke in Yu Wenyan's embrace. Lifting her head, she beheld his elegantly sculpted jaw, neither too thin nor too full lips, and a prominent nose. His eyes were tightly shut, accentuating his long, curled lashes. Due to their proximity, Jiangwan noticed a faint beauty mark at the corner of his eye and leaned in closer to observe it more distinctly. A barely perceptible breath brushed against her face, evoking a ticklish sensation. Yu Wenyan's throat bobbed, yet he was reluctant to open his eyes, fearing that doing so would cause Jiangwan to withdraw from him. Yu Wenyan, Jiangwan prodded his cheek, still pretending to be asleep. The figure lying there opened his eyes, clarity replacing any remnants of sleep, revealing that he had long been awake. You caught me, he replied with mock innocence. You overstepped, Jiangwan retorted. You were the one who nestled into my arms. Yu Wenyan countered, feigning grievance. Jiangwan glanced down, realizing that the one who had crossed the boundary was indeed herself. Feeling a bit sheepish, she urged, get up, gather your things, and let us depart.
All right.
Not wanting to displease Jiangwan, Yu Wenyan decided to retreat, knowing they had plenty of time ahead. Learning of their impending departure, the matriarch felt reluctant to part ways and gifted Jiangwan a thick wool blanket. Her family breathed a sigh of relief. Given their extraordinary identities, it was perhaps for the best that they leave, sparing the family from future troubles. The carriage could not accommodate many belongings, so they took only the essentials and departed. The items they could not carry were given to the matriarch's family. After nearly half a year on the grasslands, Jiangwan felt a pang of sadness at leaving, but she could not endanger others. The matriarch's family had treated her well, and they deserved to live peacefully on the prairie. With one last glance at the vast expanse, she slowly lowered the carriage curtain. Jiangwan was not naive. The assailants from last night were undoubtedly connected to the capital. Initially, she thought that distancing herself from the city would allow her to lead a tranquil life. In hindsight, that thought was rather naive. For some, her very existence was a sin. Only through her complete eradication would they find peace. Chapter 53. Do you wish to die? By midday, Jiangwan felt a familiar, subtle pain in her abdomen. Initially attributing it to the emotional turmoil of the previous night, the sensation gradually intensified. All the signs mirrored those from her previous life, and an ominous premonition swelled within her. She feared the child might arrive prematurely. In this desolate place, far from any village or inn, where would they find a doctor if she truly went into labor? Jiangwan struggled to remain calm. Having experienced childbirth before, she understood that the process from onset to delivery could be lengthy. The waters had yet to break. If she panicked now, it could endanger the child. Tapping on the carriage door, it came to a gradual stop. Yu Wenyan pulled back the curtain, asking with concern, "What is it? Are you unwell?" Jiangwan hesitated, fearing that admitting the possibility of premature labor would alarm him. Maintaining a composed facade, she replied, "Let us rest for a while and eat something before we continue."
All right.
Although she could recline, prolonged confinement in the carriage was still uncomfortable. Yu Wenyan lifted her down, spreading the wool blanket on the ground. "Would you like to sit?" "I wish to stretch my legs." "Very well." Concerned for Jiangwan's safety, Yu Wenyan firmly grasped her delicate arm. "I can walk by myself. This is safer." If the previous night's emotional turmoil had been their excuse for intimacy, they were now clear-headed, and such closeness felt inappropriate. Men and women should not engage in such intimacy, Jiangwan asserted. Yu Wenyan playfully tapped her forehead, saying, "Spare me that. These are special circumstances that require special handling." Jiangwan glared at him. "You are disregarding propriety. When have I ever adhered to such rules with you?" Yu Wenyan retorted. Had he not feared frightening her, he felt he could have acted even more brazenly. Gently ruffling her hair, he reassured her, "There's no need to fear. After all, it's just between us." It won't be spread around, so you needn't worry about your reputation. Jiang Wan sighed. What reputation did she have left? Since the fall of the Jiang family, she had entered the Fu household as a concubine, and in the eyes of the public, she had lost all dignity. Jiang Wan mused that should she and Yu Wenyan become involved, others would likely assume she was scheming for power and enticing him. The barriers between them felt insurmountable, leaving her uncertain about their future. Understanding her thoughts, Yu Wenyan did not rush to make promises. He intended to remove each obstacle before she could dispel her worries. Having witnessed Fu Ci's example, he resolved not to drag Jiang Wan into turmoil until matters were settled. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Jiang Wan found it increasingly difficult to continue. The pain in her abdomen persisted and seemed to worsen. Yu Wenyan soon noticed her distress. Is your stomach bothering you? Jiang Wan pursed her lips. I warned you not to be alarmed. A visible panic crossed Yu Wenyan's face. You're not saying you're going into labor now? The pain surged in waves, and with a mix of tears and laughter, Jiang Wan replied, I wish it weren't so, but it seems the child is truly coming. Yu Wenyan's mind went blank. He was at a loss for what to do. Trembling, he attempted to lift Jiang Wan into the carriage. We must return to the matriarch. She has experience and can assist you. You and the child will be safe. Do not fear. It's too late. The onset was alarmingly swift, leaving no time for reflection. Her waters had already broken. Yu Wenyan took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. Returning to their previous route or seeking a doctor was no longer an option. He quickly lifted her back into the carriage, declaring, I will assist with the delivery. This notion was too shocking. Jiang Wan instinctively rejected it.
No.
There is no no. Jiang Wan struggled with her mental block. She would rather endure the pain alone than allow Yu Wenyan to witness her in such a vulnerable state. She gently pushed against his shoulder, whispering, Please, step outside. Just then, another contraction gripped her, causing her to weaken. At this critical moment, Yu Wenyan would not relent. Given Jiang Wan's existing health concerns, the longer they waited, the more perilous it became for both her and the child. His expression grew serious. Let us not speak. Let us focus. As long as the child arrives safely, there will be no issues. No, Jiang Wan protested. What matters more, your life and the child us, or these fleeting concerns. The man was not permitted in the delivery room, and now Yu Wenyan was to assist her in childbirth, a notion Jiang Wan found difficult to accept. Yu Wenyan softly reassured her, stating that they were merely welcoming a new life, devoid of any sordid implications, urging her to shed any psychological burdens. Having grown up adhering to the rules, escaping with Yu Wenyan was the most rebellious act she had ever committed. She dared not contemplate it further nor confront the reality. I can manage, she insisted. You are risking your life and that of the child. Yu Wenyan questioned her. Do you wish to die? Jiang Wan shook her head, no. Then, do you want something to happen to the child? From the moment she decided to keep the baby, Jiang Wan's sole wish was for the child to live a healthy and safe life. Meeting Yu Wenyan's gaze, she responded, Both the child and I wish to live. Yu Wenyan cupped her face, solemnly stating, Dying is easy, but surviving is arduous. Do not let a fleeting emotion endanger you and the child. An overwhelming surge of courage arose within her, dispelling the shame that lurked deep inside. Jiang Wan attempted a smile. Yu Wenyan, thank you. Do not speak. Conserve your strength. He replied. Having calmed Jiang Wan's emotions, Yu Wenyan carefully unfastened her gown, dampened by amniotic fluid. Uncertain of what to do next, he looked at Jiang Wan helplessly. Would the child come forth on its own, or was there something he needed to do? In a brief span, Jiang Wan was drenched in sweat from the pain, her hair clinging to her face in disarray. Perhaps it was the presence of someone trustworthy that kept her from sinking into despair as she had in her past life. Despite the agony, her mind remained alert. To have Yu Wenyan assist in her delivery was indeed a challenge, and Jiang Wan could only silently summon her strength. Her hands, lacking power, sought something to grasp. In the next instant, a calloused hand enveloped hers. Wan, I am here. Jiang Wan fought back tears, but they flowed uncontrollably. In her previous life, she had tried to hold on to everything, only to end up with nothing. Fortunately, in this life, she had Yu Wenyan by her side. Having witnessed countless deaths, Yu Wenyan's heart had once grown numb. Now, witnessing Jiang Wan in such pain shattered his heart. He began to doubt whether it had been right to encourage her to keep the child. Noticing her waning strength, he whispered, Didn't you make little clothes for the baby? If he arrives early, we can buy new ones once we return to the inner confines. By this time next year, we can even buy him sugar figurines. As a child, I envied those who had both parents and a carefree childhood. Everything I lacked, I will give to our child. Jiangwan was deeply moved, and her tears flowed even more freely. She grasped Yu Wenyuan's hand with renewed strength. Perhaps the child, too, was unwilling to cause her distress. With a surge of pain, he arrived into the world. The tension on Yu Wenyuan's face finally broke into a semblance of joy. It was a girl. Chapter 54. With me, all will be well. Fu Qi rode on horseback, followed by a group. As they approached their destination, they spotted a carriage in the distance. It was unusual for there to be a carriage in the grasslands, where travelers typically rode horses. Fu Qi's heart raced with the thought that perhaps Jiangwan was inside. The longing to see her after 7 months apart was overwhelming. As he prepared to spur his horse forward, he hesitated, fearing that the sudden appearance of so many people might startle Jiangwan. You all stay put and remain vigilant, he commanded. Fearful that Yu Wenyuan might not allow her to leave, Fu Qi had come well prepared this time. No matter what it took, he intended to take Jiangwan away with him. If Yu Wenyuan refused, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. He pulled the reins and headed toward the carriage. The closer he got, the more anxious he became. Dismounting a short distance from the carriage, he led his horse forward on foot, hearing the thunderous beat of his own heart. He rehearsed in his mind what his first words to Jiangwan should be. I missed you felt too shallow. A hug would convey his feelings more profoundly. With fiery determination, Fu Qi approached the carriage. Inside, the conditions were rudimentary, and Yu Wenyuan could only swaddle the small baby in a piece of cotton cloth. He then wrapped her in a fur coat and presented her to Jiangwan. Look at her. She resembles you greatly and is particularly adorable. As the infant caught a whiff of her mother's scent, she began to cry lustily. Despite being a preterm baby, she was not small at all. Perhaps due to Jiangwan's good nutrition during pregnancy, the child had gained some weight.
Now.
Her cries were robust enough to convince anyone she was a full-term baby. Jiangwan's eyes glistened with tears as she beheld the child, far removed from the frail image in her memory. The baby was healthy, and she felt no signs of illness herself. Overcome with joy, she wept. Yu Wenyuan, flustered, awkwardly cradled the child in one arm while using the other to wipe Jiangwan's tears. You mustn't cry. It could lead to postpartum issues. Jiangwan's worst fears had not come to pass, and she felt an immense sense of relief, bursting into laughter. I am not crying. I am simply overjoyed.
Indeed.
I am happy as well, Yu Wenyuan replied, gazing down at the child, who bore a slight resemblance to Fu Qi, yet that mattered little. As long as she was Jiangwan's blood, he would cherish her dearly. The baby continued to cry, prompting Yu Wenyuan to ask Jiangwan, is she hungry? Perhaps. She replied. Well, you should nurse her. Yu Wenyuan gently placed the soft infant into Jiangwan's arms and covered them both with a warm blanket. His gaze fell upon Jiangwan's attire. Do you need my assistance? Jiangwan's face flushed crimson. You should leave. Are you going to act like this once you have what you need? Jiangwan felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration. If she weren't holding the child, she would have wanted to scratch him. Get out. I will shield you from the wind. That is unnecessary. Seeing her in good spirits, Yu Wenyuan felt reassured. He planned to find a nearby water source to heat some water for them to wash up. He gently touched the baby's face. Be good. And do not trouble your mother. Fu Qi pulled back the curtain of the carriage, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. What are you doing? Neither Yu Wenyuan nor Jiangwan expected to encounter Fu Qi here, nor did they anticipate such a reunion. I will handle this. You take care of yourself and the child, Yu Wenyuan stated, deftly dismounting the carriage. Move aside, he urged, pushing Fu Qi. Caught off guard and still reeling from the earlier sight, Fu Qi stumbled before regaining his balance. Yu Wenyuan dismissed him and slightly ajar the carriage door to allow for ventilation, then lowered the curtain to block the cold wind. Noticing the blood on Yu Wenyuan's clothing,
Fu Qi snapped to attention.
Is Jiangwan hurt? He attempted to enter the carriage, but was stopped by Yu Wenyuan. Do not disturb her. Fu Qi glared at Yu Wenyuan. She is mine. What right do you have to stop me? In contrast to Fu Qi's agitation, Yu Wenyuan remained composed. When Jiangwan was with you, she never once thought of you. How can you prove she belongs to you? Fu Qi wanted to mention that Jiangwan had gone through the proper channels when she entered the Fu family, but that would only bring up the uncomfortable topic of her being his concubine. He did not wish to dwell on such matters, so he coldly replied, step aside. That is impossible. Perhaps their voices were raised too high, for the baby began to cry again. The sound momentarily disoriented Fu Qi. Looking at the blood on Yu Yuan's clothes, recalling the earlier scene and the scent of blood in the carriage, he realized Jiangwan had given birth. They had a child. This time, she experienced no complications during childbirth. Both she and the child emerged safe and sound. A wave of ecstasy surged within her. Fu Xi's face bore a mixture of tears and laughter. Wan, I have come to take you and the child home. Yu Wenyan's expression darkened as he positioned himself in front of Fu Xi. The child and Wan both belong to me. Shameless. Fu Xi had never encountered such blatant audacity. He clenched his fists, advancing toward Yu Wenyan. Yu Wenyan, unfazed, had long harbored disdain for Fu Xi. The two exchanged blows, each landing solid hits, and soon, both bore the marks of their confrontation. Jiangwan, already exhausted from childbirth, struggled as her infant cried, desperate for nourishment. Fu Xi's incessant interference only added to her distress, leaving her in a state of agitation. Finally, unable to withstand it any longer, she forcefully pushed open the carriage window. Fu Xi, I do not wish to see you.
Leave.
Fu Xi stood frozen, struck by a powerful punch from Yu Wenyan. Hearing the child's heart-wrenching cries alongside Jiangwan's soft sobs filled him with panic. Wan, I will stop fighting him. Please do not be angry with me. Do not send me away. The child continued to wail, and Jiangwan echoed the sentiment.
Leave.
Never show your face to me again. Fu Xi remained beside the carriage, hesitant to approach. Do not be agitated. Do not frighten the child. Jiangwan felt a surge of irritation at the sound of Fu Xi's voice, as if a blazing fire ignited within her. She kicked the carriage, urging him to depart.
Go.
A mother's emotions must remain stable, especially considering Jiangwan's heart condition. Yu Wenyan, with a serious demeanor, climbed into the carriage and cradled the weeping child, placing her on a thick blanket. He then sought to soothe Jiangwan's distress, assuring her, I am here. Everything will be fine. Jiangwan leaned weakly against Yu Wenyan's shoulder, urging him to leave.
All right.
Through the poorly drawn carriage curtain, Fu Xi witnessed their interaction, his heart swirling with confusion and anguish. Was Wan truly dismissing him? Chapter 55, Shadow and Echo. Yu Wenyan, undistracted by the child, focused solely on calming Jiangwan. Do not cry. Your tears only make the child cry more.
Look how pitiful she is.
Jiangwan felt a heavy burden in her heart. The mere sight of Fu Xi conjured memories of dark, oppressive times. The shadows clung to her, inescapable, and despair began to take root. Would she truly never be free of Fu Xi in this lifetime? Fu Xi hesitated momentarily before stepping forward to lift the wailing child from outside the carriage. The infant was so small, scarcely larger than his hand, and weightless in his embrace, causing his breath to falter with concern. He feared that any misstep might injure her. The soft little creature clenched her tiny fists and lightly tapped Fu Xi's chest. The force was minuscule, akin to a feather brushing against him before retreating. An indescribable feeling welled up within Fu Xi. His eyes reddened, misty with unshed tears. This was his and Wan's child, a stark contrast to the silent, dreamlike visions he had conjured. Her body radiated warmth, her chest rising and falling gently, her cries echoing vibrantly. Everything felt so alive. A far cry from the lifeless scenes that had haunted his dreams. As he held his daughter, Fu Xi's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. Thankfully, she had not harmed Wan. He gently touched her cheek with his finger, marveling at its softness, but recoiled in surprise. The child had yet to open her eyes. Her tiny face flushed and unwashed, wailing pitifully.
Fucicradol der delicately.
Hush now, little one, do not cry. Not sensing the familiar warmth from him, the child cried even louder. Since parting from Fu Xi, this was Jiangwan's first moment of complete despair. The person she wished to avoid had arrived, and she had no milk to soothe her hungry child, who gasped for breath. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and she felt sticky and uncomfortable, each element overwhelming her senses. All of this was driving Jiangwan into a frenzy.
Why did Fuchicome?
Why did he insist on appearing at such a moment? Are you here to take my child? Fu Xi stood momentarily stunned before realizing Jiangwan was addressing him. He shook his head. I have come to take you home. Jiangwan seemed not to hear his words. What must I do for you to leave me be? I will give you the child. Take her and go.
Just do not seek me out again.
Fu Xi was taken aback. Wan, the child cannot be without her mother. He quickly added, nor without her father. Yu Wenyan clenched his jaw. Fu Xi was certainly opportunistic, underestimating the challenges of fatherhood. Leave. The moment Fu Xi's arms were empty, Yu Yen had snatched the child away. Fu Xi felt a rush of urgency to reclaim her, but watched helplessly as the child snuggled closer to Yu Yen, sighing softly before drifting off to sleep in his embrace. No one could fathom the torment Fu Xi felt at that moment. His beloved, his child, had been taken from him. A tempest of fury surged within him, his gaze on Yu Yen sharp and lethal, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. Yu Yen ignored Fu Xi's murderous glare and placed the child back into Jiangwan's arms. Do not speak of not wanting her. She is merely hungry. Jiangwan regretted her earlier words. Yet, if Fu Xi sought to take her child, or use the child to threaten her, she felt she might indeed relinquish her rights as a mother. She was not solely a mother, she was also herself. Rather than allow the child to grow up in an atmosphere of discord, she would rather one party relinquish their claim. The child was not hers alone. If Fu Xi could not care for her, the fault lay with him. Jiangwan was unsure if her thoughts were cold-hearted. She did not know if she would one day regret her current mindset. However, in this moment, she would not compromise for the sake of the child. She would never return to that despairing residence. Reflecting on her tragic past and fearing that Fu Xi might truly take the child, leading to future abuse, broke her heart. Why had Fu Xi appeared? Why could he not let her go? Jiangwan's tears fell like rain upon Fu Xi's heart, causing him pain that he could not alleviate. This was all of his own making. Had he truly cared for Wanwan, she would have never wished to leave. Nor would she have endured hardship while carrying their child. She would not have given birth in such desolate circumstances. All of this was his fault. Seeing Jiangwan's aversion to him, Fu Xi feigned composure, adopting a nonchalant tone. I will have someone bring water to clean you and the child. The priority is to feed the child, Yu Yen commanded without hesitation, ordering someone to procure goat's milk. Fu Xi glared at him. Can you not do it yourself? I must soothe the child to sleep. I cannot leave. Fu Xi could not bear to see Yu Yen's triumphant expression, but felt powerless in the situation. The child remained hungry, and Wanwan's expression was one of clear disdain for him. Fu Xi reassured himself that he had likely surprised her, and Wanwan simply needed time to adjust to his presence. Once her emotions settled, everything would return to normal. After calming himself, he spoke softly. I will send someone for goat's milk. I will not allow her to go hungry, so do not worry. Jiangwan regarded him coldly. You truly do not want her to suffer from hunger? Then why are you hesitating? I will go now. Fu Xi had initially intended to send someone for goat's milk, but upon reflection, felt uneasy. After all, it was an imported item, and he needed to select it himself. Casting a warning glance at Yu Yen, he mounted his horse and departed. With the unwelcome presence gone, Jiangwan gradually regained her composure. Yet, the thought of Fu Xi following them like a persistent shadow, inescapable, reignited her inner turmoil. Pressing his fingers against his temples, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Do not fear. I was able to lead you away before, and I can do so again, he reassured her. Jiangwan responded with a soft acknowledgement. It seems I have inadvertently caused you trouble again. Yu Yen replied with a smile. I have brought you trouble as well. Let us consider it even. Both were acutely aware that the assailant from the previous night was sent by the fourth prince. Yu Yen was their primary target, while Jiangwan was merely collateral damage. We truly have become like grasshoppers on the same string, he remarked. This is what it means to share both joys and hardships. Concerned that Jiangwan's arms might tire, Yu Yen took the child back into his embrace. The little one, who had been sleeping with closed eyes, suddenly opened one eye. Yu Yen held his breath. It seemed she had looked at him. Jiangwan did not deflate his excitement. Yes, she looked at you. A broad smile spread across Yu Yen's face. He was convinced she must adore him. This belief was unwavering for Yu Yen. If the child did not like him, how could she be so tranquil in his arms? The thought of Fu Xi, who was not favored by the child, deepened the smile on Yu Yen's lips. Serves him right. He never learned to appreciate what he had. After a while, Fu Xi's people found a nearby water source and returned with 2 large buckets of water. Yu Yen wasted no time, directing them to get to work, setting up a stove, gathering fuel, and boiling water, more effortlessly than commanding his own men. Chapter 56. A dog catches a mouse. Meddling in others' affairs, Fu Xi's swift steed could travel 1,000 miles in a day, and it took merely half an hour for him to make the round trip. In addition to fresh goat's milk, he also brought back 2 ewes. The journey back with a postpartum woman would be slow, and with provisions for the child ready. He felt reassured. The joy of becoming a father gradually overshadowed his deep-seated jealousy. He had not been by Jiang Wan's side during her labor, which had allowed Yuan Yen to exploit the opportunity. From now on, he would never leave Jiang Wan's side. As for everything else, Fu Xi had no desire to hold grudges. As long as mother and child were safe, it was better than anything else. Unbeknownst to him, thoughts of the child who bore his likeness flooded Fu Xi's mind with uncontainable joy. The child carried the blood of both him and Jiang Wan, a continuation of their lives and a testament to their love. With this child, he believed that one day, Jiang Wan would soften her heart. This time, he would protect them both and ensure they would never endure the suffering of the dreams he had witnessed. They would be the happiest family of 3. He personally prepared fresh goat's milk, cooling it to a warm temperature before presenting it to Jiang Wan like a treasure. Jiang Wan, unaccustomed to the taste of goat's milk, found the scent repugnant. Yet, there was no alternative. It was the only nourishment for the child. Fu Xi eagerly offered, "Let me feed the child, Jiang Wan." Jiang Wan wished to avoid conversation with him. Without granting him even a glance, she extended her hand, forcing Fu Xi to place the small bowl of milk into her palm. Yuan Yen, wishing to assist, hesitated, fearing he might not do it well, and instead held the child to make it easier for Jiang Wan to feed. The little girl, awakened by the scent of milk, opened her eyes just slightly and instinctively leaned towards the source. With her mouth agape, yearning for nourishment, she reminded Jiang Wan of a newly hatched bird. Unable to suppress a smile, she quickly offered the child a spoonful of milk. Finally, the little one was no longer hungry, emitting satisfied coos. Soft and tender. The sound made Jiang Wan's heart melt. Such a precious child. She felt reluctant to share her with Fu Xi. Once they returned to the capital, she would arrange for a wet nurse. But if milk was available, Jiang Wan still wished to nurse the child herself. Yuan Yen said nothing more, only assisting when necessary with a cloth to wipe the child's mouth. Fu Xi watched them, a ludicrous thought emerging in his mind, as if they were the true family of 3, while he was merely an inconsequential outsider. Consumed by jealousy, his heart turned sour. Jiang Wan had no need for him, not even the newborn who knew nothing of the world. He watched in despair as Yuan Yen occupied the place that rightfully belonged to him. God knows how hard he had to strive to suppress the urge to commit violence. Lost in the fulfillment of feeding the infant, Jiang Wan completely disregarded Fu Xi. After the child had her fill and drifted back to sleep, both Jiang Wan and Yuan Yen exhaled in relief.
Fu Qi, regaining his composure,
brought hot water to cleanse Jiang Wan and the child of their grime. Jiang Wan regarded him coldly. Could you not possess a shred of self-awareness? Do not sulk. You are in a fragile state. Clean up before eating anything, and then rest properly. Jiang Wan sighed, managing to restrain her impulse to curse him. Leave the water. You may go. Fu Xi, undeterred, replied, You bore me a child. If I do not care for you now, I would surely be struck down by lightning. Then go die, she retorted. Fu Xi felt a profound sense of grievance. The old Jiang Wan would never have spoken to him in such a manner. Even when he merely scraped his skin, she would fret for hours. The stark contrast from being cherished to being told to die caused a sharp pain in Fu Xi's heart. Yet, he dared not voice his complaints nor unleash his anger, fearing it would drive her further away. Unable to express his frustrations towards Jiang Wan, he turned his ire towards Yuan Yen.
Get down.
Yuan Yen clicked his tongue. I need to help with the child's cleaning. I am the child's father. Your involvement is unnecessary. The child prefers me, Yuan Yen insisted. Fu Xi reminded himself not to argue with Yuan Yen. The child was too young to discern faces. When she grew older, she would know who her true father was, who she should be close to. Let me hold the child. Give her to me. She does not like you. The two remained obstinate, and the child, who had been peacefully asleep, began to cry again. Jiang Wan, exhausted, implored, Could you cease this unreasonable fuss? Unreasonable fuss, Fu Xi thought, feeling even more pained. He was the child's father. He was merely assisting with the cleaning. How had it turned into an unreasonable fuss? Seeing Jiang Wan's pale complexion, he chose not to argue back. Helplessly observing Yuan Yen clumsily handling the child, a storm of jealousy raged within him. These tasks were meant for him. A newborn cannot be bathed, only wiped down lightly, which does not take long at all. Once the child was clean, the focus would shift to Jiang Wan. This time, Fu Xi would not yield, reminding Yuan Yen, Men and women should maintain their distance. Yu Wenyan recognized that helping Jiang Wan bathe was inappropriate, and he was certain she would not consent. I will be nearby. Call for me if needed.
All right.
Ignoring Fu Xi, Yu Wenyan swiftly exited the carriage. Based on his understanding of Jiang Wan, she would not permit Fu Xi to assist. As expected, it was not long before Fu Xi, defeated, exited the carriage. Master Fu, I advise you to spare your efforts. Best return from whence you came. Jiang Wan is my rightful woman. What right do you have to stay by her side? Yu Wenyan's fingers curled into fists. When had Master Fu become so naive? Did he truly believe a mere document could secure Jiang Wan's presence? At this moment, Fu Xi had abandoned all decorum, finding Yu Wenyan unbearably annoying. That is better than you, clinging to Jiang Wan without any claim, unashamed. I am willing. What business is it of yours?
Fu Qi considered striking Yu Wenyan.
But recalling Jiang Wan's earlier agitation, he suppressed the urge to hit him. The emperor will not permit you to be with Jiang Wan. Do you intend to put her in danger? Yu Wenyan scoffed. Perhaps you should first inquire about your cousin and what he has been doing behind the scenes. Fu Xi's expression hardened. What do you mean? Had the matter regarding the royal estate been resolved? After that incident, Jiang Wan had gone missing, and for months, Fu Xi had been preoccupied with searching for her, postponing thoughts of the assassination. Now, under Yu Wenyan's questioning, Fu Xi faltered. If that incident were indeed orchestrated by his cousin, Fu Xi's eyes darkened. Regardless of who it was, anyone who harmed Jiang Wan would pay the price. Chapter 57. Jumping into the fire pit. Yu Wenyan only divulged the clue about the royal hunting grounds to Fu Xi, omitting the events of the previous night. Those raised in the capital tend to harbor a degree of suspicion. Some matters must be investigated by Fu Xi himself for him to believe. After all, that individual is his cousin, and their relationship appears to be cordial. Fu Xi is likely to trust his blood relatives more than an outsider with whom he has a competitive relationship. Fu Xi beckoned someone over and whispered a few words, prompting the individual to mount a horse and depart. Gazing towards the capital, Fu Xi felt an emptiness within him. He has few remaining relatives in this world, yet they all seem to be pressing him. Ultimately, all he desires is Jiang Wan. Why must these so-called relatives oppose him? Fu Xi believes he has treated the Fu family with integrity, never having caused them harm. Yet, how have they treated him? Time and again they have hurt Wan, testing his limits. Now, Wan's unwillingness to forgive him is certainly influenced by these individuals. Fu Xi rubbed his wrist. The fourth prince has long sought to promote him to the position of Minister of the Secretariat. Initially, he was inclined to assist, but now it seems unnecessary. Royalty is notoriously cold-hearted, and it is no surprise that the fourth prince, now of age, has his own schemes. It was his oversight to think that Wan's matters were unrelated to the fourth prince. Regardless of whether the assassination was orchestrated by him, Fu Xi will not side with the fourth prince in the future. Enduring the pain, Jiang Wan cleaned herself of the grime. Changing into fresh garments, she felt nearly exhausted. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she would find it difficult to believe she could reach this point. She tapped on the carriage.
Fu Qi, standing nearby,
deliberately blocked Yu Wenyan's path, lifting the curtain first. Nervously, he asked Jiang Wan if she was ready and if she needed assistance. Jiang Wan, reclining on the soft couch, ignored him. The child in her arms was fast asleep, occasionally emitting soft sounds. Fu Xi gazed at Jiang Wan, feeling that she was different now, possessing an indescribable aura. Under such scrutiny, Jiang Wan frowned in discomfort. Could he refrain from disturbing her rest? Feigning innocence, Fu Xi remarked that he merely wished to take the water away. Jiang Wan observed his performance in silence. Under her indifferent gaze, Fu Xi could only temporarily depart with the water. As soon as he left, it gave Yu Wenyan the opportunity to enter, bringing the porridge he had prepared for her. Eat something first, then rest, he advised. Exhausted, Jiang Wan felt hunger stirring at his words. I can manage, she replied. Let me feed you. You hold the child carefully to prevent her from falling. The soft couch was not spacious enough, and if the child were larger, it would be impossible to accommodate both mother and daughter. As Yu Wenyan was about to feed Jiang Wan, Fu Xi returned. Not wishing to see him, Jiang Wan simply took the bowl from Yu Wenyan and drank directly from it. This was the first time Fu Xi had witnessed her boldness. In the past, Wan adhered to decorum during meals. She shot a glare at Yu Wenyan, certain that he had failed to care for Wan, causing her distress. I'm done eating. Then please rest well, Yu Wenyan said, leaving with the empty bowl, without further ado. Fu Xi, wishing to stay with Jiangwan and the child, remarked, "I'll remain silent. You can sleep peacefully." Jiangwan's chest rose and fell with a sigh. "Do you know how annoying you are?" "I merely wish to see you and the child more," he replied. "Stop being so clingy. This is truly uncharacteristic of you." Fu Xi recognized the folly of his persistence. Yet what else could he do? This was the only way he could approach the one he cherished. "Wanwan, please grant me another chance. A child cannot grow up without a father. You should understand that since the day I chose to leave, there was no future for us." Fu Xi attempted to take Jiangwan's hand, but she evaded him. Struggling to suppress the bitterness within, he declared, "I have already called off my engagement with Yun Yanran. Once we return to the capital, I will remarry you, making you my legitimate wife. No one will be able to attack you as a concubine anymore." Without an official title, Fu Xi felt no loss. As long as Jiangwan remained by his side, he would gladly live a simple life. They had a child. Fu Xi would not allow her to be labeled as illegitimate. Free from the burdens of family status, he longed to live freely in the days to come, ensuring that those he cared for would not suffer. The Jiangwan of his past life might have been pleased to hear such words. Yet the current Jiangwan felt no stirrings within her heart. The things she desired had long been denied, and the painful price she paid for them weighed heavily on her. If she were still drawn to the status of a legitimate wife, would not her previous suffering have been in vain? "Even if one day I return to the capital, it will not be for you, Fu Xi. Do not cling to unrealistic fantasies." Jiangwan's eyes reflected a cold detachment. "If you think that official documents can bind me, then report me. Otherwise, do not appear before me and the child. I wish to avoid you. The child needs a father. She is my only child. I will give her all my love. Compared to others, there may be shortcomings, but it is far better than living in a grand manner. When she grows up and wishes to return to the Fu family, I will respect her decision. As for me, I will never set foot in your Fu household again." Jiangwan spoke calmly, her emotions unwavering. It was precisely this composure that frightened Fu Xi. "Wanwan, if you do not wish to be with me, I will not force you. However, the child deserves a complete family. We can marry first. Afterward, I will not interfere in your matters. I will be only the child's father, asking for nothing more." Jiangwan's expression shifted subtly. Just as Fu Xi thought she might be swayed, contemplating the feasibility of his proposal, Jiangwan parted her red lips. Get lost. She was not a naive child who would fall for his deceits. Because she lacked the papers allowing her to take a concubine, she had to live in hiding. Yet no matter how difficult the future may be, Jiangwan had never considered returning to the Fu family. Marrying him would be like jumping into a fire pit. That monstrous mansion, who would want to enter willingly? Fu Xi, let us part here. Do not force it. Let us cherish the beautiful memories we shared.
Fuchi murmured.
I cannot do that. That is your concern. You should not impose your issues upon me, becoming a shackle that binds me and the child. Wanwan, is it truly impossible for us? You waited for me for 3 years. Now I desire nothing. We can be together without reservations. Why give up? Hearing the word before, Jiangwan could only recall the memories of their past life. They had entangled for 2 years, plus the time of her pregnancy, totaling nearly 3 years. That was enough to overshadow the youthful affection they once shared. The past is the past. The present is the present. Fu Xi, let us both look forward. Chapter 58. Boiling a frog in warm water. Jiangwan's words had a slight effect on Fu Xi. During the return journey, he drew back from her side. He quietly engaged in tasks, bathing the child, preparing goat's milk, and washing clothes. Occasionally, when the child was in a good mood, she would allow him to hold her. However, most of the time, she only wanted Jiangwan and Yuanyan. If she could not sense their presence, she would cry inconsolably. Fu Xi felt as if he were steeped in vinegar, exuding sourness. Yet he could not reason with the child. He could only attempt to fulfill her needs, hoping to establish a bond through such care. Fu Xi's subordinates were astonished by his actions, doubting their own eyes. Had they misjudged? Was this truly the esteemed Fu Darren? How could he demean himself to perform such menial tasks? Yet, upon witnessing the once noble crown prince personally cooking porridge for Madame Jiang, it seemed that Fu Darren's actions were not so unusual after all. After all, he was a man who had once held the title of heir apparent. Who would dare believe he would engage in such actions if not for witnessing it firsthand? Sensing the undercurrents swirling among the esteemed guests, the subordinates remained stoic. each portraying themselves as emotionless wooden figures, fearful that witnessing what should not be seen or hearing what should not be heard could lead to dire consequences.
Fucì.
Having grown indifferent to others' opinions of him, was no longer concerned with maintaining a facade. Upon regaining his composure, he reflected on the past few months, during which Yuan had been by Wanwan's side, undoubtedly doing numerous things for her. In contrast to the grievances Wanwan had suffered at home, it was possible that she might be swayed by Yuan's efforts. Fortunately, being moved and being in love are two distinct concepts. At such times, it suffices to comply with her wishes, to be less bothersome and more helpful. One day, Wanwan is bound to recognize his merits.
Fucì harbored gran ambitions.
Although Jiangwan had yet to express forgiveness, the sight of their child flourishing and gradually becoming a plump little dumpling, alongside Jiangwan's good health, filled him with contentment. Some matters cannot be rushed. Perhaps a gradual approach is the wisest strategy. While he remained calm, Yuan grew anxious, fearing that Jiangwan might once again be captivated by Fu Xi. Seizing a moment alone, he menacingly threatened, "If you dare to follow him, I will break your legs." Jiangwan, bemused, retorted, "When did I ever say I wanted to go with him? You haven't even chased him away. Does my ignoring him not imply my stance?" Upon reflection, if Jiangwan were to constantly vent her frustrations at Fu Xi, it would surely evoke more jealousy in Yuan. For it is only when one cares that emotions are stirred, leading him to suddenly feel that the current situation might be the best of all. Gently ruffling Jiangwan's hair, he reminded her to keep her eyes wide open, not to be swayed by mere trifles of kindness. "I am not a child. This is not about age. Some individuals are simply susceptible to such tactics." Jiangwan smirked slightly. "So, what you gave me before, does that count as a trifling kindness?" "You are heartless." "How am I heartless?" she countered. "When the risks are so high, how can it be considered a trifling kindness? I am clearly risking my life for you. What I gave you was merely what you ought to have done." Yuan suddenly felt the coins in his possession grow heavy in his hands. Was it too late to return them? Seeing him at a loss for words, Jiangwan felt a surge of satisfaction, her face finally breaking into a smile. "How much longer until we arrive?" "Soon. Once we pass noon, we will enter the borders." Given Yuan's unique status, and having previously set fire to the royal villa, it was likely that the emperor's men were searching for them. Jiangwan's heart sank again, prompting her to ask Yuan, "What shall we do next?" Sensing her reliance on him, Yuan's eyes sparkled with warmth. "First, you must rest during your confinement. You have not recuperated well, and need time to recover, lest you suffer from confinement sickness later." Jiangwan, having only lived a little over 20 years, was unaware of what old age felt like. For someone who had once tasted death, to live into old age was a tremendous blessing. She blinked, and after the confinement? Yuan pursed his lips. He did not wish for Jiangwan to live in hiding, nor to face further assassination attempts. Some matters must be resolved at their source. "I need to return to the capital. Would you be willing to accompany me?" Jiangwan felt a twinge of confusion. "I don't know." Her reluctance to outright refuse was the best answer for Yuan. "If you do not wish to return, I shall send you to a safe place. Once everything is settled, I will come to find you and the child. In this world, all lands belong to the emperor." If the royal family intended to trouble her, Jiangwan was uncertain if any true sanctuary existed. However, having enjoyed a life of freedom, her heart resisted the thought of returning to the capital. That place would remind her of painful memories and the many lives lost between her and Yuan. Could they truly walk towards each other without reservations? Jiangwan held no answers within. The air fell silent. Fu Xi could not approach Jiangwan, and as they spoke in hushed tones, he could not discern their conversation. He could only cast daggers of glances at Yuan. If looks could kill, Yuan would have been subjected to countless tortures by now. Without pressuring Jiangwan to make a decision, he asserted, "Your primary task now is to restore your health. Other matters can wait." Jiangwan found herself indecisive, ultimately deciding to take each step as it came. As a side note, I have seen the opinions of my sisters, and most suggest that the second male lead should ascend. Initially, I envisioned two versions. In the reconciliation segment, I imagined that the broken mirror would inevitably bear cracks. Thus the leads would not reunite out of love. The female lead already harbored feelings for the second male lead, but they were separated by lives lost. Living outside was manageable, yet returning to the capital would surely invite a cacophony of rumors, making it difficult to bridge the divide. Not returning to the capital meant living under constant threat, with uncertainty looming. The female lead and the second male lead understood each other well and took a step back. Eventually, reconciling with the male lead was motivated by the desire to secure a future for their child, thus leading to their reunion. After the reconciliation, it was not a sweet life they led, but rather the female lead focused on her career, with both male leads supporting her, as her priorities shifted from romance to ambition. The originally conceived arc for the second male lead involved him resolving issues ahead of time while simultaneously winning over the female lead. This summarizes my initial thoughts. I will continue to consider the opinions of my sisters and refine the content. The second male lead's ascension in the main storyline is not out of the question. Thank you for the support, dear sisters. Chapter 59. Utterly torn due to Fu Xi's relentless following, Yu and Yen could not take Jiangwan to his domain. Ultimately, they had to settle in the residence arranged by Fu Xi. To prevent Yu Wenyan from lingering near Jiangwan, Fu Xi deliberately placed him in the farthest courtyard from the main residence. Yu Wenyan did not contest such trivial matters with Fu Xi. His legs were his own, and if he wished to see Wanwan and the child, no distance could deter him. Once he ensured their safety, he set out to take care of business. If the fourth prince could send men to hunt him down, he could also eliminate the enemy's spies at the borders. Due to previous incidents, Yu Wenyan had already lost a significant portion of his men. However, this did not mean he was devoid of the means to respond. Failing to retaliate would only lead his adversaries to perceive him as weak, prompting them to intensify their pursuit. For Jiangwan's sake, as well as his own, he had to take decisive action to intimidate his foes. Furthermore, with so many people around, if he were to constantly be near Jiangwan and the child, it would ultimately be Jiangwan who would suffer. Rumors are harmful. This was not the borders. Until her stance became clear, it was prudent to maintain some distance. Once settled in his own territory, Fu Xi believed his opportunity had arrived. With audacity, he moved into the main courtyard, yet fearing Jiangwan's rebuke. He could only choose a room closest to her. In the eyes of others, Jiangwan was Fu Xi's concubine, and their cohabitation posed no issue. Jiangwan began to scrutinize her relationship with Fu Xi seriously. Running away was no longer a solution. She needed to obtain a concubine contract to leave Fu Xi honorably. Otherwise, as long as he refused to let go, they would remain entangled for life. Jiangwan no longer wished to bear the title of Fu Xi's person. Since she could not escape, it was time to confront the issue and resolve it. Fu Xi tidied himself up, donning a moon-white robe, resembling an elegant young master. Arriving at the main house, he hesitated for a moment at the door before stepping inside. Jiangwan reclined on the couch, absorbed in a book, while the child slept peacefully in a nearby crib. The scene was too beautiful to be true, so much so that Fu Xi could hardly believe it was real. He tiptoed to the bedside, reminding himself that reading was not advisable during confinement, as it could strain the eyes. Jiangwan indeed set down the book, reaching out to adjust the blanket for the child. "Have you found a wet nurse?" "Yes," came the reply. Jiangwan took the initiative to speak, and Fu Xi's face lit up with joy. "I have found two. I've had them investigated. Their backgrounds are impeccable, and they are in good health. If you have any reservations, you may observe them first. I have no doubts about your capabilities." Fu Xi was pleasantly surprised, feeling that this was an auspicious sign. He made a concerted effort to suppress his excitement, sitting beside Jiangwan as they both watched the child sleep. The infant was growing swiftly, compared to her newborn days. She had already blossomed significantly, with her fair and tender skin. Every sight of her melted Fu Xi's heart. "We have yet to name our daughter," Fu Xi enthusiastically suggested. "Why not give her a nickname, like Jiao Jiao?" The name Jiangwan and Yu Wenyan had chosen long ago was Yu Yu. Fu Xi, not pondering further, agreed. "Then let it be Yu Yu." Gazing at their daughter's adorable sleeping face, Fu Xi felt his heart soften. He gently touched her tiny, soft hand, whispering, "Yu Yu, I am your father." The child furrowed her small brow, mumbling softly, as if on the verge of waking. Startled, Fu Xi quickly closed his mouth, merely patting the blanket over her. With the absence of noise, the little one gradually relaxed her brow, letting out gentle breaths, sleeping soundly. Fu Xi couldn't help but smile. This little temper was so reminiscent of Wanwan. Sometimes she was perfectly obedient, yet at other times, infuriating. On this day, Jiangwan's mood was exceptionally pleasant, even permitting Fu Xi to join her for dinner. While Fu Xi felt flattered, a sense of unease crept into his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that Jiangwan's demeanor towards him should not be this amiable. Tentatively, he inquired, "Wanwan, have I done something wrong again?" Jiangwan was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a question. She shook her head, no. Then why the sudden change in attitude? Jiangwan's expression remained calm. What? Do you enjoy arguing with me? That's not what I meant. It's just that your kindness is a bit overwhelming. I'm not quite accustomed to it. Jiangwan felt a tangle of emotions. Was every man so ungrateful? When one truly treated him well, he merely grew weary. I have considered it. It would be unfair to let the child drift with me. Your Fu family lacks nothing in wealth or status. Yu deserves the best life. Fu Xi was bewildered by Jiangwan's intentions. Did she wish to reconcile with him, or was she contemplating leaving the child with him? The latter notion was unacceptable to Fu Xi. He did not want to part ways with Jiangwan. Nor did he want her to experience the anguish of separation from their child. Wan, as long as you do not leave me again, I will grant you anything you desire. He had uttered this vow countless times before. Jiangwan lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions. Indeed. Then you must provide me with a concubine contract. In an instant, Fu Xi felt as though he had been struck a heavy blow. You still wish to depart? Shaking his head, he insisted. No, this time I will not let you go. We must remain together as a family of 3. Jiangwan's expression darkened. It seems you want me to live as a concubine for the rest of my life, with you relegated to the status of a bastard. Forever unable to hold our heads high. Once we return to the capital, I will remarry you. You shall not be a concubine, nor shall you be a bastard. Then you must provide me with the concubine contract now. Fu Xi refused. You simply wish to leave me. Jiangwan glared at him. If you lack even this modest sincerity, how can I trust you? It seems you never considered making me your legitimate wife. Your sweet words are merely empty promises. Fu Xi felt a headache coming on. He wanted to appease Jiangwan, yet feared that granting the contract would sever their ties. After all, he had witnessed the repercussions of such actions before. I will give it to you upon our return to the capital. Jiangwan's expression turned increasingly sardonic. The capital is your territory. By then, even if you refuse, what can I do? I would merely be at your mercy. I will not go back on my word. You know that. I do not know, Jiangwan declared resolutely. If you truly wish to start anew, then provide the concubine contract as a gesture of sincerity. Otherwise, we shall maintain the current state. I will not return to the capital with you. You may endure it or report me to the authorities. Neither granting the contract nor continuing their Cold War was the outcome Fu Xi desired. Wan, I truly will not deceive you. Words alone are not enough. Then I shall write you a promissory note. In the end, you simply do not wish to satisfy me. If that is the case, why come to me to put on a show? Fu Xi felt helpless. It is not that I do not wish to please you. I merely fear that granting that document will end our relationship. No risk, no gain. If you lack this courage, I cannot believe you will strive for anything better for you and me. Fu Xi, who had attained the rank of prime minister at a young age, understood this principle well. Yet, facing Jiangwan, he truly did not dare to take the gamble. Over the past 6 months, without any news of her, he had felt like a headless fly searching for her, a sense of despair he did not wish to experience again. Aside from this, I will agree to anything else. Jiangwan fixed her gaze on Fu Xi, and just as he sat there in turmoil, she let out a bitter smile. I was mistaken. I should not force myself to be with you for Yu's sake. The concubine contract, give it if you wish. Even if you do, I will not reconcile with you. Time waits for no one.
Fuji found Jiangwan increasingly inscrutable.
Had there been no child, he would have bet she was merely playing games with him. But a mother's fierce. Having a child is akin to possessing a weakness, and many would compromise for their offspring. Perhaps Wan was no different. Observing the coldness in Jiangwan's eyes, Fu Xi felt torn. Granting the contract might mean Jiangwan would sever all ties with him. Refusing it, however, might mean she spoke from the heart, and missing this opportunity would make it all the more challenging to win her back in the future. No one else could put Fu Xi in such a predicament. He was at a loss for how to choose. It felt akin to walking along a precipice, where a moment's misstep could plunge him into an abyss of despair. Chapter 60. In action, Fu Xi found himself in a quandary, opting to observe for the time being. If Wan truly wished to return to the capital and was willing to co-parent the child with him, he would then provide the concubine contract. This way, he could not only please her but also formally marry her and bring her back home. Jiangwan could guess at least part of Fu Xi's thoughts. She pondered whether she should return to the capital, as Yu Wenyan had also mentioned this matter. Yet, she had her own concerns, after all. It was someone else's territory, and returning would mean relinquishing control to another. She possessed neither power nor influence. How could she protect herself and the child in such circumstances? Jiang Wan couldn't help but reflect. Currently, Yu Yen held a favorable impression of her, thus offering her protection. But if time passed, would he remain steadfast in his intentions? The more she contemplated, the calmer she became. Relying on others was precarious. She needed to learn to resolve her own issues. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to return to the capital. Fu Xi and Jiang Wan each harbored their own intentions, yet their goals diverged sharply. One sought reconciliation, while the other contemplated severance. In a tacit understanding, both chose to remain inactive. Jiang Wan had mentioned the concubine contract once, but had not broached the subject again. Naturally, she had not shown Fu Xi any warmth either. Her stance was clear. Once this village was passed, there would be no more shop. Fu Xi missed his chance. Even if he were to fulfill her demands now, she would not reconcile with him. The more one cares, the easier it is to be manipulated. Gradually, Fu Xi found it increasingly difficult to remain still. Was he doubting his choice? In an attempt to remedy the situation, after Jiang Wan completed her confinement, he proposed returning to the capital. As expected, Jiang Wan declined his suggestion. We can resolve matters upon our return to the capital. Yu was born prematurely, and we are unaware of her health issues. The conditions here are too poor. We should take her back to the capital for a checkup. You need not worry about her health. As her father, it is my responsibility to concern myself with these matters. Jiang Wan cradled the child in her arms, not lifting her head. I know you are Yu's father. If you truly care for her, just provide the silver. There is no need for idle chatter. Time and again, she rejected him, and Fu Xi felt an unbearable ache in his heart. He spoke gently. If you do not wish to return to the capital, then neither shall I. Wherever you and the child go, I will follow. Jiang Wan paid him no heed. He knew precisely what she desired yet clung to it stubbornly. This was not love. It was merely the insidious grasp of possessiveness. Jiang Wan reverted to her previous icy demeanor, and Fu Xi was consumed by regret. Would circumstances have been different had he acquiesced to her wishes at that time? Jiang Wan observed Fu Xi's inner turmoil with cold indifference, her heart unyielding. They remained at an impasse, their relationship growing increasingly frigid. At times, Fu Xi contemplated yielding to her demands. He could always pursue her anew, allowing them to turn the page on their past and start afresh. The discord between them was not interfered with by Yu Yen. As long as Jiang Wan did not reconcile with Fu Xi, he had no objections and would even lend his full support. With the maids attending to Jiang Wan and the child, Yu Yen felt free to attend to his own affairs. During the day, he remained elusive, only visiting Jiang Wan and the child in the quiet of night. Fu Xi harbored discontent with Yu Yen's covert actions but dared not confront him, fearing it would provoke Jiang Wan. As he observed Jiang Wan and Yu Yen growing closer, Fu Xi felt an escalating anxiety. After much contemplation, he resolved to negotiate with Jiang Wan. As long as she ceased her associations with Yu Yen, he would grant her a concubine release. Without Yu Yen, Fu Xi believed he could win Jiang Wan back. After making his decision, he sought her out in the main residence. Only 2 young maids were left to care for the child. After searching inside and out, he found no trace of Jiang Wan. With a stern expression, he inquired, "Where has the lady gone?" The maid replied, "The lady said she went to the garden for some fresh air and instructed us not to follow." Upon hearing this, Fu Xi instructed them to care for the child before heading to the garden in search of Jiang Wan. Indeed, Jiang Wan had stepped out for a breath of fresh air but unexpectedly encountered Yu Yen. "What brings you here at this hour?" she asked. "I finished my matters and returned early," he replied. Sensing a faint metallic scent of blood on him, she grew anxious. "Are you injured?" she asked, moving to inspect him. Yu Yen relished her concern, wishing he could tease her further if the setting had been more appropriate. "Do not worry, I am unscathed. That scent is not mine." He expressed distaste for the odor clinging to him, yet he did not wish to part ways with Jiang Wan. "Would you like to take a stroll?" Jiang Wan hesitated, aware that Fu Xi's men would likely not permit their departure. Yu Yen clicked his tongue. "If I wish to go out, no one can stop me." Grasping Jiang Wan's wrist, he led her toward the back courtyard. Having engaged in too many reckless escapades with Yu Yen, Jiang Wan felt a flicker of anticipation. What would he lead her to do this time? They evaded the servants in the residence and finally stopped before a dog hole. With a skeptical expression, Jiang Wan asked, "You can't be serious about making me crawl through that?" One should act within their capabilities. Crawling through a dog hole is no disgrace. You may choose between that or scaling the wall. Jiang Wan's lips twitched. Is it too late for me to back out now? Yu Wenyan laughed. It is too late. Before she could react, he wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her over the courtyard wall. The abruptness startled Jiang Wan, eliciting a gasp.
Fuggiràs dover.
Only to witness this scene unfold. A singular thought raced through his mind. Jiang Wan was about to flee with Yu Wenyan. She did not want him, nor did she want the child. Chapter 61. Faced with Jiang Wan's disdain watching them disappear behind the wall, Fu Xi panicked. His body moved faster than his mind,
And he pursued them.
the alley held no trace of them, and a wave of dread enveloped him. At that moment, Fu Xi thought of nothing else but that Jiang Wan should not evade him. He would willingly grant her the concubine release. What did it matter if they could not be together? At the very least, they could meet, converse, and co-parent the child. What more could he possibly desire? Why was he so greedy? Fu Xi loathed himself for having lost her once and yet failing to learn from it. He could have treated Jiang Wan with more kindness, gradually winning her heart, allowing her to open up to him once more. Instead, he had chosen to force her hand. Fu Xi recognized his profound error. He had been utterly wrong in only considering his own feelings. How could Jiang Wan dare to be with him under such circumstances? His heart raced as he navigated through the crowd, scanning every corner, fearful of missing Jiang Wan. Finally, he spotted her in a ready-made clothing shop. Jiang Wan noticed Fu Xi's pale countenance, his forehead glistening with sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from a grave illness, and it frightened her. She instinctively took a step back, fearing he might lose control again in public. Such a minor action felt like a dagger piercing Fu Xi's heart. How could he have been so foolish as to make Jiang Wan increasingly averse to him? His eyes reddened, glistening with unshed tears. And Jiang Wan couldn't help but wonder if he would break down at any moment. The thought was astonishing. This was not the Fu Xi she once knew. Wan, I will grant you the concubine release. Fearing she would doubt his sincerity, Fu Xi hurried to the adjacent study to procure ink and paper, drafting the release on the spot and affixing his seal. In that instant, their relationship was irrevocably severed. Finally obtaining what he had long desired, Jiang Wan could scarcely believe it was real. Once she regained her composure, a wave of relief washed over her. The shackles binding her had finally vanished. From now on, she could live openly, free from the shadows. She was no one's concubine, and no one could punish or humiliate her at will. She was simply Jiang Wan. After securing the document, a faint smile graced her lips as she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Fu Xi's heart ached even more. From the very beginning, he should never have allowed Jiang Wan to become a concubine, nor should he have withheld her release. His prior actions had essentially communicated to her that a concubine possessed neither dignity nor freedom. As long as he denied her release, she would forever remain shackled. Suddenly, Fu Xi comprehended why the Jiang Wan of his dreams had not wished for him to take a wife. On one hand, she harbored feelings for him and did not wish to share her husband with another. On the other hand, should he take a legitimate wife, the concubine would become indistinguishable from a servant in the eyes of the mistress. This was a form of spiritual oppression and torment that could drive a person to madness. With this realization, Fu Xi understood the gravity of his mistakes. His previous behavior had been akin to strangling Jiang Wan's very essence. He hurt her while simultaneously wishing to keep her close. How could he possibly achieve both? Taking a deep breath, Fu Xi cautiously addressed Jiang Wan. Will you consider staying? I promise I will no longer pressure you. Whether you choose to reconcile with me or not, I will harbor no resentment. As long as you do not leave and allow me to lose your trace. In that moment, Fu Xi's humility reached its zenith, his gaze filled with pleading. Jiang Wan would rather see him cold and distant as he had been in the past than witness his pitiful demeanor. Lowering her eyes, she thought, as long as you do not force me, there is no need for me to hide. Fu Xi swallowed hard, suppressing the lump in his throat. All right, I will never pressure you again. Jiang Wan absent-mindedly nodded, turning her gaze toward the staircase. Yu Wenyan stood there, adorned in a fresh robe, watching them with an amused expression. Sir Fu, acknowledging one's mistakes is the first step toward redemption. Fu Xi clenched his fists, barely restraining the urge to lash out. He reminded himself, he could not push Jiang Wan further into Yu Wenyan's embrace. You should be awake now.
Jiang Wan, let us return.
If she cannot see you, she will cry. Once one becomes a mother, one cannot always act according to their whims. The child awakens every hour or so, and Jiang estimates the timing is quite accurate. Thus, she turns to Yu Wenyan and suggests, "Let us return." "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." With that, he casts a meaningful glance at Fu Xi. Since their relationship has been severed, he cannot be blamed for taking the initiative. Understanding Yu Wenyan's intentions, Fu Xi feels a surge of anxiety within, yet he does not regret granting Jiang the concubine decree. He cannot afford to err again. If they cannot reconcile, at least in Wan's heart, he will not appear so despicable. Fu Xi, lost in thought, follows closely behind them. He was the one who first knew Wan, and he was the one who shared mutual feelings with her. How has it come to this unfortunate conclusion? Jiang walks briskly and soon returns to the residence. The doorman is somewhat puzzled. When did these masters leave? Yu Wenyan, having not held a child in quite some time, takes the rare opportunity to accompany Jiang to the main courtyard. With Fu Xi trailing behind, they can avoid the prying eyes of others. The wet nurse has just fed the child, and upon waking without seeing her mother, the infant's face is streaked with large tears. Jiang heart aches instantly, and she hurriedly steps forward to take the child, gently soothing her. Fu Xi raises his hand, signaling the attending servants, including the wet nurse, to withdraw. He casts a cool glance at Yu Wenyan, then adopts a different demeanor when addressing Jiang. "Let me comfort her. She is rather plump. Holding her for too long will tire your arms." "No need." Jiang turns aside, evading Fu Xi's outstretched hand. Yu Wenyan mocks him. What weight can a child of just over a month possess? The bond between mother and child is innate. Do not always hide behind the pretense of concern for others while engaging in meaningless acts. Fu Xi grits his teeth. Yo-Yo is my and Wan's child. What gives you the right to speak such words? For the first time, Yu Wenyan finds himself at a disadvantage before Fu Xi. He now holds no official status, and indeed lacks the qualifications to ridicule Fu Xi. He casts a resentful glance at Jiang. When will he finally gain a legitimate standing? Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Jiang silently turns away. She acknowledges her reliance on Yu Wenyan and harbors feelings for him, yet this is insufficient to compel her to embark on a new romantic endeavor. After all, she has just received the concubine decree and has finally become her own mistress. She does not wish to muddle through the initiation of a new relationship. Yu Wenyan feels a pang of disappointment, but quickly regains his composure. There remain many matters unresolved, and while Wan contemplates her choices, he must clear all obstacles from his path. Now that her ties with Fu Xi are severed, Jiang wishes to move out with the child.
Fuchi,
Reluctant to see her suffer, and not wanting to go back on his word, is caught in a dilemma when news arrives from the capital. The incident at the royal hunting ground was indeed orchestrated by the fourth prince. Moreover, those who accompanied them in searching for Jiang had a secret mission to locate Jiang and Yu Wenyan and eliminate them on the spot. Fu Xi's heart burns with fury. No wonder the nomadic family had treated him poorly that day. They likely viewed him as a villain seeking trouble. Contemplating how he has repeatedly brought Jiang into peril, subjecting her to life-threatening crises, Fu Xi feels unworthy to face her again. He leaves her a sum of silver before returning to the capital. Chapter 62. The only choice upon learning that Fu Xi has found Jiang. The fourth prince realizes that some matters may no longer be concealed. Fu Xi, willing to forsake his future and disregard family honor for Jiang, would likely turn against him if he discovered that the fourth prince had dispatched assassins to kill her. Days prior, news had galloped in from the border, indicating that Yu Wenyan had been rampaging, destroying several of their contact points. The fourth prince's mood is quite foul. He had initially believed he had triumphed, thinking Yu Wenyan was effectively stripped of power. Coupled with the subsequent fire at the other courtyard, his father remains irate. In his eyes, Yu Wenyan is akin to a grasshopper after autumn, no longer a threat. Yet, he did not anticipate that the man would dare to provoke him, resulting in significant losses. The fourth prince, filled with indignation, contemplates sending more assassins after Yu Wenyan but fears that the latter may possess hidden cards, leading to even greater losses on his part. He is also wary of incurring his father's displeasure. At this critical juncture, if Fu Xi were to oppose him, his situation would become dire. The fourth prince finds himself ensnared in a predicament, unable to make a decisive choice, ultimately resorting to asking his mother to mediate. When Fu Guifei learns of his actions, she is utterly astonished. Why would you send assassins after Jiang? She is merely a powerless orphan, incapable of impacting your future. You squander time on her when you should be strategizing on how to place your own people within the previous dynasty. The fourth prince obediently heeds her admonitions. She speaks truthfully, yet the events have already transpired. There is no use in lamenting. He must find a solution. Fu Guifei is filled with ire. Your cousin values Jiangwan above all else. While there may be room for reconciliation if you target others, once you harm Jiangwan, Xi Gur will not let it pass lightly. The fourth prince is indifferent to Fu Xi's sentiments, but fears that a rift between the two may cause wavering among his supporters. Mother, let us enlist grandmother's assistance in appealing on our behalf. I have heard that cousin has already set off back to the capital. He should return within 10 days to half a month. If he were to heed your grandmother's counsel, would he still be entangled with Jiangwan at this moment? The fact that he did not return home during the New Year speaks volumes about his stance. Fu Xi, having resigned his official position for Jiangwan, subsequently neglects his home in search of her. With each incident, who dares claim that Fu Xi does not care for Jiangwan? Mother, what shall we do now? Cousin's return to the capital likely pertains to me. Although Fu Guifei is furious, she cannot ignore the need for a solution. While Fu Xi has resigned, his influence in the court remains, and the two cousins should ideally stand united. Should others discover a rift between them, it is likely that someone would exploit the situation. When Xi Gur returns to the capital, I will venture out of the palace. Will father consent? Leaving the palace requires the emperor's approval, aside from the empress. It is quite challenging for those in the harem to return to their maternal homes. Throughout the years, Fu Guifei has never made such a visit. Whether the emperor will agree remains uncertain. Regardless of his approval, I must try. The fourth prince shows signs of remorse. Mother, it is I who have caused you trouble. Fu Guifei rubs her forehead, understanding her son well. His thoughts likely mirror those of the matriarch, viewing Jiangwan as Xi Gur's Achilles' heel. Those who aspire to greatness must not have weaknesses, which is why he has committed the foolish act of attempting to assassinate Jiangwan. Fu Guifei's emotions are tangled. Within this circle, it seems everyone is intent on eradicating their own humanity. Whether this is right or wrong, she can no longer discern. For power and family honor, they have no choice but to climb higher step by step. Do not engage in such self-destructive acts again. Your cousin is your ally, not your enemy. Even if he has resigned, it does not mean he cannot return to the court one day. I understand. Fu Guifei raises her hand. You may return now. I will resolve this matter. Thank you, mother. The fourth prince exhales in relief, but knows he cannot place all his hopes on her. If Fu Xi insists on opposing him, he must prepare accordingly. As the fourth prince departs the palace, he already has a plan in mind. The Yun family is rooted at the border. Although General Yun has lost his military power, his connections remain. After suffering significant losses due to Yun Yan, he must seek compensation from elsewhere. Yun Yanran, eager to marry Fu Xi, has now been rejected, likely harboring deep resentment towards Jiangwan. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he marries Yun Yanran, he could seamlessly take over the Yun family's connections at the border. The fourth prince becomes increasingly convinced that this approach is feasible. The emperor is highly wary of the maternal relatives, with the Yun family stripped of military power. They pose no threat in the emperor's eyes. Allowing Yun Yanran to enter the royal court is indeed a grace, and it may also placate the loyal ministers. I trust my father will not object. The fourth prince is filled with confidence. Once he cultivates a new faction, he need not fear a falling out with Fu Xi. Upon returning home, his first order is to send a message to Yun. Cultivating a good relationship with his brother-in-law will ensure half the success. Concubine Fu intends to leave the palace, bringing homemade delicacies to the emperor in the imperial study. Upon learning her intent, the emperor remains noncommittal and instead inquires, "What has the fourth prince been preoccupied with of late?" The emperor's spies are scattered throughout the capital, and concubine Fu is left to ponder the significance of his question. She muses that he is likely overwhelmed by matters concerning Jiangwan. The emperor's expression darkens. What business is it of hers? This individual has been causing disturbances daily. I should have been resolute from the start and dealt with her directly. Concubine Fu sighs. Your Majesty, as you know, Xi Gu has devoted himself entirely to Jiangwan. The fourth prince can hardly bear to see him neglect his duties, which has led to this foolishness. My return to my family is solely to help him clean up the mess. The emperor's demeanor softens somewhat. His son is maturing. In stark contrast to that useless one, Concubine Fu understands precisely whom the emperor refers to, and her heart is filled with bitterness. Does the emperor truly harbor no affection for the empress? If he did not care, why would he permit her son to act with such impunity? The emperor picks up the memorial and mentions that there are discussions about establishing the fourth prince as crown prince. What is your opinion?
Concubine Fu,
Clutching a piece of her skirt, replies, "What authority do I possess to offer you counsel? The matter of the crown prince concerns the foundation of the state. It is a decision that must be made by you and the ministers." While at the royal villa, the emperor had once stated that he would establish the fourth prince as crown prince upon returning to the palace. However, upon further reflection, he abandoned that idea. A ruler must possess the decisiveness to act. That inept scoundrel is indeed the only viable candidate. Chapter 63. A chilling atmosphere. The emperor did not acquiesce to concubine Fu's plea, stating coolly, "The court is currently rife with discussions about the crown prince. For the time being, you and the fourth prince should remain discreet. As for Fu Xi, does he dare to harm a member of the imperial family?" Concubine Fu's heart sinks. While Xi Ge cannot directly harm the fourth prince, he can certainly undermine his supporters. She cannot help but wonder if this is the emperor's desired outcome. Perhaps he wishes to use Xi Ge's hand to eliminate rival factions in order to prevent the fourth prince from ascending.
concubine Fu chuckles bitterly.
After more than 20 years of marriage, the emperor shows no mercy when it comes to dealing with their children. The saying that the royal family is devoid of compassion rings true. A chill rises from her feet, spreading to her core, leaving concubine Fu shivering. Had Xi Ge not voluntarily resigned from his post due to the crown prince matter, would the Fu family have faced the same fate as the Gu family? The emperor, engrossed in the memorial, offers concubine Fu not even a glance. "I have no fondness for fools, nor do I appreciate those who presume to be clever. The fourth prince has been particularly restless of late, and as his mother, you should offer him guidance." This marks the first time the emperor has articulated his thoughts so clearly. Concubine Fu rapidly draws several conclusions. Firstly, the emperor does not wish to establish the fourth prince as crown prince. Secondly, the fourth prince has engaged in activities beyond mere assassination attempts against Jiangwan, which have angered the emperor. In the royal family, few do not aspire to ascend to high positions. Normally, the emperor has witnessed all manner of tactics, so his current cold demeanor and forthright words indicate that his limits have been tested. After much contemplation, concubine Fu can only think of one possibility. This matter involves Yuan Yan. Only the child of that individual could evoke such erratic affections from the emperor. Having spent many years in the harem, concubine Fu has mastered the art of expression management, even as turbulent emotions roil within her. Her face remains adorned with a gentle smile. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall diligently restrain the fourth prince. Should he err, I implore you, consider our past affections and grant him the opportunity to reform." The emperor sighs, stating that now is not an opportune moment to establish a crown prince and advises him to remain calm. "Yes, I understand," she replies. The emperor gestures for a eunuch to bring forth the pre-drafted imperial edict. "You previously expressed a desire not to become empress. I shall not impose upon you. Tomorrow, this edict will be issued, and you shall become the noble consort." Concubine Fu hastily bows in gratitude, but the emperor gently prevents her from kneeling. "We have been married for many years. This is your due." The position of noble consort has remained vacant for many years, effectively making her the matriarch of the harem. Yet, concubine Fu cannot find joy in this. It is merely a tactic of imperial balance, devoid of any consideration for their marital bond. From childhood friends to this bitter conclusion, concubine Fu feels her heart ache with unspoken sorrow. If you truly miss your family, summon the matriarch and Fu Xi to the palace for a conversation in a few days. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she responds. The emperor merely grunts in acknowledgement, returning to his memorial. Though he remains silent, his intentions are clear. Concubine Fu does not linger, quietly exiting the imperial study. Once she departs, the emperor calls for his secret guards, ordering them to bring back Yuan Yan while sparing Jiangwan for the time being, instructing them to bring her and the crown prince back together. The guards promptly depart to fulfill their orders. The emperor tosses the memorial onto the table, rubbing his temples, fully aware of his son's shortcomings. At this juncture, taking action against Jiangwan could lead to unforeseen foolishness. He decides to let her remain alive for now, waiting until they return to the capital to address the matter. Fu Xi hastens back to the capital, finally arriving 2 weeks later. Despite having resigned from his position, His influence in the court remains intact. His first order of business is to investigate the fourth prince's appointments throughout various locales. He systematically removes those in key positions. This is not merely a blow to the fourth prince's supporters, but an outright attack that threatens to drain him of his foundation. The resulting uproar is considerable. The once close-knit relationship between the cousins has devolved into bitter enmity, shocking all. Yet, the emperor not only refrains from interference, but seems to encourage the upheaval, seizing the opportunity to elevate newcomers to fill the void. These newly appointed officials belong to no particular faction. It is said that whoever ultimately inherits the throne will find them loyal allies. Thus, it becomes evident to all that the fourth prince's ascension to the Eastern Palace is precarious at best. The fourth prince's faction, now on edge, fears calamity with every misstep. The ministers, who had previously been on the fence, now hesitate to support the fourth prince, fearing the flames of retribution will consume them. The path to the dragon's throne is fraught with peril. Any miscalculation could lead to the annihilation of entire families. General Yun, who had long hesitated over whether to marry his daughter to the fourth prince, now finds his worries dissipating upon seeing the fourth prince's prospects dim. Provided his daughter is willing, he has no objections. In the few days since Fu Xi's return, the chaos he has stirred has caught the fourth prince off guard. He had never anticipated that Fu Xi would go to such lengths for Jiangwan, sacrificing their past brotherly bond. Coupled with the emperor's stance, the fourth prince is thrown into a state of panic. He wishes to take action but fears provoking the emperor's ire. Ultimately, he must remain still for now. As the political landscape shifts, even if the matriarch Fu does not actively seek news, whispers inevitably reach her ears. With her own daughter in the palace, how would she survive should the fourth prince fall? The Fu family's numbers are dwindling, and with Ci Go's lack of ambition, is the Fu family's century-long glory destined for ruin? The matriarch, fraught with anxiety, sends word to Ci Go, urging him to return home. Having prepared a new residence prior to his return to the capital, Fu Xi now occupies that space. He has relocated Jiangwan's belongings from the western courtyard to his new abode, for in his dreams, the western courtyard has become Yun Yanran's domain. Fu Xi feels that place has been tainted by the one who haunts his dreams. In the new residence, he replants the beloved canna lilies for Jiangwan, hoping that one day she will return and they can begin anew. This time, no matter the threats he faces, he shall not waver. He will always place her and their children above all else. The old resident sent someone to convey a message, and without a moment's thought, Fu Xi knew the reason behind it. From the very first day of his return to the capital, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the fourth prince, leaving no time to visit the matriarch. Today, however, he would take the opportunity to see the elderly lady and subtly inform her that some individuals are not worthy of assistance. Even if he were to ascend to a high position, it would not bring glory to the Fu family. There was even a possibility that one day, he might find the dagger pointed at his own kin. Fu Xi harbored no expectations regarding the matriarch's understanding. He had said what needed to be said, and whether she would heed his words was beyond his control. Matriarch, the elder has returned, announced the servant. The matriarch hurriedly rose and took a few steps forward. Upon seeing Fu Xi, she could hardly recognize him. Xiger, have you not been eating well out there? You have lost so much weight. Fu Xi knelt and bowed his head. Grandmother, I am well. The matriarch's heart ached. You hardly appear well at all. Look at how haggard you have become. The Fu Xi of yore was like a radiant flower, a paragon of youth. Now, not only had he grown thin, but his complexion had darkened considerably, and his entire demeanor was starkly different. The scholarly aura he once possessed had diminished, replaced by the semblance of a drawn sword, imbued with an almost imperceptible ferocity that made others hesitant to approach him. Fu Xi helped the matriarch to sit down. There have been many matters to attend to lately, but things will improve in time. Have you not found Jiangwan yet? Fearing he might misunderstand, the matriarch quickly added, This time, I shall not oppose your wishes. You may bring her back. Fu Xi paused in his movements. He had already granted Jiangwan a concubine's decree. The matriarch was taken aback. But didn't Ci Gur wish for her to return? She probed cautiously. Is she unwilling to come back? Indeed, she has not left a favorable impression here, and as such, she currently does not wish to return. Fu Xi's gaze fell upon the sachet at his waist, a token of affection that Jiangwan had personally stitched for him during their happiest times. Once filled with fragrant herbs, it now contained only shattered pieces of a jade bracelet. Besides the sachet, the waistband was also crafted by her skilled hands. Would he ever receive another gift from her in this lifetime? Fu Xi caressed the sachet, recalling how he had once held Jiangwan's genuine affection, which he had failed to cherish. Now, as he sought her forgiveness, it was unlikely she would show any mercy. The matriarch's mind raced with various thoughts, and she couldn't help but ask, is she involved with the Wei Taizu? Jiangwan is innocent, Fu Xi replied, pausing before adding, she bore me a daughter, named Yu. The matriarch could no longer remain composed. Since a child had been born, why had Jiangwan not returned? Should the child be left to wander in the world alone? In contrast to the matriarch's concern, Fu Xi remained composed. When she was pregnant, our family contributed nothing. She is no longer a member of the Fu family, and the child will naturally follow her. Whether she wishes to return is entirely her decision. The matriarch disagreed. A child of the Fu family, whether legitimate or illegitimate, should grow up in comfort and wealth. How can she raise the child alone outside? Fu Xi longed for the child to return to the Fu family, but he would never vie with Jiangwan for custody. He had awakened too late to the situation, driving her further away. He recalled the time at the royal hunting grounds when Jiangwan urged him to take care of himself. At that moment, she still held feelings for him. His previous inaction had caused her pain, leading her to make the heart-wrenching decision to leave. It was never Yu Wenyan who took Jiangwan away. It was the despair of an uncertain future. If he did not resolve their issues, how could she ever trust him again? Chapter 64. The most callous of imperial families, the matriarch had long been troubled by the issue of heirs for the Fu family. Initially, she believed Jiangwan, being frail, would be unable to bear children. To her surprise, Jiangwan had given birth to a child, though it was a daughter. It was far better than the Fu family becoming extinct. The matriarch had come to understand Fu Xi's unwavering stance. It must be Jiangwan. Thus, the only one who could continue the Fu bloodline was Jiangwan. Once the matter of heirs arose, the matriarch's mind began to race. If another son could be born, that would be ideal. If not, they could find a suitable son-in-law for Yu. In any case, the collateral branches of the family must not be allowed to die out. With the confirmation of Jiangwan's fertility, the matriarch's discontent began to wane. After all, the child was of the Fu lineage. Should she not be brought back to be presented to her grandmother? Fu Xi remained silent for a moment, considering Jiangwan's wishes. If she does not agree, you will not bring the child back? From the day she became pregnant, I contributed nothing. How could I have the face to compete with her for the child? The matriarch, eager to see the child, cared little about anything else. Grandmother, please persuade her to bring the child back. We shall not compete with her. We merely wish to meet her. Fu Xi remained silent, and the matriarch's heart began to cool. Is it too much to ask for a grandmother of my age to see her great-granddaughter? I do not wish to pressure Jiangwan, nor do I wish to do anything that would upset her. The matriarch's lips trembled. She had never imagined she would find herself in such a situation. Other families had descendants vying to present themselves before their elders, yet she could not even manage to see her great-granddaughter. Could the past not be put behind them? At that moment, the matriarch's thoughts were consumed by the child she had never met, having long since cast aside concerns about the fourth prince. In the end, the fourth prince was of the Yuan family. Though Yu was a girl, she bore the Fu surname, which held far greater significance in the matriarch's heart. To encourage Jiangwan to return with the child, the matriarch took a step back. You have resigned from your official position. If you still wish to marry Jiangwan as your legitimate wife, I shall not oppose it, provided she brings the child back. If she bears more children in the future, I shall leave this world without regrets. Fu Xi could not help but smile. It was no longer a matter of whether the elders approved. Jiangwan had no intention of reconciling with him, nor did she desire to be his legitimate wife. Not wishing for the matriarch to meddle in his affairs with Jiangwan, Fu Xi replied, whether the child returns to the Fu family depends solely on Jiangwan's wishes. Please do not dwell on this matter. I have heard that you were recently unwell. Focus on recuperating. As it is often said, affection grows stronger across generations. And given that this was her first great-grandchild, the matriarch genuinely wished to see the child. However, seeing Fu Xi's resolute stance made her realize that this wish would not be fulfilled in the near future. She could only inquire, when was the child born? What does she look like? Thinking of his soft and adorable daughter, Fu Xi's heart softened. Yu is nearly 2 months old, and she resembles me. The matriarch recalled Fu Xi's appearance as a child, her gaze vacant as she imagined what her great-granddaughter must look like. Jiangwan was beautiful, and Fu Xi was a handsome young man, their child would undoubtedly be striking. As she pondered, the matriarch noticed something amiss. Jiangwan had not been pregnant when she left home. The timing of the child's birth did not align. Yu was born prematurely, at 7 months, Fu Ci clarified. The matriarch's anxiety surged. What can a 7-month-old child be like? She must be no larger than a kitten. Is Yu healthy? She is well, healthy and quite lively. The matriarch felt slightly reassured but wondered why Jiangwan had given birth prematurely. Was no one there to care for her? You must bring her back swiftly. After enduring some hardships, she will have learned her lessons. There is no need for her to suffer continuously. The smile faded from Fu Ci's lips as he returned to the primary reason for his visit to the old residence. Grandmother, did you summon me today regarding the fourth prince? The matriarch nodded vigorously. Brothers are like hands and feet. Fu Ci, you must not be foolish.
Frost gathered in Fuchi's eyes.
The fourth prince had repeatedly harmed Jiangwan, which had led to Yuyu's premature birth. Their brotherly bond was long gone. Grandmother, the fourth prince is a member of the royal family. If you wish to discuss emotions with him, it would be a grave mistake. But do you know why Yu was born prematurely? It was because the fourth prince sent someone to assassinate Jiangwan, which frightened her into giving birth early. The matriarch gripped the armrest of her chair tightly. How could Jiangwan bear to do such a thing while carrying a child of the Fu family? The imperial family is the most heartless. It would be wise not to plan for him too much. But how could her aunt survive in the palace with such thoughts? Her aunt has always been composed. Surely she knows what should and shouldn't be done. Moreover, even considering their past connections, the emperor would not treat her aunt harshly. The matriarch found herself at a loss for words. With a sigh, she conceded that Zaij was right. The fourth prince was ultimately of royal blood. Shaking her head, she decided she no longer wished to concern herself with anything and simply wanted to see Yu soon. You should write a letter to Jiangwan, asking her to bring the child back. Fu Ci had returned not long ago, yet he had already missed Jiangwan and the child dearly. It is often said that children grow quickly. He wondered if Yu had grown a little. Would she still remember him? Would she refuse to let him hold her after a period of separation? Fu Ci felt a sense of urgency, contemplating a visit to the border once matters settled down. Chapter 65. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the rope for 10 years. Yu and Yen had broken the fourth prince's forces, and a rift had formed between them. Though the fourth prince had not retaliated yet, Yu and Yen knew that a decisive confrontation was inevitable. He intended to return to the capital to resolve the issue entirely, though he was uncertain whether Jiangwan would be willing to accompany him. He had already prepared himself to return alone. To spend more time with Jiangwan, he decided to postpone his return for the time being. After Fu Ci left the border, Jiangwan took the child and departed from his residence. Aside from the wet nurse caring for the child and the silver Fu Ci had left behind, she enlisted no other help. Once she left, Yu Wenyan, as her guard, naturally followed suit, accompanying her wherever she went under the pretext of protecting her and the child. Jiangwan saw through this, but chose not to voice it. Having Yu Wenyan by her side indeed provided a greater sense of security. They rented a modest courtyard, hired a few guards, and their days passed quietly. The child was changing daily, her waking hours grew longer, and her need for companionship increased. Yu's favorite person was Yu Wenyan. Whenever she heard his voice, she would wave her tiny hands and feet in excitement. If Yu Wenyan coaxed her to sleep, she would fall asleep instantly. Jiangwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. One day, Yu Wenyan was outside with Yu, basking in the sun, while Jiangwan learned to cook in the kitchen. After successfully making lotus seed soup for the first time, her first thought was of Yu Wenyan. She hurried out with the bowl, but before she could reach them, she heard Yu Wenyan coaxing the little one. Call me daddy, and I'll let you play with the rattle drum, he softly enticed. The little one in his arms cooed and followed the rattle's movement with her eyes, reaching out her tiny hands in vain. Call me daddy, and I'll give you a gold ingot. The little one pouted and looked like she was on the verge of tears. Jiangwan, holding the bowl, found herself in a dilemma, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. She hadn't anticipated that Yu Wenyan would secretly indulge Yu in such a way. How did he come up with the idea of teaching a child to speak after just over 2 months? So engrossed in playing with the child, Yu Wenyan did not notice Jiangwan's arrival until she cleared her throat, at which point he immediately fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Jiangwan adjusted her mood, as if she had not heard his previous words. Try the lotus seed soup I just made. Yu Wenyan nonchalantly accepted the bowl, cradling the child in one arm while drinking directly from it, eschewing the spoon altogether. Delicious. You've improved significantly. In no time, you should be able to care for yourself and the child. Receiving praise, Jiangwan bit her lip, unable to suppress a smile. Let me hold you.
All right.
Yu and Yen set the bowl down, using one hand to pull a chair behind Jiangwan for her to sit with less effort. Jiangwan had encountered many people, but never anyone as attentive as Yu and Yen. Though he was still a prince, she was genuinely curious about where he had learned such skills. What are you thinking?
She asked.
I was pondering how your nurturing nature seems at odds with your status. Yu and Yen's face lit up with pride. I never had the opportunity before. But I am not foolish. Jiangwan's eyes curved with amusement. Indeed, you are the most cunning person I have ever met. Yu and Yen was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to interpret that as a compliment or a slight. Yu squirmed restlessly in Jiangwan's arms, her feeble attempts to move resembling a sticky rice dumpling stretching. The little one gazed longingly at the rattle drum in Yu and Yen's hands, looking utterly pitiful. Yu and Yen leaned down, shaking the rattle to amuse the child. Yu's face lit up with joy, emitting adorable coos that were simply delightful. To an observer, this scene clearly resembled that of a family of three. The two wet nurses were bewildered, questioning who Yu's true father was. Not daring to voice their speculations, they kept their thoughts to themselves. After a while, the child grew drowsy, and they entrusted her to the wet nurses, leaving only Jiangwan and Yu and Yen in the courtyard. Yu and Yen, aware that Jiangwan had likely overheard his earlier words, decided to drop all pretense and address the matter directly. His face flushed, he asked, "What are your thoughts on that matter?" Jiangwan's heart raced. She was initially tense, but upon seeing Yu and Yen's flustered demeanor, she relaxed. What matter? Yu and Yen knew she was feigning ignorance, but could do nothing about it. He replied gently, I really like Yu. And then, I want you to be my precious jewel. His bashful demeanor was entirely unlike his usual self. Jiangwan struggled to suppress her laughter, teasing him, if you don't mind, perhaps Yu could become your adopted daughter. Yu and Yen was furious, gritting his teeth. You know what I mean? Jiangwan blinked innocently. What do you mean? As Yu and Yen grasped her cheeks. Her face flushed bright red. Release me.
No touching.
With a mischievous grin, Yu and Yen pressed further. Are you still going to pretend to be confused? Jiangwan felt flustered and helpless against Yu and Yen's advances. She quickly yielded. I want to do it again. Yu and Yen huffed in pride. Then I'll ask you again. Do you want to be with me? Then he added, if you don't want to now, I'll ask again in a few days. Jiangwan couldn't help but laugh. Was there anyone who sought approval in such a manner? Yu and Yen, unabashedly domineering, replied. I am who I am. Others are others. Releasing her cheeks, he gazed at her intently, as if awaiting her judgment. Jiangwan sighed, realizing she could no longer be a coward. I admit I have feelings for you. Yu and Yen's eyes brightened instantly, his gaze more intense on Jiangwan. And then, I am not ready to begin a new relationship yet. She silenced Yu and Yen with a look. You should know about my past with Fu Xi. All relationships have a time limit. I do not know if things would be different with someone else. Once bitten by a snake. One is afraid of the rope for 10 years. Yu and Yen understood her concerns. Though he and T received a clear answer, Jiangwan's admission of her feelings was already more than enough. He gently patted her head. Since you're worried, let us spend a few more years together. When you feel ready to let go of your concerns, we can be together. Jiangwan asked, you don't think this is a waste of time, do you? Yu and Yen shook his head. It's merely a different way of spending time together. Where is the waste? His understanding moved Jiangwan deeply. Just to be clear, I want to be a concubine. Yu and Yen laughed. Who said I wanted you to be a concubine? In this lifetime, I will only want you as my one and only woman. Those words had been spoken by Fu Xi once before. Having endured a tumultuous relationship, Jiangwan shed her naivety. Some matters are simply beyond one's control. She harbors no faith in love between men and women. Once, she and Fu Xi vowed eternal devotion, yet they found themselves at an impasse. She does not believe that merely changing partners will affect any transformation. Yu and Yen urged her to meet his gaze, stating earnestly, I am not like Fu Xi. He bears too many burdens, while my only concern is you. From now on, I will care for Yu. Aside from the two of you, no one else will influence me. The sincerity in his eyes burned like a fervent flame, nearly igniting her resolve. An impulsive urge to nod in agreement with Yu and Yen surged within her, but she quickly regained her composure, fearful of repeating past mistakes. As a mother, she bore the responsibility for Yu and could not act recklessly. I cannot provide you with an answer at this moment. Yu Wenyan, not wishing to pressure her, still felt apprehensive about Fu Si's potential interference. He proposed, let us grant each other a year. If after this time, you wish to be with me, we shall wed. And if I do not wish to, then I shall wait. Noting her lack of objection, Yu Wenyan retrieved a translucent jade bracelet from his bosom, stating, as promised, I owe you this. Without allowing her a chance to refuse, he slipped it onto her delicate wrist. Accepting his gift meant she could not escape. Such was Yu Wenyan's thought. Chapter 66. Seeking medicine. Jiangwan was reluctant to return to the capital, and Yu Wenyan intended to escort her to a safer location. The frontier was harsh, with the constant threat of conflict, and he could not leave Jiangwan in such perilous conditions. Understanding his good intentions, she resolved to comply with his plan and relocate with her child. Unfortunately, before their departure, the child suddenly developed a high fever that persisted for 2 days without abating. Unable to articulate her discomfort, the child could only cry, at times nearly losing consciousness from distress. Several doctors were consulted, ultimately concluding that the fever was caused by a lung infection. Witnessing the child's agonizing cries, Yu Wenyan's temper flared. Having identified the cause, why is there no immediate treatment for the child? The doctor replied, Sir, you may not be aware that lung ailments are notoriously difficult to treat, especially in such a frigid region where quality medicinal herbs are scarce. Even if we had access to superior herbs, they are typically found only within the households of the affluent. The current remedies we possess may not be suitable for her, and even if administered, they would not guarantee a cure. Yu Wenyan was acutely aware of the challenges posed by lung infections. Even in the capital, the imperial physicians lack certainty. Is it possible to reduce the dosage for the child? He inquired. At present, that is the only option. Should you procure superior herbs, there may yet be hope. Do not concern yourselves with the herbs. I have but one request. Stabilize her condition. Rest assured, we shall exert every effort. Unable to bear the sight of Jiangwan's tear-streaked visage, Yu Wenyan asked, What medicinal ingredients do you require? Please provide me with a list. The child's illness could not be delayed. Yu Wenyan quickly scanned the list and committed the names of the herbs to memory. I will seek the medicine at once. You will surely be fine. Jiangwan was uncertain of where he would find the rare herbs that no physician could procure. All of Yu Wenyan's allies had fallen from grace, and she was unsure of his connections at the frontier. Yet, she understood one thing. Many enemies were lurking outside, watching Yu Wenyan with predatory intent, ready to strike if given the chance. Will it be dangerous?
No.
Yu Wenyan gently touched the child's feverish cheek. Take care of Yu. I will return as swiftly as possible. Jiangwan opened her mouth, intending to caution him about safety, but before she could speak, he had vanished through the door, leaving only a glimpse of his garment behind. The physician personally prepared the medicine while the wet nurse wiped Yu's hands and face with a damp cloth. The fever came in waves, and the child wept incessantly in Jiangwan's arms, leaving her no time to ponder anything else. Just a little longer, and you will feel better after taking your medicine, Yu. Perhaps the child was too uncomfortable, as the milk she had drunk earlier was soon expelled. At that moment, Jiangwan could no longer contain her grief. As she wiped the milk from the child's face, tears streamed down her cheeks. If only she could bear the suffering herself. In this life, Jiangwan asked for nothing more than her child's safety and happiness. After vomiting, the fever subsided slightly. The child, lacking energy, quietly nestled against Jiangwan. Her once chubby cheeks had thinned, streaked with tears, evoking profound sympathy. When it came time to administer the medicine, the child cried out once more. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell asleep without needing Jiangwan's coaxing. The illness persisted, recurring relentlessly. Even while the child slept, Jiangwan dared not leave her side. She frequently checked Yu's forehead, ready to act swiftly should her temperature rise again. Even in slumber, the child murmured restlessly due to her discomfort. During these moments, Jiangwan gently smoothed the little blanket to soothe her. Seeing Jiangwan's weary face, the wet nurse remarked, Madam, you have not rested for 2 days. You should take a moment to rest, lest you fall ill after Yu recovers. I am fine. How could Jiangwan sleep when her child was unwell? She could only find solace in staying close to her. As night fell, Yu Wenyan had yet to return. Jiangwan fretted for him, glancing toward the door several times. Each time met with disappointment. As moments turned into hours, her anxiety deepened. She began to worry that Yu Wenyan might have encountered trouble. Otherwise, why would he take so long to return? It had been quite some time since anyone had occupied her thoughts so intensely. In that moment, she recognized the profound significance Yu Wenyan held in her heart. She did not wish for anything to happen to her child, nor did she desire any misfortune to befall Yu Wenyan. As midnight approached, just as Jiang could no longer sit idly and contemplated reaching out to Fu Xi's associates to locate Yu Wenyan, he finally returned. Tears cascaded from her eyes unexpectedly. Without any particular reason, simply the relief of the stone that had hung in the air finally finding its rest. Yu Wenyan brought the medicine he had procured to the doctor for the child. "I am unharmed," he reassured Jiang. "You are injured." Clad in a dark robe and concealed by the night, the extent of his injuries remained unclear. Jiang keen senses picked up on his condition. He had never intended to hide it from her. "It's just a minor wound. It is of no consequence." Jiang tears flowed more freely as she grasped Yu Wenyan's sleeve, her voice trembling. "First, attend to your wound." Feeling her concern, Yu Wenyan found his injuries worthwhile. He followed Jiang to the side room. As he removed his outer garment, a bloody hole marred his strong chest, blood oozing forth in a gruesome sight. Had the wound been positioned differently, it might have harmed his heart. Jiang heart ached. Her eyes stung. "If it were not for Yu and me, you would not have sustained such grave injuries." Unable to bear Jiang tears, Yu Wenyan wiped her warm cheeks with his thumb. "You are already a mother. Why do you still cry like Yu?" He spoke, and Jiang felt an even greater pang in her heart. She could not shake the feeling that she had hindered Yu Wenyan, repeatedly causing him trouble. Yu Wenyan sighed. "To protect the woman and child I love brings me great joy. Yet, I am powerless to assist you. In the past, during my time in the capital, I heard tales of your unparalleled prowess in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Now, though I find myself unable to assist, it seems that your true talents lie elsewhere. Every craft has its master. Do not be too harsh upon yourself." Jiang sniffled, urging silence as she prepared to tend to your wounds. Yu Wenyan smiled, remarking that since he had endured injury outside, it was fitting for her to heal him. He felt they were rather well matched. Despite her aversion to blood, Jiang diligently cleaned his injury, cautious not to cause him pain, gently blowing on the wound as if a feather were brushing against his chest. Yu Wenyan's fingers tightened suddenly, his gaze reflecting a fervent affection as he watched her. After cleaning the wound and applying ointment, she carefully wrapped it in bandages. Throughout the process, Jiang was exceedingly gentle. Still lost in the tenderness of the moment, Yu Wenyan heard her say, "Once Yu recovers, I wish to return to the capital with you." Confused by her words, he looked into her eyes, seeking clarity. Jiang stated resolutely, "I believe we should give it a try." Chapter 67. Recovery. Yu Wenyan paused, momentarily taken aback, before realization washed over him, joy illuminating his features. A promise made should not be retracted. "Indeed, I shall not waver." Free from doubt, Jiang felt a surge of relief. Yu's recent illness had illuminated the truth. Returning to the capital was the best choice. There, Yu would have the finest life possible. Moreover, human hearts are tender. She had witnessed Yu Wenyan's every effort on her behalf. She already harbored feelings for him. How could she bear to see him despondent? Whether they could maintain their initial intentions in the future was uncertain to Jiang. Yet, the sincerity of this moment was undeniable. They ought to grant each other a chance, ensuring that their future reflections would hold no regrets. Yu Wenyan chuckled, wanting to embrace Jiang, but the movement tugged at his wound. "Do not move so. If the injury reopens, it is you who will suffer." "Fear not, for I have you," he replied with a smile. Jiang cheeks flushed. She instructed him to rest while she arranged for food to be brought to him, urging him to take it easy after such a taxing day. "First, let us check on Yu." Yu Wenyan followed Jiang back to their quarters, where the medicine had been prepared and the wet nurse was getting ready to feed Yu. The little one appeared considerably weaker, even her cries lacking their usual vigor. Yu Wenyan had previously held a disdain for children, but his affection for Yu was profound. He wished to provide her with the best of everything. "I shall feed her," he declared, taking the child from the wet nurse. Worried about his injury, Jiang suggested, "Perhaps I should do it." "Nonsense." He adeptly placed a cloth beneath the child's chin and brought a small spoon to her lips. Jiang timely stabilized Yu's face, and together they successfully administered the medicine. The frail infant, who had resisted taking her medicine just days prior, now drank obediently, leaning against Yu Wenyan's chest. To prevent her from vomiting, he held her upright, gently patting her back. "Yu, listless against his shoulder, stared vacantly, her once bright eyes dulled with fatigue. No one could discern the thoughts of the tiny babe. After a while, she succumbed to slumber. Jiangwan urged Yu Wenyan to rest, assuring him she would keep watch. I am not weary. I will stay with you, he insisted, unwavering. Since Yu had fallen ill, he had not closed his eyes for even a moment. Today, having sustained injury while seeking medicine, Jiangwan kept his sacrifices in mind. They both stood vigil at the child's bedside. Perhaps it was Yu Wenyan's presence that alleviated Jiangwan's fears. As was her custom, she occasionally brushed her hand against the child's forehead. Perhaps the medicine was taking effect, for the child did not exhibit fever throughout the latter half of the night. Jiangwan felt a wave of relief. It seemed she was improving. After nearly 3 sleepless nights, Yu Wenyan worried Jiangwan might collapse. She was already frail, with a heart condition, and could not afford to overexert herself. You should sleep for a while. I will take over once dawn breaks. Yu is fine. Let the wet nurse tend to her. I am not ready to sleep just yet. Perhaps it was because Yu was Jiangwan's child, and he had assisted in her birth, but Yu Wenyan's feelings for her were no less than Jiangwan's. Unable to rest without personally watching over her, he could not bring himself to sleep. After a prolonged discussion, Jiangwan ultimately yielded to fatigue and retired, understanding her body's limits. She did not wish to fall ill and become a burden. Exhausted, she fell into a deep slumber as soon as her head touched the pillow. In the early hours of the morning, when fatigue is most pervasive, Yu Wenyan remained vigilant, not daring to relax. As dawn broke, the child's temperature returned to normal, and her breathing became noticeably smoother. The little one stirred, her small mouth making soft sounds as she awoke, reaching out for a cuddle upon seeing Yu Wenyan. Noticing her improved spirit, Yu Wenyan relaxed, grasping her tiny hand. Yu is so brave. You mustn't frighten us with illness again, understood? The little one responded with a bubbly drool, which Yu Wenyan found to be the epitome of cuteness. He called for a physician to examine the child. The fact that she had not experienced fever during the night indicated significant improvement. With just a couple more days of medicine, she would be well. Rarely did Yu Wenyan show such a pleasant demeanor. Thank you all for your hard work these past days. Everyone may return to rest. The physicians who had treated Yu received their fees and an additional reward of 5 taels of silver each. Suddenly, the grievances of the past few days seemed insignificant. At this moment, Jiangwan also awoke, first directing the kitchen staff to prepare breakfast. Then, she washed the child's face and hands, instructing the wet nurse to feed Yu. After a flurry of activity lasting about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, everything was finally in order. After breakfast, Jiangwan urged Yu Wenyan to take a break. You still have wounds. Do not neglect them. An infection would be troublesome. Yu Wenyan had sustained far more severe injuries in the past and had never considered such matters significant. However, this time, with Jiangwan's concern, he felt as though his wounds might indeed be causing him discomfort. Then I shall rest, he conceded.
Yes.
Jiangwan, cradling the child, raised Yu's chubby little hand to signal him to depart promptly. Yu Wenyan smiled, kissing her tiny hand. I will return shortly to play with you. Though directed at the child, his gaze lingered on Jiangwan. Jiangwan turned away, avoiding his eyes. You should hurry.
Oh.
He squeezed the child's little hand once more before reluctantly departing. The little one's eyes followed Yu Wenyan until he vanished from sight. She cooed a few sounds, still seeking him. Jiangwan gently patted her back. Let us allow Uncle Yuan to rest. Whether she understood or was simply too fatigued, the little one obediently lay against Jiangwan's shoulder, soon drifting back to sleep. With Yu's health still fragile, Jiangwan and Yu Wenyan dared not take her out. Their return to the capital would have to be postponed. As soon as Yu recuperated, unexpected guests arrived at their home. The emperor had secretly dispatched someone to escort them back to the capital. Jiangwan felt a surge of anxiety when she had been with Fu Xi. The emperor had expressed great dissatisfaction. Now, with Yu Wenyan, she imagined his disapproval would be even greater. Sensing her distress, Yu Wenyan grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not fear. I shall protect you and Yu. Jiangwan nodded, affirming that as long as Yu was well, she feared nothing. A child is a mother's greatest vulnerability. Jiangwan was unafraid of her own suffering, but she would never allow her child to endure hardship. To ease her mind, Yu Wenyan stated, our return to the capital is to resolve our troubles. Sometimes retreat is not an option. If we show weakness, anyone could turn their intentions against us. Jiang Wan grasped his meaning. She had no conflict of interest with the fourth prince, yet he had shown murderous intent as well. Moreover, Yu Wenyan belonged to the royal family. As long as he lived, they would be endlessly pursued. Rather than passively endure attacks, it was better to strike preemptively. Though reluctant to admit it, the presence of Fu Qi in the capital provides a sense of security for Yu Yu. Even in the absence of threats, should any ailment arise, they can easily find the finest doctors and medicinal herbs in the capital. Jiang Wan, holding the concubine contract, felt there was no need to live in secrecy. Upon their return to the capital, she would be able to pursue her skills and support both herself and Yu Yu without difficulty. Regardless of the reasons, returning to the capital at this moment was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Chapter 68. Arrival at the residence. The Emperor's secret guards were initially prepared to forcibly escort him back to the capital, bringing a considerable number of men for this purpose. However, to their surprise, Yu Wenyan cooperated fully, and once Yu Yu's health was completely restored, the group set off for the capital. As a member of the royal family, and given the emperor's evident support, the guards treated him with utmost care, ensuring that provisions for their journey were meticulously arranged. Even the carriage and amenities were of the highest quality. Jiang Wan and Yu benefited from this, enjoying ample food and rest, as if they were on a leisurely excursion. Yu Yu, having recovered from her illness, regained her plump appearance. When awake, she would lie in Yu Wenyan's arms, gazing at the scenery with her bright, curious eyes, fascinated by everything around her. The journey back to the capital was slow, due to traveling with a child, taking nearly a month. Yu Wenyan arranged for Jiang Wan and the child to stay at a residence in the Eastern market. It was said that wealth was concentrated in the west, while nobility flourished in the east. The nearby households were either long-established noble families or newly risen gentry, ensuring the area as security. With Jiang Wan settled here, Yu Wenyan felt considerably more at ease. Upon entering, Jiang Wan noticed the plaque inscribed with the name Gu Residence, surmising that this must have been Yu Wenyan's maternal family home. Despite being uninhabited for decades, the residence was remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of decay. The household servants, guards, and coachmen were all in place, trustworthy and reliable. Jiang Wan was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated such a grand residence in the Eastern market, and it seemed Yu Wenyan had no intention of concealing it. Didn't they say the emperor confiscated all your private properties? She inquired. Yu Wenyan's expression turned thoughtful. Perhaps he felt a sense of guilt, as he had not touched this residence. This matter pertained to royal secrets, and Jiang Wan chose not to delve deeper. Would it be inappropriate for me to stay here? Perhaps I should seek another place. Yu Wenyan chuckled. You are now my fiancé. How could it be inappropriate? When did I become your fiancé? Jiang Wan retorted. Yu Wenyan's gaze turned serious. Since you agreed to be with me, it implies you will marry me. So, what else could you be but my fiancé? Jiang Wan shot him a playful glare. You certainly make things convenient for yourself. I am merely eager to bring you home as my wife, he replied, caressing her head. Once all matters are resolved, I shall marry you with all due ceremony. Jiang Wan lifted her chin. You should focus on resolving those matters first.
Yu Wenyan nodded,
leading her on a tour of the residence. I have already arranged the documentation. Soon the plaque will be changed, and you will be the master of this house. The Gu family held significant meaning for Yu Wenyan, and gifting it to her felt overwhelming for Jiang Wan. There is no need for such a gift, nor to change the plaque. Let it remain as it is. Yu Wenyan stood, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant rockery and flowing water. My mother was an extraordinary woman. If she knew I had given this residence to my future wife, she would surely commend my discernment. This place held special significance for Yu Wenyan, and Jiang Wan felt no inclination to alter anything. I appreciate your sentiment, but I believe it is best to keep things as they are. Yu Wenyan insisted. What I give will not be taken back. When we marry, this residence will be your dowry. What is mine is yours, save for the deed bearing your name, which makes no difference. Jiang Wan mused. That sounds rather peculiar. Yu Wenyan continued. As for the plaque, once it is replaced, it will be preserved in the same manner. The past cannot be altered. Some memories are best kept in the heart. Jiang Wan glanced at him. You are truly different from the Yu Wenyan I remember. Yu Wenyan smirked. And what was I like in your memories? A tyrant, she replied. Yu Wenyan laughed heartily. That assessment is quite fair. Now that you are in my grasp, escaping will be impossible. Jiang Wan rolled her eyes, dismissing him as she turned to leave. You should be waking up soon. Yu Wenyan chuckled quietly, preparing to follow her when their escorting guards suddenly appeared. Your Highness, The emperor commands your immediate return to the palace. Yu Wenyan's sudden re-entry into the capital stirred considerable commotion. How dare a traitor create such a disturbance? Was he courting death? It was rumored that the emperor's men had brought him back. The implications of this were unclear. The emperor had yet to appoint a new crown prince. Having previously rebuffed the fourth prince, did he intend to reinstate the deposed crown prince? That seemed implausible. The former crown prince had once conspired against the throne. Were there hidden motives? Otherwise, the reasoning behind the emperor's actions eluded comprehension. Regardless of the circumstances, one could only hope that the next heir would not be the deposed prince. If a tyrant ascended the throne, the suffering would fall upon the common people. Given the former crown prince's brutal methods, it was terrifying to imagine what might ensue should he regain power. Perhaps rivers of blood would flow. When Yu Wenyan was still the crown prince, ministers both feared and loathed him. Now that he had been deposed, no one wished for his return to the Eastern Palace. Other emperors might show deference to their ministers, but this deposed prince was quick to execute those who displeased him, leaving no room for mercy. Should he regain the throne, chaos would surely ensue. From the moment Yu Wenyan set foot in the capital, he instilled trepidation among the ministers. Among those most anxious about his return was the fourth prince. With few heirs, the emperor had only about 10 princes. The fourth prince regarded his brothers with disdain, seeing only Yu Wenyan as a rival. After failing to assassinate him, he had planned to wait for another opportunity to send a new batch of assassins. However, he had not anticipated the emperor would bring Yu Wenyan back before he could arrange anything. Seeing the crown prince position slip just out of reach filled the fourth prince with bitterness. The only ally left to him was the Yun family. By allying with the military, he could surely prevent Yu Wenyan's reinstatement. Resolute, he prepared gifts and set off to visit the Yun family. Fu Qi, having concluded his business, intended to visit Jiangwan and the child at the borders. Before departing, he stopped by a temple outside the city, where Madame Fu was engaged in ascetic practice. Uncertain of when he would return from the borders, he took the opportunity to see his mother before leaving. As the sun dipped below the horizon, returning to the city, Fu Qi encountered a maidservant waiting by the entrance, beside the matriarch. "My lord, it has come to our attention that Aunt Jiang has returned to the capital with a child. The matriarch wishes to see you and has requested you bring them home." Fu Qi was taken aback. Previously, his letters to Wanwan had gone unanswered. He had assumed she wished to avoid him. Now, learning she had returned to the capital, he felt as though he had been stabbed. What did this mean? Did Wanwan have ties with Yu Wenyan? He dared not dwell on it and urged his horse toward the Gu residence, determined to bring Wanwan and Yu home. Chapter 69. Longing to see Jiangwan upon arriving at the Gu residence. Fu Qi witnessed someone removing the plaque to replace it with a new one inscribed with the name Jiang residence. Yu Wenyan would not sell what belonged to the Gu family, and Wanwan would never accept such a lavish gift from another. Moreover, the residence in the Eastern market was not something one could simply acquire. His heart raced as he contemplated the implications of his fears. If the situation was as he suspected, what should he do? As a prominent figure in the capital, Fu Qi was well known. Thus, when the doorman received the message, he barred his entry. "My lord, without an invitation, you cannot enter." Fu Qi's expression was cold and indifferent. "Then go and inform them. I wish to see you." If it were anyone else, the doorman would have summoned the guards to drive them away with sticks. However, this was Fu Xi, a former prime minister who had attained a high rank at a young age. Even though he had resigned from his position, no one in the capital dared to cross him. The doorman, eager to save face for Fu Xi, promptly went to inform the housekeeper. As Yu grew older, she became more mischievous. Once awake, she could not remain still, constantly humming and fussing. Jiangwan had no choice but to take her to the garden to play. In the new environment, the little one was quite shy. Her chubby little hands formed into small fists, obediently resting on Jiangwan's shoulder. She simply observed everything around her with her clear, bright eyes, not uttering a single baby sound. Upon hearing that Fu Xi wished to see Yu, Jiangwan furrowed her brow. The hour was late. She thought it best to suggest that the esteemed Fu Xi come another day with a formal invitation. The housekeeper took note of her wishes and went about his business. Jiangwan did not wish to meet Fu Xi, yet she understood that avoidance was futile. Yu was his biological daughter. It was unreasonable to keep them apart for eternity. In a couple of days, she would have matters to attend to outside, and she would allow Fu Xi to visit Yu then, preferring to keep them apart for now. Kissing her daughter's tender face, she said, Mama will take you to catch butterflies. The little one, perhaps not fully comprehending, gleefully drooled in delight. Jiangwan couldn't help but chuckle, wiping Yu's mouth with a handkerchief. Her earlier irritations dissipating like smoke. Fu Xi waited at the gate for a long time. Upon hearing that Jiangwan asked him to come another day, a sense of sorrow welled up within him. Wanwan still did not wish to see him. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he could not force his way in. Fu Xi longed to see Jiangwan to see Yu. They were so close, yet separated by a mere door and wall, creating an insurmountable divide. It was at this moment that Fu Xi clearly understood the implications of having issued a concubine letter. It signified that he and Jiangwan were no longer connected. If she did not consent, he lacked even the right to see her. As for Yu, she was undeniably his flesh and blood, yet to see his child, he had to behave as an outsider and submit a formal invitation. Fu Xi gazed expressionlessly at the plaque inscribed with the name of the Jiang residence. He recognized that he had lost once more. In this place, she was the mistress, while in the Fu household, everyone had bullied her. In that dream, she had not even been able to safeguard the western courtyard. He had saved Wanwan, yet once again, he had pushed her into the mire. Without comparison, Fu Xi had not realized how inadequate he truly was. Despite years of mutual affection with Wanwan, his actions were worlds apart from those of Yu and Yen. The more he thought about it, the more guilt consumed him. What right did he have to seek to win Wanwan back? By Yu Wenyan's side, she would have a better life. How could she possibly turn back? Fu Xi lingered at the gate for what felt like an eternity. The doorman, concerned he might cause a disturbance, changed the plaque and closed the door. Locals passing by in their carriages remarked on the cruel twists of fate. Once childhood sweethearts of equal standing, they had ended up in such a predicament. What a pity, how lamentable, and how tragic. Now Jiangwan was entangled with the useless prince. It seemed Fu Xi could never reclaim her. In an instant, everyone praised Fu Xi as an exceptionally devoted man. He had knelt for 3 days and nights in the imperial study to save Jiangwan, even facing punishment from the emperor. Later, he resigned his position for her. Such a man was indeed rare, impossible to find even with a lantern. The more they extolled Fu Xi's devotion, the less they thought of Jiangwan. A daughter of a condemned minister, merely being Fu Xi's concubine was a tremendous blessing. How could she still be unsatisfied? Now, entangled with the useless prince, she likely thought he would regain power. How naive. Fu Xi stood at the Jiang residence for quite some time, before walking back in a daze. The old matriarch, eager to see her great-granddaughter, could no longer sit still, and went to wait at the gate. Upon seeing Fu Xi return alone, she could not help but ask, "Where is Yu? Why didn't you bring her back?" Fu Xi's heart was heavy. "I shall visit her again in a couple of days." The old matriarch's expression turned stern. "Does Jiangwan not allow you to see the child?" "It is not that she forbids it. Today is simply inconvenient." "What could possibly be inconvenient? We are family. Must we choose a special day to see her?" Fu Xi did not wish to argue with the old matriarch over this matter. "You will not be returning today. I will go visit her again in a couple of days. I will inquire about Wanwan's thoughts then. If she has no objections, I will bring the child back to see you. You should return and rest. I still have matters to attend to." With that, he turned and left. The old matriarch watched Fu Xi's retreating figure, her cloudy eyes misting over with tears. "I merely wish to see Yu. I would not harm her. How could Jiangwan be so cruel as to deny this small wish of mine?" The matron comforted her, saying, "They have returned to the capital. You will see young Miss Yu sooner or later." The old matriarch had never encountered such disregard for propriety. How could a grandparent wish to see their grandchild and yet be refused? Resolute, she decided she must see the child today. Wiping her eyes, she ordered the carriage prepared. "I will go see the child myself." The elderly are sometimes stubborn, and the matron knew she could not dissuade the old matriarch, so she complied with her orders. Both residences were in the East Market, and it took merely a cup of tea's worth of time to reach their destination.
Like Fuchi.
The old matriarch first noticed the plaque on the gate. A residence changing its name was no small matter. Jiangwan and Yu Wenyan's escape had already raised her eyebrows. Now that the nameplate had also changed, it was a public declaration of their unusual relationship. The old matriarch's eyelids twitched. Jiangwan could not possibly wish to remarry with the child. The matron was at a loss for how to comfort her. If Jiangwan had no such intentions, why would she boldly take up residence in the useless prince's domain and even affix her surname to this house? This spoke volumes. My Fu family's child will not be subject to her whims. The old matriarch signaled to the matron, who then went to knock on the door. As expected, the doorman refused entry, reiterating the same reason. To enter, one must submit a formal invitation first. Having lived for so long, the old matriarch had never encountered such humiliation. Her family had always been respected, and with a daughter in the palace as a favored concubine, she was accustomed to being treated with honor.
Yet now,
She could not even enter the Jiang residence. The disparity was too stark for anyone to accept. Tell Jiang that if she does not open the door, I will wait here indefinitely. Should rumors arise, my Fu family is not afraid. If she is unconcerned about her own reputation, she may do as she pleases. The old matriarch felt she had already shown considerable grace. If Jiang did not appreciate it, she could not blame her for losing face. Yu was a child of the Fu family, and she must not suffer outside or follow Jiang into a new marriage. The useless prince's return to the capital was fraught with uncertainty. If Jiang sought her own demise, she must not involve the Fu family. Chapter 70. A compromise in both this life and the last. Jiang had dealt with the old matriarch and understood that the latter would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Now, as a free woman, whether or not to see the old matriarch was entirely at her discretion. Yet, Jiang did not wish to create trouble for Yu Yen. Let her in, she said calmly. Seated in the flower hall with Yu in her arms, she played with the child while sipping tea. As soon as the old matriarch entered, her gaze fixated on the plump, fair baby. The little one had large, bright eyes and a cherubic face, adorned with an innocent smile that made her instantly endearing. She looks just like him. The old matriarch hurried forward, no longer concerned with Jiang failure to greet her or the lack of formalities. Is this Yu? She reached out, wanting to hold the child, but Jiang deftly evaded her grasp. Yo is shy. Since you are here to visit the child, it is best to simply observe and not frighten her. The Fu family is not numerous, and there are no young children at home for the matriarch to enjoy the joys of family. Upon seeing Yo, who has grown so adorable and carries the blood of the Fu family, how could she possibly restrain the impulse to embrace the child? She disregards Jiang words as mere background noise, smiling affectionately as she says, Yo, may I hold you? With that, she extends her hand toward Yo. For those she is unfamiliar with, the little one never grants any favors. The moment the matriarch's hand approaches, Yo bursts into tears. Although she is merely making a show, her display is quite severe. Her chubby little hands cling to Jiang, clearly unwilling to be held by the matriarch. Jiang gently pats the child's back, laughing. Yo is just shy. Please do not hold it against her. Yo is so young and knows nothing. Of course, I will not hold anything against her. The matriarch awkwardly withdraws her hand, feeling a deep sense of disappointment. She genuinely adores this child. Seeing Yo reminds her of the way her own grandson, Gur, looked as a child. Since the little one refuses to be held, the matriarch can only console herself, thinking that they are still unfamiliar with each other, and in time, Yo will surely come to like her. Not being able to hold her great-granddaughter, the matriarch is still reluctant to leave. Simply watching the child is also a delight. She gestures, and a maid brings forth several gift boxes. Jiang Yangzi, these are the longevity lock and gold bracelet specially ordered for Yo by the matriarch. As long as she wears these, I believe Yo will live a life free of worries. Jiang does not intend to refuse such gifts. These items may serve Yo well in the future, and the more, the better. The matriarch gazes at Yo affectionately, her fondness palpable. To Jiang, this scene is laced with irony. In her previous life, when she was pregnant, the matriarch would have done anything to induce a miscarriage, showing not the slightest softness toward the child in her womb. Later, when the servants neglected her, they did not even call for a doctor during her labor. And Jiang does not believe that the matriarch was uninvolved in that neglect. If Fu Xi were to obediently marry Yun Yanran as he did in her past life, it is likely that the matriarch would not have come to see Yo at all. After all, once Fu Xi marries, having children becomes merely a matter of time. The child she bears would become inconsequential. Now, with her dream shattered, the matriarch lavishes her affections on Yo, which is truly laughable. The more the matriarch looks at Yo, the more she adores her, directly asking, when do you plan to let Yo return to the Fu family to acknowledge her roots? Jiang is amused by the matriarch's audacity. Yo's surname is Jiang. How could this be permissible? The Jiang family is filled with traitors. How will Yo ever face others if she carries that name? Moreover, The Jiang family has left nothing for Yo-Yo. What advantage is there in allowing her to bear your surname? Yo-Yo knows nothing now, but when she grows up, she will surely resent you for this. Such words no longer wound Jiangwan. She counters, are you suggesting that Yo-Yo should become the heir of the Fu family? The matriarch is taken aback. When did I say such a thing? Just because Ci Gur is not marrying now does not mean he will never change his mind. Words, once spoken, cannot be taken back, especially regarding matters of succession. The matriarch cannot afford to make such promises lightly. If Ci Gur suddenly comes to his senses and has other children in the future, it will lead to complications. The matriarch states, returning to the Fu family, she will lead a life of luxury, far better than being with you. Jiangwan comprehends the matriarch's insinuation, her expression rife with sarcasm. The prestige of the Fu family is something we cannot afford. Enjoying it now likely means repaying it later. Having once experienced the feeling of being dependent on others, Jiangwan is determined not to allow her child to live such a life. Her previous remarks were not made in jest. Unless the Fu family ceases to have other offspring and offers everything to Yo-Yo, she would consider letting Yo-Yo go to Fu Ci. Otherwise, it would be akin to pushing Yo-Yo into a pit of fire. The matriarch looks down on her. If the Fu family has other children, any discontent will surely be transferred to Yo-Yo. Jiangwan cannot bear to think about what life Yo-Yo would have to endure. The matriarch believes Jiangwan is being delusional. There exists an unbridgeable chasm between the daughters of the Fu family and those of the Jiang family.
I hope you can understand, she insists.
Jiangwan is well aware of the distinction, but if Yo-Yo is not to be the heir, her life in the Fu family may not necessarily be better. She might even be pressured into an arranged marriage in the future. A life of luxury is not so easily attained. What is not earned through one's own efforts must ultimately be repaid in another form. Looking at the child in her arms, who knows nothing and simply sucks on her fingers, Jiangwan's affection nearly overflows. At least I will love Yo-Yo wholeheartedly, without schemes, and without any compromises. As if her thoughts were laid bare, the matriarch, feeling embarrassed, retorts, are you implying that I am scheming against Yo-Yo? At this point, Jiangwan feels there is no need for pretense. If you have other great-grandchildren, Yo-Yo will likely not catch your eye, nor will she receive your affection. Your insistence on sending her back to the Fu family is simply a lack of options on your part. The matriarch's gaze falls on Jiangwan. And after a long pause, she says meaningfully, you truly are sharp-tongued, completely different from before. Do you think that by associating with the discarded prince, you can rise to prominence? This is my affair. You need not concern yourself with it. Have you considered that if the discarded prince is executed by the emperor, you and Yo-Yo will surely be implicated? Do you wish for Yo-Yo to accompany you in your demise? Just as Jiangwan is about to retort, she sees Yu Wenyan entering the room. To her surprise, Fu Ci is also present. The matriarch truly cares for me. I am still alive and well. Yet she is already considering my affairs after death. Yu Wenyan, bearing the blood of royalty, may have committed grave offenses, but he is still alive and even free to enter and exit the imperial city, which speaks volumes about the emperor's stance. The matriarch looks down on Jiangwan but cannot act arrogantly in front of Yu Wenyan. She purses her lips and remains silent. Yu Wenyan approaches Jiangwan and takes Yo-Yo from her. Do you miss your father? The moment he speaks, both the matriarch and Fu Ci become unsettled. Fu Ci grits his teeth. I am Yo-Yo's father. Yu Wenyan chuckles, my apologies, slip of the tongue. Fu Ci is so enraged he nearly spits blood. It is evident that this person is teaching Yo-Yo nonsense behind his back. Just the thought of his daughter acknowledging another as her father is unbearable for Fu Ci. Tentatively, he reaches out to hold Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo, let daddy hold you. The little one does not even spare him a glance, instead smiling foolishly at Yu Wenyan. To the child, it seems as though Yu Wenyan is her true father. This scene is a tremendous shock to both the matriarch and Fu Ci. The matriarch firmly declares, Yo-Yo must return to the Fu family. This cannot be allowed. Jiangwan's expression remains calm. Perhaps you should return home to rest early. Dreams can offer much. Chapter 71. Returning to the court, the matriarch's face fluctuates between shades of blue and red. Jiangwan once dared not lift her head before her. Yet now she dares to mock her. Does she believe that by breaking away from the Fu family, she can act as she pleases? She attempts to say something, but, upon meeting Fu Ci's disapproving gaze, swallows her words, reciting harmony, leads to prosperity twice in her mind before biting her tongue. Fu Ci wishes to avoid conflict between them and says to the matriarch, Grandmother, you've already seen Yo-Yo. It is getting late, so please return home. The matriarch is not yet satisfied with just seeing Yo-Yo. She wishes to spend more time with the child. If possible, she would like to take the child home right now. A maid quietly reminds her there will be many opportunities in the future. If things become too tense, it will be difficult to see the child again. The matriarch glances at Yo-Yo one last time, instructing Jiangwan to take good care of the child before reluctantly departing. Fu Xi apologized to Jiangwan, expressing that he was unaware of his grandmother's visit. Had he known, he would have prevented her from leaving the house. With the events already transpired, what purpose does further explanation serve? Jiangwan responded coolly, stating that she never forbade them from seeing the child. She merely wished for them to adhere to proper etiquette, suggesting that it was not overly burdensome to present a visiting card before calling. Fu Xi shook his head, indicating it was not difficult.
Then why did they not comply?
Did they think him weak and easily bullied? Not at all, he replied. I never intended to intimidate you. Fu Xi continued, explaining that upon hearing of his grandmother's arrival, he rushed over, only to arrive a moment too late, assuring her that such a situation would not recur, and pleading for her forgiveness. His pitiful demeanor caused Yu Wenyan to furrow his brow. Is he feigning sorrow again? How tiresome. He placed the child in Jiangwan's arms, inquiring if it was not time for her to be fed. With his back turned to Fu Xi, the man cast a deeply resentful glance at Jiangwan. Jiangwan, speechless, wondered why he was throwing a tantrum now when he was the one who had brought the child in. Holding the baby, she addressed Fu Xi, expressing her hope that he and the old lady would have a proper conversation, and that such threats to others would cease in the future. She stated her willingness to compromise this time merely to avoid gossip about a yen, but warned that should it happen again, she would have to call for the doorman to evict them, cautioning that any embarrassment caused to the old lady would not be their fault for lacking decorum.
Fuchi stood frozen. A yen.
Such an intimate moniker could not have come from Wanwan's lips without reason. Had they truly become involved? A wave of anguish surged through his heart, deepening the pain as he pressed his hand to his chest, finding no relief. The color drained from his face, and he exuded an air of dejection. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the reality was unbearable. She was his Wanwan, his childhood companion with whom he shared deep affections. After so many years, how could Yu Wenyan so easily snatch her away?
Observing Fuchi's grim countenance,
Jiangwan worried he might act impulsively and frighten the child. She exchanged a glance with Yu Wenyan, then stepped outside with the baby. As they brushed past each other, the child curiously glanced at Fu Xi. His gaze followed Jiangwan, and sensing her wariness, his breath became labored. In such a predicament, what could he possibly do? Or rather, what could he still do? Jiangwan's caution pierced his heart like a dagger. Fu Xi felt wronged, believing he was making earnest efforts to amend things. Why could Wanwan not recognize his endeavors? Why did she feel the need to guard against him? The thought that the child would not even permit him to hold her, regarding him as a stranger, only deepened his sorrow. It was he who had first held them dear, yet in the end, he had become a mere outsider. Seeing Fu Xi so deeply affected brought Yu Wenyan a sense of satisfaction. One cannot afford to be lenient with a rival, otherwise, how could one prevent their heart from being stolen? Seated in a chair, he glanced at Fu Xi, questioning why he lingered.
Fuchi regarded Yu Wenyan coldly,
asserting that he and Wanwan were incompatible. She did not desire a life filled with scheming, and he could not provide the life she sought. Nor could he keep her safe. Yu Wenyan was well aware of the path ahead. He would not allow Jiangwan to suffer. As for other matters, having chosen to be together, they would share both joys and burdens. So, you understand that Wanwan dislikes intrigue, yet you agreed to marry Yun Yanran? I find it hard to believe that once she entered the Fu family, Wanwan would not be mistreated. Agreeing to marry Yun Yanran was the greatest regret of Fu Xi's life. This choice drove a wedge between him and Jiangwan, leading to an irretrievable distance. Initially, his grandmother had coerced him with threats to his life, but he later realized the poisonings were likely orchestrated by her. Otherwise, he would have uncovered the true culprit. When he sought to cancel the engagement, his grandmother was rendered powerless as well. Ultimately, it was his indecisiveness that had doomed his relationship with Wanwan. If only time could be reversed, Fu Xi would desire nothing, care for nothing, but simply wish to remain by Jiangwan's side, leading a simple life together as a family of three. The glory of family could be cast aside. Without Jiangwan, what purpose did such accolades serve? Clenching his teeth, Fu Xi resolved that the past was behind him, ready to turn the page. Yu Wenyan observed Fu Xi with a knowing smile. remarking that there were some matters he could move on from, but Wanwan could not. Furthermore, the one truly harmed was she, not him. He had no right to dictate her narrative. The past was my fault, so I will not let Wanwan leap into the flames. I will not allow her to take risks alongside you. The affairs between Wanwan and me are not for you to meddle with. I will not permit anyone to harm her. The ones who have harmed her all along have been your Fu family. Their gazes clashed in the air, neither willing to yield. In Yu Wenyan's eyes, Fu Xi discerned an unwavering resolve. He harbored no illusions of reclaiming Jiang Wan or winning back her heart. His sole wish was to ensure her safety and that of the child. As long as they remained unharmed, that was enough. Casting one last, profound glance at Yu Wenyan, Fu Xi turned to leave. He needed to return to the court. Without power, he could not protect Wanwan and the child. Chapter 72. How will you thank me? Upon returning to the capital, Yu Wenyan became exceedingly busy, leaving early and returning late each day. Nevertheless, no matter how late it was, he would always return to the residence to check on Jiangwan and the child. Rumors surfaced regarding several officials who had aligned with the fourth prince, revealing that they had discovered large caches of unaccounted-for gold. In a fit of anger, the emperor imprisoned them, and all the seized gold was deposited into the national treasury. The struggles within the court were notoriously ruthless. Jiangwan was uncertain if this incident was connected to Yu Wenyan, but seeing that he remained unscathed, she refrained from probing further. Gradually, the child adapted to life in the capital, and with someone to care for Yu, Jiangwan contemplated pursuing her own interests. Upon learning that she intended to venture beyond the city for her endeavors, Yu Wenyan could not help but inquire further. What business requires such a long journey? I plan to establish a women's academy. Yu Wenyan was taken aback. You wish to become a teacher? To educate others? Jiangwan shook her head. While education can impart wisdom, my intention is not to teach reading. Intrigued, Yu Wenyan asked, then what do you wish to teach? I can have someone select students and establish the academy. You need not handle it all yourself. Jiangwan declined, expressing her appreciation for his kindness, but asserting her desire to manage it personally. If I succeed, it will reflect my own capabilities. Yu Wenyan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, having someone to rely on is not a shameful matter. It does not contradict your sense of self-worth. Consider it as a means to prove yourself. Should anyone claim I am merely seeking to associate with the powerful, I can silence them with my achievements. Some things are better demonstrated through tangible results than through mere words. With a slight smile, Yu Wenyan acquiesced. Very well, I shall be your supportive partner. Do not hesitate to ask if you require assistance. His non-interference in her matters brought Jiangwan joy. She blinked her beautiful eyes, saying, then I must thank you in advance. Yu Wenyan chuckled, playfully pinching Jiangwan's cheek. Now, tell me your plans. Jiangwan did not withhold her intentions. Aside from music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I only possess skills in needlework. Initially, I considered teaching reading and writing, but upon reflection, families of means in the capital would not engage me as a teacher, and for ordinary families, should the opportunity arise for their children to attend school, the chosen instructor would certainly not be a girl. Her words were harsh yet truthful. The reality was such. Only families of affluence would allow their daughters to receive education. The daughters of ordinary families were burdened with numerous household chores, washing clothes, cooking, and caring for younger siblings. If conditions were even more challenging, they would be required to labor in the fields. As one reaches a certain age and enters into a marriage, the responsibilities of bearing children and attending to in-laws become additional burdens. Such a life feels overwhelmingly suffocating. Jiangwan does not harbor grand ambitions. She has never aspired to cultivate extraordinary talents in young women. During her time at the Fu household, she experienced firsthand the challenges faced by women. Even when her basic needs were met, she still found life to be arduous. The plight of those less fortunate than her must be 1,000 times more difficult. Teaching them a few means of subsistence seemed to Jiangwan to hold significant meaning. Yu Wenyan pondered this idea carefully and deemed it feasible. However, few impoverished families are willing to send their daughters to school, even if only a nominal fee is required, or if tuition is waived altogether. They likely regard it as a waste of time. Teaching them embroidery, however, is a different matter, as it is a practical skill. After mastering it, many could rely on this craft for their livelihood, making it likely that parents would not resist sending their daughters to such a school. Would it not be more convenient to establish the school in the capital? Jiangwan disagreed, arguing that those who genuinely need such opportunities might miss out if the school were situated in a bustling metropolis. She intended to set up the institution in the town, envisioning that if it flourished, she might open additional locations elsewhere. The primary goal is to impart survival skills to women from the lower strata of society. Establishing the school in the capital seemed contrary to her initial intentions. But this path may be arduous for you, Yu Wenyan remarked. Engaging in work that one loves, even if challenging, brings sweetness to the heart. Yu Wenyan ceased to persuade her further and praised her vision. If this endeavor comes to fruition, it would be a boon for the nation and the people. Wanwan, you truly possess remarkable ideas. Jiangwan lifted her chin slightly. I have not contemplated it so deeply. The court provides no place for women like us. Whether it benefits the nation or the populace is not my concern. I simply wish to contribute my humble efforts to improve the lives of young girls. Yu Wenyan felt deeply moved and reassured her. Rest assured, one day, women will also have the opportunity to read and write like men, achieving great accomplishments. Jiangwan harbored doubts about such a day ever arriving. Yet she smiled in response to Yu Wenyan, envisioning a flourishing era where meritocracy prevails, unbound by gender distinctions. Yu Wenyan imagined that future and felt a surge of emotion. He grasped Jiangwan's hand firmly. It will surely be realized. Jiangwan wondered if this could be considered a tacit promise. She reciprocated his grip. Let us take our time. There is plenty of time ahead. Yes, there is much time ahead. Yu Wenyan found Jiangwan's ideas intriguing, and together they ventured outside the city to conduct field research. Although the capital was prosperous, many impoverished villages surrounded it. Jiangwan was determined to select students not based merely on pity, but on their ambition. Ideally, she hoped for familial support. If that was lacking, the students must possess good character and the courage to transform their lives, so she might extend a helping hand when necessary. As she prepared to establish the school for the first time, Jiangwan was cautious and did not wish to attract opportunists who might hinder her efforts or bring trouble. The scattered villages observed the presence of distinguished visitors from afar, hesitant to approach. Yu Wenyan sought to summon the village chief to gather information directly, but was halted by Jiangwan. We have ample time. Let us proceed slowly. Encountering cunning individuals may lead to complications. Yu Wenyan chuckled softly, appreciating her thoroughness. As they walked side by side, they assessed the surroundings and gauged the villagers' living conditions, stopping to converse with those who piqued their interest. Upon hearing of the school aimed at educating girls, many shook their heads in disbelief. What use is it for girls to learn? They cannot hold official positions. It is better for them to work in the fields. Besides, if the girls are busy studying, who will do the laundry and cooking? Surely, we cannot expect the boys to take on such tasks. Jiangwan patiently explained, our school teaches embroidery and garment making. While they may not hold official titles, they will acquire a valuable skill. With that, the villagers began to show some interest. In our village, the young girls often embroider handkerchiefs to earn some money. Can they earn more by attending your school? Jiangwan clarified that the value of handkerchiefs varies significantly depending on the intricacy of the embroidery. An elder expressed skepticism, believing that advanced techniques could only be learned under a master's tutelage. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone so eager to share their unique skills so readily. Of course, it is not merely imparted freely. Our school will charge a modest fee of 2 taels of silver per year, Jiangwan responded. To support one scholar for a year, families often spend at least 10 taels. Some households sacrifice everything to educate one child, hoping for the day their ancestors will bless them with prosperity. In comparison, 2 taels did not seem excessive. However, when it came to investing in a girl's education, potential contributors were less willing to part with their silver. Supporting a scholar could elevate an entire family if the child succeeded, but if a girl learned embroidery, once married, her family would not reap the benefits. This, they felt, was a losing proposition. Jiangwan anticipated their reactions, smiling as she promoted the school, stating that once the autumn harvest was over, enrollment would commence. If anyone was interested in learning, they could register in the town, with beginners allowed to pay half the fee for a trial period of 6 months. 1 tael of silver was manageable for many families. Moreover, with the winter months offering little work, sending a girl to learn a skill seemed a wise choice. While some dismissed the idea, others were intrigued. After visiting several villages, Jiangwan felt more assured. Yu Wenyan offered, let me assist in choosing a location for the school, and I will prepare the necessary supplies. I can even acquire a loom. If conditions permit, we can add more crafts to the curriculum. As for the instructors, that depends on your selection. Jiangwan's eyes gleamed. You are indeed a tremendous help. Yu Wenyan smiled. How would you like to express your gratitude? What do you desire in return? He playfully suggested. A kiss. Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed. You rogue. The person sitting across from them burst into laughter, unexpectedly leaning in to place a kiss on the corner of Jiang Wan's mouth, declaring, "This is self-reliance." Chapter 73. Desperate measures. The news of Jiang Wan's endeavors quickly reached Fu Xi. He was uncertain of her intentions, yet he vowed to support her in any endeavor she wished to pursue. A man understands men best, and Fu Xi knew that Yu Wenyan would undoubtedly back Jiang Wan as well. Seizing the rare opportunity to compete with Yu Wenyan, he was determined not to let it slip away. He wanted to perform admirably, showing Jiang Wan that he was no longer the Fu Xi of the past. Thus, under the pretext of visiting his child, he intended to inquire directly about the situation, so he could ascertain how best to proceed. Jiang Wan was out attending to business, leaving only the wet nurse and maid to care for Yu. Fu Xi had not seen his daughter for several days and missed her dearly. He decided to remain at Jiang's residence to care for the child while awaiting Jiang Wan's return. Everyone in the household was aware of the relationship between Jiang Wan and Fu Xi, as well as that Yu was Fu's child. At this moment, no one could refuse Fu Xi's desire to care for the child. Observing from a distance, those present kept a watchful eye on Fu Xi's every action, ready to intervene should anything seem amiss. In a pavilion, a blanket was laid out, and Yu lay on it, diligently practicing lifting her head. When she spotted a pair of shoes in front of her, she reached out with tiny hands, straining to raise her little head even further. A small bubble of saliva escaped from her mouth, melting Fu Xi's heart. He lifted the child and asked, "Do you miss your father?"
Yu stared at Fu Xi,
momentarily stunned. Once she registered his words, she squirmed uncomfortably, protesting with soft whines. The maids attempted to approach to hold Yu, but Fu Xi's gaze stopped them. Gently patting the child's back, he soothingly said, "Do not be afraid, Yu. I am your father." The little one could hardly comprehend what was being said, and began to wail, waving her tiny hands. Her chubby little paw accidentally struck Fu Xi's face, leaving behind a red mark.
Fu Xi, unfazed,
enveloped her small hands in his large ones, gently admonishing her that hitting was inappropriate and that her temper should not be so volatile. With her hands restrained, the little girl cried even more sorrowfully. Pearlescent tears cascaded down her plump cheeks, causing Fu Xi's heart to ache. He promptly released her tiny grasp. In the next moment, her chubby palm struck his face once again. Fu Xi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation, reflecting on how neither he nor her mother were quick-tempered individuals. Why then, he pondered, did this little babe resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? He feigned seriousness and lightly tapped her hand, warning her that should she strike again, he would have to discipline her. The little one, born with a rebellious spirit, only seemed to be encouraged to hit him more. However, this did quiet her cries. After a few playful slaps, she cautiously observed his reaction. Fu Xi began to introspect, wondering if Yu blamed him for not spending enough time with her. Then, "How about I come to see you every day?" he proposed, his face brightening with delight. "You are indeed a good child. I will take that as your agreement." Unable to contain his affection, he planted a kiss on her cherubic face, his heart softening like water. Yet, the thought of Yu Wenyan's clandestine teachings for Yu made him deliberate, reiterating, "Call me father. I am your father, understand?" Perhaps it was Fu Xi's overly gentle demeanor that made her gradually accept him. She obediently allowed him to hold her as they admired the fish and flowers together. Fu Xi even fashioned a delicate flower crown for her, adorning her wrist with it. Since Yu's birth, Fu Xi had not spent much time by her side. Coupled with her shyness, she had previously only managed to glance at him before being ushered away. This was his first time playing with the child, and he savored the bliss of fatherhood. Yet, a pang of sadness struck him as he thought of Yu Wenyan, who had been enjoying his own happiness all along. "Yu, grow up quickly, and help your father bring your mother back, will you? If you do, I will fetch you stars and the moon," he murmured, his voice trailing off as he glanced down to find the child fast asleep, drooling slightly.
Fu Xi chuckled softly,
realizing how absurd it was to place his hopes on such a tiny being. It was a desperate measure, indeed. He fell silent, simply gazing at his daughter's slumbering face. Her chubby visage was irresistible to his eyes. Gently swaying his arm, he waited until she was deeply asleep before entrusting her to the wet nurse, advising her to keep the child close and care for her diligently without any missteps. The maidservants understood. With the absence of the fragrant little one in his arms, Fu Xi felt a void in his heart. He regretted his past negligence, which led to the disintegration of his family. Had he not committed those foolish acts, both Jiangwan and Yu would be by his side now, and he dared not imagine the happiness that would bring. There exists no remedy for regret. And despite Fu Xi's daily supplications, Jiangwan had never looked back at him. Uncertain of what to do, he resolved to take things one step at a time, comforting himself that one day, clarity would emerge from the darkness. To recruit suitable embroiderers, Jiangwan had posted a notice in the city, inviting anyone interested to approach the steward at Jiang Manor to register. Subsequently, candidates would be screened for their qualifications to serve as instructors in her academy. Jiangwan was quite generous, stating in the notice that each instructor would receive 10 taels of silver monthly. This remuneration was sufficient for a wealthy family to hire a tutor, indicating that Jiangwan's expectations were far from modest. After attending to her business, Jiangwan returned to the manor to await news. However, just as she approached the gates, an unexpected incident occurred. Her carriage collided with Yun Yanran's. When adversaries meet, tempers flare, and upon seeing Jiangwan, Yun Yanran was reminded of the grievances she had endured over the past year. At 19, she had been jilted by Fu Xi just as her wedding date approached, becoming a subject of ridicule throughout the capital. As a result, she had scarcely dared to venture outside. She had initially thought that Jiangwan's departure from Fu Xi would lead her to a life of hardship, believing it to be her small victory. Yet, she had returned and, worse still, had given birth to Fu Xi's child. With fury blazing in her eyes, Yun Yanran glared at Jiangwan, questioning why she had returned to the capital and why she had not allowed that bastard to perish outside. Jiangwan, was this your intention? The fire in her gaze seemed capable of consuming Jiangwan whole. Jiangwan was at a loss for words. If Yun Yanran's mind were not clouded, she would understand that the blame lay with her family. Her carriage had been moving smoothly when suddenly it had been struck by theirs, and she had yet to pursue any accountability. Jiangwan, how dare you insult me? Yun Yanran retorted, seeking to strike Jiangwan. Jiangwan maintained her composure, a stark contrast to the flushed face of Yun Yanran, who had always viewed Jiangwan as a delicate and helpless creature, easily toppled by the slightest misfortune. Yet, a year apart had emboldened Jiangwan to confront her openly in a public setting. Unable to contain her anger, Yun Yanran reached out to slap Jiangwan. Under Yu Wenyan's guidance, Jiangwan had learned some basic self-defense techniques. She deftly caught Yun Yanran's wrist and retaliated with a slap of her own. I have not forgotten what happened at the royal hunting grounds. This slap is well deserved. Caught off guard, Yun Yanran's ears rang. How could Jiangwan strike her? This was not how events were supposed to unfold. You dare to hit me? Having struck. Why would I fear? Jiangwan nonchalantly wiped her hands with a handkerchief, stepping back to create distance between them. Do you know that I am about to marry the fourth prince? I will soon be part of the royal family. How dare a lowly person like you strike me? You are courting death. Yun Yanran attempted to hit Jiangwan again. This time, Jiangwan did not need to defend herself, as Fu Xi rushed over and broke Yun Yanran's wrist. His expression was as cold as ice. It seemed the previous lesson had not left a lasting impression. To dare lay hands on Wan, she would pay the price. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the sound of the bones snapping reached everyone's ears. Chapter 74. Do not overreact. Fu Xi had broken Yun Yanran's wrist, and the situation was far from resolved. Jiangwan wished to avoid further entanglement, walking away as if nothing had occurred. Since the incident took place not far from her home, Fu Xi, wanting to spare Jiangwan any distress over such matters, watched her depart before turning his cold gaze back to Yun Yanran. Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on Wan? This is neither the border nor your family's territory. No one will unconditionally tolerate you here. Tears shimmered in Yun Yanran's eyes, a mix of pain and grievance. Before encountering Fu Xi, her life had been smooth sailing. Everything had been ruined by him and Jiangwan. Fu Xi, I was once your fiancé. Even if you harbor no romantic feelings for me, we were acquainted. Must you wound me so deeply? Fu Xi showed no signs of compassion. You instigated the matriarch to pressure me into marriage. I have yet to settle that score with you, and now you dare to play the victim. Today's incident is merely an appetizer. If you dare trouble Wan again, I will take your life. His gaze was devoid of warmth, causing Yun Yanran to tremble. The pain in her wrist was a stark reminder that Fu Xi was serious. He had genuinely harbored thoughts of harming her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried. Fu Xi, you truly have no heart. This is what you brought upon yourself. Yun Yanran's vision blurred with tears, and at that moment, she finally comprehended her place in Fu Si's heart. Compared to Jiangwan, she was nothing, not even worth a single strand of Jiangwan's hair. Sniffling, she resolved. Since you despise me so much, then I shall marry the fourth prince. From now on, we shall have no ties. You need not worry. Heartbroken, Yun Yanran cast a glance at Fu Si before turning to make her way home. For years, she had harbored feelings for him, believing that even a stone could be warmed by her affection. Now she realized how naive her thoughts had been. Fu Si's heart had long been filled with Jiangwan, and even at the height of his affection for her, Jiangwan had left him. How could he possibly be content? Tears streamed down Yun Yanran's face. She ultimately recognized that she was no match for Jiangwan. Those raised in a grand estate, even if physically frail, were well-versed in the art of subtlety and manipulation. Wiping her tears, Yun Yanran straightened her posture. Once she married the fourth prince, she would one day avenge the humiliation of this day. Neither Jiangwan nor Fu Si would escape her wrath. The Yun family had always doted on Yun Yanran, seeing her wrist broken by Fu Si. How could they let it go? General Yun promptly entered the palace to lodge a complaint. The emperor grew weary at the mere mention of Jiangwan. He had considered bestowing a marriage between Fu Si and Jiangwan, hoping they would vanish far from his sight. Yet that reckless youth dared to threaten him, proclaiming that if Jiangwan were to perish, he would descend into madness. That boy, when driven to insanity, could commit any act without regard for anyone's words. He had previously engaged in patricide and regicide. His audacity knew no bounds. If anything were to happen to Jiangwan, that wretched child might very well tear the heavens asunder. The thought of Yu Wenyan infuriated the emperor. In his long life, he had never encountered such a spineless individual. The future sovereign of a nation, reduced to such desperation for a woman. What a disgrace. General Yun's complaint only served to aggravate the emperor's troubles. Impatiently, he remarked, "A single hand cannot clap. Before blaming others, perhaps you should inquire into the reasons behind your daughter's predicament. If she provoked the situation, then, dear minister, you are merely the villain crying foul first." Cold sweat emerged on General Yun's forehead. Upon discovering his daughter had been harmed, and by Fu Si no less, he had rushed to the palace in a frenzy. Now, reflecting on the events, it was indeed plausible that Yanran had instigated the confrontation. She had always held disdain for Jiangwan, and it was not beyond reason for her to act irrationally. Fu Si, being infatuated with Jiangwan, would undoubtedly take her side without discernment. The more he pondered, the more uneasy General Yun felt. Yet having come this far, he needed the emperor to take a stance. Otherwise, once Yanran entered the fourth prince's estate, she would likely be disregarded. After all, if even a daughter of a criminal like Jiangwan could slap Yanran in the face, who would care for her dignity? Your Majesty, regardless of the situation's origins, Fu Si should not strike people indiscriminately. Yanran is to be wed soon. Injuring her hand now could hinder those plans. The emperor waved his hand, instructing the royal physician to accompany General Yun home to tend to his daughter. As for the marriage, if they felt it would be affected, they could choose to postpone it. General Yun replied, "Yanran is already 19 and has been rejected by the Fu family before. Her temperament is entirely unlike the noble ladies of the capital, and rumors are already rampant. If another incident occurs, it is easy to imagine how the people of the capital will gossip about her." Regret surged within General Yun as he recalled his daughter's grievances. He should not have let his anger cloud his judgment. He ought to have ascertained the full circumstances before approaching the emperor. A postponement of the wedding was out of the question. The more one spoke, the more one erred. General Yun expressed his gratitude to the emperor and departed with the physician. Seated in his elevated position, the emperor's expression was inscrutable. After a long silence, he suddenly rose and headed to the Gu residence. It had been over a decade since he last visited that abode, now bestowed upon Jiangwan by his rebellious son. It was said that the name of the house had been changed to bear the Jiang surname. If Jiangwan had chosen to live modestly, it might have sufficed. But returning to the capital and causing such a stir compelled the emperor to meet her. He wondered whether she would concoct some beguiling potion to drive Yu Wenyan and Fu Si to madness on her behalf. Without a large entourage, the emperor discreetly left the palace. Standing before the familiar gates, he found memories of his late wife surfacing vividly. No longer were they mere hazy outlines. Her expressive eyes and charming visage were etched deeply in his mind. Initially, she had said, "You may not love me, but you cannot deceive me. We shall either be a couple in name only, or you may have no one but me." Later, she remarked, "To fall for you was the most foolish decision I ever made. Death would be a release for me." The deliberately forgotten memories surged forth like a flood, overwhelming him. The emperor staggered slightly, supported by a nearby eunuch. "Your Majesty, are you unwell?" The emperor's complexion had turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead. His fingers tightened as if to grasp something, yet found nothing. In a fit of rage, he struck a stone lion with his fist, startling everyone present. The eunuch, flustered, stammered apologies and called for the physician. The sharp pain in his hand finally brought the emperor back to his senses. But the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished. Raising his hand, he declared, "I am fine. Do not make a fuss." Chapter 75. Guilt upon the emperor's arrival at the residence. It was nearly impossible for Jiangwan to feign ignorance. Yu Wenyan was not home, leading her to surmise that the emperor was not there to seek him out. With a general idea of the situation, she calmly handed her child to the nursemaid and went out to greet her guest. In the days when the Jiang family still held power, Jiangwan often accompanied her father into the palace for banquets. In her memory, the emperor, though in middle age, possessed an imposing presence and retained an air of youthful vigor. She had glimpsed him from afar during last autumn's hunt, and the contrast between the vibrant emperor of then and the pale, listless figure before her now was stark. Lowering her eyes, Jiangwan refrained from directly meeting his gaze, performing a respectful bow. "Commoner pays her respects to your Majesty." The emperor, absorbed in his thoughts, sipped tea at the head of the table. Compared to earlier, his complexion had improved noticeably. The emperor remained silent, leaving Jiangwan to maintain her bowing posture. It was unclear how Yu Wenyan had received word, but he hurriedly returned home, likely too hastily, for his breath was slightly uneven. Upon entering the hall, he grasped Jiangwan's arm, urging her to rise. "No need for formality here. The emperor is preoccupied and has no time to seek fault with us." The emperor, holding his teacup, paused momentarily. Casting a cool glance at Yu Wenyan, he inquired, "Have you accomplished what I entrusted to you?" "I have not." The emperor thought to himself. Had it not been for his considerable self-control, he would have hurled the teacup at his rebellious son by now. He had initially granted him a chance for redemption out of respect for his filial piety. He must not allow himself to be disappointed again. Yu Wenyan seated himself next to Jiangwan. "As long as you do not stab me in the back, I will fulfill my duties." The emperor's expression darkened. "This matter does not concern you. Begone. What happens with Wan is my concern. She has neither offended you nor committed any crime. If someone seeks to provoke her without cause, I will certainly stand by her side." Concealed beneath her voluminous sleeves, Jiangwan discreetly nudged Yu Wenyan's hand, signaling him to be more discreet and avoid involving the innocent. Yu Wenyan chuckled softly, amused by the girl's persistent instinct for self-preservation. Gripping her hand reassuringly, he whispered, "Do not fear. Everyone knows the emperor is a wise ruler and does not kill without reason." Jiangwan sensed the tension in the air intensifying. The emperor, pained by Yu Wenyan's words, wanted to scold him, but upon locking eyes with him, memories of a youthful girl sprang forth in his mind. Her fierce gaze seemed to reproach him, admonishing him against bullying the child. Taking a deep breath, the emperor asked, "Do you know why Yu Wenyan lost the title of crown prince?" Before Jiangwan could respond, Yu Wenyan interrupted. What else could it be but a failed rebellion? Wan has never been involved in court affairs. Do not put her in a difficult position. The emperor snorted coldly. If your former subordinates were to discover that you blur the lines for a woman, they would surely regret standing by your side. Jiangwan had long contemplated that the events of the past might harbor deeper truths. Now that the emperor brought it up, she would not shy away from the subject. After all, her desire to be with Yu Wenyan meant some matters could not be evaded. Veiled discussions would not resolve the issues. It was better to confront them directly. Treating the affliction at its source, she pressed Yu Wenyan's hand, signaling him to remain silent. As a commoner, she was unaware of the intricate details and requested the emperor's clarification. Those matters were unrelated to her, and although Yu Wenyan wished to shield her from the repercussions, Jiangwan gripped his hand tightly, preventing him from speaking, leaving him no choice but to remain silent. As he was present, he could intervene in their conversation, if necessary. The emperor scrutinized their expressions, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Jiangwan. A woman should not wield such influence. It was a grave transgression for one in power. Do you know that it was your father's betrayal that led this young man to his downfall? As a minister, he should not have been so fickle. Your family's demise was well deserved. Jiangwan understood her father's obsession with power and had once believed that his wrong allegiance had brought disaster upon their clan. She never imagined the truth ran so deep. Releasing her grip on Yu Wenyan's hand slightly, she pondered that if the emperor's words held any truth, then her father was indeed the architect of his own misfortune. Those in power would never permit their subordinates to waver between conflicting factions. Her father had ultimately betrayed the Jiang family. Due to your father's treachery, Yu Wenyan suffered immensely. At that time, all had petitioned me to strip him of his title and even sought his execution. His continued existence is a testament to my mercy. Jiangwan grasped the emperor's intent. He aimed to instill guilt within her, driving her to distance herself from Yu Wenyan. The suddenness of the situation left her in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Two voices clamored within her mind. One argued that courtly affairs were of no concern to her. The victories and defeats were of their own making. The other insisted that her father had caused untold suffering, nearly bringing about Yu Wenyan's demise. Thus, from another perspective, she was the daughter of an enemy. Yu Wenyan, being of royal blood, could consider these matters as his family's concerns, but her father's treachery was unfathomable, leading to Yu Wenyan's isolation in court. Jiangwan, do you not feel remorse? Why should she feel guilty? None of these events bore her influence. She did not sow the seeds of this tragedy, so why should she reap the bitter fruits? The emperor paused, expecting that upon learning the truth, Jiangwan would feel contrition, only to be taken aback by her resolute stance. Your father's disloyalty to the court has warranted the extermination of your entire clan. Do you not feel shame in your veins, tainted as they are with the blood of traitors? Do you not find it difficult to face Yu Wenyan? Jiangwan's heart skipped a beat. She feigned nonchalance. Yet deep within, her guilt festered. She had done nothing wrong and had never harbored resentment towards anyone. Yet, because of her surname, her very existence was a blight. Yu Wenyan promptly grasped her hand as she attempted to withdraw. Wan, these matters do not pertain to you. Do not bear the weight of responsibilities that are not yours. But my father betrayed you and the emperor. And so what? Ultimately, this is of no concern to the women of your household. Tears welled in Jiangwan's eyes. The more magnanimous Yu Wenyan was, the more she felt undeserving. Unable to bear her distress, Yu Wenyan fixed a cold gaze upon the emperor. Do you recall how my mother met her end? The emperor, who had only just regained his composure, turned pale once more. This world is excessively harsh towards women. Your relentless pressure has already claimed my mother's life. Do you now seek to destroy one as well? The highest power excludes women, yet when calamity strikes, we are expected to shoulder the consequences. It is profoundly unjust. Yu Wenyan tightened his grip on Jiangwan's hand, warning the emperor not to attempt to separate them, declaring, I am not like you. I will not allow baseless accusations to stand. The Gu family, once comprised of valiant sons who safeguarded the nation, were unjustly labeled as traitors by the emperor due to their power. A few fabricated letters extinguished the lives of an entire lineage. Yu Wenyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What torment must his mother have endured, compelling her to choose a decisive departure from this world? He had not forgotten the grievances of the Gu family, nor had he neglected the vengeance owed for his mother. One day, he would rectify the wrongs suffered by the innocent, revealing to the world who truly served the nation and its people. The memories he sought to conceal tormented the emperor, and under Yu Wenyan's hate-filled gaze, he could no longer remain. Do as you wish. Should a woman bring ruin to the kingdom in the future, the ancestors of the Yuan clan will surely hold you accountable. With that, the emperor stormed away, his demeanor resembling one who had fled in disgrace. Chapter 76. Unlike Yu Wenyan, only Jiangwan and Yu Wenyan remained in the hall. Freed from the constraints of decorum, Yu Wenyan embraced Jiangwan,
drawing her onto his lap.
with his arms encircling her slender waist. He remarked, "That man clearly wishes to see us suffer. You must not fall into his trap." Jiangwan felt a twinge of discomfort, remaining silent as she nestled against Yu Wenyan's chest. "Each of us has our own stance, Wan. One cannot expect perfection in life." To lighten her spirits, Yu Wenyan added, "Every situation possesses two sides. Rather than entangling ourselves in unresolvable issues, we should focus on living well in the present. You intended to establish a women's academy, did you not? If you succumb to despair, what of those who require your assistance?" Taking a deep breath, Jiangwan conceded, "You are right. Lamenting the seasons does not suit me. Since the day we chose to be together, I had to prepare myself mentally." Yu Wenyan affectionately ruffled her hair. "Good girl, let's not dwell on stubborn matters." As her emotions settled, Jiangwan became aware that their position was overly intimate for the daylight. What would others think if they witnessed such a scene? She gently nudged Yu Wenyan. I must rise. I just wish to hold you. He tightened his embrace, enchanted by her fragrant softness, feeling he could never hold her enough. Do you not have important matters to attend to? Why do you linger? Then grant me a kiss, and I shall depart. Like a playful puppy. He nuzzled Jiangwan's neck. Once one embarks on such intimate gestures, it becomes an insatiable craving. Since experiencing the sweetness of a kiss, he sought it whenever the opportunity arose. A day without affection left him feeling restless. She pecked him lightly on the corner of his mouth. Is that sufficient?
Now go.
Not at all. He lifted her chin, capturing her lips in a lingering kiss that seemed to defy time. On the brink of losing control, Yu Wenyan regained his senses. Let the remaining matters wait until our wedding night. Concerned that Jiangwan might overthink in his absence, he instructed, hasten to finalize the teaching staff. I will have someone investigate their backgrounds. Jiangwan indeed found no time to dwell on other matters. Nearly 20 individuals had signed up. She would sift through the candidates over the next few days, narrowing it down to 5 before presenting the list to him for further investigation. Take your time. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. The emperor fell ill upon returning to the palace, missing court for half a month without showing his face. Aside from the imperial physician, no one was permitted to see him. Even the favored consort Fu was denied access to care for him. Concern for the emperor's health gripped everyone, for with the crown prince unestablished, his demise could shake the very foundations of the kingdom. Anxiety permeated the court. The fourth prince, however, felt a twinge of anticipation. Should something befall his father, he would surely ascend the throne. This notion unsettled him, igniting a desire to stir the waters. There were actions Yu Wenyan could undertake, and he too could do the same. An old adage states that illness descends like a mountain, yet departs like a thread. The emperor's ailment had turned his hair completely white. The physicians could not identify the cause. They merely suggested he had overexerted himself and ought to relax. Only the close attendants of the emperor are aware that even in slumber, he murmurs the name of the empress. That name has become a taboo, scarcely spoken of for over a decade. It is likely that the visit to the Gu residence stirred memories within the emperor, prompting a sense of unrest in his heart. Leading to this moment, Your Majesty, the fourth prince seeks an audience, came the report. The figure lying upon the dragon bed stirred slightly, his gaze, dull as stagnant water. Flickering. The fourth prince's wedding date should be imminent, perhaps in these few days. Indeed, but His Highness is concerned for your health and intends to postpone the wedding. The attendant added cautiously. The emperor shook his head. The daughter of the Yun family is no longer young, and if this matter drags on, her father will come to trouble me again. Let the wedding proceed as planned. Considering the favor bestowed upon consort Fu within the palace, the chief eunuch felt inclined to offer the fourth prince a courtesy. His Highness is waiting outside and appears eager to see you, he ventured. After a lengthy silence, the emperor finally responded, then let him enter. Moments later, the fourth prince stepped into the chamber. Upon seeing his father with hair as white as snow, he momentarily froze. With a thud, he knelt beside the dragon bed. Father, what has happened to you? Has the physician not attended to you with diligence? I am well, the emperor replied. Yet the fourth prince opened his mouth, struggling to find words. In his perception, his father was in the prime of life, brimming with vitality. How could it be that after just a few days apart, he appeared to have aged decades? As he recalled the purpose of his visit, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him. Throughout his life, the emperor had shown him great affection. If not for the comparison with Yu Wenyan, he would have believed himself to be the most favored among his brothers. Perhaps the innate bond between father and son played a part. Seeing the emperor's frail state stirred a pang of compassion within the fourth prince. Conflicted emotions swirled together, and the resolve he once held began to waver. The emperor's deep-set eyes rested upon the fourth prince, his tone reminiscent of an ordinary father-esque concern. How are the wedding preparations progressing? All is in order, father. You should focus on your recovery and not trouble yourself over your son, the fourth prince reassured him. You are my most cherished son. You have never caused me worry. I trust this occasion will be no different. The emperor coughed lightly before continuing, how swiftly time passes. I can still vividly recall you learning to walk. Now, in the blink of an eye, you are on the verge of establishing your own family. The fourth prince felt a pang in his heart. So, he was indeed the emperor's most favored son, while Yu Wenyan merely held the title of the eldest son. He bowed deeply. Father, you are the true dragon among men. If you rest well and heed the physician's advice, you will surely recover swiftly. The emperor, appearing fatigued, waved his hand. You may leave now. I am weary. I take my leave, father. As the fourth prince exited, he absently rubbed his knuckles. He was not Yuan Yen. He could not commit heinous acts. Once alone, the emperor mustered his strength to sit upright. Bring me the brush and ink. I must draft an edict. Chapter 77. No delay for Jiangwan. 3 imperial edicts emerged successively from the imperial study, causing a stir. The first edict, issued by the emperor himself, vindicated the Gu family, declaring that they had been wronged and that the truth had finally come to light. The late General Gu was posthumously honored as Duke of the Nation, with his family members elevated in rank according to their merits. The second edict addressed the former crown prince's treason, asserting that the efforts to cleanse the court had been deliberate. With all remnants of the treachery eradicated, the former crown prince Yu Wenyen was reinstated, destined to lead the Eastern Palace. The third edict conferred the title of King of Jing upon the fourth prince, granting him lands in Nanzhong, with orders to depart for his domain immediately after his wedding, under threat of execution for any disobedience. Each edict struck like thunder. When the Gu family had fallen from grace, it was widely known that their prominence had threatened the emperor, leading to their downfall. Many had believed that Yu Wenyan's ascension would offer a chance for the Gu family to be exonerated. Yet, the emperor's personal intervention to restore the Gu family's honor was tantamount to an admission of his own wrongdoing, a public acknowledgement of having unjustly condemned loyal subjects and annihilated their entire clan. This act would surely bind him to a legacy of shame, to be scorned for centuries to come. The subsequent 2 edicts further unsettled the court. No wonder the emperor had hesitated to appoint a new crown prince. It appeared he had never considered another option. The fourth prince possessed commendable virtues, yet he was now dispatched to a remote and desolate region, where his chances of regaining influence seemed dire. All signs had foretold this outcome, rendering it unsurprising. The crown prince's brutality had been evident to all. How had he suddenly transformed into a paragon of patience and resilience? Reflecting on the circumstances that led to the crown prince's downfall, it was apparent that those embroiled in treachery had been the court's cancer. Their removal was indeed a blessing. The erstwhile crown prince had long feigned compliance with deceitful schemers, only to ensnare them in one fell swoop. Such actions served the nation well, embodying the responsibilities expected of a crown prince. Following numerous upheavals within the court, while the fourth prince's faction still retained some support, a greater number now sought legitimacy and neutrality. The emperor's decrees had sealed the matter. As subjects, their allegiance was no longer in question. The fourth prince was utterly bewildered. His father had just praised him, yet moments later, he had declared Yu Wenyen the crown prince. Furthermore, he was to be dispatched to a barbaric land. With a wave of his hand, a teacup shattered upon the floor, creating a mess. A surge of hatred blazed within the fourth prince's eyes. He had erred grievously by softening his heart at such a critical juncture. He yearned to consult Fu Qi for strategies, yet recalled that due to Jiang Wan, they had become adversaries. Fu Qi had even severed his support, leaving him vulnerable within the court. The fourth prince sank into a chair, his mind a blank. He was at a loss for whom to turn to for assistance. Would those who had once pledged loyalty to him now betray him, seeing his hopes of succession dashed? As for the Yun family, General Yun seemed to have grown weary, lacking ambition, and even advised him not to covet the throne. Were it not for the wedding already set in motion, he would have considered severing ties with the Yun family to seek new allies. With Yu Wenyen's fate as a cautionary tale, the fourth prince found himself unable to trust anyone. The only person whose interests were closely aligned with his, Fu Qi, had been irrevocably offended by his impulsive actions. What was he to do now? Upon hearing of Yu Wenyen's reinstatement, Jiang Wan felt no surprise. If the emperor had truly abandoned him, he would not have gone to such lengths to protect him or send him back to the capital from afar. Yet, a sense of worry gnawed at her. Now that Yu Wenyen had regained his title, even if the emperor ceased to interfere, the ministers would never allow a woman of the Jiang bloodline to become the crown princess. Could they truly endure to the end? Yu Wenyen cradled their child, Yu. While sketching a little portrait, the girl cooperated beautifully, nestling comfortably in his embrace, her large eyes fixed on the paper as if she could comprehend its contents. As he drew, Yu Wenyen glanced up at Jiang Wan. Seeing her lost in thought, I quickly discerned the crux of her dilemma. I set down my brush, cradled the child, and approached Jiang Wan. We had both been preoccupied lately, leaving us no opportunity for leisure. Today, however, the weather is splendid, and we ought to take Yu for a stroll. Jiangwan's Women's Academy has secured its location, and an instructor has been appointed, with all necessary teaching materials at the ready. Thanks to Yu Wenyan's assistance, the preparations have been expedited, and everything is in place to commence classes as soon as the time is right. Concealing her emotions, Jiangwan contemplated how the child was growing, realizing it was time to introduce her to the outside world. Thus, she acquiesced to Yu Wenyan's proposal, without bringing a maid. Yu Wenyan held Yu in one arm and took Jiangwan's hand with the other as they exited the estate.
They unexpectedly encountered Fuchi,
who had come under the pretense of visiting the child. Upon seeing their intertwined hands, Fuxi's pupils dilated, as if he had been scalded, and he averted his gaze. To linger any longer would be an excruciating torment for him. Once, he was the one holding Jiangwan's hand, but he failed to cherish it.
Now,
wishing to reclaim his place, he found someone else had taken his position. Pressing his lips together, Fu Xi looked at Jiangwan and said softly, "I haven't seen Yu in several days. I miss her." Irritation flickered in Jiangwan's eyes. He habitually used Yu as an excuse. On ordinary days, he would come to the estate to see the child, which had become a source of distress for her. "I am busy today," she replied curtly.
Fuchi quickly responded,
"Are you going out? I can accompany you. It would be helpful to have another pair of hands to care for Yu." He watched Jiangwan cautiously, his demeanor now utterly humble, devoid of the aristocratic airs he once exhibited. Witnessing the burgeoning affection between Jiangwan and Yu Wenyan shattered his dreams, leaving him no longer daring to wish for more. As long as he could see Jiangwan and the child daily, he could accept her relationship with Yu Wenyan. Jiangwan was repulsed by Fu Xi's subservient behavior, as if she were the heartless one, unaware of her own shortcomings. "I will not entertain guests today. Please take your leave." "But I really miss Yu," Fu Xi implored. Jiangwan furrowed her brow in impatience. "I have not prevented you from seeing her. Yet you should know when to retreat. Your current behavior is causing me distress. I hope you can be self-aware." Upon seeing Fu Xi's intent to speak further, she interjected, "From now on, you may visit Yu every 5 days. I have my own life. Please refrain from disturbing us at other times."
Fuchi stood frozen,
contemplating if he was truly so bothersome that Jiangwan would not even spare him a glance. Enduring her cold indifference, if he still possessed any dignity, he ought to leave. Yet he could not bring himself to do so. If he could not see Jiangwan, he did not know what purpose his existence served. Taking a step back, he thought, "I will not intrude upon you. Do not loathe me," he cried in his heart. Alas, Jiangwan could not hear him, remaining blissfully unaware of his anguish as she calmly passed by. Yu Wenyan, remaining silent throughout, understood that Jiangwan was in a foul mood today, provoked by Fu Xi's trivial actions. He tightened his grip on her hand, determined not to let her wait too long. As they walked away, Fu Xi trailed behind like a shadow, watching their every move from the darkness. He observed Jiangwan purchasing a pouch from a street vendor, which she hung at Yu Wenyan's waist. Fu Xi instinctively touched the worn pouch he possessed, the one Jiangwan had sewn for him. In this regard, he still felt victorious over Yu Wenyan. Passing by a vendor selling sugar figurines, Yu Wenyan bought one for the little girl. Jiangwan chuckled, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. How could Yu, so small, even hold a sugar figurine, let alone eat it? "It's fine. I'll hold it for her. Let her at least enjoy the aroma," Yu Wenyan reassured her. No child could resist the allure of the vividly colored sugar figurines, and Yu's gaze was glued to it, her little hands reaching out in desire, babbling in infantile excitement. Yu Wenyan denied her the treat, saying, "You are too young to eat this. You may only look." The child pouted, her lips quivering. Jiangwan wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and shot a reproachful look at Yu Wenyan. "You are subjecting little Yu to torture." Seeing the child on the verge of tears, Yu Wenyan suggested, "Shall we let her have a taste?" "No, she cannot eat it yet," Jiangwan insisted. Faced with the child's pleading gaze, Yu Wenyan feared he might relent, so he casually handed the sugar figurine to a child nearby. Upon losing the desired object, Yu pouted, ready to cry, but feeling frightened by the crowd, she could only cling to Yu Wenyan's shoulder in distress. Fu Xi, not far behind, caught the gaze of father and daughter from a distance. During this time, Fu Xi had taken to visiting Yu whenever he could, and the little one had begun to recognize him. The joy from the sugar figurine quickly dissipated, and she smiled broadly at Fu Xi. His heart ached with a bittersweet sensation. His efforts had not been in vain. At least Yu remembered him. Jiangwan glanced back momentarily, but said nothing. As long as Fu Xi did not disrupt her life, she had no objections to him nurturing his bond with Yu. The more love surrounding the child, the better. After stroll, Jiangwan's spirits began to lift. When faced with adversity, one must adapt. If my path with Yu Wenyan is fraught with challenges, we shall strive together. Should our efforts yield no fruitful results, I shall accept it with grace. As she prepared to embark on a new chapter in her life, no longer confined to the inner quarters, Jiangwan determined that love should not bind her. A healthy relationship should enhance her life, not restrict it. Otherwise, she might as well raise Yu alone. Yu Wenyan had been attentive to Jiangwan's mood. Seeing her worries fade, he smiled in return. Shall we take a boat ride on the lake? Jiangwan nodded. With her schedule uncertain, they should indulge today. Since returning to the capital, they had each been preoccupied, and Yu Wenyan felt their time together was too scarce. Yet, he could not confine Jiangwan to the inner quarters merely to satisfy his longing to see her. He thought to himself, let the throne fall to those who desire it. Once I have placed my people in power, no one shall threaten Jiangwan and Yu's safety. Then I shall devote myself entirely to her. Whether it be opening the academy or exploring the mountains and rivers, he would accompany her. As the crown prince, Yu Wenyan was usually inaccessible to the public eye, and their discreet outings ensured no one recognized the doting father as the notoriously fearsome prince. They hired a boat, ordered a few delicacies and a pot of tea. The boat glided serenely across the lake, a gentle breeze bringing refreshing mist, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. Yu nestled in Jiangwan's embrace, babbling happily. Jiangwan smiled, pinching the child's chubby cheeks. You know how to enjoy yourself, don't you? Yu Wenyan, initially seated across from her, could not resist moving beside Jiangwan to play with the child. Yu enjoys the lake. We should bring her out more often. Do you have the time? Jiangwan teased. If it's to accompany you and Yu, then I shall always make time. Jiangwan chuckled at his response. Yet feigned indifference. Don't let it interfere with important matters. How can spending time with my beloved be deemed a distraction? Yu Wenyan's feelings were too overt, and Jiangwan could always sense his affection immediately. A blush crept across her cheeks. Yu Wenyan, captivated by her beauty, could not help but steal a kiss from her lips, then, playfully, a kiss on Yu's forehead. The harmonious scene would convince anyone that they were indeed a family of three. Fu Xi, meanwhile, found himself at a loss as to why he had followed them. Two boats glided in parallel, and through the wide-open windows, he beheld the scene before him. He touched his heart, feeling a mix of bitterness and pain. Watching the woman he adored grow close to another man, even with prior mental preparation, he found it impossible to remain indifferent. Breathing became an excruciating endeavor. If he dared to cast another glance, Fu Xi feared he might faint. In a low voice, he commanded, "Turn around." Having just reached the shore, he hurriedly returned to his residence. Inside, remnants of Jiangwan's presence lingered. Garments, shoes, cosmetics, and her cherished jewelry, along with trinkets she adored. Each item remained intact. Yet the essence of Jiangwan was conspicuously absent. Fu Xi could no longer restrain his emotions. The bitterness in his heart transformed into tears that cascaded from his eyes. He truly recognized his mistakes, yet Wanwan would never return. The old matriarch had not seen her grandchild for a long time, and Jiangwan had not brought Yu back to the Fu family, nor had she permitted her to enter Jiang Manor. Initially, the matriarch felt a pang of resentment, believing that Jiangwan, burdened with the child, would eventually succumb to the whispers of the outside world and return to the Fu household in disgrace. However, as time passed, Yu Wenyan unexpectedly reclaimed his position as the crown prince. With Yu Wenyan's backing, bringing Yu home would likely be an arduous task. The matriarch wished for Fu Xi to act swiftly and bring the child back to the Fu family. Since he did not return to the old residence, he could only seek her in the new abode. Hearing that Fu Xi was at home, the servants sent to summon him delayed their return, prompting the matriarch to seek him out personally. Upon witnessing Fu Xi's despondent demeanor, her heart sank. Anxiously, she inquired, "Xi Gur, have you encountered some trouble?" Fu Xi regained his composure and, with a blank expression, asked, "Grandmother, what brings you here?" Observing that he was physically unharmed, the matriarch surmised that he had faced difficulties with Jiangwan and was now retreating in distress. While she felt a mix of frustration and concern, she did not beat around the bush. "When will you bring Yu home?" It has been far too long since I last saw her. I miss her dearly. Fu Xi replied in a subdued tone. Let her grow a bit more. She is still unfamiliar with her surroundings and cannot bear to be separated from Wanwan. It is better to bring her back while she is still young. She will not remember much and will grow to be close to us. Furrowing his brow, he added, Grandmother, I will not compete with Wanwan for the child. What do you mean by compete for the child? She is rightfully ours. Fu Xi found solace in the mere ability to see the child occasionally. He was convinced that if he were to vie for the child with Wanwan, it would only serve to deepen her disdain for him. At that point, not only would he lose Wanwan, but he would also be deprived of the child. As long as he retained his clarity, he knew how to choose wisely. He wished to avoid further pointless discussions with the matriarch. Grandmother, Yu is a precious gift that Wanwan endured great hardships to bring into this world. Unless she willingly returns Yu, I shall never broach the subject of bringing the child back to the Fu household. You should abandon this notion and refrain from using the child as a pretext to disturb Wanwan. Is it wrong for me to wish to see Yu? Initially, you did everything to drive Wanwan away. Now that she has not returned, you ought to be pleased. Sigur, you are being harsh. The thought of the dream, where both Wanwan and the child were absent, left the matriarch unmoved. Fu Xi refused to allow himself to soften. Grandmother, one reaps what one sows. Everything we face now is a consequence of our own actions. Thus, all the bitter fruits must be borne by us. As he grew older, he yearned increasingly for the joy of having his grandchildren around. Despite having a great-granddaughter in the capital, he could not see her. And during quiet hours of the night, the matriarch felt a profound sadness. She often contemplated what the scene would be like if she had not opposed Jiangwan. The fact that Jiangwan could give birth to Yu indicated her fertility. If she were to be well cared for in the Fu family, having more children in the future was not out of the question. Each time she reflected on this, regret washed over her. Seeing Fu Xi's unwillingness to bring the child home, she had to take a step back. Then at least bring Jiangwan back. In the future, I will not hold any grudges against her. Once she returns, I can even entrust her with the household's affairs.
Fuchi smiled bitterly.
Knowing that what Wanwan cherished was never about such matters, the matriarch thought to herself, if she did not care for these things, how could she possibly become involved with the crown prince? Perhaps she believed that entering the Yuan family was more glamorous than being with the Fu family, which is why she adamantly refused to return. The Yuan family will not accept you. Do not be foolish. Even if Jiangwan truly entered the Yuan family, they would not treat you kindly. If Jiangwan were to bear another child, how would you find her place then? It is fortunate that Yu is a girl. If she were a boy and Jiangwan had a child with Yuan Yen, they would undoubtedly not allow a half-brother to coexist. Fu Xi's expression shifted slightly. I will handle matters concerning Yu. You need not worry. The matriarch, unable to align herself with Fu Xi's stance, felt at a loss. She genuinely wished for Yu to return home. Sigur, if you truly care for Yu, you must gather yourself. Jiangwan and the crown prince are now intertwined. While it appears their future is bright, who can foretell what lies ahead? You may be caught up in it. If you do not steady yourself, who will protect you?
Fuchi esse gas et tarn resolute.
No one can harm Wanwan, nor can anyone harm Yu. If it is destined that they cannot be together in this life, then I shall remain in the shadows, devoting my life to protecting both mother and daughter. Jiangwan and Yuan Yen returned to the manor, where the steward delivered an invitation. It is from the fourth prince, inviting you to attend a wedding in 3 days. Yuan Yen raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the gilded invitation. Kindly inform the fourth prince that I shall indeed attend the wedding and partake in the festivities. The steward bowed and departed. Having noted that there were no further instructions from the two masters, after being pursued by the fourth prince's men on 2 occasions, Jiangwan held a very unfavorable impression of him, one that bordered on outright aversion. She felt no sympathy for the fourth prince's plight. Was he perhaps scheming something sinister? Yuan Yen nodded, acknowledging the possibility. Will there be danger if you attend? Some dangers are unavoidable. Since the other party has taken an interest, they're likely prepared for multiple outcomes. My attendance or absence will not significantly alter the situation. Jiangwan wished to protect Yuan Yen, yet she felt powerless, unable to bear the burden or lend support. All she could do was urge him to be cautious, for she and Yu awaited his return. Yuan Yan's throat tightened, and his eyes inexplicably glistened with moisture. He reached out and embraced Jiangwan across the child. Once I have dealt with the fourth prince, I shall marry you. Jiang Wan's worries dissipated. What did it matter if others opposed them? As long as Yu Wenyan remained true to his heart and did not provoke others, even if they could never formally wed, she would have no regrets. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. For the first time, Jiang Wan expressed her feelings so openly, filling Yu Wenyan with joy. He lowered his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Thank you, Wan Wan. Jiang Wan lifted her chin. Do not disappoint me, or else. It will not happen. I could give up anything, but I cannot lose you. A smile deepened on Jiang Wan's lips as she replied. You must remember your words and not break your promise. I will not falter. Yu Wenyan had witnessed too much insincerity. The lengths to which individuals would go for cold, hard power, even turning against their closest kin. He did not wish for such a life of mutual distrust. Moreover, with the cautionary tales of his parents, he swore he would never become the kind of person he despised. Wan Wan, may we both remain steadfast in our intentions and grow old together. Women are generally more emotional than men. Feeling the sincerity he exuded, Jiang Wan was deeply moved and instinctively rose on her toes to kiss Yu Wenyan's soft lips. Her initiative ignited a passionate response, and as Yu Wenyan deepened the kiss, he held the back of her head, causing Yu, wedged between them, to be nearly squished. Ah! She protested with a small sound. As the kiss lingered, Jiang Wan emerged from the haze, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. She pushed against Yu Wenyan's chest, admonishing, do not lead the child astray. Yu Wenyan chuckled. We must ensure Yu is well-versed in matters. Only then will she know how to manage her future husband. Jiang Wan scolded him. You are incorrigible. Yu Wenyan smiled broadly, imagining that when Yu grows up, she could have a prince consort and even a male companion. How could one thrive without a bit of cunning? Jiang Wan rolled her eyes, exclaiming, You truly are unwell. Instead of teaching her well, you're stirring up nonsensical ideas. She gently caressed her daughter's cheek and reassured her, Don't listen to Uncle Yu and S nonsense. We shall not be greedy. A lifetime together with one true love is sufficient. The term Uncle Yu, when left Yu Wenyan feeling quite disgruntled. He pinched the little girl's chubby hand and called out, Call me Dad. The little girl opened her mouth, uttering a garbled sound. Yu Wenyan was overjoyed. She called me Dad. She can speak now. Jiang Wan remarked. Sometimes she genuinely questioned whether this man's hearing was impaired, leading to his hallucinations. She retorted, if she could call for someone now, she would be a child prodigy. Yu is very clever. You must have faith in her. Yu Wenyan held the child, his eyes brimming with pride. Children possess an innate ability to sense emotions. Although Yu was still young, she understood who truly cherished her. With curious glances, she beamed with delight. After a day of playing outside, coaxed by Yu Wenyan and Jiang Wan, Yu quickly fell asleep. Yu Wenyan initially intended to have an earnest conversation with Jiang Wan to dispel her doubts entirely. However, as he began, Jiang Wan interrupted him. I trust you. So there's no need for you to say anything. Focus on your own affairs. As long as we both strive towards the same goal, one day all obstacles will vanish. Yu Wenyan rested his chin on her shoulder, vowing, In this life, I shall never let you down. Chapter 80. My experiences. The wedding of the fourth prince and Yun Yanran proceeded as scheduled. All arrangements were managed by the Ministry of Rites, creating an extraordinarily grand spectacle, with throngs of onlookers lining the route of the bridal procession. A nobleman's wedding is bound to attract a crowd, and with a stroke of luck, one might even snag some wedding candies. With this mindset, the spectators eagerly followed the bridal party. Yun Yanran, the cherished daughter of the Yun family, was to be married, and her family certainly would not treat her poorly. Countless pieces of dowry were brought out from the Yun residence, overwhelming the senses. Some curious onlookers began to count the number of dowry items. Eventually, the count became so vast that it could only be described as a magnificent display of bridal gifts spanning 10 miles. The Gu family, once a lineage of military generals, resided not far from the Yun family's estate. The distant sound of drums and gongs faintly reached Jiang Wan's ears, evoking memories of the day she faced a difficult childbirth in her past life. Just from the sound, one could envision the grandeur of the occasion. Jiang Wan placed her hands over her abdomen, as if she could still recall the agonizing pain she endured in bed, while the maids and matrons looked on coldly. That child was no longer here. Yu is Yu. She is not the same as that child. Fu Xiao, with a shameless demeanor, came to see the child and found Jiang Wan standing in the pavilion, lost in thought while gazing at the rockery, enveloped in an air of sorrow. It was a pain that emanated from the depths of her soul, causing a lump to form in Fu Xiao's throat. Jiangwan remained in her reverie, unaware of the faint footsteps behind her. When Fu Xiao approached, a familiar yet foreign scent enveloped Jiangwan, jolting her from her stupor. She quickly stepped back, facing Fu Xiao across a stone table. Fu Xiao felt a tightness in his chest and spoke haltingly, "I mean you no offense, Wanwan. Please do not be afraid of me." Jiangwan's chest rose and fell a few times as she slowly extricated herself from the shadows of her past life. Today was not a day for Yu's visit. Previously, Jiangwan had stated that Fu Xiao should not come to the residence daily. After a few days of his absence, Jiangwan had thought he had taken her words to heart. Little did she expect he would disregard the rule today. Fu Xiao understood he should not have come uninvited, but inexplicably, he felt restless today, longing to see Jiangwan more than ever. It's not easy to change habits formed over time. I used to see Yu every day, and now it's only once every 3 days. Jiangwan, irritated, retorted. So, by your logic, am I supposed to praise you? Fu Xiao shamelessly nodded. 3 days is already an improvement. Once I adapt for a while, I should be able to meet your expectations. Jiangwan did not wish to argue with him, nor did she want to share the same space. Just then, Yu woke up, playing with her little hands in the cradle. Jiangwan entrusted the child to Fu Xiao's care and turned to leave the pavilion. As she passed Fu Xiao, he grasped her wrist. Jiangwan's displeasure was evident as she pulled away. Wanwan, Yu Wenyan is not suitable for you. He is the crown prince now and will be the emperor later. The difficulties between you two are predestined. Jiangwan withdrew her wrist, stating, "So what? My matters with Yu Wenyan are none of your business." The term outsider uttered by Jiangwan held no warmth.
Fuciu stubbornly pressed.
Is it truly impossible to grant me another chance? With the lessons learned from before, I assure you I will protect you this time. Jiangwan laughed, a sound laced with sarcasm and sorrow. Your protection is nothing but empty words. Had I not resisted back then, and left you, the outcome would have simply been you joyfully marrying someone new while I and our child would have perished in a cold and ruthless backyard. Her depiction of the conclusion mirrored everything she had encountered in her dreams. Fu Xiao's heart sank. Could it be that Wanwan had shared the same dream, prompting her to yearn to leave him? Until today, he had been baffled by Jiangwan's resolute departure. Her actions were entirely unlike her previous demeanor. Yet, if she too had experienced that dream, it all made sense. As Jiangwan prepared to leave, Fu Xiao grew anxious. He hurriedly stepped in her way, insisting, "That one tea happen. Everything you said will never come to pass." Jiangwan met Fu Xiao's gaze. "How can you be so certain it won't happen? I have lived through it." The fact that Fu Xiao stood before her now, engaging in this conversation, was merely a result of her rebirth altering the trajectory of his life. People seldom cherish what comes easily. Had she not left and devoted herself entirely to him, the outcome of this life would have mirrored that of her past. Fu Xiao's lips trembled. At that moment, he seemed to grasp Jiangwan's meaning and the source of her sorrow. He had merely dreamt, and it had pained him immensely. If that was Wanwan's lived experience, how much more agony must she have endured? Fu Xiao's eyes reddened, as if they could bleed. Jiangwan had seen him in such a disheveled state before, yet this time, her heart did not soften. To me, the Fu family is no different from hell. Had it not been for Yu, I would never wish to see you again.
I am sorry. What I desire is not this.
Fu Xiao's throat tightened as he struggled to suppress the lump in his throat. Then I wish you and Yu Wenyan a long and happy life together. Thank you, Jiangwan replied, nodding her head and lowering her gaze. She gestured to the servants in the distance, leaving 2 maidservants to watch over Yu before departing first. The maidservants sensed the tension in the atmosphere, lowering their heads and daring not to scrutinize the noblewoman's expression. Fu Xiao ordered them to withdraw and cradled Yu in his arms. The child had once resembled Fu Xiao closely, but she was now increasingly resembling Jiangwan. Gazing into her clear and innocent eyes, tears fell unexpectedly from Fu Xiao's eyes. They say that men seldom weep, but since Jiangwan had severed ties with him, he had lost count of how many times he had cried. Initially, he had clung to a glimmer of hope. However, he now understood that even without Yu Wenyan's interference, he and Jiangwan would have been impossible. After enduring such pain, how could she ever look back? How could she ever trust his sincerity again? Seeing his tears, Yu, in her innocent manner, reached out to pat Fu Xiao's face.
Ah!
The mist blurred Fu Xiao's vision, cradling the small body of the child. You are all I have left. Fu Xiao finally realized that he and Jiangwan truly had no future. He lacked even the qualifications to seek redemption. In this lifetime, he was destined to be alone until the end. Chapter 81. The injustice of heaven. Yu Wenyan attended the fourth prince's wedding, opting not to bring Jiangwan along, uncertain of what might transpire. Upon arrival, the newlywed couple had just completed their wedding rites, and a group of revelers were playfully preparing to disrupt the newlyweds' chamber. However, the moment Yu Wenyan made his entrance, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Despite his royal status as the crown prince, his reputation was notoriously poor. Anyone who dared provoke him faced dire consequences. Among the young aristocrats of the capital, few would willingly engage with Yu Wenyan. Upon seeing him, they resembled mice spotting a cat, seeking to evade his presence. Although the emperor had sought to rehabilitate Yu Wenyan's image, the remnants of past actions lingered deeply in the hearts of the people, not easily undone. In their eyes, he remained the formidable figure of yore. Yu Wenyan's piercing gaze swept over the crowd as he declared he was not there to ruin the festivities. The guests exchanged furtive glances, sensing the incredulity of his words. He settled into a prominent position, leaving the room's occupants in an awkward limbo, unsure whether to stay or leave, the atmosphere having lost its former jubilance.
Yunda,
A more audacious member of the court, did not wish for his sister's wedding to be marred by discord and approached Yu Wenyan, expressing, "Your Highness, amidst your myriad responsibilities, it is a surprise to see you here at my sister's wedding. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I ask for your understanding." Yu Wenyan responded with a sardonic smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. The members of the Yun family are truly remarkable. Confused, Yunda pondered why he was being praised when he had done nothing to warrant it. Before he could offer further pleasantries, Yu Wenyan remarked, "Everyone loves to embellish their own virtues." Yunda's face flushed with embarrassment as he was publicly belittled without cause, feeling the weight of the onlookers' gazes. Meanwhile, Yun San, the youngest and more impulsive brother, could not bear to witness his elder brother's humiliation. He stepped forward. "Your Highness, you are not here to disrupt the celebration. Why must you demean my family?" Although Yu Wenyan had not been present at the royal hunting grounds incident, he had since uncovered the truth and, being one who held grudges, could not overlook the harm done to Jiangwan. Yun San felt a chill creep over him under Yu Wenyan's oppressive stare, his breath becoming labored as he trembled. Overcome with fear, he longed to retreat into the crowd. Yu Wenyan's eyes darkened. What audacity for anyone to point fingers at me. His guards, expressionless, seized Yun San, awaiting their master's command. Yunda and Yun knelt, pleading for leniency. "Our younger brother has acted rashly and offended your Highness. Please, consider his youth and forgive him this once." Unmoved, Yu Wenyan replied, "It is precisely his youth that necessitates proper guidance. If he dares to offend me today, he shall surely bully others tomorrow. I am merely taking it upon myself to correct the behavior of your family. Should you not be grateful? Today is a day of great joy. I implore you to show mercy for the sake of the newlyweds." Yu Wenyan scoffed. "I have heard that General Yun resigned to raise his children. It seems the results are less than ideal. If General Yun cannot manage his own children, perhaps the young general should return home to assist." The Yun family had lost their military power, relying solely on Yunda to uphold their status. If he were to fall, what would remain of the Yun family? The two brothers could only watch helplessly as Yu Wenyan's men dragged Yun San away. "Do not worry. Out of respect for General Yun, I will show leniency. Let him receive 100 strikes. 100 strikes? What difference did that make to a death sentence?" Yunda and Yun bowed their heads, pleading to share the punishment. Yu Wenyan stroked his chin, amused. How commendable. Brothers sharing both fortune and misfortune.
Yun as complexion paled.
Although 50 strikes would not claim his life, he would be unable to leave his home for months afterward. His father had arranged a position for him in the Imperial Guard, and if he could not assume his duties on time, that opportunity would be lost. The implications for his future weighed heavily on his heart. It was clear that Yu Wenyan was seeking retribution for Jiangwan. Had he known such chaos would ensue from targeting Jiangwan, he would have acted differently. Yu Wenyan regarded Yun with a playful glint in his eye, stating that if Yun wished to retract his statement, he could punish only Yun San. The brothers had always shared a close bond, and Yun could not bear to let his younger brother suffer alone. Thus, they faced the consequences together. The joyous occasion turned ominous with bloodshed. Yet Yu Wenyan acted with reckless abandon, and none dared intervene, fearing the repercussions. He appeared unfazed, instructing the guests to resume their activities. As the guests began to disperse, it was evident to anyone familiar with the royal hunting incident that Yu Wenyan was exacting vengeance for Jiangwan. Those sympathetic to Yunda recognized that having offended the crown prince's beloved, his future prospects were now dim. In the bridal chamber, the fourth prince, upon learning of Yu Wenyan's presence, attempted to leave after lifting the bridal veil. His robe was tugged back by Yun Yanji, who implored, "Your Highness, we have yet to partake in the nuptial wine." With great restraint, he consumed the ceremonial wine before departing under the pretense of attending to guests, uttering not a single affectionate word to Yun Yanji. The revelers who had come to celebrate now departed in awkward silence. Sensing that Yun Yanji was not favored by the fourth prince, Yun Yanji was not oblivious to the lack of regard shown towards her. She could feel the indifference emanating from him. Her hands tightened around her wedding garments, and as she did so, pain shot through her wrist, bringing her back to the harsh reality of her situation. Gazing at the bandage on her wrist, she recalled Fu Qi's mercilessness. He had broken her wrist without a flicker of hesitation to protect Jiangwan, showing no tenderness nor mercy, even for their prior engagement. With the fourth prince's earlier behavior weighing on her heart, tears welled in Yun Yanji's eyes. During her time at the border, her father was a revered general, and she had been the object of admiration wherever she went. However, upon returning to the capital, everything had changed. The noble ladies mocked her as uncouth and lacking decorum, and the man she admired avoided her at all costs, rejecting her affections. Yun Yanji had never considered herself inferior to Jiangwan, yet she found herself consistently overshadowed. She had once believed that marrying the fourth prince would elevate her status, envisioning a future as the crown princess, perhaps even the empress, the most esteemed woman in the realm. She had prepared herself to trample upon Fu Qi and Jiangwan. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, the fourth prince had been granted a title far removed from the capital, to a desolate land. As she contemplated the impending departure from the capital, uncertain if she would ever have another chance to rise again, tears streamed down her face. She had done nothing wrong. Why had she fallen to such depths? Truly, it seemed the heavens were unjust. Chapter 82. Blaming oneself for foolishness. My esteemed brother, please forgive my failure to properly welcome you. The fourth prince smiled. On this auspicious day, I am not one to hold grudges. What offense could there be? Yu Wenyan smirked. Very well, let us indulge in the joy of the occasion. The hall was filled with esteemed guests, and the atmosphere, which should have been vibrant, had turned tense following Yu Wenyan's punishment of the Yun family. Everyone remained on edge, wary of any bold moves, fearing the potential fallout from the long-standing grievances between the favored concubine, the late empress, and the emperor himself. For years, Yu Wenyan had offered no favor to the fourth prince. Thus, his unexpected presence at the wedding raised suspicions that something might transpire. The fourth prince waved his hand, instructing the attendants to pour wine and serve dishes to the guests, thus enlivening the atmosphere. Brother, I raise a glass in your honor. As Yu Wenyan played with his wine cup, he hesitated before raising it to his lips. I must return home to care for the child after this feast, so I shall forego the drink. The fourth prince held his breath, caught in a limbo. Brother, you jest. What child is worthy of your personal attention? Alas, there is but one precious gem in my life. How could I not cherish it? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was the crown prince truly to acknowledge Jiangwan's daughter? This was utterly preposterous. Jiangwan's position was already precarious, and to elevate her daughter to such heights would blur the lines of royal lineage. This was sheer folly. Some were already contemplating submitting a memorial to the emperor, claiming Jiangwan had seduced the heir, being the offspring of a traitor, and thus deserved the death penalty. Yu Wenyan's gaze fell upon those schemers, his voice frosty. Lady Jiang is the consort I have chosen as crown princess. Should anyone dare to cause a ruckus, do not blame me for severing ties. His piercing stare felt like a blade cutting through the room. The would-be instigators dared not even lift their heads. This man, when enraged, would show no familial mercy. The Yun family, now among the royal kin, had seen their young master beaten to near death for a mere slip of the tongue. If they provoked the crown prince, he would show them no favor. In an instant, the notion of troubling Jiangwan vanished from their minds. Yu Wenyan, satisfied in his heart, knew he bore no good reputation and had no need for pretentious dealings with these people. His brutish methods mattered not, as long as they proved effective. The fourth prince raised his glass to Yu Wenyan once more. Brother, when you wed Lady Jiang, I fear I may not return. He lifted his cup, offering a toast in advance, wishing the crown prince and Lady Jiang a fulfilling conclusion. The sincerity in the fourth prince's eyes was evident, seeing Yu Wenyan refuse the drink. He teased, Brother, are you afraid the wine is tainted? Brother, you worry too much. The fourth prince's smile deepened, addressing the guests. Let us all raise a toast to the crown prince. Who knows when we shall gather like this again? Compelled, the guests raised their cups in unison. To His Highness, the crown prince. Yu Wenyan raised his cup and drank, maintaining a composed demeanor. After downing the wine, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. As the groom, the fourth prince urged everyone to drink cup after cup. The guests, each with their own thoughts, felt the fourth prince's attentiveness was excessive. Yet, with the prince insisting on toasting, they could not refuse, and so they continued to drink. Yu Wenyan also partook in considerable amounts. Clatter. The sound of wine cups shattering echoed repeatedly. Whether from intoxication or some other cause, those who had imbibed felt their strength wane, unable to even steady their cups. Yu Wenyan's wine cup slipped from his fingers. The fourth prince laughed heartily, suddenly smashing his cup onto the ground. The sound of shattering porcelain seemed to signal a preordained chaos. A group of armed guards burst in. Except for my men, leave no one alive. Blood spilled forth. Some unable to cry out before losing their breath. The fourth prince, sword in hand, advanced step by step towards Yu Wenyan. Brother, do not blame me for forsaking our brotherly bond. Blame father. It is he who has placed you in this position, compelling me to act against you. Had you not returned to the capital, perhaps I would have let you be. But you chose this path, forcing my hand today. Yu Wenyan's expression remained unchanged. What? You intend to rebel? Rebel? The fourth prince laughed uproariously. I am the crown prince, the choice of the people. Everything I do now is merely fulfilling their expectations. The sword sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound. The fourth prince aimed for a swift resolution. Once he dealt with Yu Wenyan, he would lead his forces into the palace. He did not wish to tread this path, yet all opposed him. If he did not act decisively, he would lose his standing. The blade hovered perilously close to Yu Wenyan's throat, the fourth prince's manic grin twisting his features. I am the crown prince, the master of this realm. In a fleeting moment, Yu Wenyan leaned back, evading the fourth prince's lethal strike. His deep voice resonated. The fourth prince intends to rebel. The evidence is irrefutable. Seize him. A group of shadowy figures adorned with royal insignia emerged, causing the fourth prince's pupils to dilate in shock. Father has even given the royal guards to Yu Wenyan. Consumed by bitterness, he resolved that even if he could not storm the palace today, he must eliminate Yu Wenyan. They were both children of the Yuan family. Why should he, by mere birthright, enjoy the world without effort? Why should he receive the emperor's unwavering favor? While Yu Wenyan, regardless of his actions, would always find forgiveness. The unfairness of it all ignited a fire in the fourth prince's eyes as he lunged at Yu Wenyan once more with his sword. Those who had been seated sprang into action, dodging the assault while flinging daggers from their sleeves. Ah! The fourth prince cried out in pain as a dagger pierced his wrist, his sword clattering to the ground. You did not drink. You deceived me. Yu Wenyan's gaze remained impassive. Do not blame others for your own foolishness. To avoid attracting attention, the fourth prince's assembled army awaited his signal outside the city. With few personnel at his disposal, the situation had turned against him. Despair washed over the fourth prince. He had lost once more. He faltered due to a lack of ruthlessness, wishing to protect those who followed him, hence only administering a softening agent in the wine. Despairing, he howled, The heavens are unjust. Why must they always conspire against me? Yu Wenyan showed no signs of emotion. Arrest the fourth prince and await orders. The events unfolded swiftly, and the resolution was equally swift. The guests, having ingested the softening agent, were drenched in sweat, still reeling from the shock. Yu Wenyan cast a cool glance at them, recalling the fourth prince's earlier words. Seize all the traitors. Your Highness, we are innocent. We are not rebels. Please see reason. Yu Wenyan ignored their cries, striding purposefully towards the exit. Since the fourth prince dared to risk it all, it was clear he had made thorough preparations. Time was of the essence. He could not allow any remnants to escape. Chapter 83. Escorting concubine Fu out of the palace having received Yu Wenyan's instructions, Jiang Wen had refrained from venturing outside during this tumultuous period. The air was thick with the scent of blood surrounding the imperial city as the storm brewed outside. The fourth prince had truly crossed a line this time. The Fu family, being the fourth prince's maternal kin, could not remain indifferent to the chaos surrounding concubine Fu. Regardless of whether the fourth prince lived or died, he had always treated her well, previously defending him and advising him to treat Jiangwan with care. Each instance was etched in Fu Xi's memory. In such times, if he did not protect his aunt, she would be left utterly defenseless. Born into royalty, no one had an easy path. Ever since the fourth prince entered the palace, the emperor had perceived his intentions. Bestowing the title of Prince Jing upon him and commanding him to marry before departing to his fief was merely a part of the emperor's testing. If the fourth prince obeyed, perhaps in 3 to 5 years he would be granted a fief. Yet, the fourth prince chose rebellion. The emperor found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel disappointed or relieved. A tiger father begets no dog son. At least this son possessed courage, not entirely devoid of merit. Concubine Fu knelt on the ground, her face haggard. "I beseech your majesty to show mercy and spare my rebellious son." The emperor, still unwell,
Could only lean against the headboard.
"The law treats the sovereign and the commoner alike. Concubine Fu, you have always been wise. Certain truths need not be explicitly stated." In truth, aside from the fourth prince, concubine Fu had been pregnant twice. Yet, in the treacherous environment of the harem, where open conflict was easily evaded but hidden threats were difficult to guard against, even her caution could not preserve those 2 children. The fourth prince is the sole bloodline of concubine Fu, and she cannot bear to watch her child perish. Your Majesty, you may sentence him to lifelong imprisonment or exile. As long as he remains alive, that is sufficient. With a thud, she prostrated herself, her forehead pressing against the cold ground, a chill seeping into concubine Fu's heart. She was uncertain how much effort it would take to suppress her trembling body. "For the sake of the years I have devoted to you, I beseech you to spare my child's life." The emperor remained silent, gazing at concubine Fu. After a long pause, he spoke softly. He had administered poison to ministers and ruthlessly slain dozens of upright officials. Such heinous acts were too shocking. Even if I wished to protect him, those ministers would never consent. The ground beneath her began to accumulate droplets, gradually spreading out.
Concubine Fu felt despair creeping in.
If the fourth prince's mother had been the late empress, would the emperor have fought against all odds to protect their child as he did for Yuanyan? She bowed her head again. "Your Majesty, I do not ask for anything else, just the chance to keep him alive." The emperor remained unmoved. The silence in the air was suffocating. Concubine Fu raised her gaze, meeting the emperor's expressionless eyes. A chill rose from her feet, swiftly enveloping her entire being. She did not wish to concede. "When I first conceived, you promised to safeguard us for a lifetime. Your Majesty, do those words still hold weight?" The emperor's gaze turned vacant, as if he were reminiscing about what concubine Fu had said. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall the circumstances under which he made that promise. Observing the emperor's bewildered expression, concubine Fu's tears finally fell. What was she hoping for? The emperor's heart was fickle. Even though they had once been childhood sweethearts, their mutual affection could not withstand the allure of new faces, nor could it rival the late empress's significance in his heart. Love was undeniably bitter.
Concubine Fu softly inquired, "Your Majesty,
Can you truly not grant my child a chance? Committing harm against the loyal is a grave sin. If I spare him, how will I account to those who have suffered?" Concubine Fu's once straight spine instantly slumped. She murmured, "Even if I were to plead using past affections, would that not suffice? There are laws of the nation and rules of the family." Concubine Fu's lips curled slightly, her eyes appearing to bend as well. "I understand now." She rose and walked out, her silhouette alone evoking deep concern. "Your Majesty, why do you not speak the truth to the concubine?" The emperor pinched his brow in annoyance. This ungrateful child dared to poison the ministers. If he were not punished severely, how could they agree to spare his life? However, seeing the concubine in such a distressed state, it seemed she had exhausted herself over the fourth prince these past few days. If you were to reveal a hint of leniency, the concubine would likely not be so troubled. Many eyes were upon her now, so be it. For the sake of their childhood bond, he would grant the fourth prince his life. But simultaneously, he would announce to the world that the fourth prince had confessed and faced execution, ensuring that the Yuan family would no longer have this individual. Should he be unable to accept the status of a commoner or endure the life of confinement, Then he could not be blamed when the emperor acted strictly and without mercy. The emperor, having taken his medicine, was preparing to rest when he heard that Fu Xi wished to see him. Irritated, he thought, it is obvious who this is for. Do not let him in. Lord Fu claims the fourth prince deserves death and wishes to discuss concubine Fu with you. Remembering concubine Fu's dazed expression, the emperor's heart softened. Let him enter. Very well. The young eunuch went to deliver the message, and soon Fu Xi walked in. What do you wish to discuss with me? Fu Xi bowed his head slightly. I have heard much about you and my aunt. They say you are a perfect match, a couple born to be together. I have come today to ask you one question. Do you seek to drive my aunt to her death? The emperor's expression darkened. Were it not for your aunt, do you think you could return to court and speak so boldly before me? Fu Xi stood firm. If you still remember your past affections for my aunt, I implore you to spare her life and allow her to leave the palace.
What do you mean by that?
If the fourth prince dies, my aunt's spirit will also crumble. In this palace, she cannot possibly survive long. It would be better for me to take her home, rather than let her languish here to die. The phrase to languish and die struck a chord with the emperor. The late empress had met her end in a similar fashion. If concubine Fu were to follow that path, the emperor shook his head, rejecting the notion. Concubine Fu is not like the empress. She has always been open-minded and does not dwell in despair. Fu Xi, do not underestimate your aunt. For all these years, she has navigated the harem quite well. Do you think it is I who have protected her? You underestimate your aunt's resilience. Had it not been for the fourth prince's support, do you think she would willingly remain trapped in the harem? The emperor was well aware of concubine Fu's temperament in her youth. She was a daughter of a prestigious family, and though she did not demand a lifelong partnership like the empress, she could hardly accept that her husband harbored feelings for another woman. Realizing this, the emperor's face flushed with anger. Fu Xi, have I been too indulgent with you, allowing you to meddle in my private affairs? I absolutely meant no offense. Whether the fourth prince lives or dies is not my concern. I only wish to preserve my aunt's life. In essence, what you're saying is that without the fourth prince, concubine Fu would perish at my side. Fu Xi remained silent, but his stance was clear. The emperor felt weary. He knew he owed concubine Fu, yet if he sent her away from the palace, how would the outside world perceive her? By both reason and emotion. Concubine Fu could only remain in the palace. The two were at an impasse. Fu Xi was resolute about taking concubine Fu away. The harem was far more perilous than an ordinary household, and Fu Xi did not wish for any harm to befall his aunt. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out, Your Majesty, the concubine has attempted self-harm. The emperor's expression changed drastically. He sought to see concubine Fu, but after suffering from illness for so long, he could only manage a few steps before his strength gave out. He gestured to Fu Xi, Go see your aunt. Tell her to hold on. I can spare the fourth princess' life, and I can let her leave the palace. Fu Xi had no time to ponder further. He hurriedly exited the emperor's chambers. Concubine Fu's quarters were in chaos. Had it not been discovered in time, she might have lost her life. Blood flowed from concubine Fu's chest, a vivid scarlet. Fu Xi's mind drifted back to Jiangwan from his past life, who had been in a similar state of despair. Despair so profound that life was no longer bearable. Not wanting to see the tragedy repeat itself. Aunt, you must hold on. The emperor has agreed to spare your cousin's life. Concubine Fu offered a faint smile. I have long grown weary of this life.
Sieur.
Do not grieve for me. Death is not a burden for me. Do not speak such morbid words. Your nephew will take you out of the palace. Once one enters the palace, it is as deep as the sea. Can I still leave? Fu Xi choked back tears. You can. The emperor has already agreed. Concubine Fu was unsure whether to laugh or cry. If it were that person, the emperor would never let go even in death. In this life, she had ultimately been the one to remain infatuated. If there were a next life, she would only wish for them to be well. He would walk his splendid path, while she would simply live a humble life. Chapter 84. Greed. This turmoil was entirely quelled within 5 days. It was said that the fourth prince had committed suicide by poison in prison, but Jiangwan learned from Yuan Yan that this was merely a facade. The fourth prince had been exiled to the southern region by the emperor. This time, he was not granted a title, but was simply an ordinary, nameless criminal. The Yun family worked diligently to protect Yun Yanran and to avoid revealing that the fourth prince was still alive. The emperor dispatched Yun Yanran and all of the fourth prince's concubines to guard the imperial tomb, forbidding their return to the capital. Later, it was heard that concubine Fu had left the palace, seemingly to reside at the Fu family's estate for the long term. As speculation about the underlying motives for this action circulated, the emperor, wishing to honor the concubine, bestowed countless rare treasures upon her. The favored concubine could return to the palace at her leisure, and beyond that, Jiangwan was oblivious to what transpired. She could only lament the whims of fate, as the once golden couple had now reached a point of irrevocable discord. However, this turn of events did not dampen Jiangwan's spirits. Rather, it reinforced her resolve to embrace life's pleasures without delay. The future remained uncertain for all, so why not seek joy in the present? After concluding his various tasks, Yuan Yen finally found a moment to accompany Jiangwan. He had sustained injuries during the rebellion and was now groaning, requesting her assistance in tending to his wounds. "But don't you have a physician?" she retorted. "The physician is clumsy. No one can bandage as well as you," he replied, prompting Jiangwan to chide him for being so shameless and refusing to help. "Are you truly not going to assist me?" he inquired, to which she replied affirmatively. "It seems my compensation was insufficient," he jested, feigning an attempt to kiss her. Jiangwan, caught between laughter and exasperation, evaded his lips. "Do you still wish to treat your injury?" Having missed his chance, Yuan Yen sighed as he loosened his robe, revealing a well-defined torso. The injury to his abdomen was wrapped in a bandage that had begun to stain with blood. Jiangwan gasped, "Did I not instruct you to rest properly? How did the wound reopen?" Seizing the opportunity to feign vulnerability, Yuan Yen lamented, "The physician did not bind it well." Jiangwan rolled her eyes. "This is clearly your own negligence. If it tears again, your life will be in jeopardy." Yuan Yen reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist. "I have yet to marry you. I refuse to perish." She smacked his hand away. "Stop being cheeky and let go, or I cannot tend to your wound. We haven't spent time together in so long. Why are you so cold? Do you not miss me at all?" Jiangwan's cheeks flushed. "Could you exhibit a modicum of restraint?" "I cannot," he declared, prioritizing a fleeting kiss over the bandaging of his injury. Yuan Yen's smile was one of satisfaction. To love someone required initiative, and being overly reserved was merely a waste of time. It must be said that this forthrightness provided Jiangwan with an unparalleled sense of security, as she no longer had to decipher his intentions. His actions spoke volumes. This feeling of assurance was something she had never experienced, even during her most intimate moments with Fu Xi. Breaking free from Yuan Yen's embrace, she insisted on tending to his wound. Yuan Yen complied obediently, remaining still. The wound was deep and had yet to scab over, with fresh blood seeping through. Jiangwan had once been squeamish at the sight of blood, but after a year of living with Yuan Yen, her courage had soared, and she no longer flinched at the sight of his injury. Kneeling before him to facilitate the treatment, she applied the ointment while gently blowing on the wound. Initially, he was able to endure it, but soon his breathing grew rapid and his body temperature rose, the rise and fall of his chest becoming pronounced. Noticing his discomfort, Jiangwan's face burned with embarrassment as she murmured, "How can you think of such things when you're injured?" In a husky voice, he replied, "Wan, I am perfectly fine." Her cheeks reddened further, and she lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. Sitting in contrast, one perched and the other crouched, Yuan Yen had a perfect view of Jiangwan's delicately curled lashes, her petite yet proud nose, and her soft, pink lips. Jiangwan's beauty was striking, and from this angle, she was utterly breathtaking. Feeling the intensity of Yuan Yen's gaze, Jiangwan's hands trembled as she wrapped the bandage around his wound, convinced that his eyes sparkled with an insatiable desire. Just as she was about to rise and take her leave, her wrist was suddenly seized, and in a whirl, she found herself in Yuan Yen's lap. He let out a low groan, his breath even more disordered. "Wan, I wish to kiss you." Despite sensing the imminent danger, Jiangwan felt compelled to stay. The crisp scent of him enveloped her, and as she slowly opened her eyes, she caught sight of his long lashes and the tiny red mole at the corner of his eye. His eyes were half closed, innocent yet entranced. A wave of joy surged within her, eliciting a soft smile. "You are not focused," he accused playfully. Jiangwan cupped his face and leaned in for a kiss. Yuan Yen could never resist her, his hand gripping the back of her head with fervor. In that instant, the beast within him broke free from its confines, and he yearned for more. Having finished tending to his wound, Yuan Yen had not yet donned his robe. Jiangwan clung to his shoulders. her palm feeling the heat radiating from him. Reason cautioned her to halt, yet her arms entwined around his neck like vines. In the boudoir, Yu Wenyan's excitement caused his wound to split open once more. The metallic scent of blood snapped Jiangwan back to her senses as she pressed against his shoulder, cautioning him about his injury. "I am fine," he assured her, his fervent kisses igniting a fire upon her cheeks and neck. Yu Wenyan's injuries were severe, and the scent of blood intensified, making Jiangwan wary of teasing his body. As she turned her head to evade his kiss, he followed suit, placing a tender kiss on her beautifully sculpted collarbone. "Are you courting death?" she exclaimed, gripping his hair. "Stopping now would be the real danger," he countered, his hands caressing her waist, skin as delicate as jade, her slender legs entwined about him. Knowing that Jiangwan welcomed him, Yu Wenyan could not possibly cease. "We cannot play with your health," she insisted, attempting to push him away, but to no avail. He captured her hands, pinning them beside her head. "Tomorrow, I shall have the Ministry of Rites prepare for our wedding. Whoever dares oppose me will face my wrath." Jiangwan chuckled. "Are you not concerned about others speaking ill of you behind your back?" "Not in the slightest. Such matters are trivial." Before she could protest, he silenced her with a kiss. Just as their moment began to unfold, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Jiangwan covered his mouth, urging him to remain silent. "What is it?" she called out. Yu Wenyan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he licked her palm. A strange sensation coursed through Jiangwan, who fought to suppress any sound. "Madam, Lord Fu wishes to see Miss Yu, as the matriarch is gravely ill. He inquires if you would permit him to take her back to the Fu household." Jiangwan glanced at Yu Wenyan, seeking his counsel. He nodded and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "The matriarch is indeed unwell. In recent days, too much had transpired. Their once proud daughter had left the palace, and the matriarch, unable to rise, had been bedridden for several days." Jiangwan held little concern for the matriarch's condition. However, she had witnessed Fu Xi's dedication to Yu, and since she did not intend to sever ties between father and daughter, she would not oppose Fu Xi taking Yu back during this trying time. Turning to address the visitor, she instructed, "Tell Lord Fu to take good care of Yu." "Yes, ma'am." The footsteps gradually receded. The tension between them was palpable, and Jiangwan felt disinclined to continue their prior intimacy. Noticing her discomfort, Yu Wenyan did not press her further. He sat up. "It is only proper that I pay my respects to the matriarch." Jiangwan replied bluntly, "The matriarch likely does not wish to see you." Yu Wenyan scoffed. "It matters not if they wish to see me. If I do not keep watch, how will they return Yu? Fu Xi is not the sort to neglect his responsibilities." As he finished speaking, Yu Wenyan pinched her cheeks, forbidding her from praising other men. Jiangwan found it amusing and chose not to argue. With Yu Wenyan watching over Yu, she felt more at ease. She resolved to tend to his wound before leaving. Just as she prepared to rise and assist him in rewrapping his injury, he pressed her shoulder down. "Rest. I can manage on my own." With swift motions, he applied the ointment, bandaged himself, and donned his robe, restoring his impeccably refined appearance in mere moments. If it were not for the lingering desire reflected in her eyes, one could hardly discern what he had been engaged in moments ago. "Have I left?" "Yes." The flush on Jiangwan's face had yet to fade, exuding an irresistible charm that made Yu Wenyan hesitant to gaze upon her too long, fearing he might find it difficult to part ways. He held no doubts regarding Fu Xi's genuine affection for Yu, nor did he believe Fu Xi would wrest the child away. Rather, he feared the interference of certain individuals who might wield their seniority like a weapon, complicating matters with the burden of filial piety. Fu Xi was ruthless with outsiders, yet indecisive with his family. Should the matriarch employ a strategy of self-sacrifice, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he would act shamelessly. Yu Wenyan understood that in Jiangwan's heart, Yu would forever hold the foremost place. As long as she did not consent, no one could take the child away. He pressed a tender kiss to Jiangwan's forehead and departed without a backward glance. Jiangwan returned to her bed, enveloped in the familiar scent that lingered. She pulled the blanket over herself, her heart racing irregularly. It seemed that closeness with one she cherished evoked such sensations. They could immerse themselves wholeheartedly, devoid of anxiety or competition, allowing everything to unfold naturally, beautifully, and astonishingly. Although their moment had been interrupted, it did not diminish Jiangwan's blush or quickened heartbeat. Realizing her thoughts, she rolled over in bed, managing to calm her racing emotions. Fu Xi had just taken Yu and was about to leave the estate when Yu Wenyan followed closely behind. The night had fallen, and without needing to think, Yu Wenyan knew precisely whom he was there for. Fu Xi's expression darkened as he carried Yu, his face betraying no emotion. Yu Wenyan strolled leisurely behind him, accompanying him all the way to the Fu residence. Fu Xi no longer harbored hopes of reconciling with Jiang Wan, yet it did not mean he wished to see Yu Wenyan. Your Highness, there are matters at home that make it inconvenient to receive guests, and it is getting late. You should take your leave. As Yu Wenyan stepped into the Fu household, he insisted, in an unfamiliar environment, You will be frightened. I must stay with her. It is unnecessary for you to do so. Fu Xi frequently visited the child, playing with her and bringing her delightful trinkets. Yu had already begun to accept Fu Xi. Even without Jiang Wan and Yu Wenyan present, she could spend an entire day with Fu Xi. Yu Wenyan was accustomed to acting according to his whims, ignoring the opinions of others. You should take her to see the matriarch quickly. Once that is done, I will take her back to sleep. Fu Xi gritted his teeth, asserting, I will return her myself. You need not meddle. I am indeed determined to meddle. Yu Wenyan replied, aware of his princely status. Despite Fu Xi's reluctance, he could not force him to leave. Adjusting his mood, he carried Yu toward the eastern courtyard. Yu nestled against Fu Xi's shoulder, grinning at Yu Wenyan. Yu Wenyan feigned anger, widening his eyes, which only made the little one more delighted, causing drool to trickle from the corners of her mouth. Fu Xi glanced back, feeling a pang of discomfort. It seemed he was not the sole focus of Yu's affections. A sour feeling filled his heart. Were it not for his concern for Jiang Wan, he might have attempted to reclaim the child. Upon reaching the eastern courtyard, he instructed the servants to attend to Yu Wenyan. Your Highness, please forgive any inadequacies in our hospitality. After speaking, he took Yu to visit the matriarch. In the bedroom, concubine Fu had removed her ornate palace attire, now clad in plain garments as she stood vigil by the matriarch's bedside. Perhaps her injuries had yet to heal, for her complexion was ghastly pale. The servants urged concubine Fu to rest, but with the matriarch's evident decline, how could she find peace? Like a devoted daughter, she remained silently by the sickbed, earning praise from all who beheld her. Fu Xi brought Yu to the matriarch, saying, Grandmother, Yu has come to see you. At the sound of his voice, the matriarch opened her cloudy eyes, trembling as she reached out for something. Seeing this, Fu Xi placed Yu beside the matriarch. The little one pouted.
Clinging to Fu Xi.
Yu, be good, let your great-grandmother hold you, he coaxed, but Yu, unable to comprehend, thought she was being abandoned and burst into tears. The matriarch's frail hand gently patted the child. After a time apart, Yu had grown. Her wails escalated, and she flailed her arms, refusing to let the matriarch approach. Fu Xi's attempts to soothe her were in vain. The matriarch's heart ached. How could they be so closely related, yet have Yu reject her so? Noting the child's pitiful cries, the matriarch sighed. Take her away. The matriarch's despondent demeanor weighed heavily on Fu Xi's heart. He lifted Yu, whispering softly, be good. Listen well, and we'll spend a little more time with your great-grandmother before I take you home. Held by someone familiar, Yu finally ceased her weeping, although tears still glistened on her cheeks, making her appear heart-wrenchingly forlorn. She whimpered, attempting to communicate, yet only a series of unintelligible babbles emerged. The matriarch's dim gaze lingered on Yu, filled with love and regret. It seemed she would never hold her great-granddaughter in this lifetime. Chapter 86. You questioning me with Yu absent from the estate. Jiang Wan found it impossible to sleep peacefully and instead retreated to the study to draft invitations. Considering that many were illiterate, she intentionally employed illustrations to convey her message. As the autumn harvest neared its conclusion, Jiang Wan planned to send someone to distribute the invitations to nearby villages in the coming days to publicize their school. The more individuals who were informed,
The more students they could attract.
If every girl could acquire a skill, whether for marriage or to earn a living, her prospects would inevitably broaden. With some silver in hand, perhaps there would be those eager to learn to read and write. Jiang Wan mused that in time, a girls' academy could be established. Education breeds wisdom, and the strength of women would surely grow ever more formidable. Suppressing her eagerness, she reminded herself that progress must be made step by step, and the first girls' school must be established before contemplating a second, third, or even countless others. As Jiang Wan busied herself, she became somewhat oblivious to her surroundings until a maid reminded her, Madam, it is late. You should rest. Glancing outside, she saw the moon high in the sky. She sent someone to the Fu residence to inquire when Yu would be returned. Before the servants had even departed, Yu and Yen had already returned, cradling Yu, who was sound asleep in his arms. Given Fu Si's usual conduct, he would have personally returned Yu. Jiangwan wondered if the matriarch's condition had worsened. Sensing their connection, Yu and Yen stated, "The matriarch of the Fu family has just passed." The news was so sudden that Jiangwan was taken aback. In her previous life, she and Fu Si had squandered nearly 3 years, and during that time, the matriarch had been in good health. Why, in this lifetime, had she suddenly passed away? Jiangwan felt neither sorrow nor joy. Though the deceased deserved respect, she could not forget the matriarch's past actions towards her. Regarding the matriarch's death, she felt no desire to lament. After holding the child for a while and noticing she was deeply asleep, she entrusted her to the wet nurse. Turning to Yu Wenyan, she asked, "Aren't you leaving?" Yu Wenyan hesitated. "I can't sleep without holding you." Jiangwan laughed. "How did you manage to sleep before?" Yu Wenyan replied confidently, "That was then, this is now." Setting aside the passion that clouded her judgment, Jiangwan retorted, "I care not whether you can sleep." She returned to her chamber unaccompanied. Yu Wenyan chuckled in disbelief. The wedding could not be postponed any longer. He made his way to the palace that very night. Upon hearing that he intended to marry Jiangwan, the emperor raised no further objections but made one demand: the royal lineage must not be muddled. The child must be returned to the Fu family. Yu Wenyan refused without a second thought. "That is out of the question." Jiangwan's status was lowly. A descendant of a criminal, the emperor had already shown immense favor by permitting her to become the crown princess, and she must not overreach. Yu Wenyan declared, "Either the child accompanies Wanwan into the Eastern Palace, or I renounce my title as crown prince and marry into the Jiang family. The choice is yours." The emperor was infuriated, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Even the sons of common folk understand the disgrace of marrying into a family. How could our Yu and clan produce such a shameless scoundrel like you? I am not like you. Your desires are many, while all I have ever wanted is Jiangwan. For a woman, would you forsake the throne? These two matters are not mutually exclusive. If someone insists on causing trouble, I will choose Jiangwan. Yu and Yen traced the intricate pattern on his sleeve, one that Jiangwan had personally sewn for him. A faint smile graced his lips. As husband and wife united in purpose, nothing but death can separate us. Father, if you wish to avoid the tragedy that befell you and mother from repeating itself in my life, do not interfere with Jiangwan. His tone was calm and his demeanor serene, devoid of their usual sharp exchanges. Thus, the emperor found himself unable to press him further. Irritated, he muttered, "Very well. Let Jiangwan keep the child. In the future, we can bestow a princess title upon her and send her off to the northern borders in marriage, ensuring decades of peace in exchange. This can be seen as repaying the Jiang family." A glint of darkness flashed in Yu Wenyan's eyes. A marriage alliance? As long as he drew breath, he would never allow such a thing to transpire. The decree to elevate Jiangwan as the crown princess, selecting an auspicious day for her entry into the Eastern Palace, left everyone astonished, deeming the emperor mad. Jiangwan had been a concubine and was the daughter of a trader, having already borne a child. What about her warranted the status of crown princess? There were countless noble ladies in the capital, and any one of them would surpass Jiangwan in suitability. Word spread that the Ministry of Rites had begun preparations for a grand wedding for the crown prince in the first month of the new year, prompting many to stir restlessly. Petitions of dissent flowed continuously into the emperor's study, yet they failed to make any impact. The emperor was gravely ill, and the crown prince governed in his stead. Naturally, the voices of opposition reached Yu Wenyan's ears. Without allowing time for the situation to escalate, he swiftly quelled it with a firm hand. His method was both simple and brutal. Even Jiangwan shook her head in disapproval. They say it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. Several ministers, who had been married for decades, would surely have protested vehemently had anyone attempted to force a divorce, but if he were not the crown prince, they would have likely slapped him senseless. Yu Wenyan scoffed. "Those who wish to separate us are also destroying a precious bond. I am merely returning their actions in kind." Jiangwan was curious about the workings of Yu Wenyan's mind, pondering why his deeds were so unfathomable. She tiptoed to touch his head. Finding him no different from an ordinary person, Yu Wenyan narrowed his eyes. "Are you questioning my sanity?" Jiangwan shook her head vigorously. "I did not say that." "That is precisely your implication." "I did not." Your actions have already proven it. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Wenyan sought to tease Jiangwan, but alas. A small bundle of flesh nearby was watching them intently, forcing him to restrain his intentions temporarily. Chapter 87. The beginning of the school year. When the news of Jiangwan's betrothal reached him, Fu Xi was kneeling in mourning attire at the memorial hall. He paused, momentarily halting his act of burning paper offerings, then nonchalantly cast them into the fire. Wanwan would never accept a concubine status. Her choice to be with Yu Wenyan could only signify his prior promise to marry her. And Yu Wenyan had indeed fulfilled that promise. Unlike Fu Xi, who wavered, failing to marry her as his legitimate wife, almost breaking the vow of a lifetime shared together. Death extinguishes life like a candle's flame. Fu Xi wished to harbor no more grievances towards others for the past. He only lamented his own indecisiveness and lack of resolve, which had cost him Jiangwan. Had he been more decisive, less hopeful that Wanwan, having entered the Fu family, would remain his forever, he likely would not have consented to marry Yun Yanran. And their paths would not have drifted apart. This was his fault, and he bore the primary responsibility. Madame Fu knelt nearby, casting a glance at her son. Sometimes letting go is not such a bad thing. Fu Xi pursed his lips. I am the one at fault. Why should I let go? He must remember the wrongs he had committed for a lifetime, enduring the torment within, perhaps to repay the suffering Jiangwan had endured in her past life. Madame Fu sighed. Love can be the most painful of emotions. Let it take its natural course. If they are fated, they will eventually reunite. Visitors came to pay their respects, kneeling and burning paper offerings. Fu Xi personally escorted each guest to the door. As he stood, his steps faltered slightly. My lord, be careful. A young servant steadied him. Fu Xi calmly retracted his hand, addressing the guests, please. In that moment, he was a changed man, resembling a soulless husk. Cold and distant, he exuded an aura devoid of warmth. Guests pondered whether the passing of the matriarch had affected Fu Darren, as it was well known throughout the capital that he was dutifully filial. Although he had not been subservient to the matriarch, he always endeavored to fulfill her requests. After offering a few comforting words, Fu Xi accepted them all, seeing them out of the memorial hall. By midday, an unexpected visitor arrived at the house. Upon entering the hall, the emperor's gaze immediately fixed upon concubine Fu. Noticing her pallor as she knelt in mourning for the matriarch, the emperor felt an ache in his heart. After all, she had accompanied him for decades. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of pain. He regretted not being truthful with her. If life could be relived, he would have confessed his feelings for the daughter of the Gu family when he first fell in love. Thus, he would not have simultaneously hurt two innocent women. After personally offering incense to the matriarch, the emperor approached concubine Fu. I see you do not look well. There are many here to watch over you. You should return and rest. Concubine Fu bowed her head. I am well. I appreciate your concern, your majesty. Throughout their interaction, she did not once raise her gaze to meet his. Her cold demeanor intensified the guilt within the emperor. Even without romantic feelings, concubine Fu held a special place in his heart. If he could, he would wish for her to live out the remainder of her life peacefully. In the presence of familiar faces, the emperor felt no need for pretense. I have dispatched someone to accompany the fourth prince. You need not worry about him. Concubine Fu almost smiled, realizing it was his lack of trust in the fourth prince that prompted him to send someone to monitor him. Yet, he framed it as concern for her child, as if he were protecting him. The imperial family lacks genuine affection. Concubine Fu had long understood this. Bowing in gratitude, she replied, Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. You need not be so formal with me. Etiquette must not be disregarded. The emperor's gaze was deep, sensing that concubine Fu would not return to the palace with him. So be it. He could not provide her with what she desired, allowing her to live freely outside the palace. After offering a few more words of caution for her health, the emperor departed. This visit was not a secret. Initially, some speculated whether the Fu family would face ruin due to the fourth prince's fate. However, upon witnessing the emperor's personal visit to the Fu household, it became clear that the fourth prince's troubles did not implicate his maternal family. Hence, Fu Xi's future career would not be hindered by these events. Some conjectured that concubine Fu's strategic retreat had preserved the Fu family's wealth and status. After all, she and the emperor had grown up together, their bond profound. With the fourth prince's downfall and the Fu family not participating in any rebellion, it was conceivable that the emperor would not hold the Fu family accountable. Regardless of the speculation surrounding them, concubine Fu gradually faded from public view, rarely reappearing in society or returning to the palace. Over time, she became a mere phantom in the capital, occasionally mentioned with a sigh. On the day Jiangwan School opened, Yu Wenyan also attended, generously donating a substantial sum to the institution. At the inception of the school, numerous expenditures had to be made, and Jiangwan had invested her own savings into it. If everything proceeded smoothly, that would be well and good. However, should obstacles arise, financial resources might prove insufficient. Yu Wenyan sent precisely 1,000 taels of silver, an amount sufficient to ensure the school could operate seamlessly. Without any pretense of modesty, Jiangwan accepted the sum, though she feigned reluctance, saying, "You have gone to great expense. I feel quite embarrassed." With a smile in his eyes, Yu Wenyan lightly tapped her forehead, replying, "My entire being belongs to you. What are these mere possessions worth?" Fearing that others might overhear, Jiangwan shot him a glare, reminding him to be mindful of their image. Yu Wenyan made a gesture for silence, obediently following Jiangwan as she busied herself with the registration of students. As this was a newly established school that admitted only female students, the number of applicants was rather scant. Even in a village, having 2 or 3 would be considered a great achievement. Once the registration concluded, Jiangwan counted the names in the ledger, and there were merely 20 students. Aside from the children of commoners, some affluent families in the capital wished to send their daughters to Jiangwan's school, but she turned them all away. This was contrary to her initial intentions for establishing the institution. Moreover, the reason these families sought to send their children to her was merely to curry favor with the royal family. Seeing that Jiangwan was silent as she perused the list, Yu Wenyan assumed she was disheartened by the low enrollment numbers. He offered words of encouragement. "Do not lose heart. Many with discerning eyes are surely watching." Jiangwan tucked away the ledger and replied, "I understand. As long as we achieve results. I believe there will be more applicants next year." Yu Wenyan gently patted her head, assuring her, "You are already doing remarkably well. The number of students does not diminish your contributions." Jiangwan chuckled at his words, replying, "We have only just begun. What contributions have I made? Do not underestimate yourself. The moment you conceived this idea and began to strive for it, you were already contributing." Yu Wenyan wholeheartedly supported Jiangwan, promising that once they were married, she could pursue her own aspirations without being confined to the inner chambers, akin to a beautiful canary gilded in gold, yet devoid of freedom. In his view, a husband and wife should strive together to ensure a lasting bond. Jiangwan was deeply appreciative of Yu Wenyan's respect and dedication, sincerely thanking him. "Thank you for always supporting me." Yu Wenyan smirked. "Do we still need to be polite with each other?" Jiangwan playfully kicked him, exclaiming, "Can you not be serious for once?" Yu Wenyan laughed. "You should have adapted to this by now." The term "my beloved" spoken from his lips was laden with flirtation and charm, causing a quick blush to bloom on Jiangwan's cheeks. His audacity was truly unmatched, and she felt ill-equipped to contend with him. As Chapter 88 unfolds, Jiangwan's endeavor to establish a school garnered attention, leading to gifts from Fu Xi, who sent 1,000 taels of silver along with various tools necessary for women's needlework. However, Jiangwan declined the offerings. "Please convey to Lord Fu that we have already procured everything we need. The school has limited space and no storage for these items. We appreciate his goodwill, but please return them." The Fu family could only take back their gifts. Yu Wenyan praised Jiangwan, saying, "Well done. We do not require his gifts." Jiangwan laughed softly. "I do not bear any ill towards him. I simply believe in not accepting unearned rewards. The school is not lacking in funds or resources, so we need not accept assistance from others." The mention of others brought Yu Wenyan a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, he was another. Jiangwan, exasperated yet amused, shook her head, noting the hour was late, and suggested they return home. As they walked side by side, their hands intertwined beneath the expansive sleeves of their garments. The closeness brought them even nearer. Yu Wenyan playfully tangled his fingers with hers, his teasing nature evident. Jiangwan, feeling her cheeks flush, scolded him softly. "Can you not behave yourself? Will you leave the door open for me tonight?" "Dream on," he replied with a sigh, reminiscing about their life beyond the palace walls, where they shared the same tent, meals, and all moments together. Looking back, those days were the most blissful of his life. Jiangwan too cherished those moments and expressed her desire to experience such unrestrained freedom with Yu Wenyan again in the future. The textile industry in the south is thriving. Once we are married, I shall take you to see it. Perhaps you will gain some insight and experience the local customs. Jiang Wan's interest was piqued, and she enthusiastically added, we could even take the students along to broaden their horizons. The school would cover all expenses. Yu Wenyan teased her. You would be at a loss financially. I have plenty of silver. I am willing to spend it, she replied proudly. He delighted in her spirited demeanor, playfully tickling her palm. Tonight, will you truly not leave the door open for me? If you do, I can cover your meals and travel expenses. Your Highness. I am not selling myself, she countered with a smile. Yu Wenyan found her amusing. Then give me some silver. I do not ask for much, just a single coin. Jiang Wan shot him an incredulous glance. Look at your worth. Then why are you not concerned for my feelings? You are shameless, she muttered under her breath as she swiftly boarded the carriage. Yu Wenyan followed closely, and as the curtain fell, he enveloped her in his embrace. As the first day of registration concluded, Jiang Wan's status as the crown prince's consort spread throughout the town. Receiving guidance from a person of nobility was a tremendous blessing. However, Yu Wenyan's notorious reputation left many apprehensive, fearing that Jiang Wan, though seemingly benevolent, might harbor ulterior motives. After all, the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Those who caught the crown prince's eye were likely of a similar ilk. Consequently, half of the families who had been observing reconsidered their intentions, deciding it best to avoid entanglements in such murky waters. The families who did register were far less concerned. As commoners, they had little to lose. Their daughters' embroidery skills would be taught by the crown prince's consort, which would surely evoke envy among many. Gaining admission to a school run by the crown prince's consort was a stroke of fortune that some failed to appreciate. Truly, they were foolishly oblivious. Regardless of others' perspectives, Jiang Wan's school commenced operations. Observing the returned items, Fu Xi fell silent for a moment before deciding to store them, planning to send them to the school at a more opportune time. Fabrics and threads were consumables, and the school's stock would eventually deplete. Thus, he intended to send them when the need arose. Fu Xi's motivations were not to seek praise from Jiang Wan, nor to approach her but rather to atone for his past transgressions. He had been a cad, repeatedly hurting her, and now, though their paths had diverged, he still wished to support her endeavors. With the passing of his grandmother, Fu Xi found himself in mourning, leaving him with ample time. Since Jiang Wan was preoccupied with her school, he proposed taking their child back to the Fu household for a while. After some hesitation, Jiang Wan acquiesced to Fu Xi's request, considering Yu Wenyan's feelings. It would be inconvenient for Fu Xi to frequently visit and see the child. Once the child grew more independent, these matters would no longer weigh on her mind. Should she wish to see Fu Xi, she could simply have a servant escort her to the Fu residence. Aside from the child, their lives were no longer intertwined. Jiang Wan wished to avoid any further encounters with Fu Xi unless absolutely necessary. Understanding her intent, Fu Xi took the child and left without lingering, no longer dawdling for another glimpse of Jiang Wan. Each individual had their own path to follow. They could not return to the past. Rather than causing a tumult, it was better to part ways gracefully, allowing him to retain a fragment of beautiful memories within Jiang Wan's heart. The bitter fruits of one's own brewing must be tasted by oneself. Fu Xi harbored no grievances. Jiang Wan ventured out of the city daily. Although she was accompanied by guards, Yu Wenyan still wished to escort her personally. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wan declined. You are not a free man. It would be best not to tire yourself unnecessarily. It's no trouble. I can return to the city swiftly on horseback. Jiang Wan remained unwilling. The emperor and the ministers already hold misgivings about me. If you continue to draw attention, I may become a source of calamity for the nation. Yu Wenyan snorted lightly. Who dares to voice discontent? That would be tantamount to opposing me. If others truly sought to provoke, they would find a point of attack regardless of his actions. Moreover, if he did not display some degree of prominence, would it not suggest that he was indifferent to Jiang Wan? Should someone unwise offend her, Yu Wenyan would regret it too late. Jiang Wan teased him. Didn't they say that those in power should not have vulnerabilities? Why are you not concealing yours? Nonsense. Only I care for you. Others would not dare act recklessly. Jiang Wan was indeed Yu Wenyan's Achilles heel, a fact known to all. Now that they were together, Yu Wenyan would not engage in any pretense of indifference. He would not fabricate an image of not caring for Jiang Wan. The only thing he could do was to strive to protect her with all his might. Ultimately, Yu Wenyan simply wished to escort Jiang Wan to her academy. To avoid delaying him, Jiang Wan suggested, You may pick me up in the afternoon. By then, you should have completed your duties. If convenient, we could dine together. You truly do not need me to escort you? Jiang Wan shook her head. Finish your matters early, and come to fetch me. Very well. He watched as Jiang Wan entered her carriage, not withdrawing his gaze until the carriage was completely out of sight. The emperor was currently neglecting state affairs, leaving all responsibilities upon his shoulders. Yu Wenyan was indeed busy, yet he feared neglecting Jiang Wan even more. Thus, he made it a point to carve out time for her daily. He thought to himself that once they were wed, they would have more time together. Even if they could not meet during the day, inevitably, they would share the same roof at night. Just this thought ignited a fervor within Yu Wenyan. He wished for the arrival of the new year to welcome his beloved into the Eastern Palace. Upon her arrival at the academy, the 2 hired tutors were already engaged in teaching. The 20 students were divided into 2 classes, a smaller number allowing the tutors to pay closer attention to each individual. Although embroidery required practice, theoretical instruction was necessary in the beginning. The tutor spoke while showcasing various embroidery pieces, eliciting waves of astonished exclamations. It seemed the students were genuinely interested, each listening intently. Jiang Wan stood outside for quite some time, lost in thought, feeling as if she were engaged in the most meaningful endeavor of her 2 lifetimes. She was no longer confined to a square courtyard, nor did she constantly wonder if the man held her in his heart. Such days were beyond the wildest dreams of the former Jiang Wan. She believed that if ever Yu Wenyan's heart were to waver, she would not wallow in self-pity as she once did, nor would she seek to cling to him. Those who are meant to be together will unite, and those who are not will part. It is that simple. Chapter 89. The pouch Jiang Wan longed to make herself. When one becomes busy, time slips by swiftly. As autumn faded into winter, the Academy's instruction found its rhythm. Jiang Wan introduced a new course in traditional Chinese painting, which she would personally teach. Proficiency in diverse skills is never a burden. Even if she did not become an artist, it would serve her well in creating beautiful designs in the future. The arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were traditionally reserved for the children of nobility, so the opportunity to learn painting was a delightful surprise for the students. Even a modest grasp of these skills would benefit them for a lifetime. Initially, the people of the capital speculated that Jiang Wan aimed to rehabilitate her reputation through this endeavor. They believed her intentions were not pure and that she would not sustain such efforts for long. Even if she persisted, they assumed she would delegate responsibilities to others while enjoying her leisure behind the scenes. However, as the academy flourished and Jiang Wan attended daily without fail, rain or shine, the onlookers began to ponder whether she was genuinely committed. Jiang Wan proved her sincerity through her actions. Not only did she wish to establish an academy, but she sought to imbue it with her own unique character. Given that most of the time was spent on practical lessons, the academy accumulated a significant amount of embroidered pieces over time. Though these were crafted by the students, the guidance of dedicated instructors ensured that their creations far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. However, an excess of embroidered items was wasteful and took up valuable storage space. To address this, Jiang Wan sought cooperation with an embroidery workshop to sell the qualified pieces in their store. After deducting costs, both parties would share the profits. A portion of the earnings would be allocated for the academy's expenses, while another part would reward outstanding students or those from financially strained backgrounds. The prospect of earning money while attending the academy ignited the students' enthusiasm, leading to a spirited atmosphere of competition and diligence. As the year drew to a close, the academy took a break, allowing Jiang Wan to finally find some leisure. One evening, as Yu Wenyan ventured into her fragrant chamber, he suddenly posed a question while holding her close. Who is more important to you, me or your students? Jiang Wan replied, if I combine my time with you and them, could it mean you would return home earlier? Jiang Wan chuckled at his words, feeling as though he accused her of neglecting him. She had not neglected him. She simply wished to be with him at all times. Jiang Wan remembered when Yu Wenyan was difficult to engage with. Now, his affection made him seem like an entirely different person. She pinched his cheek, reminiscing that the former version of him was far more interesting. Yu Wenyan, feigning displeasure, retorted, oh, so you find me repugnant? Upon meeting the dangerous glint in his eyes, Jiang Wan quickly amended, but I prefer the you of today. I don't believe you unless you show me, he responded. You're quite bothersome.
She pushed against his chest. See?
This is your true sentiment. Yu Wenyan caressed Jiang Wan's slender waist, aware that he had little to occupy himself with these days and needed to perform well. His fingers glided down to her waist, causing her to tremble as he touched her, unable to suppress the shivers coursing through her. Grasping Yu Wenyan's collar, she admonished, "Stop it." Yu Wenyan's throat bobbed as he continued to explore her inch by inch. After she kicked him away, he suddenly snapped back to reality. With their wedding day approaching, it was best to wait a little longer. Otherwise, their prior patience would be in vain. His hand slipped from beneath her garment to wrap around her waist. "Let us rest. Tomorrow, someone from the palace will bring your wedding gown. If there's anything you're dissatisfied with, let them know for modifications." Jiangwan laughed. "I may be the easiest bride ever." Yu Wenyan took care of all the details, ensuring that every rite and ceremony was meticulously observed.
Now,
Even the wedding gown was not her concern, making Jiangwan feel like the most carefree person alive. Yu Wenyan smirked. "Rest well now. After the wedding, there will be much to do. What will we be busy with?" Jiangwan asked, immediately realizing the implications behind Yu Wenyan's gaze. "You rogue!" she exclaimed.
well,
"I was never a good person. One more fault doesn't matter. You're like a person with too many lice who no longer fears the itch." Yu Wenyan replied. "Then help me scratch it." He took Jiangwan's hand and placed it on his chest. Beneath the warmth of his skin, his heart beat vigorously, and warmth radiated from his fingertips throughout her body. Jiangwan quickly withdrew her hand. "I am not a lecher. I am yours, so why fear?" In the tranquil night, Yu Wenyan playfully teased Jiangwan, the light-hearted atmosphere reminiscent of their days on the grasslands. Without a care in the world, simply being by each other's side was immense happiness. Unbeknownst to them, the night wore on. Before their wedding, they were not permitted to meet, and Yu Wenyan had to take his leave. "In the coming days, I will be rather busy, so my visits may be less frequent. However, rest assured, on the day of our wedding, I will definitely come to fetch you on time." Jiangwan understood that Yu Wenyan was occupied with matters concerning the royal family. Nodding, she replied, "I will wait for you." Yu Wenyan leaned his forehead against hers and said, "Wan, I wish for a pouch embroidered by your own hands." "You should have plenty. Just what I needed, something stitched by your own hands." Sensing the hint of jealousy in his tone, Jiangwan resignedly replied, "All right. I will embroider it for you." Yu Wenyan chuckled, reminding her to present it to him on their wedding night. Jiangwan couldn't help but smile at the memory. "Such a good boy," he said, gently kissing her forehead before truly departing. As he passed by the crib, he paused momentarily. Little Yu could now sleep through the night, her small hands cradling her chubby cheeks, sleeping soundly. He tucked her blanket around her tiny feet, then quietly slipped out through the window. Observing his furtive actions, Jiangwan smiled. If the Grand Inspector were to learn of this, he would surely be impeached. Leaning in to glance at the little one in the crib, she appeared to be lost in a beautiful dream, her lips moving slightly as she slept more soundly. Listening to the child's gentle breaths, Jiangwan gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 90. Acting within one's means. The Jiang family was no longer present. However, due to Jiangwan's status as the crown princess consort, many visitors came to bestow gifts during the spring festival. Jiangwan refused all the offerings, insisting that they take back whatever was brought. Her excessive caution left many unable to curry favor with Yu Wenyan. They could only inwardly curse her for her lack of awareness. After all, she was merely a solitary girl. Even as a crown princess consort, the possibility of being cast aside lingered. The crown prince cherished her now, treating her like a treasure. But should his affections wane, what would she amount to? Without maternal support, it would take little effort to dismiss a crown princess consort. Many shared this sentiment, but were unaware that just as they returned their gifts, the crown prince sent several large chests of invaluable treasures to the Jiang residence. It was said to contain precious jade, rare artworks, and luxurious silks. Coupled with the grand ceremony during the engagement, where the crown prince personally hunted and sent the betrothal goose to the Jiang household, all signs indicated that winning Yu Wenyan's heart was a formidable challenge. The more Yu Wenyan doted on Jiangwan, the more embarrassed Fu Xi felt. They had grown up together, and Jiangwan had waited for him for 3 years, only to find herself being carried into the Fu household in a small sedan chair, without a wedding, without guests. Back then, she was still willing to follow him and live a good life together. Unfortunately, he ultimately disappointed her. At the beginning of the new year, Fu Xi arrived at the Jiang residence dressed in light blue robes, carrying Jiangwan's favorite pastries, along with gifts for Yu, a set of 9 linked rings, a paper kite, a cloth tiger, and a porcelain doll. His hands were full, creating a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor. It had been a long time since he last saw Jiangwan. He could usually endure it, but during such a family reunion, he found it unbearable. He only wished to catch a glimpse of her. The servants welcomed him into the main hall. Master Fu, I will go announce your arrival, one of them said, bowing respectfully. Fu Xi nodded, expressing his gratitude. The young servant, taken aback, quickly reassured him, it is my duty. After a courteous bow, he hurried off to deliver the message. Seated in the chair, Fu Xi felt inexplicably nervous, uncertain if Jiangwan would see him. If they did meet, what would he say? He fidgeted, rehearsing his words repeatedly, terrified of saying something wrong that might upset Jiangwan. After what felt like an eternity, footsteps finally echoed from outside. Fu Xi's previously uplifted spirits sank slowly. The newcomer was not Jiangwan. She still refused to see him. An overwhelming sense of disappointment enveloped Fu Xi. In that moment, he truly empathized with the Jiangwan of his previous life. The person he longed to see was within the same residence, yet he could not reach her. This was how it felt. With a bitter smile, he acknowledged it was all his fault. If Jiangwan chose not to see him, what could he do? As the footsteps grew nearer, the wet nurse entered the hall. Cradling Yu, the little one, wrapped in a snow-white fox fur, looked round and adorable, akin to a lovely glutinous rice dumpling.
Upon seeing Fuchi, Yu babbled, Daddy.
Reaching out her hands for him to hold her. Forgetting his own disappointment, Fu Xi took her from the nurse, not wanting his emotions to affect the child. His expression remained calm, though his tone felt distant. The wet nurse always felt uneasy around him. As soon as she received her cue, she quickly withdrew. It was far more pleasant to be outside in the cold than to deal with someone so frigid. The little girl stood on Fu Xi's lap, cheerfully repeating Daddy. Fu Xi smiled, asking, Did you miss your daddy? Isham, the little one replied, bouncing slightly, leaving tiny footprints on his robe. Fu Xi was unbothered by this. Holding her with one arm, he used the other to tease her with the porcelain doll. This is a New Year's gift from Daddy. Do you like it? The child struggled to grasp the doll, but her earnest attempts spoke volumes. Fu Xi's eyes softened as he showcased each gift to her. The joy of a child is simple. All it takes is something to eat and something to play with. Embracing her, Fu Xi patiently taught her how to play with the 9 linked rings. Daddy, she called again, her attention wavering. Yes, he responded. Are you eager to go outside to play? Yu's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Jiangwan had been busy with her studies, so Fu Xi had primarily taken care of Yu. Due to her lively nature, he often took her out to explore, letting the day pass in the sights and sounds of the world. After being cooped up at home for several days, the little one was eager to venture out. Fu Xi's gaze shifted slightly. Going outside was permissible, but they needed to seek her mother's consent. The little one turned to look around, calling out, Mama. Shall we go find your mother now? He proposed. Yu understood they were going to look for her mother, nodding eagerly and calling out Mama repeatedly, mixed with Daddy. From her demeanor, it was evident she was searching for Yu Wenyan. No one wishes for their child to call another man Daddy, and Fu Xi felt the same. However, some matters had already been settled, and no amount of interference on his part would change that. Yu Wenyan treated Yu exceptionally well, almost as if she were his own daughter. Fu Xi would forever remember that it was Yu Wenyan's presence that allowed Jiangwan and their child to survive. This was why, despite his jealousy, he would never speak ill of Yu Wenyan in front of Yu. When Yu grew older, he would tell her that Yu Wenyan was a benefactor to their family. Yu, let us go find your mother. She replied. Fu Xi knew that his actions were unscrupulous and that he should not exploit the child. Yet, his longing for Jiangwan was overwhelming. He spent countless sleepless nights gazing at her possessions, reminiscing about her. All he desired was to see her once more. Meanwhile, Jiangwan was in the warm hall, embroidering a pouch. Upon hearing of Fu Xi's arrival, she frowned. He had already seen Yu. Why was he still pushing his luck? Master Fu wishes to discuss something with you regarding Yu, a servant informed her. Matters concerning her daughter compelled Jiangwan to hear what he had to say. Even if she was reluctant to meet him, setting down her needlework, she dressed appropriately before stepping out. After several months, Fu Xi finally laid eyes on Jiangwan again. She appeared somewhat fuller, her complexion rosy, and her eyes bright, indicating she was living well. Fu Xi gazed at her greedily, unable to take his eyes off her. In his heart, he repeatedly etched her image, as if to engrave it into his very being. Noticing her displeasure, he hurriedly averted his gaze, suppressing his overwhelming emotions. Today is the first day of the new year. It will be lively outside. I would like to take you out for a stroll, but I worry she might miss you. Perhaps we could go together? Jiangwan firmly rejected him, stating, aside from co-parenting Yu, we have no other relationship. It is inappropriate for us to travel together. If you are concerned about being seen, I can pose as your servant. Jiangwan thought this individual must be lacking in judgment. Otherwise, how could one entertain such ludicrous ideas? Seeing Yu's eyes twinkling with mischief, as if she longed to dash out and frolic, Jiangwan couldn't help but smile. Her mood softened. Just take her out to play, and return her when the time comes. Fu Xi cautiously inquired, have you been very busy these days? If not, I could come to the estate every day to take you out, as I did before. Jiangwan's expression darkened. Master Fu, you should understand the meaning of discretion. I merely worry that you might not have the time to care for Yu. Such matters do not require your concern. Noticing the growing annoyance on Jiangwan's face, Fu Xi dared not speak further. Then I shall take you out now. Very well. Fu Xi pointed to the pastries on the table. They are from that place you love. I specifically instructed them to reduce the sugar so they won't be cloying. Jiangwan found Fu Xi's small gestures of kindness exasperating. In the past, she would often reminisce about the things Fu Xi had done for her, which only deepened her entanglement. Eventually, she became the very person she despised. Standing in silence, her intent to dismiss him was clear. Unable to find a topic for conversation and fearing further irritation, Fu Xi slowly left with Yu. Once they departed, Jiangwan began to contemplate Yu's future. She had heard that consort Fu was away, leaving only Fu Xi as the head of the household. If Yu were to return, she would surely not be mistreated. Moreover, since Fu Xi was observing a period of mourning, he would likely spend more time with the child. Perhaps the companionship of parents was what Yu truly needed, more than that of servants. Jiangwan considered that once the school opened, it would be best to send Yu to Fu's residence. The child belonged to both of them. Although Jiangwan felt guilty for not being with Yu often, she would never believe that raising the child was solely her responsibility. One must learn to act within their means. When unable to attend to the child, entrusting her to Fu Xi would be the wisest choice. Chapter 91. Entrust everything to me. Fu Xi took the child out to play and did not return until the afternoon. Not having seen Jiangwan left him feeling somewhat melancholy. He reminded himself not to be greedy. Having seen her today, he should be content. After bidding farewell to Yu, he reluctantly departed from Jiang Manor. The first month of the new year arrived quietly, regardless of others' thoughts. The day of the grand wedding between Yuan and Jiangwan had finally come. Strictly speaking, this was not Jiangwan's first marriage. Perhaps the occasion was too formal and grand, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety. The night before, she had not closed her eyes for even a moment. The maid helped Jiangwan with her hair, reciting auspicious phrases. As she listened quietly, Jiangwan felt as if everything was surreal. She was truly about to marry Yuan. Would he change after marriage? Would they have a happy ending? Various thoughts intertwined in Jiangwan's mind, leaving her both nervous and apprehensive. Unable to confide in anyone, she kept her feelings bottled up inside. Once her hair was done, she donned the fiery red wedding gown, and a veil obscured her vision. Your Highness, news from the Eastern Palace. His Highness the Crown Prince has set off to fetch you. Please remain calm. I understand. Her anxious heart gradually eased, and all uncertainties vanished at that moment. Yuan was considerate of her feelings, prioritizing her comfort in all matters. Jiangwan felt she should bravely and wholeheartedly approach him. Regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try. Outside, a stir arose. Yuan had arrived. The sound of footsteps grew closer, finally stopping beside Jiangwan. With her veil covering her head, she could only see the ground beneath her feet. A pair of embroidered boots appeared in her line of sight, accompanied by a familiar aura. Wan, I have come to marry you. That brief declaration brought tears to Jiangwan's eyes. What she had once yearned for and never received was finally within her grasp. Fearing to ruin her makeup, she discreetly exhaled. Unsure of what to say, she chose silence. Yuan gazed at Jiangwan, his entire being floating as if on clouds. Hardly believing he was truly marrying her, the matchmaker reminded him, Your Highness, if we do not depart soon, we will miss the auspicious hour. Yuan finally snapped back to reality. He reached for Jiangwan's hand but remembered that the bride's shoes should not touch the ground. Instead, he bent down and lifted Jiangwan into his arms. The abrupt action startled Jiangwan, and her body reacted faster than her mind. instinctively wrapping her arms around Yuan Yan's neck. She whispered a reminder, "This is against propriety." Yuan Yan smiled. "Rules are rigid, but people are alive. Wan. Trust me to handle everything." With Jiang Wan cradled in his arms, he strode out of the chamber. The matchmaker, having lived a long life, was witnessing such a scene for the first time. Not even a common man would personally carry his bride out. Fearing delays, she hurriedly followed. Under the gaze of all, Yuan Yan carried Jiang Wan step by step out of the estate, personally placing her into the bridal sedan chair. The officiant called out, "Lift the sedan." The wedding procession set off towards the Eastern Palace, with Yuan Yan riding a magnificent horse, his face aglow with the joy of marrying the woman he loved. The happiest moment of his life. On a balcony nearby, Fu Xi stood, watching Jiang Wan's bridal sedan pass by. His grip on the railing tightened. Heaven knows how hard he had to try to suppress the urge to abduct her. A familiar pang of sorrow overwhelmed him, and a gust of wind swept by, causing his eyes to brim with unshed tears. His heart ached, as if someone were wielding a dull knife, slowly inflicting pain upon him. Unable to bear the torment,
Fucianstover.
his hands clutched the railing tightly, preventing him from collapsing onto the ground. He repeatedly wondered if in his past life, Wan had felt this same anguish. If he endured more pain, could it repay the suffering she had endured? Once he had paid his dues, would they be able to be together in the next life? He struck the railing with a fist, splinters embedding into his flesh, blood mingling with wood.
Yet Fuci remained oblivious.
His deep-set eyes lingered on the gradually disappearing bridal sedan. From this day forth, Wan truly belonged to another. The crown prince's wedding ceremony was more intricate than that of ordinary folk. They first visited the ancestral shrine to pay respects to their ancestors, followed by the grand wedding ceremony in the presence of civil and military officials. As the words "the ceremony is complete" echoed throughout the palace, twilight enveloped the entire imperial city. In the new chamber of the Eastern Palace, Yuan Yan held a jade ruby and slowly lifted Jiang Wan's veil. The beauty before him was like a painting, with snow-white skin and rosy cheeks, her luscious red lips glistening. Sitting shyly on the bridal bed, she cast a fleeting glance at him before quickly lowering her eyes. A soft chuckle escaped his throat. Had there not been others present, Yuan Yan would have eagerly embraced her and teased her on the spot. "Your Highness, Your Grace, it is time to drink the ceremonial wine." Yuan Yan responded with an affirmative sound and sat beside Jiang Wan. Their arms entwined, the cup was raised to her lips. Jiang Wan took a small sip and immediately sensed something unusual. She looked at Yuan Yan, her eyes filled with inquiry. "The strong liquor is harmful. I specifically had them replace it with plum wine." A smile crept onto Jiang Wan's lips, the scent of plum mingled with the fragrance of wine. A refined sweetness that tasted delightful. "If you like it, I will have them bring more in shortly." Jiang Wan genuinely enjoyed the flavor, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains, eager for more. Yuan Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth, as long as she did not indulge excessively. She could drink whenever she pleased from now on. After exchanging cups, they finished the remaining half of the ceremonial wine. The matchmaker offered a few auspicious words about a harmonious union and early offspring, and then Yuan Yan dismissed the guests from the room. "Aren't you going to entertain the guests? There are others to attend to them. It is unnecessary for me." Yuan Yan's gaze was intense as he held Jiang Wan's delicate hand. Flustered under his gaze, Jiang Wan attempted to pull away, saying, "I have something for you. Tomorrow will be the same." Jiang Wan found herself at a loss for words, as the man before her even mentioned sending him a pouch on their wedding night. She pushed him away, reminding him that once this opportunity passed, it would be lost. Yuan Yan recalled his own jealousy regarding her disdain for the pouch. Releasing her, Jiang Wan approached the dressing mirror and retrieved an embroidered pouch from a small box, hanging at Yuan Yan's waist. He toyed with it for a moment. Although he couldn't comprehend the embroidery, he found the pouch to be the most exquisite. "I truly like it," he said. Jiang Wan playfully teased him, asking if he had no further expression of his feelings. "Indeed, I do," he replied, but before she could inquire further, she stumbled into the red silk canopy. The vibrant wedding gown billowed out, finally resting upon the pristine floor. Yuan Yan advanced with fervor, causing Jiang Wan's heart to flutter. "I haven't removed my makeup yet. You look beautiful just as you are." They were now lawfully wedded, free to indulge in all forms of intimacy. Yuan Yan, filled with excitement, could not cease kissing Jiang Wan, his hands gripping her delicate waist as he pressed his lips against hers. A gasp escaped her lips, which gradually transformed into soft sobs. Trained in martial arts since childhood, Yuan Yen possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary man. Unfamiliar with the subtleties of pleasing a partner, he believed that exerting all his strength was the best approach. The commotion within the canopy grew louder, prompting the two maidservants on watch to blush. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing that the crown prince was rather lacking in tenderness. It seemed the crown princess was in tears. It was not until the latter part of the night that warm water was finally brought in. Chapter 92. A desire to halt time. Jiangwan felt utterly drained, not wishing to lift a single finger as she leaned against Yu Wenyan's embrace, allowing him to cleanse her. The steam enveloped them, her fair skin taking on a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe fruit exuding an alluring fragrance, tempting one to pluck it. Yu Wenyan gazed down at Jiangwan, his eyes twinkling with delight, enchanted by the extraordinary beauty of their wedding night. Until that moment, he could not have fathomed the profound pleasure of sharing such intimate moments with his beloved. The desire for more surged within him. As he lifted her waist, a sudden sense of foreboding gripped Jiangwan. Yu Wenyan. A light bite on her earlobe drew her attention as he coaxed her to call him husband. Clinging to the bathtub, she whimpered, "I want to go out." "Be good, just wait a moment." Water splashed, soaking the floor. Jiangwan realized the terrifying extent of Yu Wenyan's strength. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Though he understood he should exercise restraint, once he was with Jiangwan, all self-control crumbled. Driven by instinct, they plunged into ecstasy. Having only nibbled on the snacks Yu Wenyan had secretly given her earlier in the day, Jiangwan's stomach was now empty. Yu Wenyan ordered a late-night snack, suggesting they eat something first before resting. Jiangwan glared at him, warning that if he continued to be reckless, they would start sleeping in separate rooms. Yu Wenyan merely touched his nose, firmly stating that separation was out of the question, never in this lifetime. Understanding Jiangwan's fatigue, he tenderly lifted her to sit beside him at the round table. Finding the chair too hard, he invited her to sit on his lap instead, enthusiastically offering, "What would you like to eat? I will feed you." Despite their newly established intimacy, Jiangwan still felt uneasy. "Let me go. I can eat by myself." Yu Wenyan refused to release her, his strong arms encircling her waist. "I wish to feed you. You are quite bothersome." Jiangwan squirmed, only to notice Yu Wenyan's unusual reaction. Her eyes widened in surprise. "How can you behave like this?" Yu Wenyan felt a tinge of embarrassment, his ears reddening. He thought himself rather undignified, yet he could not help himself. He tightened his embrace around Jiangwan, lifting a bowl of warm black rice porridge to her lips, urging her to eat something warm for her comfort. Pressured by his insistence, Jiangwan lost her appetite. She tried to shift away, seeking distance from him. Yu Wenyan's sharp intake of breath reached her ears. "Wan, be a little more compliant." Jiangwan turned her head to see Yu Wenyan's face filled with restraint, teasing him, "Where's the self-control you take pride in, your highness?" Yu Wenyan gritted his teeth, calling her a little rascal. "If you could handle it, I wouldn't need any self-control." Jiangwan raised her chin defiantly, admonishing him not to shift the blame. "Whatever the little ancestor says is right," he replied shamelessly. "Now that we are married, self-control is unnecessary." He scooped a spoonful of food and brought it to Jiangwan's mouth. "Aren't you hungry? Eat up." Jiangwan relented, enjoying Yu Wenyan's attentive service. After finishing a bowl of porridge, she patted her belly, declaring she couldn't eat more, or she would suffer indigestion. Yu Wenyan raised an eyebrow, assuring her it was no trouble, he could assist her. Jiangwan's face flushed with embarrassment as she softly scolded him, "If you keep talking nonsense, we will sleep in separate rooms." Yu Wenyan's eyes darkened. "If you dare mention separate rooms again, you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Jiangwan felt a shiver at the seriousness in his tone. After all, he acted without regard for rules or opinions, as long as he desired something. "You are shameless." She laughed, escaping his embrace to wash her hands. However, as soon as her feet hit the ground, her legs trembled. Had Yu Wenyan not caught her, she would have collapsed from weakness. "My dear, your stamina seems lacking. Starting tomorrow, I shall accompany you in exercising your body, walking a lap around the East Palace each day. How does that sound?" Jiangwan had not experienced a heart episode in quite some time. She appeared perfectly normal now. As long as she avoided strenuous activities, maintained a cheerful disposition, and rested adequately, the likelihood of a recurrence was minimal. Even if it weren't for that matter, Yu Wenyan was determined to help her strengthen her body. They had a lifetime ahead of them, and good health was essential. Jiangwan's face contorted in distress. "Can I refuse?" Well then, let us start with a half lap, and we can increase the intensity as you adjust. While others spent their wedding night in blissful intimacy, Jiangwan found herself wondering why hers had taken such a turn. She cast a resentful glance at Yu Wenyan before returning to bed, exhausted from the day and yearning for rest. Yu Wenyan, aware that he had worn her out, refrained from pursuing further intimacy, quietly holding her as they drifted off to sleep. With each breath she took, his heart felt complete, filled with contentment and happiness. He longed for an eternity spent together. Wan Wan, in this life, let us cherish our time together, never depart. Jiangwan nestled against Yu Wenyan's chest, smiling silently, watching his actions. Yu Wenyan gently stroked the back of her head, affirming, I promise you will never be able to leave me. Jiangwan thought it strange for them to speak such words after their recent intimacy. Fearing he might say something more explicit, she closed her eyes and feigned sleep. Perhaps due to her exhaustion, she quickly drifted off. Yu Wenyan lowered his gaze, observing the serene expression on Jiangwan's face as she slept soundly against him, filled with adoration. From this day forth, Jiangwan was his rightful wife. No one could ever separate them. Casually resting his hand on her waist, he felt utterly satisfied, finally experiencing a full night's sleep. As the first light of dawn broke, the sound of a child's cries stirred him awake. Noticing Jiangwan still slumbering, he carefully extricated himself from her embrace. The little one, missing her mother after a long day of separation, cried out for her upon waking. The nursemaid, reluctant to disturb the newlyweds, opened the chamber door to find Yu Wenyan standing there. Upon seeing him, the little girl sweetly called out, Daddy. Yu Wenyan playfully pinched her nose. You were so brave before. Why are you crying now that you are in a new place? The little girl, feeling a twinge of shyness, obediently nestled into Yu Wenyan's embrace. Mother, your mother has not yet risen. If you refrain from weeping, father will take you inside. A clever little imp immediately covered her mouth with her chubby hand, signaling her intent to cease crying. Such a good girl, he remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he retraced his steps with her in his arms. He placed the child into the warmth of her bedding and returned to his resting position, drawing both mother and daughter into his hold. Yu glanced around, eager to laugh, but wary of waking her mother. Thus, she muffled her giggles, although a few sounds escaped her. Jiangwan opened her eyes momentarily, reassured by Yu Wenyan's watchful gaze, and soon drifted back into slumber. Nestled between them, the child felt a profound sense of security, quiet and calm, and gradually fell asleep once more. Yu Wenyan lay on his side, propping his head with one hand, quietly observing the two. If only time could halt at this moment. Chapter 93. The abdication according to tradition. Jiangwan and Yu Wenyan should pay their respects to their elders on the first day of their marriage. However, with the Empress no longer present and the Emperor unwell, it had been previously stated that their visit was unnecessary. Thus, the newlyweds felt free to indulge in a leisurely morning.
Mama, milk.
Jiangwan, still in a drowsy haze, sensed the little bundle burrowing into her embrace. Though they had a wet nurse in the household, she occasionally relished the chance to nurse her child herself. After the initial period, with adequate nourishment and rest, her milk supply proved ample. The impatient little one had already nudged her clothing aside and was diligently drinking. Jiangwan instinctively cradled her child, gently patting her back. Suddenly, she felt a burning gaze fixed upon her, and it dawned on her she was now married to Yu Wenyan, who was, indeed, in bed beside her. As expected, upon opening her eyes, she was met with Yu Wenyan's luminous gaze. Despite their intimacy, Jiangwan felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks, wishing to shield herself. Yet, the morning light flooded the room, rendering any attempts futile. The soft rays filtered through the gauzy curtains, casting delicate shadows upon them. Yu Wenyan's keen eyesight allowed him to see even in the dark, not to mention in such bright daylight. Observing Yu drinking heartily, he remarked, "It seems quite delightful." Jiangwan's cheeks flushed crimson as she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "Why are you still in bed?" he inquired. "Newlyweds are permitted 3 days of leisure. Since we have awakened, we might as well enjoy each other's company." Hearing her father's voice, the little one paused in her drinking, turning to him with a bright call. "Daddy." Yu Wenyan affectionately ruffled her hair. "Finish your milk, and afterward, let the nurse take you to wash your face. Then we can go to the garden to see the fish." Yu's eyes sparkled with joy as she adored watching the fish. She promptly complied. Apart from the occasional sounds of the little one drinking, silence enveloped the room. Jiangwan, feeling flustered under Yu Wenyan's gaze, turned her body, inadvertently making it easier for him to draw closer. Wanwan, I am hungry as well, he declared. Jiangwan shot him a sideways glare. Do not lead the child astray. He feigned innocence. What is wrong with that statement? Do not engage me in wordplay, she retorted. Yu Wenyan chuckled softly, admitting, it is indeed as you think. His large hand slipped beneath her garment, tracing along her waist. Jiangwan felt herself teetering on the edge of madness, regretting not having Yu sleep in the middle. Yu Wenyan remained unperturbed, even teasing the child. For a naive little one, the presence of both parents was the utmost happiness. After a satisfying meal and a cozy nap with her parents, Yu was in splendid spirits. Yu Wenyan suggested she play with the nurse, and she eagerly agreed. Having seen her off to the inner chamber, unusual sounds soon emanated from behind the crimson curtains. During the prince's honeymoon, he devoted himself entirely to Jiangwan, neglecting all else. They were inseparable, and anyone with eyes in the Eastern Palace could see the affection bestowed upon the princess. The attendants were particularly attentive when serving Jiangwan, and even Yu was treated with utmost care. After all, the prince's adoration for the child was evident to all. Yu Wenyan was gentle and considerate with Jiangwan, a privilege not extended to others. The inhabitants of the Eastern Palace were wary of the prince, knowing better than to provoke his authority. Those with discernment thrived wherever they went, and Yu Wenyan was pleased with their conduct. In a generous mood, he distributed silver rewards to all in the palace. Jiangwan teased him, noting that he had mastered the art of wielding both kindness and authority. 3 swift days passed. Yu Wenyan clung to Jiangwan, reluctant to attend court, exclaiming, I cannot bear this princely title any longer. With no threats looming over us, I would rather live as a leisurely prince, cherishing life with you and Yu. This matter was of national importance, and Jiangwan refrained from offering her opinion lightly. With a playful smile, she remarked, Are you attempting to ensnare me in your schemes? Yu Wenyan looked up, puzzled. What do you mean? Now that we have just wed, and you avoid court, those ministers will surely think I am failing in my duties as the crown princess. With a huff, he responded, being a prince is a burden. He cared little for others' opinions, but did not wish for Jiangwan to suffer as a consequence. There is still time for an incense stick to burn, Jiangwan assured him. I will not be late. Finally, after much delay, Yu Wenyan departed. Jiangwan sighed, rubbing her aching back. How I long for the school year to begin. In stark contrast, Yu Wenyan appeared before others with a gentle demeanor, his face radiating warmth. Were it not for his unchanging visage, one might suspect he had been replaced. The emperor, upon seeing him, felt a surge of frustration. What a disappointing offspring. His heart seems bound to Jiangwan. Amidst his ire, he found a sliver of relief. His son would likely not follow in his misguided footsteps. As long as the boy refrained from foolish actions, he could indulge whomever he pleased. He signaled to the chief eunuch, who promptly presented a bright yellow imperial edict. The ministers, sensing the gravity of the moment, knelt in anticipation. By the will of heaven, the emperor declares, I have reigned for over 20 years. Blessed by the protection of my ancestors, the nation flourishes under my rule. The Crown Prince Yan has demonstrated his ability to cleanse the court and quell rebellions. After much contemplation, I abdicate in favor of Crown Prince Yan. Thus it is decreed. A heavy silence enveloped the hall. All the ministers, including Yu Wenyan, were taken aback by the emperor's unexpected decision to relinquish his throne. They gazed at the figure upon the throne, and Yu Wenyan, in shock, realized that the once mighty emperor had become frail with age, his once proud stature now bent, his hair turned white, resembling a man in his 60s or 70s. In his quest to secure the throne, the emperor had committed many grievous acts, yet he now surrendered so readily. Was he truly content with this outcome? Was power not the ultimate prize for him? Yu Wenyan's emotions were tangled. After the Gu family's vindication, much of his resentment had faded. The remaining feelings were ambiguous, leaving him uncertain of how to navigate them. The sounds of ministers bowing and receiving the decree filled his ears as he fixated on the figure seated upon the throne. He witnessed the emperor rise unsteadily, only to exit the chamber with an air of nonchalance. Dismissed. The command resonated throughout the hall. The ministers remained bewildered, questioning the severity of the emperor's illness. After all, he was merely 45, still in his prime, capable of ruling for many more years, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Yu Wenyan gazed intently in the direction the emperor had departed, his expression shrouded in profound contemplation, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Chapter 94. Valued Jiangwan. The crown princess had barely settled into her position when, on the fourth day, news arrived that the emperor had abdicated in favor of Yu Wenyan. 3 days later, Yu Wenyan held his grand coronation ceremony, during which she was simultaneously bestowed the title of empress. Yu was also conferred the title of Princess Annal, granted the most affluent fiefdom, with provisions for 10,000 households, becoming the most favored princess since the founding of the dynasty. Through his actions, Yu Wenyan demonstrated that both Jiangwan and Yu held immense significance in his heart, so much so that he was willing to offend court officials to present the finest of everything to them. Events unfolded at an astonishing pace. Jiangwan had yet to fully comprehend the changes before she found herself relocated to Fengyi Palace. Having changed residences twice in quick succession, Yu appeared visibly anxious, clinging to Jiangwan and rejecting anyone but her and Yu Wenyan, even refusing the nurse when it came time for sleep. Jiangwan, feeling a pang of sympathy for her child, reconsidered the possibility of sending her back to the Fu family. Everything appeared resplendent and promising. Yet the palace was fraught with dangers unknown, where lurking eyes might be watching from the shadows. Jiangwan dared not place Yu in harm's way. As if sensing her concerns, Yu Wenyan assured her, "I have arranged for secret guards to ensure her safety." Jiangwan trusted Yu Wenyan's capabilities. Yet she remained unwilling to gamble with her child's life. In a palace of such vastness, who could guarantee that every individual within was free of malice? If someone sought to target them, Yu would be the perfect point of vulnerability. It would be wiser to send her outside the palace, where she could grow up more discreetly and be less noticed, thus increasing her safety. Yu Wenyan understood this reasoning but was reluctant to separate Jiangwan from Yu. "I will soon clear out the palace of any unnecessary personnel and scrutinize those who remain to ensure they pose no threat to you and Yu." Jiangwan shook her head. "I believe you genuinely wish the best for me and Yu, yet I feel that life outside the palace offers more freedom. Growing up in the world beyond could expose Yu to greater experiences, which may not be a bad thing for her." Yu Wenyan felt a pang of sadness in his heart, fully aware that Jiangwan cherished a life of boundless freedom. Yet for his sake, she had donned the heavy shackles of royal duty. The frequent changes in emperors could destabilize the nation, but Yu Wenyan had resolved that, at most, he would endure this role for a decade before escaping to live the life Jiangwan longed for. During this time, he would continue to support her endeavors, allowing her to pursue her ambitions boldly, knowing that even if she encountered great challenges, he would always be there to support her. With a firm grip, he held Jiangwan's hand and planted a gentle kiss upon it. "When spring arrives, we shall journey south." Jiangwan smiled, pleasantly surprised that he remembered his promise. "But you have just ascended to the throne. Is it wise to travel far?" "Precisely for that reason. I wish to personally observe the welfare of the people across the lands, so I may be well informed." Jiangwan pursed her lips and sincerely replied, "You will make a commendable emperor." Flattered, Yu Wenyan could not suppress a smile. "That is because I have married a wonderful wife." Without Jiangwan, after clearing the Gu family's name, what would he have done? Previously, he had dismissed the throne, having no desire to become emperor. Yet, witnessing Jiangwan's efforts on behalf of those unfortunate girls, he gradually understood that only with sufficient power could he stand alongside her, safeguarding her noble aspirations. It was Jiangwan who had illuminated his path in life. Yu Wenyan did not consider himself a virtuous man but aspired to use his efforts to improve the lives of many. After Yu Wenyan's abdication, the retired emperor left the palace, and no one knew his whereabouts. Jiangwan inquired, "If you intend to leave the capital, should you not appoint a trustworthy person to govern in your stead?" Yu Wenyan nodded. "I have already identified a suitable candidate." Satisfied with his assurance, Jiangwan refrained from further inquiries, choosing instead to embrace Yu and engage her in a game of the 9 linked rings. Curiously, Yu Wenyan asked, "Why do you not inquire about who I wish to appoint as regent?" Jiangwan teased him, "The harem must not engage in politics. You are my wife, and the empress of this realm. What is wrong with engaging in governance? I have no interest in such matters. You may arrange them as you see fit." Recognizing her genuine disinterest, Yu Wenyan divulged his intentions. "I have decided to appoint Fu Ci as regent." Fu Ci had already risen to the rank of prime minister, thus assuming the regency posed no issue. "The 4th prince is still alive. Do you not fear granting Fu Ci such power may lead to treachery? Trust those you employ. Doubt those you do not." Yu Yen playfully pinched Yu's cheek. Moreover, Fu Xi is no fool. He knows what actions are appropriate and which are not. Upon hearing Fu Xi's name, Yu called out daddy once more. Jealous, Yu Yen contemplated asking Yu whom she preferred as her father, but feared leaving her with psychological scars, thus suppressing the thought. He lifted Yu from Jiang Wan's embrace, tossing her gently into the air before catching her securely. Jiang Wan felt a surge of anxiety, urging him to be cautious. Only the little girl remained carefree, laughing heartily. Jiang Wan watched them with a fond smile, yet her heart ached with reluctance. If there were a better option, she would not wish to part from Yu. She felt grateful that they still resided within the same imperial city. Whenever she longed for Yu, she could still see her child. She merely hoped that once Yu grew up, she would comprehend her mother's heartfelt intentions and harbor no resentment. Yu Yen understood that Jiang Wan's decisions were unlikely to change, and thus accepted her arrangements. To spend more time with Yu, he even brought her along to the imperial study to review memorials. Each day, he dined with her and helped her practice walking, treating her as if she were a fragile treasure, fearing she might fall or melt away. Few would go to such lengths even for their own children. Yu Yen was deemed a commendable father, an assessment shared by all. Jiang Wan's concerns were not unfounded. The retired emperor had previously expanded the harem, and many of the new entrants had never even met him. Now, as they were about to be dispatched from the palace, witnessing the loss of opulence and glory, some bold individuals set their sights on Yu Yen. Even ordinary men might take multiple wives. How could the emperor, the most esteemed man in the realm, be expected to remain devoted solely to the empress? To draw closer to Yu Yen, some schemers naturally turned their attention to Yu, believing that if they could captivate this little girl, they would surely gain access to the emperor. If they caught his eye, they might secure a place in the palace. Since Yu Yen had promised to address the issues left behind by the retired emperor, Jiang Wan chose not to waste her time on those individuals. With the school term approaching, certain matters could no longer be delayed. Jiang Wan summoned Fu Xi to discuss Yu's upbringing, not wishing for the child to overhear. She instructed the nurse to take her to the imperial garden to play. Yu, having not seen Fu Xi for a long time, was reluctant to leave, clinging to Fu Xi's leg and gazing up at him.
Daddy.
Fu Xi lifted her into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. Do you miss Daddy? Yes, came the one-word reply, delighting Fu Xi immensely. After another kiss, he said, be a good girl and play outside with the nurse for a while. Daddy and Mommy need to discuss some matters, but once we are done, I will play with you. Okay. The little one turned back multiple times as she was led away by the nurse. Fu Xi watched her small figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection for his daughter. Just observing her clumsy steps filled him with immense happiness. He withdrew his gaze and turned his expression toward Jiang Wan, appearing composed, though only he understood the depths of his happiness at being able to see her. Chapter 95. Support Jiang Wan. What brings you to me? The words escaped Fu Xi's lips before he realized that he could no longer address Jiang Wan in such a familiar manner. She was not only Yu Yen's wife, but also the mother of the nation. Regardless of the reasons, he no longer had the right to call her by such an intimate name. Glancing at Jiang Wan awkwardly, he seemed somewhat ill at ease. Jiang Wan seemed oblivious to his unusual demeanor, not getting caught up on the matter of titles. She spoke plainly. I have come to discuss Yu's upbringing. Before her arrival, Fu Xi had already surmised that apart from matters concerning Yu, Jiang Wan would not seek further interaction with him. He nodded. I have no objections to whatever arrangements you deem fit. Jiang Wan felt a sense of guilt about leaving Yu solely in Fu Xi's care. Yet the vastness of the palace meant that she and Yu Yen could sometimes overlook things. She truly did not dare take that risk. I would like Yu to return to the Fu family. Of course, should you wish to marry in the future, I will not obstruct you. And I shall take Yu back at that time. Marry? The one he wished to wed was already married. Who else could he take as his bride? That possibility was forever lost to him. Fu Xi rubbed his fingers together, yearning to be by the child's side at all times, witnessing her growth firsthand. However, this would inevitably diminish his opportunities to see Jiang Wan. After a brief silence, he proposed, Yu is still quite young. If she cannot see you for an extended period, it would be detrimental to her development. It would be better for me to care for her daily, and I can bring her to the palace on the 1st and 15th of each month. That sounds quite agreeable. Jiang Wan merely entrusted the custody of the child to Fu Xi, not intending to sever ties with her forever. She readily accepted his suggestion. I will arrange for those who will care for Yu. If you find it inappropriate, you may take charge. Fu Xi shook his head, seeing nothing amiss. Having someone familiar look after Yu was undoubtedly better for her. The responsibility of raising the child rested heavily upon Fu Xi. And Jiangwan did not wish to be a negligent caregiver. She and Ah Yan would oversee the child's needs. Fu Xi felt a pang of discomfort, lowering his gaze. I, too, am the child's father. There is no need for such meticulous accounting. One must keep matters distinct. Fu Xi found himself at a loss for words. And they sat in silence. Seeing the pouch at his waist, Jiangwan averted her gaze, feeling an inner calm. The past was something she had completely let go of. Whether Fu Xi chose to move on was his own affair and would not affect her. They remained quietly seated, devoid of quarrels or disdain. Fu Xi could no longer recall the last time he had sat quietly with Jiangwan. Once, they had enjoyed a harmonious relationship, but had tragically arrived at a point where words failed them. How regretful. Your Majesty, there is trouble. The princess has bitten someone. The eunuch's loud, quacking voice was particularly jarring. Jiangwan sprang to her feet, incredulous. How could Yu bite anyone? I do not know, Your Majesty. But the princess bit the daughter of the Inspector General. If the Inspector General seeks to accuse the Emperor and the princess, it could lead to dire consequences. The maidservant of Su Marin has already gone to report this to the Emperor. You must hurry and see to it, lest the princess be frightened. To everyone's eyes. Even though Yu Wenyan pampered Yu and granted her the title of princess, her position remained precarious. After all, everyone knew she was not of the Yuan clan. What she had received was merely the Emperor's kindness towards the house. The new Emperor had just ascended the throne, his foundation unstable. At such a time, should the princess offend the daughter of the Inspector General, it was uncertain which side the Emperor would take. Jiangwan rushed out, fully aware of her daughter, although mischievous. She had never hurt anyone. She worried about whether Yu would be frightened. Fu Xi followed closely behind, his face stern. If anyone dared to harm Yu, regardless of their backing, he would not let it slide. Upon arriving at the Imperial Garden, they could hear Yu's cries from a distance. Never had she cried so distressingly since her birth. Jiangwan's heart raced, urging her to quicken her pace. The Empress has arrived, the eunuch announced loudly. Everyone in the Imperial Garden fell to their knees, greeting the Empress. Upon seeing her family, Yu's cries grew more heart-wrenching. She stumbled into Jiangwan's embrace. Mother. Jiangwan crouched down, soothingly patting her back. Yu, be good. Mother is here. The little girl clung tightly to Jiangwan, her tears staining her mother's garments. Sobbing pitifully, Jiangwan's gaze swept across the gathered crowd, landing finally on the elegantly dressed Su Marin. The latter covered her wrist, her eyes brimming with tears. As though she had suffered a great injustice. Jiangwan's voice turned cold. What transpired? The attendants who cared for Yu bowed in apology. We were playing with the princess in the Imperial Garden when Su Marin came, claiming her dog was lost nearby. We were concerned for the princess's safety and offered to help look for it. At that moment, only the princess and Su Marin were in the pavilion. We do not know what Su Marin said, but suddenly, the princess began to cry and bit someone. Jiangwan struggled to contain her anger. Have I not instructed you and the Emperor that Yu must not be left unattended? The maidservants acknowledged their fault. Without rules, there can be no order. Since this is your first offense, a month's salary will be deducted. Should there be a next time, you need not tend to Yu any longer. The wet nurses and attendants bowed in gratitude. Jiangwan's gaze returned to Su Marin, awaiting an explanation. Su Marin, on the verge of tears, stammered. I merely exchanged a few words with Princess Annal. I did not expect her to bite. Confident in her child, Jiangwan pressed. What did you say to Yu? Su Marin dabbed at her eyes. What could I say? I merely teased the child a bit.
Teased?
Jiangwan scoffed. Even if you are of the former emperor's lineage, with a father who is eloquent, should you provoke Yu, I will not let it pass lightly. Perhaps you might recount your exact words. So, I may help clarify this matter. Su Marin bit her lip. The little princess is too young and does not understand. I shall not hold it against her. Whether she was feigning ignorance or truly naive, Jiangwan found her amusing. The matter of right and wrong had yet to be determined. Su Marin need not rush to present herself as magnanimous. Exposed, Su Marin felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she had only recently entered the palace, and her temperament had yet to be fully honed. Internally cursing Jiangwan for her lack of discretion, Su Marin thought they all understood the situation well enough. Why must it be stated outright? However, Jiangwan was the empress. Had it not been for her higher status as the former emperor's consort, Jiangwan's words might have been even harsher and more humiliating. Anxious, Su Marin wondered why the emperor had not yet arrived. If he witnessed the empress's aggressive demeanor, he might grow displeased. A queen without family backing becomes nothing if she loses the emperor's favor. Su Marin felt confident that given the opportunity to interact with the emperor, her beauty, lineage, and talent would secure her a place in the palace. At that point, it would only be a matter of time before she supplanted Jiangwan. The bright yellow figure appeared in her line of sight, causing Su Marin's eyes to redden. It was the little princess who bit. And I have chosen not to pursue it. Why does your majesty still harbor such malice? Yu Wenyan's face was shrouded in frost, emanating an aura of chill as he approached. Seeing Yu in tears, his anger surged. You insolent wretch! He kicked a eunuch standing beside Su Marin, his warning gaze fixed on her. I have grown up in the palace and have seen such tricks before. The Empress is merciful, granting you an opportunity to defend yourself. Since you do not appreciate her kindness, you shall be sent to the dungeons for reflection. Your Majesty, it is not as it seems. Su Marin desperately shook her head. You misunderstand me. I saw with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. Are you questioning me? Yu Wenyan's expression was icy, and Su Marin did not dare to meet his gaze. The words she had prepared vanished from her mind, leaving her with a singular thought. The rumors outside were true. The emperor was not easy to deal with, and would punish those who displeased him. What could she do? If she were imprisoned, her reputation would be ruined. Each moment spent staring at Su Marin felt like a waste of time. Yu Wenyan raised his hand, and the guards, armed with swords, took the terrified Su Marin away. The abandoned Su Beauty sat in a daze, utterly lost and unsure of what to do. She could only bow repeatedly, her servants having done nothing. Pleading for the emperor's mercy. The heinous act of harming a royal princess and recklessly slandering the empress mother deserved severe punishment. However, in consideration of Su Yusher's unwavering dedication to the nation, I shall not cast blame upon others. I trust you have means to convey the entirety of the events to Su Yusher, so let the truth be disseminated without reservation. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. The palace maids and eunuchs fled in panic. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the matter was resolved by Yu Wenyan. Witnessing this, Fu Xi suddenly comprehended why he had faltered against Yu Wenyan. It was because he cared too much, constantly looking back and forth. In contrast, Wanwan desired nothing more than wholehearted affection and the steadfast presence of someone who would stand by her side, regardless of the circumstances. A bitter smile crossed his lips. He had lost without grievance, and Wanwan had not chosen incorrectly. The events that transpired in the Imperial Garden swiftly spread throughout the palace. Those who shared Su Beauty's sentiments quickly abandoned their thoughts. When faced with the choice between wealth and survival, life took precedence. Since the emperor was willing to allow their departure from the palace, they might as well enjoy their lives outside. After all, the Grand Emperor had already left the capital, with no certainty of his return. Rather than waiting idly, it was wiser to make plans. After resolving the incident, Yu Wenyan and Jiangwan took turns entertaining Yu. Clad in a dragon robe, he sat on the ground with ease. Yu took a step back, instinctively settling on Yu Wenyan's lap, continuing to drop golden beans. You did well, Yu, but next time someone bullies you, don't bite. That person is filthy, and eating dirty things will upset your stomach. We must be strategic. In the future, if you find yourself in a similar situation, report to your parents or let the guards handle the ruffians. Above all, prioritize your own safety. Jiangwan sighed. She could hardly understand. It was essential to instill such lessons from a young age so that Yu would learn to protect herself and not grow up to be a pushover. With barely any teeth, she dared to bite, hardly a pushover at all. Yu Wenyan wore a proud expression, much like mine. The little one snuggled against Yu Wenyan, attempting to pull Jiangwan closer. Mama, I want Yu. Jiangwan suddenly understood why Yu had bitten someone. Perhaps Su Beauty had uttered something inappropriate, leading Yu to believe she would be abandoned. The thought of truly sending Yu back to the Fu family filled Jiangwan with a bittersweet ache, almost bringing her to tears. Holding Yu's small hand, she reassured, Mama loves you the most. How could I ever abandon you? The little one broke into a smile, even blowing a bubble of snot. Yu, be good, Jiangwan said, producing a handkerchief to wipe her face, making her appear like a little calico cat. Children's emotions are fleeting, Though tears still clung to her lashes, she soon burst into laughter. Yu Wenyan gently stroked the child's fine hair, casting a look at Jiang Wan that seemed to seek agreement. Shall we keep Yu here in the palace? Jiang Wan had also changed her mind. The child was still young, and if someone instilled the wrong ideas in her, she might genuinely think her mother had abandoned her. The mere thought made Jiang Wan's heart ache. From now on, we shall not be apart. When Yu grows up, she will decide for herself. Yu Wenyan clasped the child's small hand, playfully declaring, whoever mentions separation will be a little dog. Yu laughed heartily, her childish voice bringing joy to all who heard it.
Mama, Dokji.
Jiang Wan pinched her chubby cheek. You are quite the handful. The little girl, emboldened by her support, not only showed no fear but also made a silly face by propping her pudgy fingers against her eyes, causing Jiang Wan to laugh and shake her head. Look at what you've taught her. She glared at Yu Wenyan. Yu Wenyan chuckled. How adorable. No other child can compare to you. Jiang Wan, exasperated, urged, get up. Sitting on the ground is unbecoming. If someone sees you like this, it would ruin your image. Yu Wenyan huffed. I shall do as I please. No one can dictate my actions. Well, except for you. No one else has that privilege. He swiftly lifted Yu and stood up. Fu Xi observed their interactions. Feeling like an outsider, caught in a limbo of indecision, neither leaving nor staying seemed appropriate. As if just noticing him, Yu Wenyan stated, Yu will remain in the palace from now on. If you wish to see her, simply send a message. The Emperor and Empress will not obstruct you. Despite the hierarchical difference, Fu Xi, even as a rival, did not forget his place. He bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude for the Emperor's grace. Yu Wenyan's gaze swept over Fu Xi. Once you have settled your family matters, it is time to return to your duties. When Fu Xi's father passed away, he observed a 3-year mourning period. With the recent death of the matriarch, he ought to mourn for a year. However, since Yu Wenyan had spoken, he could not defy the Emperor's command. No one could oppose the Emperor's will. Fu Xi had considered the possibility that Yu Wenyan, upon ascending the throne, might seek to undermine him or prevent him from returning to the court. A wave of shame washed over him. He realized he had underestimated the noble intentions of the Emperor. Fu Xi left empty-handed, unable to bring Yu out of the palace. To comfort the little one. That night Jiang Wan and Yu Wenyan took her to bed with them. The child, cheerful and chatty despite her limited vocabulary, rambled on incessantly, lulling Jiang Wan into drowsiness while Yu Wenyan played along, engaging her in a playful exchange. Daddy, I want to play. What do you wish to play? Yu Wenyan inquired. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Candy people. I see you are craving sweets, he teased. Yu giggled, contemplating eat. Yu Wenyan laughed, tapping her nose. Now, be a good girl and sleep. Tomorrow, Daddy will take you out of the palace for a fun adventure. Okay. With her small hands clutching the quilt, she soon drifted off to sleep. Yu Wenyan carefully shifted her to the side of the bed, then settled beside Jiang Wan. Wan, the child is asleep. Jiang Wan's eyelids fluttered, but did not respond. Yu Wenyan smirked, gently tugging at Jiang Wan's clothing. The hour is late. You must rise early for court tomorrow.
Indeed.
But I cannot neglect the Empress. His long fingers slipped beneath her loosened garments, creating an atmosphere charged with intimacy. Yu Wenyan, full of vitality, seemed inexhaustible in his pursuits, exploring various ways to entice her. Jiang Wan, feeling soft and pliable, blinked back tears. Where do you find such creativity? With my little notebook, would you like to see? Yu Wenyan, now perceptive and far from the naive youth he once was, understood how to please Jiang Wan. In the final moment, she burst into tears. Bring the book. I shall burn it. Yu Wenyan's weight pressed against her back as he kissed her earlobe. Burning it would be futile. The knowledge gained cannot be taken away. Jiang Wan whimpered. Could you not learn something more proper? I am exploring the dynamics of marriage. You should support and cooperate with me. At that moment, Jiang Wan's body temperature soared, turning her into a ripe shrimp. She buried her face into the pillow, feigning sleep, concerned for her comfort. Yu Wenyan turned to lie flat on the bed, drawing her close into his embrace, soothing her in silence. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he opened his eyes wide. They were too familiar. Even the slightest change in his breathing was detectable to Jiang Wan. What is it? Yu Wenyan asked uncertainly. Given our intimacy, could I make you pregnant? The physician had indicated that it would be challenging for Jiang Wan to conceive, yet she had recently become pregnant with Yu. Jiang Wan herself was unsure if this could be considered a surprise. With nonchalance, she replied, if it happens, we shall welcome the child. Can you not provide for one? Yu Wenyan shook his head. I worry for you. Jiang Wan smiled gently. I am well. Should a child come, they will undoubtedly be as healthy as you. What I desire is your well-being. The more I ponder, the more I realize that I cannot leave matters to fate. Tomorrow, I shall have the royal physician prepare a potion for the man that renders him infertile, addressing the issue at its core. Since being with Yu Wenyan, Jiang Wan no longer fears the prospect of pregnancy. Yu Wenyan treats Yu with great kindness, which is precisely what she desires. If he cannot treat Yu as if she were his own daughter, she would not remain with him. To speak candidly, she cannot bear to deny Yu Wenyan the chance of progeny. Unless it is a matter of health preventing childbearing, she wishes to let nature take its course. Jiang Wan believes that even if they were to have children, Yu Wenyan would continue to treat Yu with the same affection. His bestowing upon Yu the title of princess and granting her rewards equivalent to those of a nobleman clearly reflects his sentiments. Marriage is a partnership that requires the commitment of both parties. Jiang Wan cannot take Yu Wenyan's efforts for granted. Moreover, as an emperor, the absence of heirs would surely become a topic of discussion among court officials, possibly even leading to the introduction of rivals into the harem. Jiang Wan is unwilling to reach such a juncture or relinquish control to others. Now that she has ascended to the role of empress, she must safeguard what is rightfully hers. Only by standing firm can she ensure Yu's status remains secure, for no one would dare challenge imperial authority. With a playful tug of Yu Wenyan's fingers, she declared that there is no need for medication. She adores children and would gladly welcome more siblings for Yu. A warm current flowed through Yu Wenyan's heart, who would not desire to procreate with the woman they love. He pressed a fervent kiss to Jiang Wan's forehead, stating that tomorrow he would have the physician examine her. If it is determined she should not conceive, he would take the potion. Jiang Wan nodded and candidly replied, I also believe it would be better for you to take the medicine. Yu Wenyan playfully pinched her cheek, revealing, I have witnessed the tragedy of my parents. A marriage cannot accommodate a third party. Wan, I will not follow in my father's footsteps. I trust you, Jiang Wan reassured him. Yu Wenyan held her tighter, declaring, If I betray you, may I never find peace. All right, I will remember that. Chapter 97. Sending someone out of the palace when Su Yushi learned of his daughter's actions. He was furious, his beard bristling with indignation. He had initially intended to impeach the new emperor for hastily dismissing the consorts of the late emperor from the palace.
Now,
however, with his daughter having acted foolishly, he found himself lacking the face to proceed with such an accusation. In the grand hall, Yu Wenyan cast Su Yushi a meaningful glance, suggesting, a lack of discipline in raising children is a father's failing. While you ministers toil for the court, do not neglect the upbringing of your own offspring. Only with a sound family background can we cultivate exceptional talents. The ministers, astute individuals, turned their gazes in unison towards Su Yushi, who felt his face flush with embarrassment.
how humiliating.
His reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. How could he face the scrutiny of his duties in the future? If there were a crack in the ground, Su Yushi would likely wish to disappear into it. He had intended to plead on behalf of his daughter, but now he believed it may be beneficial for her to face some hardships to prevent her from becoming overly arrogant and causing irreparable misfortune. With no one daring to present any matters, Yu Wenyan rose from his dragon throne and dismissed the court. According to custom, after court adjournment, Yu Wenyan would proceed to the imperial study to review memorials. This day, however, his thoughts were occupied with Jiang Wan's health examination, prompting him to hurry to the Fengyi Palace. The physician was currently diagnosing Jiang Wan. Yu, believing her mother to be ill, clutched the armrests of her chair and leaned forward on her tiptoes, anxiously watching Jiang Wan. Her little brows furrowed, a sign that even at such a tender age, she understood the importance of caring for her mother. Not wishing to interrupt the physician, Yu Wenyan picked up Yu and sat beside her as they awaited the results. As the physician withdrew his hand, he eagerly inquired, "Is there anything unusual regarding the Empress's health?" "Her Majesty is in robust health. As long as her heart condition does not act up, she is no different from an ordinary person. Your Majesty, Empress, you need not worry." Jiang Wan now led a carefree life, completely unburdened by psychological strains. With a cheerful disposition, her physical condition naturally improved. She could feel the difference. Her current state was infinitely better than before. Yu Wenyan further inquired, if she were to conceive in the future, would it affect the Empress's health? The physician shook his head, stating, based on her current condition, the Empress's heart ailment has greatly improved. There should be no issues with bearing children. provided she worries less and embraces joy, taking care to nurture herself. Yu Wenyan felt reassured and waved his hand, signaling the physician to take his leave. Jiang Wan adjusted her sleeve, asking, "Are you now at ease?" Yu Wenyan smiled, somewhat reassured, though one with a heart ailment must not overexert themselves. "There may be times I cannot attend to you, so do remember to rest. I am already an adult. I understand these matters." Yu Wenyan remained unconvinced and summoned the attendants caring for Jiang Wan, instructing them to remind her regularly to take breaks. With such concern directed towards her, the smile on Jiang Wan's lips never faded. Yu, being quite the clever little one, remembered the candy figurines. "Father, the candy figurines." Yu Wenyan chuckled. "I thought you had forgotten." The little girl shook her head vigorously. "I haven't forgotten." At this hour, the streets were still not bustling.
Come.
"Accompany me to the Imperial Study to review the memorials. After lunch, I will take you out to play," Yu Wenyan said. The little one, not fully comprehending, responded with an "oh." Jiang Wan sighed. "Don't take her to the Imperial Study. She'll be a distraction." "She won't. Yu is very well behaved." Yu Wenyan, holding Yu with one arm, asked Jiang Wan, "Would you like to accompany me to the Imperial Study?" Jiang Wan rolled her eyes. "I do not wish to be scolded by the officials." Yu Wenyan smiled. "Then I shall return at the appointed time, and we can dine together." Ultimately, Yu Wenyan took Yu out of the Fingy Palace. The palace staff were no longer surprised. It was quite remarkable that such a noble emperor allowed Princess Annel to call him father, interacting in a manner akin to an ordinary father and daughter, radiating warmth and happiness. One could not help but admire the emperor's magnanimity. And as for Princess Annel, one could only wonder what virtues she had accumulated in her past life to enjoy such blessings in this one. With both Yu Wenyan and Yu absent from Fingy Palace, Jiang Wan was far from idle. The academy was about to commence, and there were many arrangements to be made. Previously, in an effort to generate funds for the academy, she had chosen to collaborate with an embroidery workshop. But now that was no longer suitable. Coincidentally, among the betrothal gifts given by Yu Wenyan were several shops located in prime areas. Jiang Wan planned to utilize one of these shops, intending to sell the embroidery produced by the academy there. Establishing a good reputation for the workshop would not only yield profits, but also provide employment for the students who had excelled in their studies, thus achieving multiple benefits. With her initial idea in mind, Jiang Wan was eager to proceed without delay. She intended to venture out of the palace with Yu Wenyan in the afternoon to select a shop. As this was her inaugural attempt at running a school, she realized she could not manage every detail alone. She planned to recruit a couple of capable individuals to oversee the academy's affairs. During lunch, when Jiang Wan shared her thoughts, Yu Wenyan offered her a suggestion. "There are female officials in the palace, some of whom are quite capable. In a few days, when the former emperor's personnel are sent out of the palace, many of them may find themselves without duties. You could assess their qualifications if suitable. You can hire them directly for the academy. This way, you will know their backgrounds, and they will be competent enough not to require extensive training." Jiang Wan found this idea particularly appealing. In the future, there would not be just one women's academy, and when they flourished, talented women could serve in the schools. Yu Wenyan praised her. "The Empress is truly remarkable. The effective utilization of talent will undoubtedly lead to a strong nation and a prosperous populace." Jiang Wan blushed at the compliment. Once merely a sheltered lady confined to the inner chambers, her experiences had been limited. To successfully establish an academy on her first attempt was largely due to Yu Wenyan's support. She offered him a piece of ginger fish, urging him to eat more. Yu Wenyan smiled. "Wan, you're so considerate." Jiang Wan's eyes widened playfully, "But eating won't silence your chatter." As they surveyed the table laid with delectable dishes, Yu drooled, exclaiming, "I want to eat." Yu Wenyan fed her steamed egg custard, and the little one devoured it with great delight, her appetite in splendid form. The maidservants standing not far away once again lamented the fortunate lives of the queen and the little princess, who received the emperor's undivided attention. How enviable it was! In the afternoon, Yu Wenyan and Jiang Wan ventured out discreetly, dressed in simple garments, carrying their child, resembling an ordinary young couple. They first purchased a sugar figurine for Yu, who had longed for it. After all, she indulged in such a treat only once a year. And Jiang Wan acquiesced to her wishes. The little one gingerly licked the sugary creation, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yu Wenyan chuckled softly, calling her a little glutton. Yu eagerly brought the sugar figurine to his lips, but he declined, stating his aversion to sweets. Undeterred, Yu turned to feed Jiangwan. And as she took a delicate bite, the rabbit's ear fell off. Yu gazed at the now earless sugar rabbit with a sigh, yet soon resumed her indulgence. Jiangwan and Yu Wenyan exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter. She affectionately ruffled Yu's hair, admiring her quirky spirit. After acquiring the sugar figurine, Yu was remarkably well-behaved, allowing Jiangwan and Yu Wenyan to attend to their important matters. The royal shops, situated in prime locations, required little deliberation. They could choose any establishment. Each shop had a manager to oversee operations, and Jiangwan merely needed to convey her ideas. Once their business was concluded, they returned to the palace discreetly. Due to the incident with concubine Su, Yu Wenyan expedited the dismissal of the other concubines. He inwardly cursed the retired emperor for creating unnecessary trouble by admitting so many women into the palace, leaving him and Wan to clean up the mess. Now the matriarch of the harem, Jiangwan, had to assist Yu Wenyan in resolving these issues. Each woman who had not received the emperor's favor was given a sum of silver and sent back to her hometown, free to remarry. Those who had enjoyed the emperor's favor could either choose to leave the palace and return home to determine their own futures or retire to the Western Garden. The adult princes and princesses were each granted a fief according to Yu Wenyan's intentions. The underage ones would continue to be supported by the royal family. As long as they did not cause trouble, Yu Wenyan would not neglect them. Fortunately, the retired emperor's offspring were few, so distributing some was not a burden. With remarkable speed, they resolved the lingering issues. Jiangwan inquired of Yu Wenyan, "Are you not concerned that granting fiefs may incite the ambitions of some?" He replied, "Those with ambition will create mischief regardless of their circumstances. I have only granted them barren lands as fiefs. If they can rise in such harsh conditions, it only proves their worth. Even if I lose, I shall accept it willingly." Yu Wenyan's perspective impressed Jiangwan. Were it anyone else, they would likely eradicate any potential threats entirely. Just like the fourth prince, who, despite Yu Wenyan being deposed and leaving the capital, still sent assassins after them. Unable to shake his unease, Jiangwan believed that, had the fourth prince not instilled a sense of crisis in Yu Wenyan, he might not have desired to return to the capital to reclaim the throne. With fewer masters in the palace, there was little need for numerous maidservants. Thus, Jiangwan took the initiative to release the older servants whose status was questionable. Consequently, the palace became utterly tranquil. Chapter 98. Yunda's plea. As spring arrived, Fu Xi returned to the court. To everyone's astonishment, the emperor appointed him as chancellor and even entrusted him with regency. The court was abuzz. After all, Fu Xi was the fourth prince's cousin. If he harbored ill intentions, it could spell disaster for the realm. Immediately, voices rose in opposition. Given the recent rebellion of the fourth prince, it was utterly unacceptable to have Fu Deren oversee the regency. They urged His Majesty to reconsider. Yu Wenyan remained composed, asking, "Are you questioning the retired emperor's judgment?" The courtiers displayed confusion. Yu Wenyan continued, "The retired emperor decreed that regardless of who inherits the throne in the future, as long as Fu Deren does not harbor treasonous thoughts or deviate from loyalty, he may be reinstated. During the fourth prince's rebellion, it was Fu Deren's contributions that allowed me to quell the insurrection swiftly." The ministers hesitated, unsure how to counter this argument. Indeed, Fu Xi had fallen out with the fourth prince, and afterward, he had severely weakened him. If one were to evaluate, Fu Xi had indeed played a significant role in quelling the rebellion. Inspector Su interjected, stating that overseeing the regency was no trivial matter. "We trust Fu Deren's loyalty, but the common folk may not share this sentiment. Blood ties can be difficult to sever. Thus, it might be prudent to appoint another." This was not a matter of mistrust towards Fu Deren, but rather a decision that would benefit everyone. Yu Wenyan, with a knowing smile, replied, "In that case, let Su Aiching assist him in fulfilling his supervisory duties. Should there be any oversight, you shall bear the consequences." With that, he dismissed the court. Inspector Su was taken aback. He merely offered a suggestion, yet now he found himself entangled in a precarious situation. Why was he the only one held accountable if something went awry? With a furrowed brow, Inspector Su wondered if age had dulled his wits, leading him to make repeated errors. In a realm devoid of conflict, regardless of who ascended the throne, there would always be opportunists within the court. Upon seeing Fu Xi gain favor, they flocked to curry his goodwill. "Fu Deren possesses great talent and integrity. We wholeheartedly support your regency," they declared, ready to heed his commands when necessary. Fu Xi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and unruffled. Very well. As the officials in official robes gradually dispersed, groups of ministers gathered to ponder the emperor's true intentions. Did he genuinely intend to elevate Fu Xi? Surely not. For who among men could endure having a rival in such close proximity? It was inconceivable. So, why appoint Fu to run as regent? Though it was the retired emperor's decree, they all understood the emperor's character. He would never act against his own beliefs. If he had been content as the crown prince, why risk angering the retired emperor by seeking to vindicate the Gu family? It seemed he was setting a trap for Fu to run.
What did they mean by this?
The higher one is raised, the harder one falls. If Fu de faltered, wouldn't he the emperor have him in his grasp? At that point, it would be the emperor who dictated his fate. This was clearly a scheme. Fu de could only fend for himself. The emperor remained as cunning as ever, a thought shared by all. After ensuring all matters were settled, Yu Wenyan and Jiang Wan prepared to head south. Due to the lengthy journey, while the students at the academy yearned for adventure, only 5 received their elders' consent to accompany them. With spring's arrival, a season of renewal, it was the optimal time for sowing and cultivation. Many families prefer to keep their children at home to assist with work. Jiang Wan did not insist, merely refunding half of the previous tuition. Her goal in founding the academy was to teach them to earn a living. After all, it is better to teach a person to fish than to simply provide them with fish. Beyond that, she could not interfere too much. Maintaining a sense of distance is essential for mutual well-being. The emperor traveled incognito, accompanied by only a few attendants, yet a considerable number of guards were present. In addition to those concealed, a contingent of imperial troops was deployed for the safety of the entourage. Fu Xi stood atop the city tower, watching the carriage gradually recede into the distance, feeling that this was the fate shared between him and Jiang Wan. They were destined to drift apart. And even if they briefly intersected, they would inevitably part ways. A hollow feeling settled within him. In this lifetime, their paths were not meant to cross. What of the next? If he atoned for his sins, would he not earn the right to seek another life? Fu Xi habitually squeezed the pouch at his side, tenderly caressing its intricate designs. This was one of the few mementos Jiang Wan had left him, and it must be preserved carefully. Should it be damaged, it would be lost forever. As the procession grew increasingly distant, eventually fading into a mere speck until it vanished from sight, Fu Xi slowly descended from the tower. Yunda, whom he had not seen in a long time, obstructed his path. "Mr. Fu, I have a matter to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time?" Fu Xi replied in a nonchalant tone, indicating he was preoccupied. Yunda hastily took a few steps forward, blocking Fu Xi's path once again. "Ever since the incident involving the 4th prince, my mother has been gravely ill. I wish for my younger sister to return home to visit her parents and seek your assistance, esteemed Mr. Fu." The Yun family did not partake in the 4th prince's rebellion, yet due to the misconduct of the younger generation, the emperor has long since cast them aside. While Yun still holds a position, his prospects for advancement are bleak. It is only a matter of time before the Yun family is stripped of their noble status. This unfortunate fate befell them simply because a daughter fell for an unsuitable suitor, leading to a series of grave missteps. The Yun family has come to fully comprehend the emperor's words. If the children at home are unworthy, dragging the family down, no matter how hard their ancestors worked, their legacy could one day be obliterated. Yunda recognizes that it is the family's indulgence that has allowed his younger sister and 2 brothers to behave recklessly. He can blame no one but himself. His sole desire now is for his sister to return home to provide some comfort to his mother, aiding her recovery from her ailments. Seeing that Fu Xi remained unmoved, Yunda knelt on both knees, his tone laced with bitterness. "It was I who acted improperly and disrespected you and Her Majesty the Empress, inadvertently instilling erroneous thoughts in my younger siblings, resulting in this grave error. I beseech you, esteemed Mr. Fu, for the sake of my father, to grant me this favor." Fu Xi inquired, "If you are so concerned for your mother, why not petition His Majesty directly? Perhaps after kneeling for a few days and nights, the Emperor might appreciate your filial piety and grant your request. Or do you know that your plea lacks merit, and thus dare not approach the Emperor, deliberately seeking to trouble me?" The last 2 words made it clear that their relationship was strictly one of superior and subordinate, devoid of personal sentiment.
Fuci de parte da tia l'esurli pace.
Leaving Yunda kneeling in place, his face flushed with embarrassment. He indeed did not have the courage to approach the emperor, fearing that the past might be revisited, and he would face retribution. The incident involving Yanran had already caused his mother great distress. If anything were to happen to his two brothers, it would surely lead to chaos within their household. Yunda managed a bitter smile, recognizing that it was their own folly that had led the siblings astray. They had long deceived themselves with their straightforward temper. They had once appeared so formidable before others, and now they found themselves in such a wretched state. They had offended too many, leading to their current predicament where no one in the vast capital was willing to extend a helping hand. Chapter 99. A journey across the land. The caravan journeyed intermittently, taking nearly a month to reach Yangzhou. This was not Yu Yu's first venture far from home. However, on her previous return to the capital from the border, she was still an infant in swaddling clothes. At that time, she either slept in her cradle or was held by Yuan Yen and Jiang Wan. Although she would gaze at the scenery, it was all too easily forgotten, with no memories retained. Now, Yu was over a year old, capable of speech and mischief, providing endless amusement for Yuan Yen and Jiang Wan along the way. Leaning against the carriage window, she inquired, "Father, what is that?" "It's catkins." "What kind of flower is that?" "It's the flower of the willow tree, also known as willow fluff." The little girl stumbled through her questions. "Why is it called a willow tree?" Yuan Yen glanced at Jiang Wan for assistance. "Ask your mother. She knows more." Jiang Wan smiled as the little girl quickly moved to her side, nestling in her embrace. "Mother, why is it called a willow tree?" "It's a name that has been passed down through tradition, a customary term." Yu, unable to comprehend, tugged at her wispy bangs and quietly approached Yuan Yen. It was easier to understand what father said. She began to tease Yuan Yen, while Jiang Wan sighed in relief, gently pushing aside the carriage curtain to reveal the scene of catkins fluttering in the air. The sun shone brightly, and the weather was delightful. The sky was filled with dancing catkins, perfectly aligning with her imagined scenery. Jiang Wan reminisced about the past. At that time, she had finally escaped Fuxi and longed to see the south, only to later travel to the grasslands with Yuan Yen. Although nearly 2 years had passed, she had finally arrived, accompanied by the two most important people in her life. Jiang Wan felt a surge of joy, believing this journey was truly worthwhile. Not to mention the simple pleasure of traveling with family, it was a wonderful way to relax. In the years to come, these experiences would serve as cherished memories. A delightful thought indeed. This trip was not a secret. However, Yuan Yen had issued orders that officials along the route were not to abandon their posts, nor were they to engage in unnecessary ceremonies to welcome him. Thus, upon entering the city, no one came to greet them. Upon crossing the city gates, they did not linger, proceeding directly to a large residence in the northern part of the city. Although the journey was filled with endless beautiful sights, all were weary from travel. After settling in, they planned to rest for 2 days before arranging further activities. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar place, Yu refused to sleep with the nurse, insisting on staying close to Jiang Wan and Yuan Yen. The little one, looking pitiful, bit her chubby fingers, expressing her fear. "I want to sleep with father and mother." Yuan Yen, feeling exasperated, had hoped to share some intimate moments with his beloved wife. With such a little one around, although it did not hinder their closeness, he had to remain vigilant about their surroundings. Despite her tender age, having their private moments interrupted would be undesirable. "Father, don't you want me to stay with you?" Yu said, hands on her hips, looking at Yuan Yen with a fierce expression. Jiang Wan laughed. "Your father has quite the thoughts." Yu grinned, revealing her little rice tooth. "Then I will stay with you." Yuan Yen, with a resigned smile, pinched Yu's cheek, knowing she was a little troublemaker. Having achieved her goal, the little one